Chapter 101 Consideration and Confusion. It's that simple. Give it all up. Lin's back was turned to a certain lich, and he couldn't see the playful smile. But this does not prevent him from making important decisions. It's like explaining his intentions. More like convincing himself. Lin Yuan looked at the blue sky and said, "Everything has a price, and nothing can be gained without hard work. So the question is, how much price do I have to pay in order to keep the ownership of the tower and save my life?" Without waiting for others to answer, Lin said, "All I can think of is surrendering to the invading demons. But the price of doing that is losing future freedom. And in the days of surrendering to the demons, what will happen? It is unpredictable that the tower or life will be taken away again. In other words, doing so is just postponing the threat of losing everything." Finally turning around, Lin looked into Fin's eyes and said, "Then the next best thing is to take the magic tower as the price on the premise of saving one's life. It's not unacceptable." Fin looked at the man who spoke carefreely, but with a face full of unwillingness with interest, and said, "I have never considered taking a tough stance and asking that group of magician coalition forces you mentioned to stand on the front line to stop the demon army. Otherwise, just stare blankly, and the tower of the great sage will not offer any resistance, and let the demons march straight in to harm the hinterland of mankind. If both sides have this kind of mentality, it's just betraying their teammates first and suffering later. No one will be pleased. And I'm not that kind of person. I can't say that kind of thing. I don't have enough interests to drive others. Don't expect to achieve anything with all your heart and soul, let alone the fact that this is a battlefield where life is at risk. If we have the history of my hometown, even if we capture soldiers and charge them with soldiers and raise an army of 1 million, there still has to be a loyal army, the core force. Whether it's my own people who can't do anything, or I'm the main force of the enemy. What's wrong with me? I can barely count the 2 dogs in the front. If I just avoid it and don't fight, my magic tower will be exposed to the demons, and then everything will be back to normal. Fighting the demon army with the power of 1 tower. Then, Fin deliberately made a long sound, pressed his finger on the tip of his nose, and said, "You haven't considered me? You? I really don't have one." Someone's frankness made Fin look unconvinced. Lin could only comfort and said, "Don't be angry. I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that if you are the only one, I don't doubt that you can defeat the invading demons. But there are bound to be fish that slip through the net. There is no way to cover everything. Put the whole thing into consideration. It is unreasonable to put the hope of a war on you alone. As is said, there are 3 gangs of heroes. Even if you can fight alone, you must have a group of younger brothers to help you clean up some miscellaneous fish. Otherwise, you will not be able to fight with such strength. If you fight some minions but let go of a more deadly opponent, let it go and let others suffer. The only thing you're afraid of is affecting me. So that's not unfair. Don't you want to take a gamble? It's not like there's no chance of winning. You said this yourself, which means you also admit that there are other possibilities. But you are betting on your own life. Isn't such a bet too big? I don't insist on a 100% success rate in doing things, but the risk in this matter is obviously greater than the possibility of success. I don't dare to make a bet on it. Don't you have confidence in the magic tower you transformed yourself? Didn't you fight off several waves of enemies? I really don't have this. What's more, those rabble. What's the point of being proud of winning? In the history of my hometown, that is, the level of the county fire merger, can it be regarded as the same magnitude as the subsequent Abyss invasion? The coalition that can defeat the human nobles and vampires may not be able to resist the endless invading army of demons. If the demons behave exactly as mentioned in history, from this perspective, handing over the magic tower is equivalent to using other people's lives to verify whether there is a way to resist the invasion from another world. Isn't it worthwhile? No. Lin became more and more excited as he talked. At the end, he seemed to have been convinced, and said loudly, "That's right. That's it. Use other people's lives to bet on this. No matter whether I win or lose, I will only pay for a magic tower, and other people will have to pay. Life." Looking at the confident man's face, Fin was a little curious and asked, "Really, you don't care at all?" After asking lightly, the excited Lin's mood changed, and he smoothly and angrily slapped the astronomical telescope tube on the side. Fortunately, the tripod and the overall structure are of long-term fixed design and are made very stable. Lin does not have any magic on him. This shot prevented the key to finding the way home from being destroyed. Such an action even shocked Lin himself. He quickly stroked the telescope and comforted a dead thing in a voice that sounded like a baby. Although she had been sealed for thousands of years, then had been alive for hundreds of years, how could she not see that someone had messed up? No complaints. It's a lie. It's just like what Lin said. She really can't be sure to cover everything on her own. The three other people besides him seemed to have insufficient ability to protect themselves when facing the demon army. As for the magic tower, in her time, no one would rely on fixed buildings. The only thing you can trust is your own strength. And right now, we really need something handy. So after thinking for a while, then interrupted someone who was mumbling and said, I think the improvement of those 4 guns has come to an end. We will complete them according to the second plan. If we have the opportunity in the future, we will restart the research. Second option? Oh, okay. Lin, who had just come to his senses, was stunned for a moment before remembering what the second option of the transformation plan that had been discussed was. Remove the method of being powered by magic stones or other means, and instead only absorb the holder's mana and power to convert into attack energy. The extra space is enough to lay out the magic array patterns that cannot be completely miniaturized and streamlined. Increase the energy conversion efficiency to nearly 40%. With just such changes, the 4 guns can be said to be the exclusive weapons of a certain former demon king. Except for her, who has accumulated magical power that is unimaginable to others. Other ordinary magicians cannot fire a few shots with this weapon. Even if the gun is fired, there may not be enough energy left to cast magic. Anyway, these 4 guns were originally made for this former demon king. She had the final say on how to change it. And Lin didn't want to have too many opinions. Besides, the crisis will come at any time now, and there is no time to slowly make various modifications. So he threw himself into the casting room to make final modifications and adjustments. At dinner time, Lin invited everyone, led by the great magician Chakvis and Green Wind, to dine in the magic tower. But in the end, only the chief student of Eden President Chunghua and the inspector, an old acquaintance, came. Well, it seems that the leftover dishes after the meal were cheap for the 2 dogs Gray Hoof and White Nose. As a member of the Great Sage's Tower, Lin was also present. This was her official appearance in front of the world. But the invited guests were not surprised. Perhaps the group of spies outside the tower had already sent information about her back to their respective forces. After all, Lin did not deliberately conceal her whereabouts after being resurrected from a certain lich, and she herself did not hide her whereabouts. There are always some customers who come to the door and see her figure, but they just don't know where they come from. During the meal time, according to the etiquette of MIDI, no serious business was discussed, and it was just gossip for the tower master who had already made up his mind. He seemed to be willing to risk everything. During the dinner, he made a lot of cold jokes, which made everyone embarrassed. Even the 2 young apprentices serving on the side looked at him with contempt. But he didn't realize it. But for a certain lich, maybe the road to revenge 1,000 years ago was too boring, and being sealed away for 1,000 years was no entertainment at all. She was very happy with these cold jokes. Although he didn't laugh, his eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curved from time to time, showing a look of interest. This can make someone more excited and make someone else miserable. Fortunately, everyone is not a big-bellied man, let alone aristocrats. The various complicated etiquette makes people confused whether they are eating or acting. After the meal was finished, the 2 girls cleaned up. After tea was served, it was time to talk about business. During the meal time, Lin noticed the uneasy expressions of the 2 guests, so he tried to tell some jokes to lighten the atmosphere. Although in terms of results, except for the former Demon King, it was quite a failure for everyone else. So when the discussion started, Lin said directly, Basically, I accept the president's proposal. I am willing to hand over the Tower of the Great Sage. Yofen had passed Qi with 2 young apprentices beforehand, so they could understand their teacher's thoughts. Of course, given their current situation, they are not qualified to offer any opinions. The 2 guests sitting opposite looked calm on the surface, but felt relieved in their hearts, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although with such a tone, there must be a proviso later, but at least there is something to talk about without having to go to the worst situation. As the person in charge of this trip, Chakvis nodded and said, Your Excellency is so sensible. It is a blessing to everyone. You must know that the Tower of the Great Sage will be the frontline location against the Abyss in the future, and its strategic value is unparalleled. The association recycled the tower since the tower owner is willing to obey the association's instructions. The association will do its best if we can cooperate. The meaning of these words is to make people put forward conditions. After all, if you want to take back the magic tower from a tower owner, the Magician Association certainly has such power and has precedents to follow. But it cannot be without cost. Being able to get back the ownership of the tower through trade is of course the most ideal situation. If you don't want to pay any benefits, the only result is that the tower owner will fight to the death and fight to the death. If things really get to this point, it can't be solved by killing a few people and paying a little money. Attacking the tower is not an easy task for the Magician Coalition, and it can be expected that there will be a large number of casualties. So Lin was not going to be polite, and was ready to put forward his own conditions. Chapter 102 Magic Tower Transaction. I only have 2 conditions. That is, I will take away all my belongings. As soon as Lin finished speaking, he saw the 2 people opposite him frown slightly. Of course he knew what the other party was worried about. So he continued, but what I will take away will only be things that have nothing to do with the defense measures of the magic tower. As long as they are part of the defense system, I will keep them and hand them over to successor. Such a guarantee undoubtedly satisfied both Chakvis and Greenwin. If the Tower of the Great Sage is demolished into a ruined tower by those who leave, the people stationed in the association will have to pay extra time and expense to make the tower's defenses functional again. The money problem is easy to solve. But the trouble is time. No one knows when the door of the abyss will open. Although there are specialized people making predictions in this area, what they get is a general number. Whether it will be early or delayed, no one can guarantee it. After getting the Tower Master's approval, Chakvi stood up and bowed, saying, according to the arrangement of the President, I will temporarily serve as the Tower Master of the Tower of the Great Sage. When the war begins, then it depends on the situation. I might arrange someone else. Well, no one can guarantee what will happen next. It doesn't matter. In the days to come, I will teach you the various functions of the Tower of the Great Sage as soon as possible and as much as possible, so that this tower can be used in the future. Play the greatest role in the coming war. After some polite exchanges and Lin's promise to hand over the tower defenses, Chakvi sat back down. After all, the tower owner only mentioned one condition, and there was another condition that had to be dealt with. He only hoped that it would be less embarrassing like the first condition. For this trip, although his teacher had authorized him to do so, he could still agree to the Tower Master on some less important conditions. But this power is not unlimited, especially now that the Shijia District Branch has major differences in how to deal with the tower owner in front of him. The second thing is that he has a reputation for not doing things well. If his teacher is implicated because of this, it is not an exaggeration to say that he will regret it in every way. What I just can't figure out is why my teacher, the respected president, would protect the person in front of me in this way. To be honest, from the bottom of his heart, he also agreed with the opinions of other association leaders. Just send a team of 5 or 10 inspectors to capture people directly. It's not like I haven't dealt with other tower owners like this before. So what kind of surprise will happen this time? About my second condition, Lin started, pulling back Chakvi's divergent thoughts. Just listen to the Tower Master continue to say. In the next war, I and the people around me will be able to intervene in this war against the Abyss without any form of recruitment. After all, I have already paid for a magic tower as a price. There is no reason for me to leave my whole being here. There is a saying in my hometown on the earth, it is better to be a peace dog than to be a rebel. Perhaps when Ling grew up, the area had been away from war for a long time. But it was not too far away. In addition to various film and television works, novels and articles, World War II is almost discussed as a kind of academic culture. He is not completely unfamiliar with all the ugliness of war. So facing the upcoming battle, if he had the chance to run away, he would definitely not want to stay. Who are your excellency and the people around you? Chakvis asked. Lin pointed to the 2 young apprentices standing behind him and a certain lich sitting beside him who had not said a word, and said, They are my 2 apprentices and this lady, Venitiker. She is also a magician, but she hasn't signed up to the association yet. I don't want to rush this matter, and I can just go back to the association with her when I have a free day. But I didn't expect something as big as the Abyss invasion to happen first. After handing over the magic tower and teaching you about the various improved functions of the tower, I will be able to leave. I will return to Willian City, where I still have a house to live in, and then think about everything after that. Not long after he finished speaking, Lin added, Oh, by the way, It would be better to bring the 2 dogs with you as part of the conditions. I know some people think that the 2 tamed monsters should be very capable of fighting. But they only listen to if there are 3 of us. Master and disciple. We want to keep 2 dogs as thugs. If we want them to be effective, one of us must stay, which is contrary to my original conditions. So in order to avoid disputes, those 2 dogs were left behind. It's good that dogs are included in the conditions. Such conditions are not difficult to say the least. However, before leaving, some senior officials who were hostile to this tower owner had revealed their secrets. Maybe he can't be held directly accountable, but he still wants to use his evil hands in the war to directly kill this tower master. I can't say whether I approve or disapprove of this approach. Anyway, just don't get your hands dirty. Now that the tower owner had the foresight to state such a condition, Chakvis decided to report the matter to the superiors and leave it to the group of power-hungry old men to argue, as he did not want to make decisions on his own. After all, facing this kind of abyss invasion war, the power of the Magicians Association will expand greatly. Which magicians will be recruited and which ones will be exempted cannot be decided by themselves. In this situation, no matter how powerful the family or backers are, they may not be able to escape the summons. The most that can be done is to procrastinate, delay the time, and see if we can avoid seeing that piece of paper before the war is over. Because this is a war that spans the world. It may wipe out all the magicians in an area, but it may not be a winnable war. After clearly informing the tower owner whether he could or could not, Lin also accepted the second condition and needed to wait for the result of the request. The 2 parties agreed to reply tomorrow. At the same time, this night also allowed the tower owner to start packing up the things he was going to take away and prepare for the handover of the magic tower. Although as long as the tower owner and the others stay here, no one will stop them from taking away any piece of personal property. However, a large number of magicians were stationed in the tower to prepare for war. So it was inevitable that there would be many people and many hands. Some valuable belongings still need to be packed in advance. Isn't it troublesome to move? Super troublesome. Especially the 3 masters and apprentices who live here really treat the Tower of the Great Sage as a home. Naturally, there will be many inconspicuous little things that are very convenient or comfortable to use. These little things will make people feel emotional and reluctant to part with them if they get used to them. This is because the 2 girls, who have lived a homeless life for as long as they can remember, have invested a lot of emotion and energy in this family. For 3 years, when they had to leave, they wanted to take everything they saw and didn't want to leave anything behind. Lin could never thought that he would have to take a lesson in separation in Midland. But he still comforted the 2 girls. At least, they are not acting like children, refusing to leave, or acting as if they are stubborn and refuse to listen to advice or reason with others. They are precocious and understand the meaning of the demon army. It can pose a live threat to formal magicians, and even great magicians. What role can they play as mere magic apprentices? So they can only choose to trust. Trust the teacher who has taken care of them for nearly 6 years. And trust his judgment. I persuaded the 2 girls to leave with only valuable and unique items that are difficult to obtain again. As for those pots and pans, just bring a few big pots with you. Just like those memories of constant travel in the past. But when it was his turn, this man who was very good at talking was also blinded. As for the things in the core room, Lin only packed 1 box and stopped putting anything in it. As far as the eye can see, there are all the things outside the body, except for the gold, silver and copper coins, a few clothes, and a few books bought since the apprenticeship. There is nothing for a person to take care of. What really embarrasses him are the invisible and intangible codes. The computerized magic tower is the most valuable asset he has accumulated during this period. Not to mention that all data on stargazing is stored in the storage medium formed by the energy pool of the Tower of the Great Sage. If you don't take these away, you will really be back to before liberation. The same distress was felt by a certain lich who was resurrected not long ago. Even more profoundly. Because after coming back to life, the thing that I really devoted myself to was building the program foundation of the computerized magic tower. There are still many things she wants to do, and many more are half done, waiting to be perfected or completed. Just give up on these things, and then have the opportunity to do it all over again. How demoralizing this is. Split the program and engrave it in the magic stone? Anyway, there are a lot of red level magic stones. A certain woman also looked at the energy pool and said to herself. This sentence made Lin feel that he seemed to have forgotten something very important. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and he ran back to the big locked box and dug out all the things he had packed. Finally, At the bottom of the box, in a rag bag, I found a long-forgotten item. A purple-level magic stone. This should work. What do you think? Lin handed the purple magic stone to Finn's hand. Even though he was a well-informed lich, Finn was amazed by what he had in his hands. Hold it with your index finger, and hold it up in front of your face for a closer look. After confirming the authenticity, she said, I didn't expect you to have such a thing in your hand. No way. Are purple magic stones that rare in your time? It's not that it's rare. It's that I've never seen it before. This is the first time I've seen a purple magic stone. Oh. Why? Lin asked curiously. Perhaps it has something to do with people's spellcasting habits. In my era, the only thing that can be trusted is your own strength. Any magician who relies on external objects will not make much progress. So for magic stones, if the demand is not that great, there will be fewer people mining it. If there is less mining, there will naturally be no chance for items of this level to come out. Chapter 103 Handover of Trivial Matters. So, can it be used? Of course it can be used. Finn nodded fiercely, but couldn't take his eyes off the purple alexandrite, and said, but it's a good thing you didn't take it directly and treat it as a normal red-level magic stone. What should I say? Aren't all magic stones the same thing? You told me the concept of computerization of the magic tower. Can 1 bit of power stacked together with 1 megabit of power be regarded as the same thing? This rhetorical question was so reasonable that Lin Du was speechless. From a computer perspective, a hard drive is just a hard drive to the user. But when the capacity jumps from MB to GB to TB, the partition format must be improved from MBR to GPT. No reason. It's just that the former's design limitations make it unusable. So what does it mean to the magic stone? Lin looked at the lich who asked the question in confusion. But a certain woman didn't seem to intend to answer immediately. She just said, it seems that this era has forgotten the meaning behind why power is called power. Oh, could it be a secret from 1,000 years ago? Can you tell me about it? Everyone has the desire to gossip. Of course, Lin was igniting a burning fire of gossip in his chest at this time. However, Finn still avoided the question, pointing to the mess in front of him and said, those things cannot be explained in a few words. Not to mention, I still have to clarify some clues. After all, this world is different from what I was at that time. It's not the same. But you can't delay these things. Do you still have time to listen to my story? It's really helpless. Lin shook his head regretfully, walked to the console next to Finn, and said, how can I help? If the purple level magic stone is so special, it's troublesome. But it's not troublesome at all, because the magic stone contains too much power. At the moment it loses its internal balance. Either a large amount of power will overflow and be lost without time to be transformed normally, or an uncontrollable large amount of output will occur. As a result, it will be a very heroic card, as you often say. So it must be used through a medium, not directly like the red magic stone. Have you heard of the magic pot? Lin shook his head, and Finn continued to ask, the elf box? Still shaking his head, Finn refused to give up and asked again, Kylak sarcophagus? Looking at those blank eyes, Finn had given up asking. She said directly, if you haven't heard of it, then it doesn't matter if I make one temporarily. But even if you have to make do with it, there are still requirements for the material of the box. And the size of the box cannot just fit the magic stone. It needs to be bigger so that there is room for other arrangements. Do you have suitable magic materials to use? Someone thought for a moment, then let out a strange scream and ran out to find the very suitable thing that he just remembered. When he returned to the core room, he was holding a stone box hollowed out and covered with strips of blue scroll stone. The blue scroll stone is the same top-level magic material as the construction base material of the Great Sage's Tower. Finn was also quite satisfied with the stone box Lin took out, although there are magic lines on it. The stone box with all its magic power is now just a dead object. Erasing the original traces will be easier than imagined. So while she was doing her homework, she asked with great interest, where did you get this stone box? It was Sage Atori who used this stone box to seal your head and then placed it in a dimensional space on the wall behind the star map in the restaurant. Two people, looking at each other with 4 eyes. This awkward atmosphere finally made Lin Cha realize that a certain newly resurrected lich still cared about such things. But he took out this thing boldly and seemed to be a little confused. Well, Lin wanted to say something to lighten the atmosphere, then held the stone box in his hands and resisted the urge to smash it to the ground. He took a deep breath, let out a long sigh, and continued his work. Pretending to be nonchalant, he directed someone and said, "With this box, I will take some time to draw the magic circle and arrange it, and then it can be used. Before that, you first plan the program to be copied and see how to store it more appropriately. Use this magic stone to make it as a basis. Maybe some of the programs we copy to the magic stone can be used. It depends on you to make the initial arrangements." "I know." Lin buried his head in the keyboard of the console, not daring to look up at the woman's expression. After hearing the footsteps, I only dared to scan them with the corner of my eyes. I saw Finn walking towards the foundry room on the first floor with a stone box in his hands, walking slightly heavier than before. It seems that the time to ask about the secret from 1,000 years ago has to be postponed indefinitely. After a whole night's work, Lin only found time to make astronomical records and just stayed in front of the console. There is nothing difficult about replicating the entire system, because Mini's computers don't need to worry about hardware. And of course, there are no drivers to pay attention to. There is no need to install or compile the software. Once the file is there, you can execute. Okay. What takes more time is dealing with the handover of the Magic Tower. Fill in the Magic Tower log, the documentation for the entire tower defense system, and the settings of all parameters. Things that need to be paid attention to in daily maintenance, as well as the uses and maintenance methods of large and small magic circles throughout the tower, and where to start looking if there is a problem. To be honest, it is impossible to write this thing completely, because Lin has done some functions himself. Except for a few commonly used ones, he will only think of them when he encounters related needs. In addition, there were some arrangements that he deliberately concealed. This is not to hide any secrets, but because it is too complicated to explain. To explain clearly, writing a 600-page manual may not be able to explain it thoroughly. So just skip it and don't even mention it to save yourself the trouble. Anyway, most of them don't hinder the use of the entire Magic Tower. They are just the icing on the cake. The top priority is, of course, the improved light bomb attack array on the Tower of the Great Sage, various function sets, as well as original design drawings, ideas. Lin tried his best to explain various matters as clearly as possible so that his successor could cope with the upcoming war. Even if these things were just sketched out and messy, Lin still worked on them for most of the night before settling on a first draft. There is no way to do this. If you don't want to be tied up as an operator in the Tower of the Great Sage and want to escape from this front line as soon as possible, it's best not to give anyone a reason to stay. So a clear explanation must be made for the various operating methods of the war fortress. In other words, at least it makes people feel that they have everything under control and can exert the tower's combat power. According to Lin's standards, these people must be able to exert at least 60% of the Magic Tower's combat power and cross the passing line. As for whether the remaining potential can be tapped deeply, it depends on the talent of the successor. And this kind of thing cannot be forced. When the chaotic mind finally cleared up, the morning sunlight was already shining through the door leading to the observatory. And what is the progress of completion? It seems that several items were not completed at all. It's not that someone doesn't work hard. It's just that there are so many things going wrong. When it comes to making this kind of documentation temporarily, Lin just writes down whatever comes to mind, without any order or standard. Are there any omissions? There must be. But Lin really didn't have the energy to write anymore. The transformation of the Tower of the Great Sage in the past 3 years has included some inconsistencies, some erasing and redoing, and of course most of them were forgotten after being done. Although records are kept of these things, those records have never been compiled. Therefore, the current tower owner can be considered to have suffered the consequences. If you write a program without writing annotations, you will think that you are very bold and fast, but you will only fool others anyway. But I never thought that one day no one would be willing to take over such trouble. Who else would be able to jump into this trap? But Lin can't be entirely blamed for this. Although there are records of the Magic Tower being requested to be recycled by the association while the tower owner was still alive. Such situations are quite rare after all. Lin only regarded those things as stories sung by bards. But he never thought that one day they would happen to him. Therefore, Lin could have never thought about preparations for this kind of handover. In the original plan, if he could never find his way home, he would slowly age in this Magic Tower and then face death. After death, will the handover of the Tower of the Great Sage be complete? Are there any important facilities that can remain intact instead of being torn apart and divided among the various units that come to fight against the autumn wind? These were beyond Lin's control. He even had the idea of watching a good show, and then stayed in the world where the dead gathered, laughing at everything that happened in the land. One night, Lin's side was preparing vigorously, but the other side was not too relaxed. Starting from the conditions that Chakvis passed back to the tower owner, a heated discussion started in the conference room of the central tower in William City. The plan to fight back the tower owner's request and unconditionally take back the great sage's tower once became the mainstream voice. There were many people in the conference room shouting about backward rudeness and threats. The centrists don't care about such things, and they certainly don't have any voice. President Chung Wei-Eaton did not express his opinion immediately. He was just thinking. These people who did not say anything openly, but secretly wanted to kill the tower owner. Where did the resentment come from? Because wealth makes people jealous? No. If you kill that person in this way, the money left behind may not be distributed to these people. Because of the Abyss invasion? Joke. That door was not opened by the tower owner himself. Even a pig can figure out that it is also a conspiracy against that person. If you want to use this to anger the tower master, what an unreasonable resentment. Because several magicians and great magicians died? Stop it. The deceased belonged to someone else's family, and had no relatives or personal friendship with the group of people in front of him. What kind of excuse is he clamoring to avenge unrelated people? Speaking of which, the biggest possibility is a sense of threat. Before becoming the tower master, his strength was considered to be the last one among the magicians. His name was not qualified to be heard by the people present. Nowadays, there are incredible achievements and endless fantastic ideas. Chung Wei-Eaton had to admit that he couldn't keep up with the young man's thinking. Has the same sense of threat expanded to the point where people have murderous intentions? He looked coldly at the people present. All the familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Chapter 104 Resolution of the Association. After watching a group of people talking nonsense for a long time, President Chung Wei-Eaton also felt tired. And the funniest thing is that these people know their position. But they deliberately say these words to disgust people. It's just that they've watched too many monkey shows. So it's time for these people to stop. Uncontrolled behavior will only offend people. So the president only asked, after so much discussion, have you decided who will lead the army when we go to the Tower of the Great Sage this time? In one word, everyone present was choked. Chung Wei-Eaton, however, was very interested, looking at everyone's faces as if they were eating shit. The great magician who had been shouting the loudest now said hesitantly, Master President, such an important coalition expedition is always led by you personally. What does it have to do with us? Relation? I don't agree with your opinions. So if I lead the army, I will only do things according to my own ideas, and I will not condone anyone to violate military discipline. After all, this time is to fight against the invasion of the Abyss, not to bully the weak. In this country, if the coalition forces take action, they will definitely win. This understanding does not exist in this upcoming war. Chung Wei-Eaton made his attitude very clear, but he also saw a few people who were unwilling to accept it. That angry look. So he smiled and continued. But most of you have different opinions than mine. And of course, I have to respect your opinions. So the best way is for me to appoint one of you to lead the army, and I will stay at the rear, arrange various logistics supplies, and become the leader of the army. If you seize this opportunity and do well, maybe the next president will be in your hands. Who is going to be this person? Everyone was silent. Chung Wei-Eaton only thought it was funny. With a flimsy order, someone else's child is asked to fight to the death on the front line while he sits at home. This kind of situation can only happen in the world of aristocrats. In the world of magicians, this is not the case. None of the magicians who can climb to high positions in the association and hold important leadership positions are because of their noble blood or the support of everyone. There is only one factor that can bring them status, and that is their ability to fight. And Chung Wei-Eaton sat on the president's throne because he was the best at fighting. In other words, if magicians encounter a war and want to lead others, they cannot hide behind the battlefield. If you don't rush to the front, you are not a leader. Similarly, as long as the leader dares to rush, the people led will follow blindly. This is because the loosely organized magicians formed an alliance for a certain purpose. If you want to quickly become a rope, the best way is to use strict military discipline. This military discipline can be said to completely exclude personal thoughts and ideas, and everything is based only on the opinions of the leader. Therefore, the character of the leader will greatly affect the entire magician coalition. If the president is willing to give up this important position, under normal circumstances, this would be a coveted job, and everyone would be fighting for it. But if the opponent is the tower of the great sage, the bloody list of the dead is a warning to everyone. A Dharma sage once said this in history: "No one is safe within my sight." This sentence explains the biggest difference between the war between magicians and the war between nobles or races. In the latter war, even if the king comes to the battlefield in person, as long as he hides in a place surrounded by people, he can talk and laugh safely and enjoy a war up close. When it comes to magicians, as long as you are seen, you have to pay attention to the long-range magic that will fly over at any time and blur your face. As we all know, for magic to be locked, it must be within the sight of the caster. Most of the strategic magics possessed by the magic tower are far more powerful than what an individual can cast. However, the Tower of the Great Sage has the arcane eye, and proves that strategic light bomb attack arrays can be used in conjunction with it. This means that within the surveillance range of the arcane eye, you must be aware of being targeted and attacked by the strategic magic of the magic tower. So to lead a coalition of magicians and blatantly show hostility, you must have the consciousness to attack a magic tower despite the overwhelming forbidden spells. And he did this on the eve of the Abyss invasion. Even if a surprise attack is launched, no one can guarantee that the Tower Master's counterattack before his death will remain intact. Even when you go out to capture the opponent, even if you are not present, you must have your own trusted followers to lead the people below to do what you want. It seems that President Chungwa Eaton also agreed with the request to the tower owner to give up the tower. The chief who sends his own students is an attitude. But everyone thought that this was a sign of the president's submission to everyone's opinions. When he asked to go further, the old man directly said that if you want to play, you can play by yourself, which severely embarrassed everyone. Dissatisfied? The illustrious reputation that the president has accumulated in the past is not a country story touted by bards, but a real achievement, which makes everyone have to be convinced. And they dare not be convinced. And magicians are not like warriors. Soldiers grow old and infirm, and the older they get, the less able they are to fight. The older the magician is, the more tricks he has. He can't kill you head on, but there are many shady tricks. Therefore, no one dares to take it lightly, even if they are old and dying, because a magician who is lying on the bed and living without a breath can still reward people with a big disintegration spell. Therefore, even though the president is the oldest, he still has many difficulties in daily activities, and it is difficult to hide his old age. But in the face of the president's tough attitude, no one dared to say a word. That guy is really not afraid of fighting with others, and he has a good chance of winning. Just like clamoring, no one dares to face the Tower of the Great Sage directly, because of the various performances and achievements of that tower. No one dared to say that they could capture that antique tower from 1,000 years ago at a small price. For a group of people who are deeply dissatisfied with this approach, but have no choice but to settle for the next best thing, he said without any confidence. Even so, we cannot agree that the Tower Master should just leave. Everyone has a responsibility to fight against the invasion of the Abyss. So why can he retreat to a safe place in the rear? I know what you are planning. Many people are rumored that it is inevitable to miss in the war, or the rescue is not enough. But have you ever thought that even if you hand over the identity of the tower owner, it does not mean that one person has completely lost control, as long as he is still within the range of the magic tower. We don't know what other methods he will use if someone carelessly comes to trouble him while the war is in progress. That one is recklessly calling the magic tower to protect himself. Who can guarantee that doing so will not have any impact on the battlefield? If it makes things worse, who should I blame? For a reason that was so powerful that it left people speechless, all the magicians present fell silent. It is true that the magician has the power of life and death in the magic tower. But this does not mean that when people are outside the tower, they are soft persimmons at the mercy of others. Various control methods make the magician still threatening even if he is outside the tower. As for the control of the magic tower, it cannot be completely taken away by handing over the talisman of the tower owner's identity. The magic technology in the Lost World has not advanced to that level yet, except for the very powerful and intelligent tower spirits, who completely control everything in the tower. The control of most magic towers is only firmly grasped by the people who live in them after years of transformation and familiarity. The most useful moment for a tower owner is when he takes over the sealed and ownerless magic tower, to open the door and activate various functions of the entire tower. Jufon had to rely on the secret spell scroll provided by the association containing the tower owner's certification for the first time. It is precisely because it is so difficult to completely take away control. In the world of magicians in the Lost World, There is a secret that most people know, but are not allowed to disclose. That is, every magic tower has an association left behind. The back door. This is also the biggest reason why the inspectors dare to attack the tower with only a few people. As for the successor of each tower owner, in the early stage, they mostly try to find the back door left by the association, repair it, or bypass it. In short, they want to avoid the situation of someone taking over the tower. But no one stipulates that only one back door can be opened. Almost as soon as the magic tower falls into an ownerless situation, some special engineering teams will move in and do some things that are not humane to outsiders. Among the many measures and means, one or two will always work. This is the real reason why the Magician Association is not afraid of any tower master. However, on the Tower of the Great Sage, the president could only smile 3 times. The methods left behind by the association in secret are nothing more than interrupting the flow of mana and power to various parts of the magic tower, or seizing control of traps and access control, making the magic tower's defense measures equivalent to nothing. Various operations only target existing facilities and traps. Moreover, it is clear that each successive tower owner will not be able to abandon the original facilities of the magic tower in a short period of time. As time goes by, there will always be some omissions, which will become the killer of the association. The original Tower of the Great Sage has been ranked at the bottom of the order of importance. In the records, magic traps and the like are in a semi-abandoned state, with no possibility of use. And of course no need to do anything. The secret hand behind the access control has never been passive. The previous tower owners came to this tower more like they were looking for a place to eat and wait to die. Faced with this situation where the tower is not good enough and the people are not good enough, if the association wants to take down the magic tower, there is no need to use those secret hands. It can send a team of inspectors to make the tower owner kneel down. But today's Tower of the Great Sage has been changed beyond recognition. All kinds of unimaginable magic traps possess the huge power of forbidden spell level. The settings and measures that make people confused have the same effect that they don't understand. Maybe the secret hand behind the access control is still there. But as long as you understand the methods of that tower, even if the door is open, who dares to enter? As for interrupting the energy supply, it is even more of a joke. How many of the original transmission channels for mana and power still exist? Chung Eaton has no personal dislike for the tower owner. It can even be said that he admires him. But this feeling of being unable to control was what prompted him to decide to reclaim the magic tower. Chapter 105 Handover. Lin worked hard all night, and it was gratifying to get some good news early in the morning. The president agreed that after the handover of the tower master's identity was completed, Lin, 4 others and 2 dogs retreated to the rear. However, the second half of this condition became that they would not be recruited in the early stage to join the coalition forces resisting the Abyss invasion. After all, if this war is defeated all the way to the end, even farmers with pitchforks may have to go to the battlefield. As an official magician, what reason does he have to refuse a war that ends with one party being wiped out? Although some of the conditions have been changed, it is not unacceptable. Because when the war really gets corrupted to that extent, other than running away, I can only fight. A dog will jump over the wall when cornered, and a fat house will break out when cornered. Later, in the core room where his personal belongings had been emptied, under the witness of everyone, Lin handed over the seal belonging to the tower owner of the Great Sage, and the seal that had been used to open the door and bear the key seal and the tower rights contract. Real, according to the legal principles recognized by the Magician Association. Lin no longer has the status of the tower master. After coming down, the 2 apprentices and the unrelated person continued to pack their personal belongings, while Lin was responsible for teaching Chakvis everything about the Tower of the Great Sage, mainly focusing on various defensive functions. Until next time, a convoy carrying supplies arrived. At that time, several people from the original tower owner will retreat to the rear with the convoy. If you still can't teach it by then, the retreat will of course have to be postponed. So Lin is quite concerned about this matter. Now that he has decided to leave, he doesn't want to stay here sadly for too long, lest he really can't bear to leave, or encounters an accident and becomes unable to leave. In the first step of handing over control, Lin's actions stunned the new tower owner and the magicians who came to prepare for war. He took off the rings on his fingers, every knuckle, except the tips, on both hands, 10 fingers, a total of 18 rings. Then, like a treasure trove of treasures, the function of each ring is explained one by one. One corresponds to one function, which is considered the most basic, The combination of different rings can also activate different effects. Some are related, some are unrelated. Like anywhere in the tower. To pull out the main surveillance screen based on the water mirror technique, touch the third knuckle ring on the middle finger of your right hand and slide it over. If it is done by snapping fingers, it represents a combination of instructions. Then slide the ring on the second knuckle of the right middle finger to bring up the surveillance screen outside the tower. Slide it on the third knuckle of the right ring finger to bring up the surveillance screen everywhere in the tower. This is a series of related instructions. However, the second knuckle of the left index finger is the command for locking and unlocking the door in the magic tower, starting with the second knuckle, and then continuously touching the second knuckles of the remaining 3 fingers of the left hand. It has nothing to do with locking and unlocking the door. Command. Doing so will open the arcane eye at the top of the tower. Of course, Lin is not like those esports players in the Earth era who can use hundreds of shortcut commands freely. He was just a fat guy who was fairly familiar with computers. When he came to Midland, he just set up shortcut commands for himself in his early 30s. And most of them just control the life functions in the magic tower. Even though he was only in his early 30s, the people listening looked like they had seen a ghost the whole time. So Lin didn't plan to tell everything. After a few symbolic introductions, he asked Chakvis for his email address and sent him the operation list. With this kind of handling, Lin clearly saw that the person opposite seemed to be relieved. This made Lin complain a little in his heart. The people opposite looked like the group of people on Earth who were spoiled by Microsoft. They only relied on the mouse to solve everything, and had forgotten how to type on the keyboard and give commands. This is just over 30 huge collections. Magic is much more difficult than this. Just cheer up. After briefly talking about the various facilities and designs in the tower, and leading everyone through it, we came to the key point in the handover. The defensive measures of the Tower of the Great Sage. The defense is divided into inside and outside the tower. In terms of control, almost all semi-automatic settings are completed. Normally it is in a silent state and will not activate at all. When you have doubts, you can enter the alert state and detect the presence of someone not on the whitelist. A water mirror monitoring screen will pop up, showing the whereabouts of the suspected target and asking whether to attack. In the highest level of war state, all defense functions will transform into the existence of magic traps. As long as a non-whitelist character triggers a certain condition, the attack will automatically launch until the enemy escapes or loses signs of life. Or it is with the trap. The relevant magic circle facilities were destroyed. Just like when the Cadiz District Chapter's Ombudsman team came. When Control Lin closed the door, the entire magic tower entered a state of war. If the invading enemy chooses to break open the door and leave, no attack mode will be activated. But when they chose to attack the wall of the central stairwell, the attack was triggered and the laser net trap was activated. But there is no good intention behind this design. In terms of human nature, if people come with malicious intentions, when the magic tower suddenly closes the door, they will definitely not choose to quit it the first time, but attack. So it is not an exaggeration to say that this is a fatal situation. Those who would choose to leave should be the kind of people who enter by mistake and inadvertently trigger the trap of the tower. So they rush to open the door behind and choose that way to survive. In addition, the object is directly added to the blacklist. As long as the magic tower detects it, it will attack. The attack modes are several preset types, which will be randomly implemented in turn according to different situations. In contrast, the Tower of the Great Sage cannot target a specific target like other magic towers. Under the control of the tower owner, the magic tower can become an extension of its own spellcasting medium and exert powerful amplification magic that exceeds the power of ordinary magicians. All attack methods in the tower have been automated by Lin. In this regard, Chakvis expressed some dissatisfaction. No one wants to control the operation of the entire tower in the hands of others. So he demands to know where the rules are set and how to correct them. Lin had nothing to disapprove of. The tower would have to be handed over anyway. He did not hand over Iserlohn Fortress to the Imperial Army like Yang Wenli in The Legend of Galactic Heroes. While also thinking about ways to take it back in the future, he never thought about returning to this magic tower with a gate to the abyss next to it, and becoming neighbors with demons. Even if he could close this passage connecting the two worlds in the future, because no one can guarantee that the devil will not try to open the connection again based on this coordinate. And similar things have happened many times in the history of Lost Land. So Lin simply opened the source code of the program that wrote the attack mode in the tower. It contained thousands of lines, and the contents of the 3 files. Lin began to explain the role of each piece of content. It can be said that he pours out the real thing with all his heart and soul. It is a pity that the people listening are not so conscious. And they all have dumbfounded expressions. Think about it. No one in this world can understand these things except myself and Finn. Perhaps the geniuses in the lost world can also get started after learning the relevant knowledge. But no one has taught these things today. So naturally no one can learn them. So he ended with one sentence. If you want to revise these contents, a lot of knowledge is needed. But the crisis in the abyss is imminent. Maybe we just need to learn how to operate it first. If we want to revise it in the future, how about free play according to your ideas? Of course. Of course. Chakvis nodded hurriedly, but with a relieved expression. He didn't want to continue to worry about this matter anymore. As a great magician, he has always looked at the person in front of him with a condescending look. He really couldn't admit that he couldn't understand what they made. Now that he knew the other party's acceptance level, Lin continued to talk about the attack measures outside the tower. For ordinary magicians, the arcane eye is just a magic for viewing distant scenes. But in Lin's research, it's more than just that. In addition to being able to see distant scenes, it can also use infrared mode to distinguish temperature differences, including mana and power, as well as the flow of energy in warriors and various organisms. Even in recent research, the arcane eye has achieved remarkable results in spectral resolution. Perhaps this magic is the key to a breakthrough in observing stars. But this aspect has nothing to do with the defense system outside the magic tower. The key point is that it can observe everything happening around the tower in detail. This is used to guide the original strategic attack magic of the Tower of the Great Sage. And the light bomb attack array launches an attack. Under Lin's transformation, the light bomb attack array is divided into 5 levels of attack modes. In the initial stages, the firing rate per second ranged from 60 to 80 rounds per minute, with single shots fired. The second stage is multi-directional shooting with the same attack frequency. This is a monster or beast that is generally difficult to deal with outside the tower, due to its small number and weak strength. This mode is enough to solve it. In the third stage, one-way or multi-way shooting is possible, but the shooting frequency is increased to between 300 and 400 rounds per minute. This is the attack mode used to deal with the coalition of nobles of the Marquis Newman of the Frankish Kingdom. It is also the upper limit of the original light bomb attack array. The fourth stage is to imitate the Earth's Gatling machine gun, which is the concept of the Vulcan cannon later, and arrange the original light bomb attack array at the 6 tips of the hexagram. And this hexagram is built out of thin air using the magic of mere magic words. That is, breaking away from the limitations of the magic tower body. In this way, the firing frequency of a single hexagram reaches between 4,000 and 6,000 rounds per minute. The current Tower of the Great Sage can erect 6 light bomb attack arrays in the shape of 6 pointed stars. And the theoretical shooting frequency has reached an insane 30,000 rounds per minute. Because the frequency of light bullet shooting is too dense, the shooting trajectory is no longer a straight line with the shortest distance, but will draw various arcs or broken lines to hit the locked target. This was the method used to deal with the 3 giant monsters attacking the tower at the beginning, before the arcane eye facility was established. I don't know how long the Adderley source pool responsible for powering the Great Sage's tower can sustain this attack frequency. Lin only knew that during the 2 minutes or so when the 3 monsters were killed, the energy pool fluctuated rarely, but there was no obvious reduction in mana and power content. Chapter 106: The Complete Arcane Eye. All these modes are equipped with the functions of observation goals, self-adjustment, and self-learning. If it is discovered that the light bullet cannot damage the target, the preset program will automatically increase the power of the light bullet and increase the rate of fire. If there are many such things, the program will also remember the energy level and type of the target, and how powerful the attack must be to be effective, so that the next time it encounters a similar target, the attack can cause damage faster, instead of retraining the judgment. However, each stage's attack mode also has its upper limit. When that limit is approached, the tower owner will be proactively reminded whether to upgrade the attack mode to the next stage. Therefore, the attack system designed by Lin has a 5th stage established based on theory. It is to open the upper limit of self-adjustment and self-learning, allowing the program to autonomously produce parameter changes. However, the 5th stage has not been practiced in actual combat. Although it has been simulated using a computerized magic tower, the process was smooth, but without experiencing the test of actual combat. No stress test, and no limit test, Lin didn't have much confidence that he could cope with all situations. As the most important means to fight against the invasion of the Abyss, the Great Sage's tower version of the light bomb attack array once again stunned the magicians present. Led by Chakvis, who took over the defense of the Great Sage's tower. The various explanations and quantitative expressions were beyond their imagination. On the southwestern peninsula of the mainland, wars involving more than 30,000 people rarely occur. In fact, the number of the noble coalition forces that Marquis Newman had attacked the tower before, more than 6,000 people, was already a rare army. This means that if the Tower of the Great Sage had been fully activated, all the Mark enemies would have been killed without even closing their mouths during that war. Logically speaking, with such a powerful attack magic designed and backed by a magic tower that is difficult to destroy, even the invasion of the Abyss should not scare away traversers like Lin. But after some consideration, he still backed down. To use a simpler explanation, it is like those superhero movies in Hollywood blockbusters. The United States is considered to be leading the world in military technology, but it still has to kneel before superheroes, supervillains, and even aliens. This is the situation in the Lost World. A world where personal power exists, perhaps among ordinary people. The attack method of the Tower of the Great Sage can be regarded as indestructible and invincible. But there are extraordinary beings equivalent to superheroes and supervillains in Lost Land, not to mention actual gods. Since there are gods, it is not difficult to understand that there are demons of the same level. And when gods, demon monarchs, or other extraordinary beings with extraordinary force stand on the hostile side of the Tower of the Great Sage, can the tower still protect itself? This question was the reason why Lin decided to give up the Tower of the Great Sage. Even if the president doesn't send someone to take over, he might just slip away with oil on his feet. Now the Magician Coalition will use the Tower of the Great Sage as the first-line base to resist the invasion of the Abyss. Why not? There is a group of people who use their lives to verify for themselves whether all the improvement measures of this tower can deal with those extraordinary and above-mentioned forces. And he only needs to stay in a safe place, waiting as a bystander for the Tower of the Great Sage to be destroyed by the demon army, or for the Magician Coalition to rely on the power of the tower to wipe out the invading demons and close the door. The damn door is also a passage connecting different worlds. You can know the answer that Lin has always wanted to know. As for whether you want to take a gamble, bet that no extraordinary force will emerge from the gate of the Abyss, or blindly believe that the Tower of the Great Sage is enough to resist that level of force. To be honest, Lin has never been a strong gambler or a person who dares to take risks and make troubles. The purpose of life is to eat and wait for death. So he won't bet on this one. I don't want to. And I don't dare. Even though he traveled through time and came to this mysterious world on the magical side, he was still the fat man on Earth in his bones. Unless he was cornered and had no way out. He himself didn't know what he would do at that time. But we haven't reached that level yet. If we can run, why should we be tough? Most of the supporting characters in the movie die because of their harsh words. And do you have the qualities to be the protagonist? This question makes me laugh just thinking about it. Of course, Lin would not show some psychological activities on such occasions. He just tried his best to explain various defense methods. Maybe Chakvis couldn't understand how to change them. But at least, he had to learn how to use them first. Putting aside the programming part, it is easy to just learn to use the various defensive functions of the Tower of the Great Sage, and do this kind of thing with the dignity of the Great Mage. In less than half a day, they learned all the various settings of the light bullet magic array. Of course, this convenience is largely due to Lin's many automated rules for attack patterns. However, after finishing the tutorial early, he didn't just wait for the carriage to take him away as someone thought. Just because Chakvis may not be able to change the programming used on the tower himself doesn't mean he doesn't have any ideas. During this free time, he happened to ask Lin, who was still at the Tower of the Great Sage, to make some changes according to his ideas. As for whether there is any remuneration, of course not. The reasons Chakvis gives are also strong. Strengthening the capabilities of the Great Sage's tower is equivalent to increasing your chances of survival in disguise, preventing the demon army from breaking through the magic tower and spreading towards the hinterland behind. Furthermore, for this kind of plain war that faces life and death, except for the unavoidable cost of certain materials, most of the services after recruitment are free. At most, they can be exchanged for food. Assume that the war has progressed to the point of facing food shortages. When, however, Chakvis did not forcefully ask the previous tower owner to complete these additional requirements. The time limit was the moment the cavalry team arrived. Until then, do as much as you can. Because he is asking clearly, the various opinions he put forward can be added to the existing procedures in an additional way. In other words, if it is not completed, it will not affect the original settings. Chakvis excitedly proposed his idea without asking whether it could be completed or whether it would be difficult to modify. Of course, the president's disciple has no idea about these 2 points. During the period of adding programs, several things happened that made Lin dumbfounded. The first thing is that among the magicians brought by Chakvis, someone took out 2 magical beast tendons that were long enough and in good condition. What's even more rare is that the 2 ribs have similar attributes. When used as a set of items on the same facility, they can have some resonance bonus effects. And these 2 magic beast tendons are of course used on the long-broken arcane eye building on the top of the Great Sage's tower. It seems that it's not that there are no good things. It's just that some people are unwilling to sell them to me. Lin didn't know what his expression looked like now. He only saw Chakvis smiling awkwardly, spreading his hands, looking helpless. Well, this is a good thing after all. And it also gives the Tower of the Great Sage a little more chance of winning. Lin did not continue to dwell on this. At the moment when the arcane eye became the complete version, the preset program enabled the function that had been wanted for a long time. And a strange wave spread outward with the Tower of the Great Sage as the center. And after one wave there is another wave. A total of 3 waves before and after. People who are more sensitive to mana and power will feel the malice that can almost see through them. And it will disappear in a flash. But for those who know it, the scene in front of them once again refreshes their 3 views. In the core room of the Tower of the Great Sage, 3-dimensional imaging technology automatically comes into play, presenting a real-life mountain and terrain map. The terrain map almost occupied the ground of the core room. All the magicians in the core room were surprised by this map, because of its level of detail and the presentation of various terrain features. It far exceeds ordinary people's understanding of maps, since the landforms on the surface are quite obvious. A group of magicians started a small game to identify various locations on the real-life map in the core room, as the names of mountains and places were identified one by one, including other magic towers. Everyone walked towards the periphery of the map, but most people just followed the steps ahead and didn't think much about it. So when the person in front stops walking, the people behind who almost bump into him are mostly confused. They crane their necks to get a glimpse. Is this the Burmese River? Chakvis looked at a meandering river on the edge of the terrain map and asked the great magician Greenwind next to him in confusion. The person who was also an inspector nodded with a wry smile and said, "It should be that river." The reason why they were so shocked was because after seeing this very important river in the southwestern peninsula, they finally realized the significance of the topographic map displayed in front of them. The Burmese River is a 3 to 5 day journey from the Tower of the Great Sage. In terms of distance, it is also 200 kilometers away. And if you can see the Burmese River with the arcane eye, doesn't it mean that the strategic strike of the Tower of the Great Sage can hit here? If you look closely, you will see that this real-life terrain map covers half of the southwestern peninsula. The scope extends beyond Sijia district, and a small part of Newton district in the south of the peninsula is also covered. Moreover, within the coverage area, there are several important cities with large populations, such as the capital of the Kingdom of Frank and several grand duchies, the capital of the Kingdom of Huesca in the distance, and the prosperous Earl of Sita territory. The tower owner has the power of life and death in the magic tower. The inherent territory of the magic tower is 10 kilometers. These are powers granted by law. They are also the maximum attack range of strategic level magic of most magic towers. But it can reach 200 kilometers away, threatening those important areas where people gather. And there are even several magic towers within the range. This means that the Tower of the Great Sage has absolute ruling power within this range. Chapter 107 Final Improvements. Can it be without? I can hit you, but you can't hit me. In the end, you can only be obedient. Not to mention the full power of strategic magic, destroying a country or massacring a city. No lord can tolerate it if the tower owner just looks at his own mood and harasses various places from time to time. Any force that tries to resist will be struck by the magic tower and wiped out the moment the army gathers. There is no army in the world that can assemble in an area 200 kilometers away and then cross this range in one breath to kill the Tower of the Great Sage. Understand the full version of Arcane Eyes. Brought to the Tower of the Great Sage. No. It should be said that after the meeting of all the magic towers in the land, whether it is the president of the disciple Chakvis, the great magician Greenwind, or even the other magicians present, they all understand that this era will usher in a wave of changes. The magic tower you step on is the starting point of it all. And what significance does that magician who was inconspicuous in the past represent in this era? Some magicians who are more old school, or who rely more heavily on the family power behind them, feel a sense of fear. Some of the more radical young people are excited to be at the beginning of this wave. But there was an idea. Although no one said it out loud, everyone knew it in their hearts. No wonder some people wanted to kill this person. Because it's too scary. And what he will bring may not necessarily be something that is beneficial to everyone. Just like everything on display. However, a certain former tower owner remained oblivious to all the malicious intentions. Just like what he did on Earth in the past. He closed himself in an ivory tower and immersed himself in the world of the second dimension. Maybe there were no cartoons, movies, or video games in Midland. But he still focused on the starry sky and the dark night and the program code of the magic tower. And ignored other things. For him, he has seen campus turmoil, cyberbullying, and all kinds of slander and rumors. Those rumors are really nothing to a nerd who can enjoy himself. But what he didn't expect was that all kinds of dissatisfaction in this world would turn into actual murderous intent. Maybe the front can't hurt him hiding in the magic tower. But this plot to open the door to the abyss is not a concrete manifestation of this murderous intention. In the following days, Lin only focused on the amendments proposed by Chakvis. Make final improvements to this magic tower that has been inhabited for several years. And more magicians were recruited and gathered in the Tower of the Great Sage. The tense atmosphere of war gradually became the mainstream atmosphere. And none of the magicians, who had personally confirmed the gate of the abyss, had a good face. No one can easily face the threat from the devil. Some people silently prepared means to save their lives. But more people, under the guidance of some thoughtful people, blamed all faults on the person who handed over the responsibility of the Tower Master. Perhaps Lin can ignore all comments on the internet. But his self-cultivation and resistance to pressure cannot ignore the sarcastic comments and even vicious criticisms around him. After the news that he would leave was revealed, all this intensified, and his anger was even directed at the two young apprentices. He still lived in the magic tower, huddled in the boudoir where the original apprentices lived with his two young apprentices and Finn. It's hard to say that this is a harem state of grievance or happiness. It's just that Lin is working on it non-stop to revise and add functions to the magic tower program. Without the knowledge of others. Then also used the terminal interface in the room to assist Lin in his work. It was precisely to use the terminal interface of the magic tower nearby. And it was difficult to define the time of use. So Chakvi simply agreed to let Lin live in the tower. By the way, his two young apprentices and a very beautiful female companion, who seemed to be only capable of being a vase, lived together. Before preparing for the war against the abyss. Some less important rules can be ignored as appropriate. After all, there are too many demands. If we lose the final war, everything will be in vain. As for 4 people sharing a room, it is considered a very good treatment in the current Tower of the Great Sage. Other rooms with no special functions are full of people. Most of the furniture that was originally arranged comfortably was dismantled and used as firewood or other items useful in the war. If it weren't for the hot spring pool on the second-floor terrace, I didn't know what to do with it. So I left it as it was. Otherwise, it might be completely dismantled and then put up with bed boards for some magicians to rest. Those who will live in the tower are not famous magicians or great magicians. Considering the power of life and death that the tower owner has in the tower, many magicians with status and financial resources have designated a territory outside the tower and set up luxurious tents for their own use. It is precisely because many people do this that those magicians with little financial resources and power are driven into the magic tower and sleep in daytime view. As long as there are more people, the mind will become more active. All kinds of unknown crooked ideas are like undercurrents, surging in places that people can't see. As the most important location in the core room of the magic tower, Chakvis did not let anyone come and go, including Lin's improvement work. He also stayed in the room on the second floor. But Chuck still had a few friends to assist him, in addition to helping the tower master. The most important thing is to understand the operation methods of these functions, as much as possible according to the instruction document sent by Lin, and to make the fastest response in future wars. These people have access to the core room. Also out of trust, Chakvis did not restrict these people too much. He would give the same level of permissions to others as he himself had. But this trust does not always bring good results. One night, after a busy day, everyone was sleeping soundly, because it was impossible to get up to the third-floor platform, and the outside of the tower was full of people and tents. Lin reluctantly gave up on stargazing and recording during this period. After typing for a whole day, he fell directly on the bed, died the moment he touched the pillow, and died sleeping on the bed. At this time, someone entered the core room and sat in front of the console. With several days of research and practice, he quickly found the blacklist settings screen. The black and white list of the Tower of the Great Sage is not a set of permissions. It is simply a list of whether the tower will attack the target. If placed in the whitelist, the automated attack program will ignore the people on the whitelist. Just like when the Noble Coalition attacked the tower before. The residents of the town outside the tower. The people from the revival army of Frank Kingdom. And the young people who betrayed Her Royal Highness the Princess. The reason why they survived the light bomb attack array was not because the arcane eyes were really powerful enough to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. At best, it was just that group of people were listed on the white list. So they were ignored. Otherwise, those traitors would not have been able to save their lives from that despairingly powerful strategic magic. The blacklist is a little more complicated. There are 2 levels. The most advanced blacklist is to kill on sight. The second level only sends a message to the tower owner after observing the target. It is up to the tower owner to decide what actions to take next. The person who broke in secretly learned through some undisclosed channels that there was a considerable reward. And the purpose was to get rid of the original tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage. Now is not the best opportunity. And the wonderful thing is that the original tower owner is now in someone else's tower. As long as it becomes an established fact. Will my friends still hold me accountable for being an insignificant little magician with no family background and no power support? In addition, letting the magician die in the magic tower that he built with his own hands. This magic tower that is already confusing to people is also an anecdote. Maybe my name will be sung by bards for a while. The man with such delusions turned on the surveillance screen in the original Tower Master's room. In the war against the invasion of the Abyss, the Tower of the Great Sage will undoubtedly become the front line among the front lines. Preventive measures in various towers have been strengthened, including rooms that were not originally monitored. And relevant magic facilities were installed at Chakti's request. The only exception is the original ritual room that Chuck transformed into his own residence. That room was covered with various protective barriers, which also cut off many of the magic tower's internal functions. It was precisely because the current tower owner was locking himself in that closed room that the man dared to sneak into the core room and cause trouble. Just watch him unfamiliarly put the 4 resting people in the surveillance screen into the blacklist of the magic tower, expecting the defensive magic in the tower to actually take effect. From the explanation given by the original tower owner, everyone was stunned for a moment. But because there are no test subjects, no one has seen the actual effect. Now let the tower owner personally serve as the target of the experiment and let everyone see what the defense capabilities inside the magic tower are like. This can be regarded as his final contribution to everyone. It's just, why is there no reaction at all after adding someone to the blacklist? According to the description document provided by the original tower owner, when adding a target on the monitoring screen to the blacklist, there will be a confirmation option to avoid mistaken selection. But there was no confirmation request for the operation just now. So the man followed the steps and tried again. This time there was a reaction on the screen. But it was not as imagined. The trap of the magic tower was activated, killing the target in his sleep. Instead, a message popped up, attention. A person from the whitelist has been mistakenly added to the blacklist. The man smiled to himself. It is not surprising at all that he would add his own people to the whitelist. This is my own negligence. Open the whitelist list to find. It's just as easy to remove or add people to the list. The problem is that there are hundreds of names in the whitelist, but there are no names of the original tower owner and his party. Is this a misjudgment? The man once again added the target on the surveillance screen to the blacklist. This time, the magic tower's programmed response was simple, and a cyan beam of light shot straight down from the ceiling of the core room, penetrating the man's entire body from his forehead. At the same time, it spiraled several times in a clockwise direction, cutting the living person open like a Swiss roll. Silent, breathless. Chapter 108 Whitelist Protection. The tragic situation in the core room naturally caused a commotion in the early morning. When Len was called into the core room, he felt baffled at first. But looking at the new Tower Master Chaktis, most of the people in his small circle are here, stationed outside the tower. Several great magicians responsible for leading the team also came forward. Of course, there was also the old acquaintance, the inspector and the great magician Green One, who came forward with a helpless expression. He had more doubts in his heart. Before he could figure out the situation, Len was first choked by the pungent smell. I had smelled this disgusting smell not long ago. He took a few steps forward, and sure enough, he saw a miserable corpse lying in front of the console. On behalf of everyone, Green One said, Your Excellency, as you can see, a tragedy happened here. Everyone is guessing what the possible situation will be, and there is a lot of debate. But I remember that your surveillance footage can go back in time. Although you have written down the relevant operation methods in the instruction document sent to Mr. Weiss, no one is skilled in this aspect. So I asked you to come over last night, the courtroom footage, to see what happened. It seems to have nothing to do with myself. Lin kept a serious smile and pretended to be serious. There is no problem. Please wait for me. After saying that, because the front of the console was a crime scene and should not be destroyed, Lin went around to the back of the console and skillfully operated the tuner. Read the instructions on the monitor screen. The surveillance screen of Hui Shao was placed in the center of the room, on the largest energy pool. Everyone saw on the screen that a wretched man sneaked up to the console, as if he was operating something. After a while, a green beam of light fell from the sky and penetrated straight through the man's body. Immediately afterwards, the beam circled around in a circle, continuously expanding the scope, until the bodies that could no longer be supported were scattered on the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground. Not a foreign enemy, but an attack from the magic tower. If it is an attack from the front, side, or back, magicians have their own unique skills to survive in this desperate predicament. Even if it comes from below the ground, the masters will be able to detect something through their feet. Only the top of the head. Attacks from this direction are most easily ignored and become the cause of someone's death. The attack from the tower will undoubtedly cause doubts from everyone, making Lin the target of public criticism. Although no one had questioned the whole incident on the spot, the distrust revealed in the eyes of those present stung Lin. He had to prove that the casualties this time were not due to the magic tower's fault. So he played back the surveillance footage again. And this time it was paired with three-dimensional imaging technology to present the retrospective time footage in front of everyone. The actual size scene recreates everything from last night, before the attack on the tower was launched. The deceased was obviously doing some kind of operation on the console, in the playback of the original energy pool. Due to the focal length of the screen, it is impossible to see what the deceased did during his lifetime. Switching to a three-dimensional imaging map, everything big and small is revealed in detail. The same doubt exists in the minds of many people. So when the original tower owner once again recreated what happened last night, and also used technology that no one had ever seen before, everyone naturally focused their attention on the console. And they were also curious about what the deceased was operating during his lifetime. It didn't matter. Lin's whole face fell down when he saw it, because the deceased's last operation last night was to try to get himself into the blacklist. And he also used the level of killing on sight. There was no response at first, and the second message warned. When the third episode happened, the magic tower quietly shot down the beam, cutting the person open without any resistance. Now the person who was originally resentful felt embarrassed. It's the old problem again. If you want to kill someone, but you are killed in return, who should be blamed? Although Lin had a lot of dissatisfaction, in order to explain the legitimacy of the tower setting, he still said, in order to prevent the magic tower from being invaded, we seized control of the core room and tried to use the tower's defense methods to kill people on the white list. In this regard, I have set limits. The first situation will be regarded as a misjudgment. The second time will be a message warning, so that people who have not realized that they have made mistakes will have a chance to improve. If it can happen a third time, treat it as an invading enemy and kill it. At this time, someone questioned, but you are not on the white list. This was asked by people in Chakvi's small circle, and the dead man also belonged to this group. Resisting the urge to curse, Lin still replied, the list can be moved in and out, as long as you have the corresponding permissions. You can do these things, but since this was once my tower, then I will put my own safety. The settings are at the bottom of the program, and there is no way to see and modify them from those interfaces to avoid any possible accidents. The person who asked the question was quick to speak and continued to ask, so how do you remove the underlying protection of the program? Hearing the blank question, Lin laughed angrily. He stared straight at the person asking the question, not wanting to answer or even speak. Delete the underlying protection for yourself, Fun, and the two apprentices. If you don't plan to use this tower to deal with yourself, you don't need to care about this kind of thing at all. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The person being stared at realized the flaw in his words and became a little weaker. When their eyes met, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Len Kai laughed twice more. He turned his head, saluted Chakvis, and said, Your Excellency, The improvement work of the Tower of the Great Sage has come to an end. I have also written the relevant instructions into a document and sent it to your mailbox. Next, I have some personal belongings need to be sorted. Please allow me to leave first. After saying that, Lin left without waiting for an answer. It wasn't until Lin's back disappeared behind the door that the oppressive atmosphere in the core room relaxed a little. A few young guys made an afterthought and cursed the previous tower owner for what he had done. Some people even suggested that that person be listed as a disrespectful person and that the power of life and death in the tower be used to remove him. Chackies could only smile bitterly at the comment that it would not hurt to speak while standing. He said to everyone, "You have more or less heard about the discussion of those old men before dawn." After seeing everyone nodding, he continued, "The control of the magic tower is not handed over to the tower owner, but it means that I have control of everything. So you think that you are in my magic tower, fighting against a magician with only 2 magic apprentices to help him, still in his tower, attacking a well-prepared tower owner. The person who was yelling suddenly turned off the flames. Everything about this tower is incomprehensible to people. A group of people have been groping for several days, but some functions still cannot be used normally. A place like this cannot be considered the home ground of the new tower owner. If there is a conflict with the original tower owner, there is no doubt that the control of the magic tower is still in the hands of the other party. From the attack modes that are visible and the various settings that are incomprehensible, let alone which one can be taken down without any injuries, even if one pays the price of casualties, it is still uncertain whether one can be taken down or even killed. At this time, everyone had a common understanding to drive that person as far away as possible and not let him stay in this tower. Because it's like putting your life in the hands of an unfathomable magician, and you don't know what other tricks he can use to manipulate others. This magic tower gives people this weird feeling. And Lin, who returned to the room on the 2nd floor, certainly didn't look good. It's just that the habits he has developed in the past prevent him from venting his anger by smashing things. After all, when I was on Earth, my room was filled with treasures that I had worked so hard to collect. If you get hit in a moment of anger, should you punish the person who made you unhappy? Or yourself? But when he came back, he was always swearing. The 2 young apprentices were not too heartless. They looked at their teacher worriedly. The Lich, who had been resurrected for a while, still had the same attitude of not being afraid if the sky fell. Looking at the people who walked in with a sarcastic smile, she looked at the man who was mumbling, drank 3 large glasses of water to calm down her emotions, and then said, "It seems that the improvement work on the Magic Tower program is not going to continue. You all know?" Behind Finn's back, the water mirror screen on the table showed the surveillance screen of the core room, and it was real-time. The voices of people in the core room could also be heard faintly. The monitoring of the entire tower is actually still in the hands of Lin and others. They just want to see it or not. Several companions were a little worried about someone being suddenly called to the core room, so they acted like they were peeping. Originally they were only slightly worried about Lin, but after watching the live surveillance, they became worried about themselves. The expressions of the 2 girls were also reflected in Lin's eyes. As for the smile of the former Demon King who feared that the world would not be in chaos, "Just ignore it," Lin said to everyone. "Things about the Magic Tower are not our responsibility anyway. We have contributed enough until now. The team of carriages and horses responsible for transporting items will also arrive within the next few days. By then the goods will be unloaded. After that, they will return immediately. To prepare for the war, logistics materials will have to be shipped continuously. Since there are people here who want us to die, there is no point in staying. It's not big. On the contrary, it's dangerous." "Oh, right," Finn said in a teasing tone as always. In fact, she had just been resurrected and was not used to the confusion of this era. "I don't know, and I don't care about the outside world's evaluation of the Tower of the Great Sage. And Lin is a nerd who doesn't listen to foreign affairs at heart. And he doesn't care about other people's evaluation of himself. So when faced with things, he still dealt with them with the mentality of a small person in the past. Little did he know that in the minds of others, in terms of threat, he was not a little person. It was this cognitive gap that equated his performance with cowardice in the eyes of others, which caused him a lot of trouble. Chapter 109 Leaving. The stench of the abyss gradually spread outward from the cracks. The forest outside the Great Sage's tower also showed signs of demonization in many places. In this regard, of course, magicians spare no effort to prevent blockage, purify and improve it. No one was taking any chances about the coming war. The devil may spend some money to seduce one or two humans. But when the devil's army sets foot on the land of Lost Land, there is only killing. And there is no other tone regarding the attitude of the original tower owner. Although there are voices of criticism on the forum, and even asking the original tower owner to die to apologize for the Abyss invasion, such an attitude is still very rare. Most magicians remain silent. Occasionally, some voices claiming to be more rational believe that it is the duty of all magicians to fight against the Abyss invasion, and that the original tower owner's behavior of escaping from the battle is not advisable. In any case, Lin and others were ready to leave. Although the president agreed to this condition, he was under great pressure and even risked other magicians to protect themselves and not be willing to contribute in the upcoming war. Although the president of the group strongly defended the situation, the original tower owner paid a magic tower as a price, which was enough. But it is still inevitable to say that wealth is used in exchange for survival. And some wealthy magicians also have some ideas that they would not have had before. The chariot and horse team transporting war supplies finally arrived at the Tower of the Great Sage. The apprentices acted as coolies, moving important items one by one into the temporary warehouse. The most important thing among them is, of course, the bags of military rations. Lawmen are no better than farmers, who go out to fight with pitchforks. When circumstances permit, the food used is still quite high-end. Of course, it's not unusual for people to chew tree bark or grass roots when a fight ends badly. However, among the people moving and unloading goods, there were two girls who stood out. They were carrying boxed items onto the empty carriage. The woman in strange clothes, but too beautiful to look like a real person, stood beside the original tower owner and said goodbye to Chakvis, the current tower owner and the commander of the war preparation phase. People who have no friendship, of course, will not have any emotions of farewell, which is just a polite farewell. However, before leaving, Lin still left a gift. He carefully took out a small wooden box for sealing and opened it in front of Chakvis. Lying quietly in the box was an inconspicuous red magic stone. If he had given something of this magnitude as a gift in the past, Chakvis would have done it in the name of rudeness to make the other party look good. But the person in front of him couldn't use normal reasoning, so he patiently waited for the explanation from the person who gave the gift. Lin didn't show off, but said straight to the point. I know that there are many people who criticize and even distrust a magic tower that they cannot fully grasp. There is nothing I can do about this. I want to teach you about this. Everything in a magic tower cannot be achieved in a short time. It is almost a lifetime of research dash. Even though I said this, it was just an excuse used by someone. So I stayed. This magic stone for purification. For cleaning? Although he didn't disturb Lin's words, Chakvis couldn't help but repeat this attention-grabbing keyword in a low voice. Lin took out the red magic stone and continued to explain. This is only for the design of the Great Sage's tower. As long as you put it into the input terminal on the console, the built-in program will all the programs of the tower have been eliminated, and it has been restored to its original state of operation without using programs. However, I can't do anything about the modification of the tower body, which can only be done manually in the future. Under Chakvis' shocked gaze, Lin put the magic stone back into the box and covered it. The moment they were put together, the magic circle used for sealing acted on the wooden box, sealing the box tightly. However, Lin still thought about it for a while before handing the thing in Chakvis' hand. He finally said earnestly, This magic stone for cleaning is very convenient, but I still hope that you will consider this matter at least after you have defeated the Abyss army, or before this tower is about to fall. And you must know, the server currently used by the forum is built on the energy pool of the tower. Clearing all programs also means that the forum will disappear in the future. So please be careful with this choice. It has been 3 years and 2 months since I settled in the Tower of the Great Sage. It's not long. It's not long. It's not short. It would be unreasonable to say that Lin has no feelings for this place. So much effort, money, and various transformations have been invested. And these are not things that can be easily forgotten. Now the effect of this magic stone is like denying everything in the past 3 years. So how can he not be sentimental? Chakvis, who accepted the clearing stone, also felt deeply. In the past few days, after his friend suddenly died in the trap of the Tower of the Great Sage, he had no dissatisfaction with this person, which must be a lie. But when he saw people preparing for war sitting outside the tower, he couldn't help but think deeply about what he was seeing. To fight against the invasion of the Abyss is indeed an unavoidable duty for every resident of Lost Land. But have you ever heard that before the gate of the Abyss was officially opened, The lost side had already gathered together, preparing to give the demon army a head-on blow. The Abyss has invaded mysteries several times in recorded history. All of them are taking shape and fighting against the army of the Lost Lands with real swords and guns. The biggest reason for such development is that in the early stages of the opening of the Plane Gap, it was not enough to attract attention, coupled with a slow notification. By the time high-level people realize that something is not going well, usually the demon army has already formed and even begins to burn, kill, and loot the surrounding areas. In other words, the situation must be so bad that the residents of Lost Land will pay attention to it. Was there ever a time when the Lost Land waited for work, and after being prepared, faced the demon army? In my impression, there really isn't. It is almost impossible to end this kind of war between planes without turning the war into a bad war. Now, as long as you operate it properly, you can kill the demon while it is still in a maladaptive and weak state while it passes through the gap between the planes, then push back into the abyss. And it is not impossible to solve this world-class crisis at a small cost. The reason for all these advantages is that it is absolutely impossible to bypass the forum and a series of related and equally convenient magic, such as the mail system. And these conveniences cannot be bypassed by the original tower owner, the man who created all of this. Moreover, there is another crucial point in the actions of the original tower owner. Chakvis had seen a lot of bullshit when it came to following a teacher who held an important position as president. And what is most detestable is the behavior of deceiving superiors and concealing inferiors, and reporting good things but not bad things. Things always get out of hand, and the real situation breaks out. And then the senior leaders, mainly their own teachers, are forced to wipe people's butts and deal with the aftermath. At this time, even if you punish those who conceal the truth at the beginning, it will no longer help. Gabra Shulin Trip would report it back to the association when the devil first appeared. At the same time, the existence of the Plane Gap, that is, the Gate of the Abyss, was confirmed. Although it was irreversible, the time advantage was difficult to ignore. Recycling the magic tower has a certain meaning of punishment. But my teacher also tried his best to protect the original tower owner and not pursue more serious crimes. After getting to the bottom of it, it was obvious that the opening of the Abyss Gate was also a conspiracy against the original tower owner, and the blame should not be attributed to him. Although emotionally, being forced to face the demon army made me feel that I had suffered an unreasonable disaster. The resentment towards the original tower owner was more of just anger. The conspirator hidden behind the scenes will definitely not be the original tower owner himself. In any case, he opened the door to the abyss by himself, reported it to the higher authorities, and then lost almost everything he owned at the cost of a magic tower. If such a statement is reasonable, it is like insulting one's own intelligence. The conspirators are still hidden, watching the carriage of the original tower owner leave. A part of Chakvis's heart actually hoped that that person would stay and take charge of everything in this magic tower. Since he moved in, he has created so many incredible miracles. So as long as he is still there, he will be more confident in fighting against the abyss invasion. Unfortunately, in reality, such a thing is not allowed to happen. It is the best outcome for the original tower owner to leave safely, as long as he didn't agree to hand over the magic tower at that time. The association had no choice but to attack the tower. This means that before the demon army appears, the human side must first cause a wave of internal conflict. Even after having a rough understanding of the tower, Chakvis felt a little uncertain whether the Magician Coalition could successfully attack the tower. Don't let the demon army fail to defeat all the coalition forces, and then be slaughtered by the tower of the great sage first. In short, this is the best result. Under the attention of everyone, the horse-drawn carriage carrying the original tower owner slowly left, and its speed gradually increased. Two huge dog-shaped monsters guarded, one on the left and one on the right, and followed. The magicians who gathered here watched the original tower owner leave, but they had different thoughts. Sitting in the carriage, watching the magic tower that they had lived in for 3 years go away. Although the two girls were reluctant to part with it, they never complained. Until this moment, they couldn't help but ask, "Will we ever come back?" "No," Len answered clearly and decisively. When he noticed that the three women's eyes were on him, he added, "If there is a chance in the future, of course, I will find a better tower to station in. Or I will build one myself to satisfy myself." "What are you doing here?" "It was once the opening of the Gate of the Abyss. Even though the human side spent a lot of money to close the gate, the gap in the plane that was once torn open has already become a fragile place for the devil's plot. It's not uncommon for the door to the abyss to be opened again in the same place. So why do we have to be neighbors with demons? It's not very good to find another place to live. It sounds like a very strong reason, but it cannot alleviate the frustration of the girls. They pouted, puffed out their cheeks, and turned their heads to look at the distant magic tower. Chapter 110: The Impatient First Night. All the way north. The four people on the carriage were silent. Finn, the former Demon King, didn't have much to say. She is carefully adjusting the head coffin that contains the purple-level magic stone and stores all the program codes of the Great Sage's Tower. The name of the stone box was also named by the Lich himself. Whether it is to commemorate the fact that this stone box once contained his head, or to ridicule this matter, it is unclear. The two girls were speechless all the way, because they were angry. Sitting at the entrance of the caravan, watching the scenery receding. I missed the rare peaceful time in these 3 years. Then I didn't want to talk to my teacher at all. As for Lin, who never asked others for their opinions and took the initiative to leave the tower, he was actually not so calm and open-minded. It's just that some decisions must be made by oneself, no matter how ridiculous they are. Because sometimes there are too many people asking questions about life problems, and the answers they get are too complicated. In addition to interfering with their original ideas, after messing up, they will unconsciously shift the responsibility to others. Then there will be inexplicable disputes, which will continue to cycle and never end. He didn't want to experience that kind of bad thing again, so it was fine as it was now. If you have any complaints, just blame him, and he will take care of it. As for my complaints, I can't blame others at all, because the decision was made by myself, and no one gave me any advice. Without someone to shirk responsibility for, he can at least face his own mistakes more seriously, instead of wishfully thinking that they are all the fault of others. The people guarding the chariot and horse team still didn't understand why the magician, who was also a tower master, behaved like an escape from the battle. It was impossible to complain or be hostile. After all, the other party was a Dharma master, and he was working for this group of people. If you offend the other party, you might be tricked to death later. So it's better to maintain the minimum level of respect. Besides, the temperament and momentum of the two giant demonic dogs that the other party brought with him were different from ordinary demonic beasts. There is no threatening person with bared teeth and cracked mouth from time to time. And there is no murderous intention. It does not seem to have any wildness, just like an ordinary domestic dog. And it is also very quiet and not restless. But this is even more creepy. That toned, explosive figure doesn't look like a show-off. Especially those eyes, which are bright, agile, and a little cunning. The leader of the escort still remembered the last time he saw a monster with similar eyes. It was a king-level monster that coexisted peacefully with humans. Of course, peaceful coexistence here does not mean equal treatment. The human side must pay tribute to the female king-level demon fox in exchange for its promise not to attack human territory. If the price is enough, it can also protect it. That kingdom worshipped the demon fox as its patron saint. But that time, he was ordered to escort the supply convoy into the mountains to dedicate it to the demon fox that was so powerful that it would make people despair. The clear eyes I saw from that king-level monster at that time are still unforgettable to this day, because it represents the despair of a kingdom and the shame of having to rely on a monster to protect it. This is also the case. And he will leave. Now that he saw such a look again, he didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. All he knew was that he, who was trusted by the Magician Association, should complete the task properly, and don't think too much about the rest. The immediate task is to bring back the empty chariot and horse teams as quickly as possible and transport the next batch of supplies to the frontline positions. The original tower owner and his party were just passing by. At night in the camp, the group of noble masters did not wait for others to serve them. In addition to the woman who was so gorgeous that people didn't dare to approach easily, the magician and his 2 apprentices also helped a lot in the construction of the camp. When camping, you may not need to build a house or fence, but drainage ditches and some simple defenses are still necessary. The empty carriages can also be used as good shelters, so they were formed into a circle according to the terrain to protect the horses, birds, and people inside. The 2 demon dogs stayed quietly in a corner of the circle, eating only a little food that was not consistent with their size. But even though they are still some distance away from horses and llamas, these beasts that have been domesticated by humans for a long time are still restless and difficult to appease. This was the magician who noticed the same abnormality and gave an order to the monster. Just hearing the low bark from one of the demon dogs, the uneasiness of all the horses and birds disappeared. It's not that their fear was relieved, In the eyes of the leader, it was more like surrender. Well, anyway, it's good that nothing happened. After getting along with the masters for a long time, I also have some experience with the big and small escorts. As night falls, everyone gathers around the campfire to prepare dinner. In the wilderness of Lost Land, there are actually many choices for dinner. In addition to the wild vegetables picked during the journey, and the small animals with no eyes that jump in front of you. These will become meals during the journey. Only when forced to do so. The team would use the dry food. Apart from the fact that these grains are for emergency use, there is nothing particular about the taste. As for life in the wild, the two young apprentices also experienced more than 3 years of training. And the teacher took even longer. Although they have lived in the tower for 3 years, these experiences and skills cannot be forgotten easily. And the three of them miss them a little. Although Finn can still adapt to everything in front of him, he is inevitably a little rusty. Fortunately, there were 2 girls in front of her and behind her who shouted, "Sister," all day long. So she didn't get into trouble. As for food, she didn't eat much. Or she didn't eat much. Just for the taste. After all, I have never heard of any lich starving to death. Eating is not necessary for her. As he was still having a cold war with his 2 apprentices, Finn was pestered by 2 girls. Although he talked to the members of the escort team, their attitude was lukewarm, and he was too lazy to communicate in depth. Lin made his bed early, rolled up his thick cloak, and lay down. On a single moon night, the stars shine brightly. I have been watching those stars almost continuously for the past 3 years, and I have become familiar with them. But today, I am different. What is this? Things are different in the Lost World version? Because the observation location is not fixed. There is no meaning in recording astronomical positions. So Lin relaxed and just looked at the stars in the sky. The past few days have been depressing enough. But at least when looking at the starry sky, Lin doesn't want to worry about those nonsense anymore. After a few days of insomnia, today was the result. He felt a little relaxed, and soon felt the weight of his eyelids. "Teacher! Teacher!" Lin didn't know whether he had fallen asleep or how long he had slept. It felt like he was woken up as soon as he closed his eyes. Is this revenge? Lin gave the ignorant Holomi a look. But the girl's anxious look made him a little confused because his mind was not clear. "What's going on? Teacher! Teacher! The leader of the escort said that someone seems to be surrounding us. And there are quite a few of them." "Oh, that's it." Lin, who originally wanted to struggle to get up, tightened the cloak around him and muttered, "I guess they would come. But I didn't expect to be so impatient. The first day. Just wait until we get farther." After saying that, he turned over and went back to sleep. At this time, figures appeared outside the circle of carriages, armed with all kinds of weapons. The attack was so menacing that hundreds of people might not have gathered here. The escorts of the chariot and horse teams were only 2 teams. A mere 12 people. Counting the 2 magic apprentices, there were only 14. So they were absolutely disadvantaged in terms of numbers. The unknown beauty looked confident, and I didn't know if she could be beaten. As for the magician, who should be the main target of the enemy, it seems that he plans to end his life in his sleep, judging by the way he rolled up his cloak tightly and refused to get up. The leader of the guard was also furious. He constantly mobilized his subordinates to consolidate the defense in all directions. But unfortunately, the number of people was too different, and all directions were like a sieve. While trying to find the best defense method, several light spots appeared on the horizon that the leader of the escort team did not notice. It should be said that everyone did not notice it. In the tower of the great sage, Chakvis was in the core room, reading the documentation left by the original tower owner, Chibra Schlintripwood, with several companions. They are not newcomers who have come into contact with the magic tower for the first time, nor are they apprentices who have just started learning magic. There are also some people among them who have already obtained the title of Great Magician. But looking at this rather long piece of information, which was obviously written in a hurry, I feel like I was just learning magic, and could only memorize everything I learned. If you don't understand the principle, you won't be able to master it, and you won't be able to use it freely. He even made a fuss about creating a new magic tower system based on his own habits. For these people who have been immersed in magic for a long time, this kind of confusion that only apprentices have has happened so long ago that they can no longer remember it. Now they are recalling this annoying feeling again. It turned out that there were still people who were cursing while reading. Cursing the man who made things so complicated. Now everyone didn't even have the time to curse, and could only concentrate on remembering how to use the various functions they saw. Otherwise, when the war actually starts, the battlefield will change rapidly. And there will be no time to slowly flip through the book and find the instructions for use. Suddenly the lighting in the core room turned red and white alternately, flickering. This unprecedented sight made everyone raise their heads and look at each other in confusion. This situation seems to have been mentioned in the documentation. Chakvis relied on his memory to look for previous chapters. But one of the companions shouted, "Ah! Look!" Looking in the direction of his companion's finger, he saw several surveillance images floating in midair centered on the energy pool mirror. Originally, the screen only showed a few key points inside the tower, as well as the biological activities outside the magic tower. But now the screen was replaced by an unknown location. The darkness made most of the area on the screen unclear, except for the vague outlines of the crowds and carriages surrounding the bonfire. When the screen changed to the observation mode several times, red boxes continued to mark the people in the darkness. Hundreds of them in a row. This time, there was no need to search for documentation, and Chakvis and others roughly knew what was going on. This tower is killing people again. Chapter 111, The Attack Exposed. If something like this happened under no one's control, it would certainly cause chaos among Chakvis and others. Everyone wants to know the reason why the magic tower would do such a thing independently. It wasn't until someone who observed more carefully realized that the one in the center of the picture was the association's horse and carriage team responsible for transporting supplies, which had just left this morning. Of course, there is that one inside the original tower owner Gabrashulin Tripwood. And after the magic tower automatically changes the observation mode several times, it can roughly see the group of people lurking in the darkness, armed with weapons. They advance towards the central fortifications in an encircling manner. In any case, this did not look like a friendly greeting. In other words, this is still a conspiracy against the original tower owner. After finding out the time when the other party left the tower, the conspirators decided to pull out a team and directly kill the original tower owner with real swords and guns. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why a group of bandits surrounded a bunch of carriages that were not carrying supplies. Professional robbers can roughly guess the value of the goods from the depth of the wheel tracks, including whether the vehicle is empty. And to rob the Magician Association's chariot and horse team, it takes a lot of courage. If you insist on explaining that the target of this group of people is not the tower master, it is like insulting your own wisdom. The magic tower is hidden, and the rules that were not informed by the original tower owner are still protecting that person. This is not a rule that will be cancelled if the authority of the tower owner is transferred. Chakvis was familiar with these days, and understood that when designing any rules, the previous tower master liked to target individuals or groups, rather than a certain position or authority. Therefore, the identity of the tower owner belongs to the identity of the tower owner. Whoever the rules of the magic tower will protect will still be protected. Do you really want to be like another friend of mine and ask how to remove the protection hidden under the complicated program code? That's no different than telling the other person, "I'm going to use this tower to kill you." As a target, it seems that it is not difficult to decide whether to make the first move or to just obediently kill someone. As for clearing the magic stones or something, that would be no different than destroying the tower. So I don't think about it. What's more, he and his teacher never thought of dealing with the original tower master. Furthermore, the reasons for the group of people who took action and the conspirators behind them were neither fair nor bright. They were completely the product of greed and seeking death. The Magician Association is responsible for protecting such people, or helping them get rid of a magician who is full of wisdom and mystery and has considerable development potential in the future. The association should have been destroyed long ago. Chuck, the friend who was more hostile to the original tower owner, asked, "Is there a way to interrupt the magic tower spellcasting?" "Well, that's not mentioned in the instruction manual. As for our independent interruption, to be honest, I don't even understand the casting circuit of this tower. What's the point of interrupting casting? Take out the clearing magic stone and eliminate the uncontrolled program in the entire tower," the speaker said anxiously. "Well, why? When we fight against the abyss in the future, we will have to rely on the function of this tower. Isn't it right to abolish it like this? Stop talking nonsense. I said hand it over. Don't let me say it a second time." The sullen friend, with red eyes and several magical auras glowing on his body, stared at Chakvis fiercely. As the president's disciple, and a man who also holds the title of Great Magician, he is certainly no stranger to fighting, and is not timid either. It's just that the opponent is his friend, which is quite surprising. Seeing Chakvis looking at him with a playful look, the anxious man cursed. "Damn it!" He silently cast a few auxiliary spells on himself, and strode forward, stretching his right hand forward. It is also covered with a layer of magical aura that resembles the forearm. This is his special skill, and he is invincible in battle. Only then did Chakvis feel surprised. Surprised that his friend really dared to take action. At the same time, he prepared countermeasures, but he had already lost the opportunity. However, a beam of light shot from the ceiling instantly ended the battle that had not yet begun. The spell that his friend was proud of did not have both attack and defense functions as he boasted. Under the cutting of the beam, the arm was neatly severed. Before the blood could be sprayed out, there was a second beam and a third beam, slicing open the body of the person who launched the attack. From the top of the head, from the shoulders, from top to bottom, cut the person into several pieces. Although I've seen another friend die under such an attack, but it was still shocking to see it with my own eyes. Chakvis rubbed his slightly bearded chin and murmured, "The automatic attack mode of the Great Sage's tower is not useless." After saying that, Chakvis looked at the other people who also called him friends. Maybe everyone's friendship is not what they imagined, and there is some conspiracy behind it. Disappointed? Honestly, not at all. Or think so. It is not a bad thing if these hidden dangers break out early. Realizing that the current tower master was looking towards him, most of the people took a step back unconsciously. Some of them even raised their hands in front of their chests and said, "Hey, Chuck, old friend, you know I'm loyal. You saved my life, and I still haven't forgotten this kindness." "Huh? I understand." With a meaningful smile, Chakvis glanced at the others. Before there was any other expression, a person standing in front of the main surveillance screen shouted loudly, "Hey, everyone, come and see. This person looks familiar. Who is she?" Someone changed the focus, and everyone was happy to put aside the embarrassment in front of them, and gathered in front of the main surveillance camera to recognize the familiar people in the picture. It was a woman with some freckles on her face, a ponytail, and a dashing appearance. Now in the picture, she is wearing dim armor, with sharp eyes, silently, walking in the dark night. "She's not." The speaker hesitated, but everyone recognized who the woman in the picture was. That was the magician who had just died under the attack of the magic tower. She was a highly skilled female warrior in her family, and one of the women the deceased loved. Now that it appears on the surveillance screen and is locked by the program of the Tower of the Great Sage, the result is self-evident. Chakvis only said, "What a pity." In the picture, the encircled association's chariots and horses discover the enemy's traces. This guard is composed of warriors directly affiliated with the association. Not only are they experienced, but they also have various magic props provided by the association. They could also detect the enemy's situation in the dark and avoid the dilemma of being attacked at night. It's just the huge disparity in numbers that makes the members of this escort team look a little flustered, even a little desperate. But they still relied on the empty carriages and set up defensive formations. Knowing that the opportunity for a surprise attack had passed, the men in the encirclement no longer carefully concealed themselves. They formed a tighter formation and surrounded the middle chariot and horse team from several directions. The horn of attack and the cry of killing sounded at the same time, and hundreds of powerful warriors launched a charge. At the same time, the automated program of the Tower of the Great Sage also launched an attack directly from the alert state. The magician staying in the core room knew nothing about what was happening outside except for the footage captured by the surveillance cameras. The arcane eye on the top of the Great Sage's tower had already turned its direction and looked at the location of the night ambush. At the same time, the magic circuit on the top of the tower glowed with an ominous red light, which frightened the magicians outside the tower. The people in the tower were staring closely at the scene observed by the arcane eye, which was several decades away. And at the moment when the program of the Tower of the Great Sage prompted the attack to start, I silently counted in my heart. In less than 10 breaths, the attack has arrived. The bullets of light are like torrential rain, and those who receive them will die. Many people looked at the big holes in their chests with disbelief and fell down helplessly. But more people kept their charging expressions and died in the frenzy. Hundreds of powerful men were all killed in one breath, without missing a beat. Although everyone watching the surveillance was mentally prepared, seeing the power of the magic tower with their own eyes still left them speechless. But at the campsite, the expected battle was over before it even started. The night attackers died on the way to the charge. The intensive light bomb technique falling from the sky accurately exploded everyone's chests. The surrounded members of the escort team, seeing this scene, should have been grateful to have survived the disaster. But in reality they looked at each other, confused as to what was going on. The two young apprentices also had similar expressions. It's not that they didn't understand the power of the great sage's tower, but they didn't expect that they were so far away from the tower, and still within the protection range. As for the former Demon King, who saw the power of the magic tower for the first time, he was not surprised at all, but more curious. She lifted up the man who had wrapped herself in a thick cloak with one hand, and this move also frightened many people who were paying attention to her. But a certain lich didn't care. She held Lin's back collar like a cat and asked, "What's going on?" The man who was shaken awake by some heartless lich wanted to curse loudly, but even in the confusion when he just opened his eyes, he knew that his opponent could not win, so he could only swallow it. Faced with Lin's question, Lin yawned loudly and then said, "They're all dead? It's such an obvious thing, so you shouldn't wake me up to ask." Lifting the person and turning his face toward him, then asked again, "What's going on?" "Yeah." Looking at those sparkling eyes, Lin probably knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he wouldn't want to sleep, so I could only answer helplessly. "This starts from the last time, when 2 little girls were injured by vampires who invaded the tower. Before that, the attack had to be started manually. Accuracy, yes. It can effectively avoid accidental injuries, but the reaction speed is not fast enough. It is not easy to wait until you are injured or held hostage before launching an attack. So I simply planned the rules for automated attacks. Becomes part of the magic trap." Chapter 112 Release. After hearing someone start to explain, then let go of his hand and let it fall back to the ground. Lin, who lost his balance for a moment, fell directly to the ground. But he didn't take it seriously at all. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and continued. "The original rules were looser. For example, the magic tower would not attack until it hurt someone or saw blood. But it didn't happen until they were driven away. Tower. I just laugh at myself. What am I afraid of being accidentally hurt? No matter how much I think about helping others, no matter how much I do, I am still regarded as a thorn in the flesh by some unimportant people. It is conceivable that the next journey will not be too peaceful. So I changed the judgment rules. As long as certain behaviors are met, it will be regarded as hostile and attacked. It is common for people to be killed for being disrespectful to magicians. So I don't care. If you were injured accidentally, you would be dead. Who dared them to act threateningly in front of the magician? I just didn't expect that those people were a bunch of impatient idiots who came to kill them on the first night. I just deserve to die. Oh, that means that within the range of the arcane eye, I don't even have a chance to take action." Speechless, Lin looked at the slightly disappointed former Demon King and said, "It should be almost as you said. What's the range?" The newcomers upgraded the tower's arcane eye building. "It can be used all day long. It doesn't matter. Is the observation range increased? After the upgrade, they didn't give me a chance to test it. So I don't know. I guess someone will come to kill me next. Let them be the experimental subjects, and see where the arcane eyes of the great sage's tower are at. Anyway, it's not me." Complaints full of resentment made this night almost become Lin's personal show. Everyone looked at the dead people outside the defensive circle, and the former tower master who was talking nonsense. No one knew what to say, even if it was a conversation between companions. The elite warriors who work for the masters are also well-informed people, and know very well when to be quiet and when to speak. But as today, situations that left them speechless were rare. Everyone has mixed feelings in their hearts, and they don't know where to start. After days of insomnia, Lin's energy had already reached its limit. Until today, he finally no longer couldn't sleep, but just slept to death. While sleeping, I vaguely felt someone moving me, but someone didn't care, and didn't even think about opening his eyes. He just indulged himself. I finally woke up in the rickety carriage. Not that I was full of sleep or refreshed. Simply woke up from hunger. When Lin woke up, he took out the dry food from his bag and ate it dryly. Then he looked at the sky aimlessly, not wanting to talk to anyone else. The realism of losing the magic tower is only slowly coming back now. Before this, in addition to keeping myself very busy, so busy that I had no time to think wildly, I also had more or less unrealistic hopes. It was like a meteorite falling down, killing everyone else, and smashing the plain gap of the gate of the abyss along the way, making the demons lose their temper. But once I had some free time, the wave called cruel reality hit me, and I was almost overcome by frustration. With a pair of dead fish eyes, his head was not functioning at all. Logically speaking, this is the best state for meditation. But Lin is just wasting his life now. During this time, Halumi and Kaya felt more or less betrayed. Although he didn't show off his intentions and complain to his teacher, he was still in a Cold War situation and didn't want to say a word. As for the heartless teacher, he ate when he needed to, slept when he needed to, and even helped the people who robbed his home. Originally, they thought that their teacher didn't care about such things, and that all decisions were made arbitrarily by him. So the girls accumulated more dissatisfaction. But today it seems that the whole thing is not without blow to my teacher. But it was just not shown before. Looking at his teacher's appearance, it would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. But they also understand that as half-grown women, their menstrual period has come. And according to the standards of MIDI, they are already adult women. And they can no longer look at them with the eyes of children. Even though they are only 13 years old now, they are still powerless in many cases. So they can only turn to another mature woman for help. The former Demon King who was originally buried in the screen and keyboard of water mirror magic, but also has a sense of escapism. On the one hand, the mysterious version of the portable computer, the first coffin, made with purple level magic stone as the core, is a very novel toy, and a certain lich is studying it with great joy. However, as a person who is powerful enough to dominate the world, then is still very careful about the things around him. Don't let yourself be so focused that you ignore the danger. The watery and pitiful expressions of the two little girls could hardly help but attract the attention of a certain lich. Following the girl's eyes, then saw the former tower master in a daze. She sighed slightly, put down the coffin on her thigh, stretched her body lazily, and after changing into a more comfortable position, she said, "You look like you're looking away, but that means you've put it down, or gave up." Even if he was asked by name, it took Len a short while to come back to his senses. With refocused eyes, he looked at the person asking the question, said, "What kind of thing is it? What's the significance? After all, it can't change reality. Of course there are differences. Tolerating blindly will not bring good results. People who hate you, greedy people, ignorant people, stupid people, these people will step on your head intentionally or unintentionally. Even if you only fight back when you have no choice but to show strength. People who are used to your retreat and tolerance will not take this occasional outburst seriously. They would rather bet that you will still retreat and swallow your anger. But what they don't know is that emotions will not disappear for no reason. They will only accumulate. If all this does not destroy yourself, then you will destroy others and eventually become the devil." Listening to Finn's words, Lin felt something was wrong and asked back, "Are you talking about me or yourself?" Realizing that he was inexplicably stuck in memories, Finn smiled contemptuously, as if he was mocking himself. She said, "It seems that we have more similarities than you think, don't we? Then, is there any solution?" Lin asked weakly. In fact, he didn't expect to get any answers. He just chewed his teeth and found something to talk about casually. He continued, "You have lived for such a long time, so you won't spend the second half of your life just taking revenge on society. There will always be times when you have nothing to do, thinking that if it had been like that, you wouldn't be so miserable. Then tell me what solutions you have thought of." Seeing a certain man regain his energy a little, Finn tilted his head, thought for a moment and said, "Have you ever carefully observed a carnivorous beast? When it bares its teeth and cracks its mouth at you, it actually means that it doesn't want to fight you. So it shows a threat, hoping to force the person away. If it bites, it is just out of helpless self-defense, not hostility. But when it is calm and does not show any threat, it represents two possibilities. One is waiting for the best opportunity to kill with one blow. The other is too old to be able to bite. It is very interesting that humans think that they are a more advanced species than beasts. But so you follow the rules. But you are no different from a wild beast. When you bare your teeth and slit your mouth at people, most people will retreat, but when you remain silent, they will only treat you as a non-threatening wimp, repeatedly advancing, whether you are waiting for a fatal blow, or you are unable to fight back for various reasons. But to the people on the other side, your initial performance is the biggest reason for them to offend you. No one cares about you at all. If you are cornered, you will bite. If you do bite, it will be your fault. They will have more reasons to be resentful and wonder why you didn't just let them bully you." Finn's long speech made Lin confused. A certain man was stunned and looked at the speaker. After a while, Lin said, "I thought you would just talk casually, but I didn't expect you to take it seriously. What do you want to hear? 1,000,000 ways to kill people? Stop it. No. I just thought that if I had suffered those things and saw others following in my footsteps, I would be very happy. I would not seriously try to persuade others. In your mind, am I such a bad person? Then asked slightly, but he smiled and said, Okay, I admit that I am. Watching others suffer the same hardships that I have suffered is indeed. It's quite refreshing. But I don't want that person to be you. Hearing this inner confession, it was as if the resentment in my heart for days had been washed away, and all the unhappiness had been washed away from my mind. No matter how dull Lin was, his ears were red at this time. His head was lowered, and it took him a long time to say, Thank you. Whether you love her or not is not a matter of secondary importance. The important thing is that Lin hasn't felt this concern in a long time. He doesn't even know how to respond. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, which also put a certain Lich into a dilemma. As if to break the ice, Finn asked, How do you deal with situations like this in your hometown? Lin has never been shy about talking about the earth in front of his two young apprentices. But most of the time I still don't say it. Not to keep it secret, just because I'm too lazy to speak. Now that he was asked, he thought seriously for a while and said, In my hometown, you have to stand at attention when you are beaten, and you have to nod when you are scolded. In short, you cannot fight back. Only then can you use your identity as an innocent victim to seek asylum from public power. Otherwise, most people who uphold justice will choose to hit each other 50 times. To turn big things into small things and small things into nothing. This time Finfin was dumbfounded. For a long time, she didn't know how to comment. Finally, he squeezed out a thought and said, It's such a ghost place. And you still want to go back all day long? Onagashima is my home. Chapter 113 What is Power? People's mood is very strange. Because with a word or a change of thought, the world will be different. What is lost, and this cannot be changed. But Lin also broke free from the regret of losing. During the rest of the journey, he sometimes followed the carriage on foot, humming a tune. Sometimes he would pull two dogs and run into the forest alone to hunt, and add dishes to the day's dinner. When he began to enjoy this 3-year-old trip from an optimistic perspective, the people around him were also uncomfortable with it. Watching people go from one extreme to another will also make the person watching crazy. They always feel that either that person is crazy or they are crazy. The two young apprentices were so depressed that they wanted to give their teacher a slap in the face. If the carriage team had a scheduled itinerary to catch up with, and later had to deliver a lot of supplies to the tower of the great sage, and would not have spent time waiting for a hitchhiker, Lin might have gone crazy all the way. It was as if he wanted to use another extreme method to wipe away the pent-up grievances he had held in his heart. Such a rash action would be quite dangerous for the person being targeted. But except for the attack on the first night, the rest of the journey was quite quiet, as if it had been forgotten by the world. Even on the camping night, Lin ignored the group of guard soldiers who were indifferent or fearful. He sang the tunes of his hometown happily. But unfortunately, he didn't open the music skill tree, and his tone-deaf singing voice made others miserable. At this time, the two young apprentices looked at the Lich for help. Originally, Thum was not going to care about the guy's mood since he was trying to get the former tower owner out of his troubled state. Just saying that I feel good enough to sing is torturing myself. So I have to find a way to solve it. Although she had objections to the broken voice. In fact, from Finn's observation, things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. At least, she saw the possibility of exploring the reality of the world in depth. And to guide the people in front of you, you have to discuss the issues you avoided before. Do you know what the nature of power is? A certain former demon king suddenly spoke, interrupting his interest. After a while, Lin said, Are you asking me? How pitiful, God! It would be an honorable act to make you stop poisoning my ears. Yes, of course. I am talking to you. Oh, it's the topic from before. There was no discomfort at all. Singing was an act of self-pleasure, and Lin didn't have to sing, since Finn brought up a topic that had aroused his interest before. Of course, he continued the discussion. He said, Since your previous sentiments, I have thought about this question: what is the nature of power? Although he was not sitting upright, Lin still straightened his body, looked directly at his predecessors, who had traveled further than himself on the journey of magic, and said, Power is an indescribable energy, a kind of wave, through a specific medium, or the way it operates according to the rules, can produce a certain force and affect a certain range. This is magic. If that's the case, then it would be better to call it mana or mana. Why are there 8 types of powers? Well, Lin never thought about this issue. He also didn't want to improvise and talk nonsense on the spot. He spread his hands, indicating that he had no solution. Thence I added, for example, Keel, Jiangming, and Damba. What is the relationship between them? Well, it is a universal currency in the lost world. It is minted in most countries. Generally speaking, the exchange ratio is 1 Keel for 10 rivers, or 200 Damba. The exchange and exchange ratio in various places will vary depending on the money. There is a slight difference in purity. It's the value you place on it, seeing them as similar things. But what's the essence of it? Is it the same? Is it money just money? This was Lin's first thought. However, my ancestors played the white horse is not a horse so smoothly. If you want to play the debate openly, Lin may not be able to win. If you argue sophistry, and don't argue that the lich in front of you is a scum, you will have wasted your journey from the earth. But if you do this, you have to risk the anger of a certain former demon king. If he really takes action, it will definitely be his turn to become a scumbag, and there is no other outcome. So it is unlikely to play sophistry. Is that playing philosophy? The source of all knowledge must come from an ancestor who asked the first, why, since the beginning of the world, and then created a civilization. In the process of civilization development, people continue to give things value and meaning. It seems beautiful and enriches the connotation of civilization. But it also conceals the essence of things. 1 KIR is equal to 10 rivers in gold coins, and equal to 200 tambars in silver coins, and 1 copper coin. This is their value as money in the world of lost land. But gold is not silver, and certainly not copper. Not only do they have different colors and weights, but they also have different atomic numbers. Before the act of trading, of course, there was no such thing as money. Gold is just gold, and silver is just silver. Of course they are different things. And what does Finn want to explain through the metaphor of gold, silver and copper coins? The initial question is, what is the nature of power? Why are there 8 powers? And why can such inexplicable things, after certain procedures and arrangements, produce supernatural results? Many issues become increasingly unclear and confusing during the transformation of the magic tower. Although the magic tower is regarded as a large circuit board, the magic energy is regarded as electricity. And then programs are written to computerize the magic tower. Many problems have not been solved and have only been vaguely mentioned. Lin has asked these 3 words why countless times in his mind. After obtaining the means to detect power and defining its magnitude, Lin used this method to detect all observable objects. The magic stone that maintains a balanced state acts on the consumption of magic. The bones of the original lich, even himself, and of course his 2 apprentices. Then, I don't understand even more. For mana and power to be perfectly preserved in artifacts, they must maintain a balanced proportion. But in the human body, this is not the case. Where is mana and power stored in the human body? Internal organs, bones, muscles, and cells can be said to be everywhere. But they are not a whole. But they form a whole. Quite convoluted. In fact, Lin can't give a better explanation at this stage. The mana and power stored in different parts of the human body have their own balanced proportions, and even have obvious emphasis. The only thing that is the same is that all 8 powers will exist. There cannot be only 7, or 6, or even less. Then the most interesting thing is that when using magic, the amount of power consumed by magic is not equal to what it pays. In other words, people will generate entropy during the process of casting spells, which is different from the situation of casting spells in a magic tower. How much mana and power the tower consumes with magic will produce corresponding power. Any additional losses can be found during the process. For example, the magic channel is long, and the switching between magic circles is hindered. Switching between different functions must go through the steps of closing and reopening. Although this time will be short enough that people cannot detect it, it actually produces additional consumption. This was most obvious when making the 4 guns that were Finn's exclusive weapons. Considering the problem of mutual interference of micro-magic arrays, many ideas have been tried, including knowledge from the earth and magic knowledge from the lost world. But there is still no gratifying progress in energy conversion efficiency. If we really want to say that there has been progress, that is, from the situation where he collapsed after firing 8 shots to being able to fire 9 shots and still stay awake. However, Lin didn't dare to fire the 10th shot. The feeling after the mana and power was drained was really terrible, and he didn't want to try it again. However, these problems don't seem to be a problem when it comes to the lich, who has many secrets. Without using magic stones for energy, and purely using his own mana as the source of energy for shooting, the number of times Finn can shoot is, I don't know, The trigger of the gun is still retained. After all, this is the most intuitive shooting judgment. From was using 2 guns, holding the trigger and firing continuously for about 30 minutes. He fired like a maniac. About 30,000 rounds in a row. And the 2 guns totaled 60,000 rounds. The eldest lady's patience was gone. Not going to test it to the limit. Originally, Lin thought this was because there was a gap in the accumulation of mana and power between the 2 people. After all, that was an immortal lich who created a dark age of 200 to 300 years and ruled the world for most of the dark age. Just comparing with age, I am not even a fraction of others. Now that I think about it carefully, maybe there is not only a difference in accumulation, but also the difference in mana and power between the 2 people. Even, are mana and power different things? Oh, your thoughts are jumping so fast. I just asked a question, and this is what you thought of. Then showed admiration in his eyes, and looked at the man in front of him again. It's not entirely true, but you've definitely crossed a threshold, she said. With such a clear reminder, Lin gradually understood the essence of some of the 8 powers, and what they might be. Taking a similar example from the Earth, there is no doubt that the most important thing throughout modern society on Earth is electricity. However, there are many sources of electricity, whether it is green energy such as wind power, hydropower, solar energy, or traditional fire power and nuclear energy. Most of them remain in the research and experimental stage, such as geothermal and tidal energy. There are various sources, and it is quite unreasonable to treat all power generation methods equally by simply using the kilowatts generated, because the energy produced by the complete fission of 1 kilogram of uranium-235 is approximately equal to the energy released by the complete combustion of 2,500 tons of coal. So the same weight of uranium is worth 2.5 million times that of coal. Putting aside the theoretical value and actual energy conversion efficiency, coal cannot be used to make an atomic bomb. Chapter 114: The Nature of Power. So, if mana and power are different things, and mana is the energy that supports the operation of magic, then what is power? Lin's question, and judging from the looks in Halumi's and Kaya's eyes, was also a question for the 2 girls. Then didn't intend to show off, and said directly, the so-called power, in my era, is the qualification to use words to command everything in the world. Only when the qualifications are not enough, you need to pay other prices in exchange. This is so concise and clear that it cannot be said more succinctly. Just like an official. As long as the official position is high enough and the power is strong enough. If you want to do something, with an order or even a look, someone will naturally handle it well without having to pay the price. If the official is not high enough and the power is not powerful enough, of course he has to pay people to do things. Whether you spend more or less money is of course related to whether things are done properly or not. Since when does playing magic mean the same thing as being an official? But if you think about it seriously, this is really the case. Because of the magic that has been passed down for a long time. Although the pronunciation of the spell is difficult to pronounce, the content translated into vernacular is nothing more than, I am very awesome. So using my name as an order, so-and-so will immediately come under my command and follow my instructions. What I want you to do includes bang bang bang. And the method is bang bang bang. After listening to my instructions, give me instructions immediately. Or execute them when or after certain conditions are met. If I want you to go east, if you dare to go west, I will make you look good. And so on. Of course, in today's era, that I is no longer me. So most of the content has been changed to, because someone is awesome, I give orders in his name. And blah blah blah. The last sentence became, if I want you to go east, if you dare to go west, I will let him give you a good look. And so on. Simply put, after the content of the spell is translated, it is nothing more than words such as command, coercion, inducement, etc. It is very strange that these words can form a certain pattern, a certain rule, so that future generations can accomplish the same thing as long as they follow the rules. If you do this, there is no way to succeed. Most of the seniors on the magic path will tell you that this is a lack of accumulation of your magic power. So please work harder. Perhaps in this era, they meant that the amount of payment was insufficient, but in the ancient times before the Dark Ages created by Yongfen, this sentence was also applicable, but it pointed in a different direction. If you think about it carefully, there are so many different flavors to using magic. However, although what's been said is understandable, there are still many things that are unclear. Ignore the 2 apprentices for now. Their level is too low to think carefully about the factors behind it from the existing clues. Of course, Lin asked about the things he didn't understand one by one. Then what kind of, energy is accumulated through our daily meditation? It doesn't seem right. Mana is okay. But what should power be? What you have accumulated through the meditation rituals of the 8 gods, based on my observations during this period, should be a medium that has both power characteristics and mana characteristic. In other words, it is a mixture of 2 different but similar powers, accumulated in the body. When used, it is still converted into mana for output, but it still has the ability to accumulate in your body bit by bit. From a certain perspective, Thin's statement also explains why after offending the 8 gods, they were unable to use their authority to directly set a fire in the magician's body. Just like the gods deal with the traitors in the church, they directly burn the divine power borrowed and accumulated by the traitors from past prayers. They can only prevent the masters from further accumulation. Seeing that Lin was still thinking carefully, Thin added some opinions of his own and said, "From my perspective, using meditation rituals to gain more power now is faster and more convenient than in the past. But shortcuts always have a price. And what is obtained through those gods will also be controlled by gods. However, the magicians of this era do not seem to care about such things. In other words, everyone just has too low a vision and doesn't realize that they need to care about such things." Lin sighed with a bitter smile. But there is no need to think too much. Lin still has more questions that he wants answered. Then how do you use the power and mana you mentioned? It must be somewhat different from the current method of casting spells. There is a difference, but it's not big. There is no question of whether to use power or not. You have said it. As long as you are qualified, things will come true. And mana, that is, the energy stored in the magic stone, was in the past. In the era, it was used on fixed magic circles, or on some runes and scrolls, for some magic traps and long prayers. It was very annoying to repeat them every time, so I would use them. External objects can easily achieve the desired purpose. This is also what I want for the purple one," Thin said, while pointing to the head coffin placed aside. And the purple one presumably refers to the purple-level magic stone placed in the first coffin. That's why I was very surprised. The magic stone I have seen, and the energy pool of the magic tower, contain most of the energy is similar to the 8 powers, and maintains the balanced proportion. But the purple one contains the real power. If this kind of thing were discovered in the previous era, even the one I mentioned, those magic props have not made good use of the power contained in the magic stone. Until today. To this day? What do you mean? Thin did not answer immediately, but gave Lin a thoughtful look and said, "Programming the 8 powers. The first thing that surprised me is that before this, I always thought that magic circles, or anything else, must be programmed through spells cast by external objects can only use converted mana, but cannot directly use powers. However, the programming language based on the 8 powers breaks this understanding. The Tower of the Great Sage undoubtedly uses 8 powers to drive the magical effects of its friends." Thin did not continue to talk, but concentrated his energy and recited the incantation in a low voice. Although I have never seen the Lich in front of me cast spells a few times, the few times I have seen her cast spells are easy and carefree. I have never seen her show such a serious expression. Is this a forbidden spell of mass destruction? But Thin just set up a water mirror screen in front of him and opened the forum. Then Lin was shocked. The reason for being frightened was not only because Thin did not use the established program structure of the browser magic stone, but cast his own spell from scratch. The complexity of the browser program is not comparable to the entry-level hello_world. At least I, the founder, cannot do such a thing. But Thin did not stop casting spells. The sound of spells continued, and the second water mirror screen was quickly established. She was not doing something pointless like opening 2 forums, but placed 2 water mirrors opposite each other. Then a ball of light the size of a fingernail shot out from the water mirror on one side and submerged into the water mirror on the other side. What is this going to show? As soon as Lin's doubts arose in his mind, he saw 2 light balls following the same trajectory, shooting out from one side and sinking into the other. Then 3, 4. The more light balls, the faster the speed. In the later stage, it was almost impossible to distinguish the boundary between the balls, and compared with the original light ball the size of a fingernail, it is now almost like a large light block smashing into the other from one side. I vaguely guessed the principle of magic displayed in front of me, and in surprise, the light block suddenly turned into a ball of light again. starting a new reincarnation. Lin was convinced at this time. He asked with a trembling voice in shock. This is an infinite loop. How did you do it? Lin had made a lot of preparations for the computerization of the magic tower before entering the tower of the great sage. After settling in, there was a tower to experiment with. And of course, I tried a lot of things that would have been impossible without the tower. But among such a large amount of research, there is one thing that I have always wanted to do, but have no clue about it. And that is the programmed application of self-casting spells. All of Lin's spellcasting processes are still the same as in the past. The spells are combined with gestures and spellcasting media to construct a spell model that has been passed down since ancient times. After providing the required power, the magic is completed. Now, in front of him, Lin had done what he had always wanted to do. So he was not surprised. The number of light balls increases, and the same behavior is repeated. This is undoubtedly the manifestation of an infinite loop in the program. In the later stage, a large block of light suddenly turned back into a ball of light, which was like recalculating after exceeding the numerical range. Before Lin could ask again, Lin said, This is the second thing that surprised me. Before this, the only way to use power was to recite incantations and command everything. But with the help of the spell model structure of this era, coupled with your program syntax, you can accomplish more things that previously required more complicated methods. Not to mention what changes it will bring to the current world. Even for me, it is also a benefit. A lot. Oh. The other person seemed to be in a good mood. So Lin asked shamelessly, Rather than what surprises you, I want to know how you did this without relying on magic stones that store good programs. Smiling slightly, the mood that was originally slightly excited due to admiration calmed down again at this moment. Then showed that cynical expression and tone again, and said, Consider these things after you can truly grasp the power. Otherwise, all this will be harmful to you. Then, what should I do to truly have power like you said? Lin's question. The two girls also looked expectantly in their eyes, and listened with their ears pricked up. In response, a certain lich showed a helpless expression, shrugged and said, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Is this another talent-based thing? Lin complained slightly. The girls also looked disappointed. Chapter 115 Actually, what I traveled through was knowledge, strength, authority, faith, wealth, dexterity, perception, and mystery. These 8 powers have their own ways to train themselves. And this is the power to command all things in the world. If someone has more, naturally others will there are fewer people. Therefore, in my era, there were many murders for this reason. So in most cases, no one would fully teach them their methods. But they might just want to take them. It's just used as experimental materials. Or to handle some chores. If apprentices want to learn real knowledge that is not passed on, they can only learn it with their own eyes. And don't expect others to teach it. Seeing the disappointed expressions of the 3 people in front of him, then felt amused and continued. But I have told you my method a long time ago. And you should have confirmed it with your eyes. But you just didn't realize it. That's all. Oh. Yeah. What is that? My bones are forged. Or do you think I do such things only when I have enough to eat and have some leisure time? Sister, is that kind of thing something ordinary people like us can do? Take it apart, carve it into a magic circle, and put it back together. If you want to modify a doll or model, I have a lot of tips to discuss with you. But today we have to tear apart our own bones. Is this something a human being can do? However, as soon as Lin's thoughts changed, he immediately thought of the crux and said, You will not be an immortal lich as soon as you are born. What method did you use before that? Is it suitable for us now? Fun looked at the 3 masters and apprentices who were vaguely standing on the same side, feeling slightly amused. But she still said, What is the method? Everyone has a method that suits everyone. It is difficult for me to tell you directly, but I can tell you the direction and let you think about it yourself. What kind of method should you use? Exercise. Knowledge. As it sounds. If you have to explain too much, then you are really not suitable to be a magician. Strength. For the same reason. Authority. The external explanation is like the secular definition, but it has another internal explanation, which is the degree of control and understanding of oneself. Faith here does not refer to the degree of superstition in a certain god, but the degree of firm implementation of a certain personality trait. So the good ones are better, and the evil ones are worse. It was difficult for people like hypocrites and duplicities to reach a certain height in the era when Finn grew up. Of course, There are people who regard the behavior of hypocrites as beliefs and achieve success. Wealth, in addition to external money and belongings, also includes factors such as one's own physical health, endurance, physical strength, etc. Dexterity. Without skillful hands, the thief's skillful hands are empty, or the 10-stage accelerator and other skills, let alone how much achievements he has made in this regard. On the other hand, flexible changes in thoughts, the ability to associate with a wide range of things, or to draw inferences from one instance to another, can also be counted here. Perception, in addition to the ability to detect the environment and atmosphere, also requires the ability to infer the factors behind it. And it's not just about some cold facts, but also about feeling the changes in people's thoughts. To put it simply, in addition to being able to talk like a certain comic and talk eloquently with a sip of red wine, you also need to have the insight and reasoning ability of Detective Sherlock Holmes to be considered a small achievement. Mystery, the curiosity to explore all unknown things, or the elusiveness of hiding oneself among many secrets. More importantly, always keep unknown means or abilities that have not revealed their limits. The exercises and practices based on these 8 directions are the methods of accumulating one's own power in Fen's era. This path goes to the extreme, which is to elevate oneself to another level of life. A transcendent. And then, a god. Correct. It's the gods. It turned out that after his resurrection, Fen was puzzled and confused about the gods that still existed in the lost world. Because in her era, all those gods fell, and no god escaped. So her era was also called the Dark Age. After hearing that there were gods in the world, the newly resurrected elder sister almost went back to killing gods. Later it was discovered that none of those little gods knew each other, which meant that these gods only ignited the divine fire and achieved godhood after their own death. Since there is no hatred, she will not engage in any revenge to kill the gods. As for Lin, he questioned whether there would be ancient gods who could survive and change their names to become new gods. Fen's explanation is very clear. Even if he just changes his name, it is equivalent to dying and living again. He is already a different existence. There is no grudge anyway. So of course, the word revenge is meaningless. As for a certain lich's deep grudge against the ancient god, let's put it aside for now. After listening to the practice methods of the 8 powers, what do Lin think? Once, he thought he had traveled to a magical world. Now, he realized that what he traveled through was actually the world on the cultivation side. This gap made him want to shout, "Where are the purple and green swords? Where is Shushan? I want to join the Ame sect and hug my thighs." Compared with the 2 young apprentices, they thought hard and discussed how they could find ways to move forward on these 8 paths. Lin Zai's face was ashen, and he was lying in the corner of the carriage. The complexity of this world is far beyond your imagination. Of course, the danger is the same. And most importantly, there is no soil in which otakus can survive. He hadn't even started farming and fighting for hegemony yet. But he was trapped in a tower and was kicked out, facing a precarious life. However, the different behaviors of the 2 groups made Fen, who was watching, amused. With a bit of a smile, she said, "Actually, I didn't want to tell you this originally. You know what made me change my mind?" Harumi burst out with words such as, "Because I'm cute," and "Oni-sama likes us the most," and so on, which are so innocent that you can't help but laugh at them. Kaya was also there, talking to each other every now and then. Fen didn't deny it, just rubbed their little heads lovingly. Then someone's bad habit messed up their hair. Lin seemed to be heartbroken and said feebly, "You just want to play a prank. Look at my desperate expression. Your expression is wonderful. But I'm not saying this just for this kind of thing." "Oh." Lin still looked dead. This made Fen feel angry and funny, and said, "Didn't I say it before? Power is the qualification to command all things in the world. And the level of this qualification is that the more you know and master, the more you can possess. Great power. And I have also said that when you have more than a certain level of power, you can only go further by plundering the parts that others have. So in my era, I killed people and fought for this matter. Is a very common thing. So?" A certain man still looked like a dead man. "You don't realize that you have an advantage that others don't have. And it's a huge advantage that you can't touch or even think of. There's no such thing as playing." Although he retorted, Lin could taste it a little bit. What are your unique advantages that others can't even think of? That is of course everything on Earth. Earth's humanities and history. Earth's art and culture. Earth's scientific knowledge. Earth's animation and movies. Just take them and bring them to the Lost Land, They are all unique. Unless there are other people who are time travelers like you. Fen continued. When you hum those songs in the language of your hometown, you are vaguely stimulating the power that truly belongs to power. I saw it. And I will tell you this. Is this okay? It's not because I sang too badly that it caused dissatisfaction and commotion among those powers. Hey, you are self-aware. But the signs I saw are not wrong. The only thing you have to think about is how to acquire the entire world without the power of anyone to get involved, so as to obtain the qualifications to give orders. If you can't, then everything is in vain. Listening to these encouraging words, Lin was relieved of his depression. But he became confused. What do you need to do to gain control over the world? How to train yourself so that you can move forward on the path of cultivation? Oh, no. Magic. There are no answers to these questions. So during the rest of the journey, Lin also frowned. But the reason behind it was different. Originally he was worried about his life, which made him frown all day long. Now it was an unsolvable problem that made him look sad all day long. But as the saying goes on Earth, it's not important to get the right answers. It's important to ask the right questions. Now that we have the right question and the right direction, the next answer can be figured out even by trial and error. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about it and continued to ask for more in depth. But a certain lich who lived in the old era said that there is no normal method for these roads. Only by overcoming obstacles and creating your own path can you go further. Then someone becomes more and more confused. When he woke up from his situation, Lin couldn't help but admire Fen. This can be regarded as a successful shift in their focus. Not only did they not let themselves continue to feel sorry for themselves and hate the world, but they also gained some peace and quiet. The two girls don't have that much burden. To them, it's all something they don't know anyway. With their accumulation of knowledge, it is impossible for them to figure out the reason just by thinking on their own. So they openly pester the lich and former devil king, asking about everything they didn't know. Use it as nourishment for progress. Constantly revise and move forward. As for Fen, apart from occasionally guiding the two girls on questions that were so simple that she sometimes didn't know how to explain them, and appreciating someone's depressed expression, she just competed with the show coffin. Because he no longer had an energy pool and could no longer squander it. Fen paid extra attention and caution when designing the program. Most functions are temporarily closed on the initiative. This is also done to protect the rare purple level magic stone. After all, when writing a program, who has never encountered a situation where the program crashes or the loop cannot be completed? On Earth, the most you can do is force a reboot. In the Lost Land, Lin also exploded a lot of red magic stones for this purpose. Neither he nor Fen wanted to try the rare ones that could not be bought with money to see if the purple ones were harder and would not explode. But it feels like the purple one will be more bold. Chapter 116 Plain War Preparations. At the Tower of the Great Sage, preparations for the Abyss War are in full swing. The first wave of Magician Coalition forces in Shijia District has almost assembled. The 500 magicians were divided into 5 columns according to wartime regulations. Several special teams began to arrange their own tasks and became familiar with each other. Avoid chaos when war begins. But the preparation for the Abyss goes far beyond that. The first foreign aid to arrive was 300 soldiers sent by Queen Julia III from the nearest Frankish kingdom. At the same time, he informed everyone that when the war was about to begin, he would personally lead several teams of the mysterious church temple warriors to join the war. This kind of war between planes is not the matter of any single force. Suppose that because the gate of the Abyss is open near the magic tower, others are unwilling to send troops to assist. When the front line is breached, who can guarantee that the evil forces will not spread towards their homeland? It is the consensus of the world to block the attack on the front line as much as possible. Not to mention the current Tower of the Great Sage. There is enough time for the human side to prepare. If we give up such an advantage, we can only say that we are unqualified as the leader of a force. Therefore, reinforcements from all over the southwestern peninsula and from nobles of all sizes kept coming. There were also some adventurers and mercenaries who did not belong to any country's army. They also spontaneously came to the Tower of the Great Sage and organized an uprising under the leadership of several well-known warriors. Of course, the 3 Magician Association branches in the southwest peninsula, except for Shijia District, will not be absent from this war. The first one to arrive was surprisingly the airship from Leon District. A boatload of magic elites arrived, and cheers could be heard from all over the Tower of the Great Sage. As the most powerful war weapon in the Lost World, second only to the Magic Tower, the emergence of airships is extremely inspiring. Moreover, The magic tower does not have long legs, so it is impossible for the magicians to carry it on their backs. Compared with the freedom of taking off an airship and the lack of anti-aircraft means in this era, in the minds of many people, the threat of an airship is far greater than that of a magic tower. Furthermore, coming with the airship, Jose Carlos, president of the Leon District branch of the Magician Association, personally confirmed that the coalition forces in the Leon District have been organized and are heading towards the Tower of the Great Sage. This news is much stronger than the indifferent verbal support from the great nobles of certain countries on the forum. The second one to arrive was the Magician Coalition of the Noonan District chapter, which was closer to the Tower of the Great Sage. The same, 500 people, 5 columns, and several special teams. Their elite level is not inferior to the magicians in Shijia District. After all, in the upcoming war, it is meaningless to compete with the demons on which side has more cannon fodder, and who is less afraid of death. In the shortest possible time, the most correct approach is to concentrate the greatest strength to repel the enemy, and close the door to the abyss. Seeing that the area around the Tower of the Great Sage has been opened up into a large military camp, the warriors and magicians who were used to fighting were practicing battle formations that could gather everyone's strength most efficiently. But everyone's mood was not getting better at all, because the cracks in the sky are clearly visible. If it wasn't still unstable and constantly changing shape, the army gathered on the opposite side might have invaded. But the volcanic terrain and the dim sky that appear from time to time through the cracks only make people's emotions more and more depressed. And this is also true. The atmosphere of this large barrack seems to be full of vitality. But if you take a closer look, you will find that everyone's spirits are tense to the extreme. Maybe start the fight directly. In the midst of the war, everyone will not have time to think wildly. It is a pity that the devil has not officially appeared yet. So everyone can only wait and train themselves until they have no energy to think about other things. Unfortunately, the effect is not effective. No matter how tired they are, people will still worry. After all, the latest war against the abyss was already 100 years ago. The brutality of that war, with its numerous casualties, still frightens local residents to this day, and various tragic stories are circulating on the lost continent. Compared to the depressing atmosphere outside the tower, there is a completely different feeling inside the tower. In every corner, there was a magician, an old man with a gray beard, or a fair-skinned young man. They all concentrated their attention and carefully studied the circuits of the magic tower that were exposed in front of everyone. Some people are copying. Some are counting. Some are arguing about the purpose of putting two mutually exclusive runes together. Some are struggling with everything they see in front of them. But it doesn't make sense to just look at the mana circuit of the Great Sage's tower that has been changed beyond recognition. It also has to be combined with the program that is stored in the energy pool and can be controlled in front of the console to fully present the appearance of the tower. Of course, at the beginning of the transformation, Lin could make the program a program. And the function of the large circuit board of the magic tower was a function of the circuit board design. But he never thought of letting two things exist alone. Combining them together and cooperating with each other can use more convenient methods to get better results. So why do you have to abuse yourself with backward design concepts? And this kind of thinking has caused the pain of the current group of magicians. It is easy to understand the energy circuits all over the tower body, but no one can explain how to make them into a whole. If the original tower owner was still there and someone asked, he would say without reservation, all magic circles will not operate at the same time. Everything is selectively run by program. That's all. It's a pity that that person was not there, and no one asked such a question. Therefore, the group of people who plan to seize the tower can only swallow the bitter fruit. You can only do everything by yourself. And spending so much time studying the magic tower was actually the biggest reason why the magicians on that ship came all the way here. In the name of war, he openly entered the magic tower regarded as the core by others. Then, using the reason of sharing magic knowledge, let the current tower owner open the energy channels of the whole tower, so that everyone can study it happily. Such behavior is something that is impossible to do normally. Then Chakvis, the current tower owner of the Great Sage's tower, does he want to protect the secret of the Great Sage's tower from the prying eyes of others? To be honest, he himself didn't understand the details of this tower. As for the president, Jose Carlos, personally coming forward to suppress him, the apprentice of his own president and teacher, he just followed the trend and asked to share a copy of the research results. And the answer to the question that everyone wants to know is the maximum range of protection that the Tower of the Great Sage can provide when paired with the Arcane Eye. On the night when the original tower owner left, there was an attack far away. and traces of light bullets flew into the distance. But it was seen in the eyes of many people. After that, more than 100 people attacked the carriages and horses of the Magicians' Association and were bombarded by light bombs flying from the sky. The news spread equally quickly on the forum. This is far from the limit of the arcane eyes. The question is, if two magics are paired with each other, can each be 100% effective? There will still be growth or decay due to matching. How to test? From a practical point of view, we can only try it at the risk of human life. Then, whose life? This is the reason why the original tower owner did not encounter any other attacks on his return trip to William City after the attack on the first day. Even the bandits hid far away, not even wanting to see this car and horse team. Before figuring out the ultimate detection range of the arcane eye, the maximum distance that the Great Sage's tower can provide protection, and the conditions for this magic tower to launch an automatic attack, all those with bad intention stopped. It's one thing to target someone for profit, but it's another thing to do it at the cost of one's life. In addition to someone studying the energy circuit of the tower, there is a row of magicians sitting next to the console in the core room, with water mirror screens in front of them. On the screen is a large amount of text that does not conform to the grammar of daily spoken language. They are trying to parse the program in the magic tower. Not only do you want to be able to understand, but you also want to be able to improve. As for what you want to change, it is not enough for outsiders to explain. This work began from the moment Chakvi settled in the Tower of the Great Sage. To this day, nearly a month has passed, but there has been no progress. Several times, Chakvi's had the urge to take out the magic stone and destroy this incomprehensible ghost tower. There were also several times when he wanted to recall the original tower owner and return this confusing tower to him. But the condition was that he had to be on the front line against the devil. Unfortunately, neither thing is allowed, even with so much pressure and criticism from the outside world. The position of Lord Chakvista is still as stable as a mountain. It is not all due to his president and teacher. In fact, the atmosphere outside the tower has almost reached a critical point. Even if someone shouts loudly, it may cause a roar. In this atmosphere, Chakvis is still sitting in that position, more like a reserve who is ready to take the blame in the future. Chakvis understands these principles, but there is no better way. So he simply gave up on figuring out what the Tower of the Great Sage was doing before the war, and how it was used, and put more energy on the arrangement of logistical supplies, the coordination and reorganization of the organizational structure, and more importantly, appeasing the depressed and restless people. In short, to properly manage the number of people outside the tower, which has exceeded 5,000, requires not only talent, but also some reputation. Otherwise, some guys who rely on their elders and show off their talents would never pay attention to a person who is younger and less experienced than them. The name of his own president and teacher is certainly loud enough. But when it comes to his turn, even if he still has the title of Great Magician, there is always some dissatisfaction. How to appease these people also made Chakvis feel a headache. Moreover, the number of people gathering here is still increasing, and it is inevitable that there will be some people who have personal grudges with each other, making arrangements for these people even more difficult. Although the days are just as busy. For Chakvis, at least this is something he can understand. As for the secret of the tower, he had already given up somewhat. Chapter 117: A New Beginning. Different from the home that I had lived in for more than 3 years, but had to leave. The current atmosphere is so tense that people are about to collapse. A group of people from the original tower owner, who didn't know or care, finally arrived at William City. It was also the first time that Lin saw the house that he had bought almost 3 years ago, but had never lived in. The stewards of the Chamber of Commerce and his family, who were friends with him, stood at the gate to greet him, because the two girls had been here once before and lived there for a period of time due to the apprenticeship test. The environment was quite familiar. In addition, all the furniture in the house is ready, so you only need to move your things in and everything will be settled. So they didn't spend too much time on this. The more troublesome thing is the placement of the 2 big dogs. Fortunately, there is a large warehouse in the corner of the backyard. Lin simply transformed it into an extra-large dog house to serve as a shelter for the 2 big dogs. As for the issue of the amount of exercise for the beast, it was left to the 2 people who originally said they wanted to keep it, and they took turns taking the dog for a walk outside the city every day. This requirement cannot be questioned. The carriage team affiliated to the association, after unloading Lin and others' personal belongings, left in a hurry to prepare for the next shipment of goods. Looking at the luggage piled up like a mountain in the courtyard, this is not a big problem for a few magicians. The three masters and apprentices used the light object technique and the giant strength technique to move all the things into the house without even the help of the steward and his family. It's not that Finn doesn't want to help. He's just afraid that if she takes action, it will shock the world. Therefore, Lin strongly requested that the former demon king just play with her head and cough in obediently and not cause any trouble. There are such concerns. In fact, it is because there is something that should be done but has not been done for a long time. And it seems that there is no reason not to do it. That's what Finitical signed up with the association. Do you want to reveal your identity as a former demon king, but now you are a newly resurrected lich? This is the common opinion of Lin and Fin. Living openly and openly under the sun is a very common thing for most people. For Lin, he has never wanted to hide any secrets. Even his identity from Earth does not think it is a fact that needs to be concealed. There are many visitors from other worlds in Lost Land. And I am not the first, nor will I be the last. Most people don't know. Just because no one asked, and he didn't bother to tell. Therefore, he never thought of hiding Fin's identity from others. For Fin, most of her past experiences were byproducts of revenge. So she had no guilt to speak of. She just took back what others owed her, and added some interest. Even if she was really apologetic. The brave men at that time killed her, and were sealed away for thousands of years. She didn't think she owed anything to the world. Wanting to live under the sun is a very natural thing. Of course, all this depends on whether most people can accept it, just like how the two girls treated Fin at the beginning of her resurrection. Lin had not forgotten it. For a man who once ruled the world, and was even the only one in the known history of mystery, who was named the Demon King as a human, and had a lich who killed the gods in his hands. She doesn't have to be hostile. She just needs to exist to make people feel threatened. For such a person, how to convince most people to accept her, or at least stop talking about conquering the Demon King, is a difficult problem. But the benefits are not without them. Before others are fully prepared, I believe no one will dare to provoke the former Demon King. This would make the whole world much cleaner, with fewer flies and mosquitoes. And hide the identity before resurrection and start a new life as a magician? This option is the most stable one. But the downside is Fin's beauty. If there is no corresponding strength, that face will be a disaster. And it is conceivable that if you do this in the future, you will probably end up in the same predicament that Lin encountered before. People who are greedy for beauty come to the door, get angry in the entanglement, or corner a certain lich, and then explode and die. As a former demon king, these bad things have already been experienced once, and they have reached a bad end. After being inexplicably resurrected, Fin didn't want to try it again. If you don't enter the system of the Magicians Association, become a gangster? This is just a matter of discussion. It has never been a consideration. Not to mention that if you want to use the association's resources, you must register. Being able to enter this system actually represents the first step for her to be accepted. As long as you take the first step, the next step will be easy to move forward. If you are just satisfied with being a gangster, you will easily become like a mouse. Normally, no one will see you. But if you are exposed in front of everyone, you will definitely be beaten and killed. Everyone intuitively thought that whether this lich or the former Devil King was hiding in the shadows. There must be an ulterior conspiracy. In this situation, fight first and then talk. If the whole situation turns into this, then Fin will have to start killing everyone and conquering the world again. Simply put, these three considerations are being feared by others as a demon king, but you have to face the possibility of crusade from the human side, pretending to be an ordinary magician, but easily attracting bees and butterflies because of your beauty, which is also troublesome. Finally, even though he is a shady person, as soon as he is exposed, the counterattack may be even more powerful. Therefore, these considerations are neither for reputation nor for any benefit. They are purely thinking towards the situation with the least trouble. If Fin was just an ordinary magician, or even just an ordinary person, with her beauty and dedication, she would be able to live a comfortable life for several years. It's a pity that she is not. Nor does she want to do so in character. The two discussed it for a long time, but they couldn't come up with a solution. Fin doesn't want to be an enemy of the world anymore. But sometimes, these things can't be avoided just by not wanting to. In the end, Lin chose a method of fighting the battle of confusion. He took Fin to the North Tower to register. Since registration and migration of magicians in the association are quite easy, he asked Fin to fill in his full name. At the same time, on the rank side, fill in Great Magician. What is more difficult is the race column. Should I fill in human or lich? Strictly speaking, That is no longer a human race. Her current appearance is actually a perfect body constructed with magic. This means that her physical body is the same as her skeleton. And the 8 powers are in perfect balance. Not perfect in appearance. The appearance can be changed at any time. What she looks like now, according to her, is what it looked like during the human period. But, who knows? Women. Whether others can think of the Demon King from thousands of years ago from that name. This kind of thing is not under his control. Whether you believe she is a lich or has the strength of a great magician. The association has its own testing methods. Just don't expect too much about the efficiency of work in this era. Just wait for notification. However, the association's work methods are not without progress. Originally, applicants must stay near the headquarters and always pay attention to the association's announcements to avoid missing the agreed inspection from Lynn's point of view. It is more like an interview date. Now, applicants are asked to fill in their email address, and they will be notified immediately using the new messaging channel. If you are unable to go, you can make an appointment at another time as long as you reply as soon as possible. This saves the applicant from the dilemma of being tied up near the headquarters, unable to leave, and having to wait. The work of moving back to Wulian City has come to an end for the time being, and all to-do items have been initially dealt with. Next, let's return to how to cultivate the power of worry, and how to advance on the path of magic. How can it be? Perhaps when I first learned about the nature of power from Finn, I felt a lot of confusion. But now that I think about it, that was unnecessary. Now I somewhat understand why the Lich and former Demon King was reluctant to talk about such a topic at first. It really has not reached a certain height. And there are many things that cannot be done at all. Laozi wrote in the Tao Te Ching, governing a big country is like cooking small delicacies. If you want Lin Lai Lai, I will cook you. So what if a common man, with a flat head knows how to govern a big country? Is there any big country that he can rule? So what's the difference between saying this and playing the piano to a cow? Some people may say that one should look at the big picture and see the small. What should be learned is the spirit within, not the outward symbol. When I first learned this article in class, Lin remembered a gangster in his alley. Every time he got drunk at a hot charred stall, he would always say that someone offended him and would drop a nuclear bomb on his house. A guy who doesn't even dare to hold a watermelon knife, and who at most fights people with a bat, always says he wants to drop a nuclear bomb on someone's head. Is he trying to show off his power in the game? Of course, it is undeniable that what he learned from Finn's mouth gave Lin a clear direction to move forward. Although he didn't know where the road was, he at least knew where he was going, which was good for future development. But that doesn't mean that you have to aim high now and worry about how you will become a demigod when you become a great magician one day, when you have the ability of a demigod. How you will further ignite the divine fire. Think too much and think too far. Just take every step in front of you. I didn't see the 2 young disciples who pestered the Lich all day long, causing someone to be on the verge of going dark. If in this era of Lost Land, there is another wave of dark army raised by a certain Lich, our 2 young apprentices will definitely make great contributions. Putting aside the slim hope of returning home, if things continue like this, I might have to return to my hometown early. So Lin began to think of ways to divert his attention. And there happened to be something that he had always wanted to do since he started going on adventures during his apprenticeship. But he didn't have the time or the ability to do it. Now is an appropriate time to change your mood for yourself. Instruct the girls to lock bulky, expensive items that are not conducive to travel into the cabinets. Prepare necessary items and dry food for travel. The most important thing is to bring a big bag of KIR, which is gold coins. This time the destination was a small mountain village less than a day's journey north of Wulian City. It's not really an adventure, and there aren't any monsters raging there. At most, there are some wild beasts that destroy crops. In other words, this time it was more like a relaxing outing. I hope to wash away the grievances I have suffered these days, and cleanse my body and mind in a leisurely vacation. Chapter 118 Mountain Village. Halumi and Kaya were puzzled as to why their teacher was in such a hurry to leave, when they had just arrived at their new home, before their buttocks were still hot. However, in this aspect, the 2 girls never questioned their teacher's decision. This was the way it had been done before. The unfamiliar Lich also chose to follow. It wasn't that she was afraid of being lonely, this was a woman's own statement, it was just that she was alone in the house, and had nothing to do. So she followed. These words made someone want to complain about who was typing haha last night, and pushed 2 girls to ask questions, but he happily typed on the keyboard all night long. If it weren't for the fact that the Lich's need for eating and sleeping was non-essential, Lin would have really admired the other party's concentration. forgetting to eat and sleep. It is indeed a level of life beyond human beings. Just leave. The two big dogs also help the girls share a lot of their luggage, leaning on specially designed backpacks, hunched over on both sides of the body. The secret of the backpack lies in the straps that bind the body. The freely movable buckles allow the two big dogs to stretch out their paws to untie the backpack and regain their flexibility, instead of having to have someone rush to help unpack the two dogs at a critical moment. The destination mountain village was the place Lin had visited when he was just starting out. What impressed me most at that time was the dreamy plant that filled the mountains and valleys, coffee trees. For someone who has done a lot of research and study on coffee while on Earth, he would not be overjoyed to see a wild coffee tree. He picked a few fruits, peeled them open, studied and tasted them, and was sure that these were the coffee fruits that no one cared about in the lost world. Tea and coffee are the same. They were originally used as medicine in the eastern and western worlds of the Earth. Later they developed their own cultures. In the world of Lost World, Lin has never seen a tea tree. But to be honest, even if I saw it, I was powerless and could only look at the tree and sigh. On the contrary, the coffee trees in this mixed forest became an unexpected harvest. Back on Earth, Lin had a lot of experience in the research and production of coffee. This does not mean that someone is light on tea and heavy on coffee. The three major drinks on Earth, tea, wine, and coffee, are ranked in no particular order. No matter which one they are, they are all missed. Needless to say, wine, no matter what kind of race, will come here to do this. It's not difficult to make wine. What's difficult is making good wine that you can drink. If the whole thing goes rancid, it may not even be qualified to be a jealous person, and it will have no choice but to be poured into the ditch. For tea, I have to complain about the ecology of Onigashima. As a part of the tea culture life circle, Dadao's tea making and tea production technology is already quite excellent and mature. The result of mass production is the birth of quite a lot of good tea that is of high quality and low price, and that suits one's taste. For a small price, you can enjoy the results made by others. This kind of convenience makes someone quite unfamiliar with the process of making tea. On the contrary, coffee culture does not have such a good environment. From the beginning, when only a few people accepted it, to the subsequent booming development, coffee faced the same problems as other developing commodities, with good and bad problems. What's even worse is the evil businessmen who use their pretense to deceive people. In this environment, choosing to save yourself is a very reasonable thing. So let someone go from drinking coffee, to brewing coffee, then drinking coffee, to roasting coffee, then brewing it, and then drinking it. Later, he and a group of fellow enthusiasts started researching coffee farming. In other words, Lin has relevant knowledge and experience in coffee production. From the fruit to brewing a cup of coffee and serving it on the table. After traveling to the Lost Land, Lin discovered a vast forest of coffee trees. Lin felt both painful and happy at the same time. Of course, I am happy to see old and familiar friends. The pain was because I had no ability to brew coffee at that time. So I could only let the wild coffee trees let their fruits fall all over the ground. Now that I have free time, I also have money. Lin planned to hire a group of farmers to help him when he arrived in the mountain village. Anyway, it's been a leisure time recently. If you just do it by yourself, even if you add 2 apprentices, how much results can you get in the end? Just imagining it made Lin feel a little desperate. So it is a very reasonable choice to spend money to hire some help and get dozens or hundreds of kilograms back to soothe the recently injured soul. In less than a day's journey, Lin and others arrived at the mountain village near dusk. There are coffee trees all over the mountains and fields, with their red fruits hanging densely from the treetops, which is quite pleasing. It seemed that Lin arrived at just the right time. Lin did not hide the purpose of this trip, so others also knew that this small ripe red fruit was the target this time. When Halumi passed the coffee tree, she picked a few fruits to taste. She popped one into her mouth, and the plain, slightly sweet taste made the girl a little disappointed. So the remaining fruits were stuffed into Kaya's hands. Kaya also tried the taste and felt her teeth grinding. The seeds inside the coffee cherries are really hard. The remaining fruits all went into the mouth of Greyhoof's dog, who told this dog to be closer to the girl with 2 braids on the left and right. But the lich, who also picked the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes lit up, as if he understood the beauty contained in it. But she didn't make much noise, but waited quietly, waiting for someone to bring a surprise from another world. What a pity for these 2 ignorant little girls. It is said that coffee was discovered when a shepherd in the Ethiopian region of Africa discovered that a few sheep in his flock were often particularly excited. After tracking the sheep, they discovered that the thing most likely to irritate the sheep was a fruit from a short tree. Then coffee began its legendary development history. In the world of Lost World, there are elves, druids, potions, and herbal medicine. It stands to reason that there should be considerable room for development of nuclear bomb-level drinks like coffee and tea. In fact, Lin has lived here for more than 10 years, and he has never heard of how these two drinks are praised. Maybe it's not spread widely. Maybe it's because Lin himself is ignorant. In short, someone wants to miss the feeling before time travel. But it is impossible to do so. You can only drink some flower tea that is said to be drunk by the elven nobles, or some unknown grass juice. If you want to be normal, you can only drink some beer with a bitter and sour taste. At first, I thought it was because of the difference between Earth and Mystery that there was no coffee or tea in this new world. But when I first saw the lost coffee trees, my surprise and excitement were indescribable. And that original longing is now about to come true. With such a mood in mind, Lin walked into the mountain village. The remote and barren mountain village cannot welcome many outsiders all year round. Even the merchants can make a huge fortune out of this mountain village just by carrying a big baggage. Today we welcomed an old man who looked like a magician, with two little girls, and a beauty who was so beautiful that no one knew how to comment. There are not many people in poor and remote areas who are bold enough to cause trouble. A rare beauty appears. Which one of these mountain people would not want to kiss her? If there were only 4 of them. Maybe after a while someone would say, that magician thought he was so powerful that he went into the mountains to hunt monsters and never came back. Such rumors circulated. It's a pity that those 2 large dogs with abnormal sizes dispelled everyone's suspicions and even made them worry. As a place where only fleeing goblins come. And the most ferocious animal is the wild boar that likes to destroy fields. How many times have people in this village seen World of Warcraft? If you haven't even seen it, don't say you can defeat the monsters. So a group of people who could command these 2 big dogs came. And the mountain people couldn't help but take the newcomers not seriously. As the speaker and the elder in the village, the old man came tremblingly to say that he spoke on behalf of the whole village. It would be better to say that he was pushed out by everyone as a shield. In order to prevent the magician in front of him from being unhappy, he will send the person he is talking to heaven. This unfortunate guy, oh, no. This honor must of course be given to the most famous old man in the village. Knowing the reason why he was pushed out, the old man looked fearfully at the 2 big dogs standing next to him, standing motionless, and at the same time looked at the inconspicuous magician standing in the center. He said in a trembling voice, Master Magician, what do you need from us when you come to this remote mountain village? I noticed that the old man looked like he saw the god of plague and wanted to send him away quickly, which was not conducive to the subsequent conversation. So Lin used magic tricks to conjure a hidden gold coin. In addition to handing it to the old man's palm, he also carefully closed his fingers to feel the reality of the gold coin in his palm. The old man is not pretentious either. He took the gold coin and put it into his mouth, and tried his teeth at the corners to see if it was harder on the teeth or on the gold coin. The result is quite satisfactory. The gold coins that the magician can get away from will not be worthless money with too many impurities. That old face full of wrinkles smiled like a flower. Do you think the people in the mountains are honest? Do you think people in the mountains are snobbish? In fact, Lin thinks it should be said that they are really good-natured. Disgust is disgust. You don't need to say it out loud. You can see it from your expression. If you like it, you just like it. You won't do one thing in front of others, and another in front of others. You may appear to be submissive on the surface, but secretly stab you one after another. When gold coins opened the way, the attitude of the entire mountain village changed. Lin and his party were invited to the old man's home. Other idle villagers, men, women, old and young, gathered around the old man's house, watching the people outside the mountain from the window or the door. Halumi and Kaya did not enter the house. Only Lin and Fin. Because Lin could probably guess that keeping the 2 dogs present would be more useful than bragging to this group of people about how fierce the former demon king beside him was. But in order to let Grihoof and Whitenose guard the door and not worry the villagers too much, the 2 girls had no choice but to stay with the dog. The discussion in the room has not yet begun, and both parties are still being polite. Outside the house, some brave children were already talking around the 2 big dogs. He even wanted to get close to her and pull at her long hair. However, after the 2 dogs made ferocious expressions of baring teeth and slitting their mouths at the same time, and drooled on the heads of a group of children. Most of the kids dispersed. There were also a few who were stunned and stood beside the big dog, wanting to see what would happen. Kaya didn't care. She only focused on the screen of water mirror technique, sorting out the forum intelligence collection information that the teacher had given her. Halloumi did not stop the behavior of the two big dogs. Instead, as if adding fuel to the fire, she said, "Be good. Don't eat people." Then, of course, the parents who have bad children take away the children who have no eyesight. Chapter 119: The Work of the Villagers. The small commotion outside the house did not enter the eyes of everyone inside. Lin also stated that the purpose of his trip was not to find experimental materials or sacrifice the entire village, nor was it to perform a ritual to summon demons. He came here just for the fruits that filled the mountains and valleys, but no one cared about. Of course, a forest does not only have the yield of one tree or two trees. If that's all it took, he and his two young apprentices could just do it themselves. Anyway, this forest was ownerless, and the villagers could only stare, not daring to do anything to the magician with two huge monsters. However, Lin hopes to pick and process as much as possible, which requires manpower and space to do the work. What more convenient manpower could there be than the mountain people who live in this mountain and worry about food for the winter during the slack period? The requirements are simple. Follow Lin's processing procedures to peel off the pulp and peel of the fruit, leaving only the seeds inside. According to the seed weight of the final product, Lin will be paid accordingly. When he shakes a money bag, it makes a crisp sound that attracts everyone's attention. Then he casually spread the money bag on the table, revealing the yellow color inside. No one questioned Lin's credit anymore, only asking what he wanted to do. Lin Xian picked out 5 gold coins from his purse, pushed it in front of the old man, and said, "This is the deposit I will give you first. It is probably the price we agreed on, and the quantity of 25 barrels of green beans. I expect to stay for a while, until 2 months. If the output of beans during this period is less than XXV barrels, I will not ask you to pay back the remaining money. But if the output is much greater than the amount of XXV, I will of course pay the agreed amount. Pay you what you deserve." Because there is no good sack technology in this world, Lin simply chooses wooden barrels as a preservation method. In terms of breathability, moisture-proof, fresh-keeping, moth-proof, and insect-proof effects, wooden barrels are better than linen bags. The disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it is heavy. But does weight matter to a magician? So Lin didn't consider it. The agreed wooden barrel should be filled with XXX 10 days, which is 30 kilograms of green beans. For every 5 barrels, Lin paid a price of 1 gold, and I could buy half a year's worth of coarse grains for a family of 4. In other words, the 5 gold paid by Lin in advance was enough for everyone in the village to survive a month of winter and still have a surplus. Coupled with their original food reserves and a little more frugality, there is no need to worry this winter. That's right. When the scale of the economy is still in its primitive state, and most people at the bottom have neither spending power nor consumer demand, the purchasing power of Keel, that is, gold coins, is very strong. As for the way to organize and manage manpower, Lin chose the old man in front of him as his window to communicate with the villagers, including giving instructions for work, collecting rewards, and then distributing them to everyone. Of course, if you have any opinions, you can communicate with him through the old man, instead of personally organizing villagers who are willing to work for them. Is this fair? All I can say is, not really. At least for Lin, the employer. It would be difficult to prevent the old man from using his power for personal gain without getting too deeply involved. Naturally, there would be no fairness at all. But there are several advantages to doing this. The most direct point is that I only have gold coins and no coins of smaller value. So it is difficult to give everyone corresponding remuneration according to their labor. In this case, it would be a lot easier for Lin to centrally hand it over to one person, and then let him use other methods to reasonably pay the fruits of everyone's labor. The second point is that Lin is completely unfamiliar with the people in this village. You have to manage everyone like a hired worker. Not to mention how much energy this will consume. Will the other party trust you? How motivated is everyone? Who is suitable for what? Lin didn't know much about these things, so there was no need to mention work efficiency. In this case, it is better to use contract work. Lin was responsible to only one person, who coordinated other chores. The best candidate is, of course, the first old man who dares to contact him, and the only one who accepts his gift of goodwill, the original gold coin. For such a person, as long as Lin doesn't ask for too much. The old man will implicitly stand on Lin's side, because he will understand that his power comes from the money given by Lin. So if you don't want to lose the chance of the fox pretending to be the tiger's power, you can only be flattering. Furthermore, this is only the first transaction, when they can actually get rewards for their hard work. We will discuss with them how to plant coffee trees on a large scale and in a planned way, and improve the subsequent processing procedures, and then deliver them to ourselves who live in William City. It will be more useful to say these words after they have tasted the first sweetness. If you make such a request now, and make a plan that you think is 100%, then it is no different from drawing a big pie and putting it in front of him, without establishing initial trust. Subsequent plans and ideas are empty talk. He is not the lord of this place, and has no authority to order anyone. However, these considerations seem to have never existed in the minds of these mountain people. They simply think there are advantages or disadvantages to doing so. If it's good, do it. If it's bad, just reject it. Their attitude towards life is that simple. So under Lin's order, nearly 100 people in the village, including the elderly and children, started to move. Maybe some old and weak people are not suitable for heavy work, but there is no age limit for harvesting fruits. As long as you have hands and feet, the most you can do is walk back and forth a few more times to collect the fruits in your basket. Even if your feet are really inconvenient, you can still take on the second step, the task of selecting beans. The main purpose here is to pick out impurities, such as small stones, and eliminate obviously inferior beans. Starting from the third step, it becomes a bit rough. The first step is to dig a pool, and there is a mountain stream next to the small village, which flows continuously from a higher mountain, just enough to divert water into the pool. Then all the coffee cherries are thrown into the water. The ripe and full berries will sink to the bottom of the tank, while the immature or incomplete ones will float to the surface. There are differences starting from the fourth step. Half of the fruits will be spread on the village's exposure field for sun drying. Turn over every day to allow the fruits to dry evenly. Cover at night to avoid moisture. Exposure time takes approximately 2 to 4 weeks. This is the so-called sun-drying method for processing green coffee beans. The other option is, of course, the water washing method. It requires roughly removing the peel and pulp, and then putting the coffee seeds attached to the mucous membrane into the fermentation tank. In about 1 to a day and a half, the pectin mucosa will become easy to clean. At this time, use a lot of water to remove the mucous membrane and remaining pulp. The fifth step of the sun-drying method is to remove the hardened outer layer and take off the outer shell of the seeds. In this way, it is considered completed. The fifth step of the water washing method is to expose and dry the coffee beans, which takes about 1 to 3 weeks. Finally, ling is completed, and all steps are completed. There is of course a difference in flavor between the two. Lin has never drunk it, so he naturally doesn't know which way Mitty's coffee is suitable. As for the sun-drying method and the washing method, the time required is almost the same. The difference is that the water washing method requires a large amount of clean water, so it is difficult to carry out in places with insufficient water resources. The work was carried out quite smoothly. After all, it is something that happens on the land, and this group of people is very familiar with it. Various plans, including exposure sites, treatment plants, fermentation tanks, cleaning tanks, etc., were all formed one by one under the supervision of the strong men in the village. For a while, apart from Lin's words of guidance, he provided no other assistance. In any case, he is considered an employer. This is not a war. You have to take the lead to boost morale. Taking care of too much or doing too much will not necessarily please others, but will only increase the pressure on others. And in terms of proficiency, I'm definitely not as good as these people who have been doing farming all their lives. So don't make any trouble. Coffee trees are just one of the largest tree species in the entire mountain forest, because it is a wild plant and has not been planned and cared for. The yield of coffee fruits is definitely not as good as that of coffee estates on the earth. But Lin roughly calculated that this mountain forest can produce about 3,600 barrels of coffee. But that's inferential data from the use of machine-assisted production on Earth, considering that some parts of the mountain are not conducive to harvesting. The villagers here are doing this kind of work for the first time besides doing it manually, so the process may not go smoothly. Therefore, this output needs to be discounted in the next month, during the operation, because only Lin knew the complete processing process. Only he knew what kind of thing he would get in the end, although he did not keep an eye on everyone's work. He was still invited by the old man to confirm whether every step was appropriate. Many machines and equipment are not available in the lost world, so we can only think of some alternative methods. When Lin made the request, he did not force everyone to follow the method he said. Instead, he proposed some possible solutions to discuss with everyone. Of course, someone can come up with a better solution, and it is actually recognized by everyone after using it. Lin is not stingy with rewards. The reward of 1 gold coin at a time greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of the villagers. It's not that there are no whimsical opinions, but Lin did not provide any assistance, but asked the person who made the opinions to do it himself. With their ordinary abilities, they can complete the work and get everyone's approval. This kind of craftsmanship is what he needs. If everything has to be done by magicians and solved with magic, doesn't it mean that you have to come every year yourself? Or hire other magicians to assist in order to complete the harvesting and processing of coffee beans? This is putting the cart before the horse. It was in this environment that the MIDI version of the pulp separator in SH Ling machine came into being. Although it is very simple, it is already several times more efficient than manually processing such a large amount of coffee cherries. Chapter 120 Dreamland. In addition to coming for coffee, the other main purpose of coming to this mountain village is to take a vacation and relax. Lin also did not supervise the 2 girls' schoolwork and let them make their own arrangements. Although it was the same approach before, Fin is still the same, doing whatever she wants. Lin can't control her anyway, let alone beat her. Too many demands are just a slap in the face, because that one will definitely not act exactly according to his own ideas. Lin himself didn't come here just for the coffee or the vacation. After listening to Fin's words about power, and after getting over the initial shock, he vaguely felt that a path was right in front of him. And I just need to calm down and explore where the road hidden in my heart is. One thing you can know is that this path definitely starts from a non-natural scientific point of view. Because of that path, there are too many people on Earth studying it. And I have never heard of anyone becoming a god because of it. Edison couldn't do it. Tesla couldn't do it. And even Bill Gates and Jobs couldn't do it. Then we should start from the metaphysical aspect. The first direction Lin thought of was dreams. For magic related to dreams, at the apprentice level, there is the dreaming technique at the first level, the dream intrusion technique at the second level, and the dream manifestation technique at the third level. The most important thing about dreaming is to control your own dreams. Nightmares, spring dreams, thoughts during the day, and dreams at night are all within the scope that should be controlled. Because in the world of Lost World, there are many creatures that rely on dreams to survive, such as the dream-eating tapir that eats nightmares and incubi, one of the abyss species. These creatures can freely come and go in the dreams of all creatures, and even cause trouble in them. From the perspective of the MIS network administrator, it means that there is a backdoor in itself, allowing those creatures at the beginning of the dream to come in and out without restriction. Which magician can endure such a thing? Therefore, controlling one's own dreams is a very important issue for magicians in the Lost Land. Dreams do exist. When you wake up from the dream, does it really disappear? These problems are not completely unexplainable by science. From Freud's point of view, dreams are actually people's subconscious, and various manifestations have their own meanings. As for the explanation of the latter, many psychologists have their own opinions and arguments, and those are not the focus of Lin's attention, since dreams represent a certain degree of human consciousness. And there are also some weird creatures that can come and go. It means that dreams do exist in some form. In Freud's terms, it is a world structured by the completely subconscious ego that represents desire and plays a compensatory role in reality. In the magical world of the Lost World, it really exists. In addition to being able to enter other people's dreams with second-level magic dream intrusion, combined with second-level sleep magic, dreams under the control of first-level dream magic can also be entered by one's own dream intrusion spell. When you enter a dream with your own consciousness, you can do many things and have many limitations. Most of them will be useless after the dream owner wakes up. That is, after the dream returns to zero. But it's like the movie I watched, Inception, or translated as Inception. Most of them use dreams to pry into the unknown secrets in the dream owner's heart. It is quite difficult to manipulate the consciousness of the dreamer in reverse. But it is not impossible. After thinking so much about dreams, Lin actually thought that when he was on Earth, he saw a major setting in various time travel novels, which was the independent world that existed in the protagonist's spirit. As a golden finger-like existence, the protagonist can always hide the unknown last resort and trump card. It's a pity that as a time traveler, I didn't get such a good golden finger. But if not, can't you build it yourself? The apprentice's third ring is a magic related to dreams. The dream embodiment technique can present things in dreams in reality. The length of time it lasts depends on the caster's ability and the materialized object. This means that things in dreams can be connected to the real world in some way. But trying to do something in a dream can be expected to be very difficult. This is not like exercising. How many push-ups you have done, how many times you have lifted dumbbells, how long you have run, and how far you have run. These are obvious and can be calculated. In the world of Lost World, playing magic is enough to make Lin, a materialistic believer in science, quite miserable and confused. Are you still dreaming now? In fact, when Lin came to this conclusion, he also laughed. As for whether it was a forced smile or some other expression, Lin himself couldn't see it, nor did he want to see it. Secondly, oneself invades one's own dream, which is equivalent to what Freud said, that the ego directly faces the self. To be honest, it is no different from the king meeting the king. What will happen? Have no idea. Because even in the Lost Lands, there are only quite obscure records of various explorations of dreams, and more of them are warnings. Perhaps it's because most of the creatures that can dominate in dreams are abyssal creatures. According to the warnings left by the predecessors, dreams that are too solidified are like fluorescence in the dark, ostentatious and easy to attract the eyes of the abyss. For those creatures that travel through dreams, solidified dreams are as sweet as honey. However, since all these difficulties have been predicted, how to solve them still depends on the actual situation. In other words, Lin could only try in the direction of dreams before he could find other directions. Since there is no previous experience to follow, we can only take one step and look at it. And the first step is to sleep. Controlling dreams is not an easy task even for the magicians of Lost Land. Most magicians just try to prevent themselves from dreaming, so as to avoid the intrusion of nightmare creatures. Therefore, in many situations, Lin can only explore on his own. With his back against a big tree that covered the sky with green shade, Lin was sitting on the roots of the tree. The coolness of autumn made him cover his robe tightly. In the sunbathing field not far away, children were working and playing at the same time. This kind of situation is very common in mountain villages, and everyone is not surprised. Lin didn't comment much. He just focused on sleeping. Try to fall asleep and drift into your own dreams. I don't know how many times I tried, and I don't know how long it took. Huam Liang Yiming. This idiom and the story behind it are actually a fact in Ni. According to the only previous descriptions, there is no concept of time in dreams. Falling into a dream is the beginning. Waking up is the end. When I opened my eyes an unknown number of times, the scene I saw was no longer the scene of villagers working in a mountain village. Instead, it is a vast green grassland that stretches as far as the eye can see. The sky is blue and the clouds are white. But there is no sun. All this seems normal. But it also reveals all sorts of irregularities. Have you fallen into a dream? Hey, why did someone break in here who doesn't understand the situation? This is my territory, and anyone who is not related to it should just get out. Where does this annoying sound come from? Lin turned around and was stunned on the spot. The person behind it is not just myself, but also the person before time travel, wearing a sloppy t-shirt and jeans, with blue and white slippers on his feet. He has messy hair, stubble all over his face, and a fat belly that can't be covered, hanging halfway on the waist of his jeans. That look is as bad as it sounds. The self in front of me looked down at his body, laughed contemptuously, and said, "It turns out that I look like this in my eyes. If I don't shape myself into a Prince Charming, at least you have to be like Dwayne Johnson. Are you now implementing the concept of being a fat house for a lifetime? So, you are me? Of course I'm not you. It's weird to see yourself. Then who are you? Of course I am you. Otherwise, would there be outsiders in this place? Oh, or do you want to see some extras appear? Artists from Ghost Island?" With that, Jian Hui, Fei Yuqing, Zhu Guliang, Chen Ningjie, and others appeared behind the incarnation of Fei Zhai. He continued, "Or do you want to see the Kowloon Bay side?" As he said that, the people appearing behind him became Chow Yun Fat, Stephen Chow, Sammo Hung, Lam Qingying, etc. "Still want to see the big names in Hollywood?" This time it was all members of the Avengers, and all of them were present. However, the same characteristic of these people who suddenly appeared was that they all stood still and remained silent, like a wax figure, but lifelike. Lin didn't know how to respond, and he didn't even understand the situation at hand. the incarnation of the fat house sneered. And all the cloth-related people disappeared, replaced by a chair with a female body. The nearly 100 kilograms of fat sat among the women, raising his head with a confident smile that he didn't know where it came from, and looking at someone who broke into the dream with his nose. But that person said helplessly, "Does it make sense to enjoy yourself like this? All I want is to enjoy myself. What's the point? Can it be used as food? You can't eat yourself while you're having fun. As long as I'm happy, just bite me." Listening to his desperate speech, Lin wanted to do an experiment. If the fat house in front of me is also me, will the harm be shared? While thinking about it, he raised his fist. Upon seeing this, the avatar of Fat House quickly stopped and said, "Alas! Alas! What are you going to do? What do you think? No, you will regret it. I heard from others that it doesn't hurt in dreams. What hurts is in reality. So you tell me whether I dare or not." It's too late. But it's soon. Lin's raised fist swung down, heading towards his crotch. There was no mistake in the process. But the ending was different from what I thought. Ah! Ah! The intense pain shot up from his tailbone to the top of his forehead. Lin stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and almost went to heaven. This is different from the meaning in the pornographic film. It is really painful to the point that I am about to die. And at the moment of the blow, the avatar of Fei Zhai covered his crotch like Lin, showing an expression that he was about to die. This made a man who had brought it upon himself to feel a little relieved. But the eyes on that big face were rolling around, and the painful expression was gradually being laughed at. The incarnation of Fat Man finally laughed and said, "I told you that you would regret it, but I won't feel any pain at all." He's lying. Chapter 121 Three Cells. A third voice came from this inexplicable world. Lin turned around and saw that he was wearing a junior high school uniform, with a crew cut and glasses. The newly emerged person wants to maintain a rational image. It's a pity that the injury just now has not passed. The second incarnation could only hold up the rim of his eyes with one hand and support his penis with the other, saying, "Don't let this happen again. Otherwise, I will fall out, and everyone will not nice." Looking at this new self, Lin had mixed feelings in his heart. I couldn't help but say, "Aren't there ordinary people in my subconscious? Whose subconscious mind is an ordinary person?" The second incarnation asked. "Well, I really don't know." That's right. Lin doesn't know. He didn't even know whether the two cells in front of him were just a part of the dream, or whether they were the ID and superego as Freud said. As if he knew what he was thinking, the second incarnation stood up straight, pretending to be an adult, and said, "Because you think we exist. We exist. If you think we don't exist, then we don't exist. Then what are you?" But the incarnation of Fat Mansion smiled and said, "Hey, didn't I say that? Whatever you think we are, we are. The devil doesn't know what we are. You can only ask yourself what we are. Isn't it fun to confuse yourself?" said the second incarnation. "I'm happy. It's up to you." Starting with this, Fei Zhailin and Zhong Ellen launched a series of complaints and counter-complaints. The tricks are not repetitive, but they are also to the point. And every sentence is hurtful. It made someone's head feel big, and he quickly stopped himself, the other two people. "Wait a moment. Can you do business first and stop talking nonsense?" "What's the business then?" the two avatars asked simultaneously. "How do I know? I only thought about getting in, and I didn't think about what I would do after I got in." "Then you can think about it now." These were the words of the second incarnation. "Wait a minute. Let me get some potato chips and a Coke first." This is the incarnation of Fat Man. Lin, who felt overwhelmed, wanted to quit the dream, and even wanted to die, said feebly, "I just want to see if I can build an invincible castle in the dream world, and have resource points that allow me to produce troops of heroes are invincible." The avatar of the Fat House stretched out his voice and said with a smile, "Why don't you build a Death Star like in Star Wars? Anyone who comes will be blown away with a single blow of the Star Destroyer cannon." However, the second incarnation adjusted his glasses that had slipped slightly and said, "Don't say things that you haven't seen before and that are unreasonable. Hey, this is a place where imagination is boundless. There's nothing you can't do except what you can't imagine." Fei Zhai's incarnation complained, "In people's daydreams, girls from rich families will take the initiative to cheat, and even get a few famous models to be mistresses. Mistresses, mistresses, and mistresses. What about you? If you don't change your true nature, you will go from failure in real life to in a dream. The second incarnation countered without hesitation. After being complained harshly, the incarnation of Fat Man turned look at Lin and said, "Hey, this is you. Is it necessary to hurt each other like this? Just teach him a lesson." Okay. However, Lin noticed an important point mentioned by the second incarnation. He said, "Can't something happen that I haven't seen before and is unreasonable?" After hearing the question raised by the self, the two avatars stopped arguing and stared at someone with idiot eyes. The second incarnation was still more rational and said, "According to the restrictions of the apprentice level 3 ring magic dream materialization, the presentation of things in dreams in reality will be restricted by factors such as the caster's ability and environment. Simple to put it bluntly. What you want to manifest must conform to the rules of reality. You can't just imagine the Autobots and Decepticons in your fantasy. Of course, if someone else enters in your dream, as long as you still have the control, what can and cannot appear in the dream is up to you. This is an extremely reasonable setting, and you should understand it yourself. Do you want to pretend to be dead? Or do you want to show your stupidity?" The scolding was so reasonable, but I couldn't even refute it. Moreover, the conversation between himself and himself also explained that it is impossible to play the castle explosion style, and it is equally impossible to play the high-tech crushing style. So what use can be made of this dream world? Or should I just give up to avoid becoming the target of the nightmare creatures in the abyss? Suddenly an idea came to my mind uncontrollably. Ignoring those weapons that have only been seen in novels, or only read about in certain data. The former is like a space battleship, and the latter is like a nuclear bomb. Things that have not been actually touched. I have encountered it myself. And the most lethal car is definitely not the car driven in the Earth era. If anyone is unhappy, they will rush at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and then switch to our gear if they are not dead. Instead, he lived in the Lost Land for a while, and was kicked out of the Magic Tower a while ago. Building a tower in a dream? As soon as this idea emerged, it was accompanied by countless thoughts. Even the scenery in front of me changed color. In the vast grassland, a magic tower suddenly stood up, reaching into the sky. The three of them stood at the bottom of the magic tower, looking up at the towering tower with no top. The avatar of Fat Man smiled and said, "Actually, you are the part that belongs to me. I always fantasize about such a thick and long giant thing. Even I have to admire it when I see it." The second incarnation showed no mercy. He flicked his fingers towards the tower and said, "It's all fake." The magic tower collapsed accordingly. No matter how big the falling rocks are, no matter how heavy the dust is, they are just like phantoms, passing through the body. In just a moment, the scenery before our eyes returned to the endless grassland. Lin was dumbfounded as he watched the 10,000-foot-high tower rise from the ground and then instantly disappear into ashes. He just said, "This," and there was nothing left to say. However, the second incarnation stretched out his hand to hold up his slightly lowered glasses and said, "All conditioned phenomena, such as dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, such as dew and lightning, should be viewed in this way. You understand these, but you have never taken them seriously." The Diamond Sutra. Thinking of these 4 sentences, Lin remembered a friend who had studied Buddhist scriptures quite a lot. He once said, Buddhism is actually atheism, and everything mentioned in the scriptures is a method of practice. But the Buddha also said that because now is no longer the era of practice, it is half the result with twice the effort. Therefore, in order to help the underachievers, you must always chant my name, get close to me, and spread some Buddhist energy to help you practice. I won't go into the 2 profound theories in the Buddhist scriptures. To put it simply, there are only 8 words: get rid of illusions and pursue truth. So is there anything more imaginary than a dream? In this case, what is the meaning of building a tower in a dream? Looking around, there are nothing but grass, clouds, and the blue sky. There is no resource deposit at all, not to mention high-grade sulfur and crystal, or low-grade wood and stone. And there is no gold or gas. Whether you want to follow the hero invincibility style or the star sea hegemony style, it is impossible. As the saying goes, it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. If you have the goal of building a tower in your dream, do you have to give up? Lin looked helplessly at the other 2 cells, then looked down at himself, then looked at the other 2, then looked down at himself. "Hey, what are you planning? Why don't I think it's good?" The avatar of Fat Man took a few steps back and said exaggeratedly. The second incarnation pretended to be wise, adjusted the frames of his glasses, and said, "Although that is a bad idea, It is still an idea. The question is, can you stick to it? Lin answered himself seriously and said, there is no other choice now. If there is an opportunity in front of you, would you be willing not to try it? Don't say that you think differently than me. Well, indeed not. Then the second question to consider is, will we be willing to do it? The meanings of the two willing words before and after were obviously different, and Lin could also hear it. The former is a question of not doing it because of the opportunity, and the latter is a question of sacrificing oneself to build a tower in this dream world, where the only three possible people are real people. Lin could only say helplessly, it's all for our own good. So sacrifice is necessary and a last resort, isn't it? After the second incarnation thought about it seriously, he nodded and said, yes, that's right. I agree. When Lin heard the answer, he happily patted his junior high school self and said, that's great. You really deserve to be me. But halfway through his happiness, the hands that he patted on the shoulders of his junior high school avatar were held down. In astonishment, he looked at the second incarnation with a sly look in his eyes and said, we are all equal. So the sacrifice is the same for everyone. Do you agree with this? It was too late to say, but it was quick to say that before realizing it. Two machetes, one on the left and one on the right, removed Lin's arms. The Chuji incarnation in front of him still had blood dripping from the knife hanging by his side. There was nothing arrogant or proud about his expression. His frown looked more like he was enduring some kind of pain. The other knife next to it was naturally held in the hand of Feijai's incarnation. His expression was ferocious and his face was twisted. It was as if he had done something that made him happy. But at the same time, he was also in pain. I wanted to smile, but it was a toothy smile. Lin couldn't think about the reason carefully. The knife in his abdomen made him understand his situation. But it was too late. The incarnation of Feijai gritted his teeth and swung his right hand holding the knife towards someone's neck. One knife. Two cuts. And the head fell to the ground. Story end. What a joke. Lin's eyes suddenly opened, and he stood up suddenly as if springing to his feet, alerting his surroundings. The sky is still the same, and the grassland is still the same. Feijai and Zhong'er stood not far away and looked at the living person. That man waved his hand and said loudly, come here as soon as you are resurrected. We have to discuss how to deal with this thing. Half doubtful, half confused, Linian went there, only to find a man who had been dismembered, who was himself disguised as Midi. Lin Zhong'er and Feijai stood together, looking at their tragic death with mixed feelings in their hearts. It was the second grader who took the lead to break the deadlock and said, let's think about how to use this thing first. Otherwise my death will be in vain. Lin said with some dissatisfaction. It was I who died. Not. Suddenly he remembered the identities of the other two people. In fact, they were also me. So Lin decided to put aside this inconclusive topic. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. When I died, did you discuss how to use this legacy? Hey, Ishuai, do you really think you are cultivating yourself? Feijai's incarnation complained mercilessly. Chapter 122 Dream Battle. If you want to build a tower, you should use bricks. The second incarnation said seriously from the side. But the incarnation of Fat Mansion said, how about learning from Sparta's approach of guarding Hot Spring Pass? Using the corpses of Persian soldiers to build a human wall? I personally recommend it. As expected of me, the idea came out of his mouth. Lin thought about it and decided to follow the steps step by step and learn how to build a tower in real life. The first step, of course, is to cut the magic materials into appropriate sizes, and then use shaping to make bricks. So does plastic surgery work? Lin cast the magic of shaping on the severed arm. In the strange scene of dense green light, the arm dissolved like mud and was reshaped into a rather large square brick. The aspect ratio certainly corresponds to the golden ratio, which is almost intuitive. Picking up the first brick in this dream, the three of them looked at it carefully at the same time. Although the power contained in it is a bit thin, it can still be clearly felt. With the encouragement of his other two selves and the expectant gazes, Lin walked a few steps away and laid the first brick on the dreamland. Suddenly the heaven and earth changed, and thunder rumbled. The remaining clouds were taken away by the sky, and the blue skies seemed to be dyed black. Step by step, from day to pure black. The grasslands have also disappeared, and there is no such thing as ground. There is nothing all around, except for four of them, one dead and three alive in this void. The bricks pressed on the ground are firmly fixed in this void, vaguely dividing the ground from the space outside. The three of them looked at this almost nothing. Perhaps this was the most original appearance behind the dream. So can it work? Lin asked with some uncertainty. But the incarnation of Fat Mansion said, look at this posture. Do you want us to build from the floor? And I don't like to complain. But the brick is really too big. Are you going to build a pyramid? The second incarnation said, do you think this environment looks like an interface? After hearing what I said, I realized that this black tool with nothing in it is very suitable as a development interface for CAD software. As soon as I thought about it, I realized that the Tower of the Great Sage, which I am most familiar with and have lived in for a while, is a dotted outline. From the foundation, beams and columns to the thickness of the wall and the support of the ceiling. A proportional 3D perspective. The picture stands in this void. At the corner of the foundation is the brick that was just pressed up. And it is obviously much larger in size. In other words, the bricks are too big. Lin stepped forward and cut off most of the brick. Then used the shaping technique again. This time it was just the right size. Just enough to fill the space within the dotted line. Exactly. And it is this perfect fit that makes the brick body emit some spiritual light. Rippling in the empty space. Lin chuckled and suddenly rolled forward, narrowly dodging two knives coming from behind. He looked at his two selves with their mouths smashed and expressions of exaggerated regret, and said, I had already guessed that you two bitches would sneak up on me from behind. It turned out to be true. Before he could respond, the avatar of Fat Mansion stabbed the short man beside him with a knife. The machete passed through the neck and emerged from the other side, accompanied by blood flowing along the blade. He touched his belly with one hand and said with a smile, did you guess this? With a drag of the knife, the head fell to the ground. The headless body of the second incarnation fell to the ground sadly, threw forward, and fell into the dust. And the same severe pain hit Lin's neck. The feeling of having a broken neck was so vivid. After a while, not far away, a young man wearing a junior high school uniform and a shaved head appeared again. He didn't yell angrily or show any expression of dissatisfaction. He just looked at the other two selves. A communication without words is conveyed in the eyes. The three of them all knew that an endless bloody battle was about to begin. Lin stepped back, turned around, and transformed into a blue-robed and silver-armored young general, holding a gentian spear, and shouted, Chanshan Zhao Zilong is here. The Tao is 1 inch long and 1 inch strong. One of you is a fat man, and the other is a double criminal. It's up to me to kill you before you even pull your neck. The two avatars looked at each other, and the figure of Fat Man slowly faded away, replaced by a figure wearing a red and green horizontal striped sweater and a brown and black bowler hat. The sharp iron claw of his right hand gently slid across the cheek full of burned scars. But the second incarnation has become quite powerful, wearing a messy sportswear. But the hockey mask and the even bigger machete in his right hand undoubtedly recreate the classic image of a murderous maniac. Seeing the transformations of the two opponents, Lin couldn't help but feel aggrieved and shouted, This is not fair. You can be killed by what you have become. 5-finger claws and a machete pointed at someone who turned into the image of Zhao Yun in Dynasty Warriors, and said, 1 inch long, 1 inch strong. That's what you said. Compared with length, you are the most powerful, aren't you? Oh! Clap your hands. Freddy, the fat man, is just like his playful character in speech. Jason, on the other hand, remained silent. In just a blink of an eye, Jason's huge and eye-catching figure suddenly disappeared from sight. Who is this heading towards? A warning flashed in his mind, and Lin rolled towards a lazy donkey next to him, narrowly dodging the fatal machete again. But he was not the only enemy. He rolled and got up, although he took a big gun and pretended to be the famous general. To be honest, he couldn't use it at all. I could only play around and try to protect myself. However, during this flurry of dancing, there was no feeling of hitting anything, and I was not harmed. If you look closely, you will see two Ghost Kings fighting together, performing the classic Jason vs. Freddy drama in this dreamland. Do you want to watch the excitement from the sidelines? How is this possible? Lin held his gun and charged, accompanied by a heart-rending roar. It was true that Freddy's iron claws were too harsh, and it was like Ling Chi was cutting people apart. Although it was Jason who was the second incarnation of Chuyuni who was injured, Lin felt the same way, so he couldn't help but yell. Roaring like this is not only to strengthen his courage, but also to release the unbearable pain. It's just that bad guys die because they talk too much, and rookies yell during sneak attacks. Zhu Tu's reckless tactics will only make the person who rushes in silence become the target of others again. The Ghost King in the fierce battle closed his arms at the moment Lin Sha got close. Suddenly, he was attacked by a third party, and became the target of being beaten. Jason stabbed a machete into someone's stomach, and he pushed it forward, stringing together the candied haws with the person behind him. Freddy was clinging to his back, his terrifying ugly face hanging on his shoulder. There were blood bubbles in his mouth, and he muttered, "Well done! Damn kid! You are worthy of me!" Jason remained calm and pulled out the machete. The huge wound caused blood to spray like rain, and his strength also disappeared. The person in front of him was like the cold murderer coming in person. The second knife. The third knife. The huge power allowed him to stab two people at once with the knife. As easy as poking tofu. It wasn't until the end that he swung the knife violently, and two big heads fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Jason not far away. The machete in his hand was still bleeding, and he was walking towards the resurrected person. Lin didn't say much. Just put on the Hulk and transformed into the big green guy who dominates Marvel. He yelled angrily at the silent murderer. Suddenly I felt a pain in my butt, as if I had been pricked by a needle. In an instant, the green muscles all over his body shriveled up quickly like a leaky balloon. Immediately after his resurrection, Lin's full strength also weakened as his body size diminished. He turned to look at the incarnation of Fat Man standing behind him, dressed in Bridget Lin's version of Oriental Invincible's ancient costume, twisting an embroidery needle in his hand, looking at someone with a half smile, and said, "Don't think that you will become whatever you are. What kind of ability? Fake. Everything is fake. Even if you become a black warrior, you will not have the force. Then you committed suicide in order to practice the Sunflower Book. If you want to practice magic, you must first practice self-conception. You can succeed without self-conception. Don't you understand the truth of this online version of the Sunflower Book? Besides, I just want to poke you with a needle. This image deceives society. Use." The Fat House version of Dongfang Booby laughed, and without further words, he inserted the embroidery needle into someone's chrysanthemum along with his arm, killing him. From this, the battle continues. Every time he is resurrected, he fights in a different image. No one can use a certain image and ability to desperately kill others and keep himself alive. Almost everyone died in turn, and their bodies were left where they were. What was originally a dreamy void was now difficult to move forward. The three of them also seemed to be furious, constantly hurting each other, whether physically or mentally. I don't know how many times he was resurrected, but not far away was the poor guy who was resurrected at the same time as me. The second incarnation did not change its appearance this time. Instead, it turned into a G-virus mutant and danced with a strange object that was not sure whether it was a tentacle or a penis. Fat Man, who looked like he had lost his mind, also stopped at this time. The huge eyeballs on his body were spinning around. In fact, everyone is tired after fighting until now. Every time, no matter who died, everyone felt the same. After enduring torture after torture, this seemingly endless battle finally ushered in the first glimmer of change. Discovered by Chuji's incarnation. Compared with the corpse left behind at the beginning, its integrity was good, but a few times before the battle stopped. Although he was also lying in the void, he was gray and fragile. In order to prove the difference between the two, he even took an arm that had been chopped off for a while and smashed it against the gray corpse. The gray thing turned into fly ash on the spot. The body left behind earlier is still solid. The purpose of killing each other is to accumulate materials for building towers in the dream. If the materials cannot be preserved, there will be no reason or excuse to kill each other. The three of them looked at each other, looking at each other. Chapter 123, The First Dream. The incarnation of Fat Man, who recovered his original appearance from the G-virus mutation, looked at the useless gray corpse left behind after his last few deaths, and said, "It seems that there is an upper limit to this. And it's obvious. There's a higher chance that I won't be of use if I die. So let's talk about it, and you guys should die more." In fact, this guy just likes to do bad things. So he died less often in the early stage. In the later period, he was consciously targeted, almost as soon as he got close. The second-level players and the original MIDI players would attack together immediately. Liberated from the tense battle, Lin's nerves relaxed, and he felt tired all at once. He said to the other two, "Since whoever cuts the other, everyone will feel the same pain. No matter who dies, what is left behind will be the same thing. Is it necessary to fight like this?" However, the second incarnation pushed up his glasses and said, "If one day you are imprisoned in prison, Do you want to be a soap picker? Or do you want to be someone waiting for others to pick up soap? This is a good question, and I can't even refute it. However, the second incarnation looked at the mess in this place and said, let's clean up the mess first. If you leave the dreamland because you are too tired, maybe it will be different when you come back. In other words, this place will be like an online game, meaning all the corpses will be refreshed. In fact, Lin was also worried about this in his heart, but he just expressed it through the mouth of the second class. The three of them mustered up their sluggish spirits, dismembered each of the intact corpses, and then used the shaping technique. This feeling of killing and dismembering oneself again and again is very subtle, like being in a game. But the feeling before death, the feeling when the other person was killed, and the pungent stench were all so vivid and unforgettable. Telling myself all the time that all of this was real. But this is a dream. Is it really real? Or is it really what you think is true? It's a mouthful. But Lin also feels it. No wonder faith is one of the 8 powers. Because you don't have a strong enough will to believe in what you are doing. Then all this is really in vain. Because he was too exhausted. Lin Bing used the shaping technique to fill the virtual image of the great sage's tower with the bricks his body turned into, and gradually materialized this magic tower in his dream. Didn't think too much. Just let your body move intuitively and mechanically. Among them, it can also be seen that as the shaping technique is used again and again, some of the originally normal remaining bodies gradually become gray and unusable. It seems that everything left here is just another manifestation of his own magical power. It's not unlimited. And it's not free. At least the tingling sensation in my head was getting more annoying each time. When all the dead cells were finally turned into bricks and filled into the planned building location of the Tower of the Great Sage, many usable bodies were actually lost. Adding up the 3 of them, Lin had no idea how many times he had died. All that is known about the final completion progress of the Magic Tower is that there is only a small part of the floor and a low wall about knee height. The completion of the 3-story Magic Tower can be said to be far away. More detailed calculations will have to wait until I regain some energy. Right now, he just felt like he was about to faint and couldn't think at all. It is said that if you faint in reality, you will enter a dream. If you faint in a dream, will you wake up? Or enter the next level of dreamland? Lin felt that he was about to know the answer. The other 2 incarnations have long since disappeared without a trace. So in this void, Lin returned to loneliness. It's just that now, he can neither taste this taste nor have the time to feel the pain. After pressing the last brick, he couldn't hold on any longer and threw himself forward, hanging on the high and low walls. In reality, Lin, who was sitting in the shade of a tree, suddenly fell to the side, just before the face that was neither handsome nor ugly was about to kiss the ground. Someone grabbed him from the back collar and lifted him up. I opened my eyes with difficulty, and what I saw was a face that was so beautiful that it was unforgettable. And it was even unbelievable that I could see it with my own eyes instead of watching it through TV or movies. Lin, who had just woken up, was still dazed for a while. With a splitting headache, he just intuitively complained about the current situation and said, Miss, I know I am half a head shorter than you, and you are wearing high heels. But you always carry me like a puppy. Which is very hurtful. The mouth is not dead yet. It seems that there is no problem. Then carried a man who had just woken up, but his whole body was weak and tingling, and walked out of the village. The 2 girls followed behind with worried faces. The villagers I met along the way all showed panic expressions. Lin felt confused and said, Why do everyone look like they have seen a ghost? It seems that you don't know what kind of ghost you have become. And you still say that people see ghosts. This is just a coincidence. Walk to the creek outside the village. Further downstream. Along the way, everyone was speechless. Lin was also weak and didn't want to say anything. Just beside the gurgling water. Then looked like she was planning to wash the cat in the water. But she didn't want to come in person. So she said to the 2 apprentices on the side, Come, let your teacher teach you the water-breathing technique. Although they didn't understand the intention, both Halumi and Kaya did as they were told. Using the same auxiliary magic twice will not increase the effect much. Maybe the action time will be increased. But it is not a superposition of 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, there are different opinions as to whether there has really been an increase. But whether to add it or not has nothing to do with the present. After Finn confirmed that someone was breathing water, he threw him into the water. The water is not deep, and if an adult stands up on the riverbed, it will only be about waist height. But after being suddenly thrown into the water, someone still took several sips of water. Fortunately, The effect of magic made his lungs like fish gills, able to adapt to the method of breathing through water. Not being choked was so uncomfortable that Lin simply didn't get up and let himself soak in the water. At the same time, he also noticed that the red blood stains continued to spread outwards and were diluted. Have you suffered any trauma? I originally thought that the tingling pain on my body was just caused by muscle soreness. But now it looks like it's more than just muscle soreness. Lin Chong endured the discomfort, stood up from the water, and roughly checked his whole body. I found no major injuries, but quite a few minor ones. Holding her hands in front of her chest, but looked at the man who realized his miserable situation and said, I was busy with my own affairs when the two girls suddenly ran over in panic, talking incoherently. And they were talking about you over and over again. The situation was not good, and you had to pull me out. At that time, you were sitting under the tree, trembling all over, and there were blood stains coming out of your body from time to time. At first, you thought you were invaded by nightmare creatures, but there was no such thing around. The stench comes from the abyss. So this possibility is ruled out. The remaining possibility is that there is something wrong with you. But it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Although I told the two girls not to worry, they still didn't. You dare to let me leave? I'm done. What do you have to say? His eyes swayed from left to right, and then back to the left. Lin simply sat back in the water, held his forehead and said, Wait, I want to think about what happened first. The cool running water not only washed away the blood on his body, but also restored some of his energy. Lin was free and thought seriously. Most of the things in dreams will be forgotten after waking up. Or even not at all. But Lin knew it clearly this time. Every link, every death, and every conversation was clearly replayed as I recalled it. After sorting out his thoughts, he spoke out in detail. The two girls were incapable of commenting. So Lin had to force himself to respond to their worries and useless opinions. These perfunctory actions did not help me at all. They just made the two girls feel at ease. On the contrary, the former Demon King, who was expected to offer extraordinary opinions, was also a well-informed lich. She touched her delicate chin with one hand, looked at someone with a playful look, and said, Ha ha, it's really an interesting direction. But you still have many problems to overcome. Many problems? Yes. After being reminded like this, Lin also realized how unreliable his original idea was. The first difficulty is that when I fall into a dream again, will I return to the same place? Can it be a continuation of the original scene? If you return to the dreamland, it will be all over again. The pain you tasted in the dream will only keep happening, and everything will be in vain. In addition, everything I saw in the dream was just killing without being able to explore it carefully. Furthermore, the person who can turn into bricks will have limitations. So what are the conditions? What are the limitations? And all kinds of unanswerable questions can only be answered by returning to dreams. But Lin didn't want to go back so quickly. The physical trauma and exhaustion are not lies. Now that sleep can no longer be used as a means to restore mental and physical strength, it is necessary to find an alternative method. And soaking yourself in the water seems to be a good idea. Lying on the riverbed, she thought carefully about everything shown in the dream, as well as the two incarnations of the fat house, and the second incarnation of me. As mentioned before, a major focus of Buddhism is to get rid of illusions. But what I have learned from studying magic over the years is that magic does not pursue truth. But that even if it is false, you must find a way to make it true. Of course, the former is closer to a philosophical discussion, and magic itself focuses on practicality. So it is unfair to compare the two. But when it comes to dreams, Lin himself is a little confused now about whether he should look at it from a true perspective or from what angle. All of this can only be answered after you have recovered slightly, and then fall into a dream again. Chapter 124 Another Fight in the Dream. In the dream, everything seemed to be much the same as when he left last time. The dotted outline of the great sage's tower has disappeared, leaving only the low wall and a small area of floor tiles. Seeing the results left last time, Lin was not in a happy mood. Because of the only bricks raised, the outermost ones looked gray and dilapidated, which was very dazzling. The function of your storage point is too poor. It is a defective product. Can I return it and exchange it for a new one? The avatar of Fat Man suddenly appeared on his left, and he complained mercilessly. Another junior high school student said in a hoarse voice that was just in the stage of changing his voice. If you want to change your voice, you can only die and be reincarnated. So, are you serious? Oh, it's rare for you to have a good idea as a sophomore. Speaking of MIDI, do you have any plans to consider this idea? Lin sneered at the speeches of the two avatars and said, "It's not worthwhile to die for people like you. Do you think this kind of superficial bullying method will be useful to me? I have strong resistance. Listen, Junior 2, your obsessive speech is so stinky. How about a little dark history to break his confidence? For example, those damn new poems you wrote. Or those few love letters you didn't send out. Take it out and scare people." The second incarnation of the middle class ignored the ridicule of the fat house incarnation and said, "You untouchables. How can you admire my masterpiece? Damn it. Why didn't I know that I was such a stinker when I was in junior high school?" At that time, he was obviously a good kid with excellent academic performance. At this time, the two avatars turned to look at themselves. The short and thin man held his glasses, and a dazzling light flashed on the lenses. The fat sloppy man did not have glasses, but his eyes also flashed with an unknown light. He also pretended to touch his temples, as if someone were adjusting his glasses. He said, "Actually, we all understand what you are thinking. Are you sure about your statement about good babies?" With a sneer, Lin looked at himself, who looked like a junior high school student, and said, "Do you know what's the difference between you and me? You have 16 more years of regret than me." Lin couldn't help but said to the avatar of fat man beside him, "Why didn't I know that I was so annoying when I was in junior high school? Are you seriously thinking that he is too annoying? Or is it because he speaks too honestly? But don't worry. You are about the same now." Fatty's incarnation complained harshly. "Well, it seems that these two guys are equally annoying. But Lin doesn't plan to take action today. Being able to enter the same dream repeatedly is a crucial step for your future path. After taking this first step, the next step is not to kill yourself and lay bricks, but to understand everything in this special dream. How to do the next steps more efficiently. If you don't understand this issue clearly and act blindly, you will only waste too much unnecessary energy on meaningless suicide like the previous time." The other two seem to agree with Lin's opinion. At least so far. It seems that they are quite peaceful. The dotted outline of the tower of the great sage disappeared, because it was just a figment of his imagination and did not have the characteristics of a real existence. You could appear at any time if you want, or even change your appearance. Lin changed several looks one after another, including the Eiffel Tower in Paris, the pyramids in Egypt, the Colossus of Moses on Easter Island, etc. However, the whole bunch of illusions were just superficial and useless in reality. Once the initial novelty wore off, Lin stopped wasting his energy here. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the bricks laid last time. The outermost bricks turned gray and dilapidated, and no one dared to touch them. It wasn't until Lin turned his attention back to the low wall that he concentrated on studying these bricks that were no longer usable. Lin tried to pick up these white bricks, but the moment his hands touched them, the bricks turned into fly ash. What is the factor? Practicing martial arts is like sailing against the current. The second incarnation came behind him and said in an impassioned tone, "If you don't advance, you will retreat. In fact, the principle of everything in the world is the same. Use it or lose it. As the saying goes, you must have common sense without knowledge, and you must watch TV without common sense. In fact, you understand these things, but you just don't admit it. But if you cover your eyes and ears, you can't see or hear, so it doesn't exist. So, this word, like but, will attract people to listen to. And the one who breaks the sentence here deserves to have a son without an asshole." However, it was more likely that no woman would be willing to help give birth to a son, so it was casual. Lin just wanted to turn his head and look at the kid who was halfway talking. Just listen to the broken gong voice in the voice-changing stage and say with a smile, "Let's _roll and _rock. Not good. I just wanted to dodge, but it was already too late." The broad-edged sword came out from behind, and Lin's mouth was foaming with blood. He looked down at the shining sword tip that had just penetrated his heart. The reasonable design of the blood tank allows your blood to flow out uncontrollably along the sword body. Lin coughed several times uncomfortably, and the blood foam poured into his trachea and choked him. Not far away, the highly alert avatar of Fat House narrowly dodged the first killer move of the second avatar. In order to dodge, he rolled on the ground. Although he looked miserable, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Now the battle is raging with the incarnation that suddenly attacks. Although the wounds on his body were fatal, no one had time to repair himself. So Lin rarely watched the battle for a while. It's just that his vitality is draining faster than he imagined. Lin, who is very experienced in dying in dreams, has never died in reality. So I don't know if it feels the same. That's why I speak with reservations, knowing that my end is not far away. He slowly raised his right hand towards the two avatars in the fierce battle. Then he stretched out that majestic middle finger, which was the last accusation in this period of life. When he opened his eyes again, Lin was already in a different position. The battle not far away ended with the second incarnation winning. But he also paid a heavy price. He was stabbed in the face. Half of his right eyeball fell out. And the bleeding hadn't stopped yet. One arm is still intact, but the other one is only connected by a little skin. I won't go into detail about the other horrific scars on my body, large and small. To deal with such an injury, everyone's previous approach was to die once with a tacit understanding, and then resurrect with full health on the spot. The same goes for the second incarnation. He accepted his fate and looked at himself as he walked towards him. However, the second incarnation had a calm expression on his face. Looking at this expression, Lin couldn't help but said, "I didn't expect that I would be so impulsive at that time. Although it is a waste of time to be young. But boy, society is not that easy to mess around with. The reality is very ugly, and the environment is very ugly. Cruel. I hate that no one has told me these words before. So I have taken many detours. Although it is useless to tell you now. You should listen to the reality. Don't think that the world is a monster. It revolves around you. In fact, with or without you. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. There are many things in society that are more like the way people get along with each other because of helpless compromises, or the edges of their personalities have been worn away. Think more before you do something. This world is not something you can do whatever you want. That's right. Kid, you are too impulsive." The newly resurrected incarnation of Fat Man came to Lin's side again. He showed an exaggerated expression of regret and shook his head towards the person being taught a lesson. "That's enough. Shut up." Lin couldn't help complaining about the incarnation of the fat otaku, saying, "He can't see the reality clearly. You are escaping from reality. Why are you otaku? Isn't it because you are too lazy to deal with people, and you are more comfortable at home? From bad to a certain extent. Everyone is equal. So don't make a fool of yourself. Hey, yeah, I admit I'm terrible. And I think he's terrible. So who do you think you are?" When I scolded this group of people, I always felt that every sentence I said was self-destructive. Seeing that the Lost Version and the Fat House were exchanging words, the second incarnation was also decisive. He put the sword to his neck and dragged it horizontally, ending this period of his life. The three people who had just been resurrected did not continue fighting immediately, but they also did not talk. The confrontation between eyes was more intense and rapid than words. Lin somewhat figured out the relationship between the three of them. In fact, all three of them are me, with the same ideas and the same abilities. The only difference lies in their different perspectives of looking at things. In fact, I have already made up my mind about many things subconsciously. It's just that I have been under the control of social norms such as morality and law for a long time. After coordination and compromise, I made different choices and gained different cognitions, and then hypnotized myself. This is the right thing to do. Doing what you dare not do and saying what you dare not say is the essence of these two incarnations. What they said and did not exceed the scope of their own knowledge and abilities. After understanding the origin of the other two thoughts, my thoughts were like lightning, and thousands of thoughts flashed past. There seemed to be understanding in the eyes between the three people, and a new round of fighting began. This time, he didn't just keep his head down and kill like crazy, because all the tactical arrangements and conspiracies are completely useless between three people with similar minds, and the power is between them. The only thing that determines victory or defeat is the level of skill and the suddenness of an idea. And apart from the only eye, they are all enemies. So the combination of vertical and horizontal becomes the key to victory or defeat. Of course, in order to avoid wasting unnecessary energy, every time a dead person is born, the three people, including the resurrected one, will temporarily stop fighting. First, turn the remaining body into bricks. This is also the first step to consume the power of the shaping technique. In order to avoid dying in vain, the power must be drawn from the dead body to cast spells. Of course, the biggest purpose of this rest period is to give yourself time to reflect on the battle process. The previous one was more like a street fight, and the fight was fierce. But since no one wants to commit suicide to build a tower, honing their combat skills in the process of killing each other is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. It sounds ridiculous to use yourself to hone your killing skills, but it cannot be denied that there are beasts hidden in people's personalities. When you are on Earth, you can only rely on games to release yourself. If you make a wrong step, you will become a criminal. But in Lost Land, killing or being killed is a common thing. It was true that Lin felt a little self-destructive, but he also didn't want to die in an unknown and worthless way. Chapter 125: The Way to Balance the Brick Body. Physical conditions such as illness and old age will not only affect the psychology, but the psychological conditions will also affect the physiology. There are countless studies on this type of research on the Earth. The most famous one is telling a firmly immobilized criminal to be bled out of sight. However, the sound of water dripping heard is only the sound simulated by a faucet. But the criminal will gradually lose his life and die in the fear of mistakenly thinking that his body is constantly losing blood. Lin was not yet at the point where he would die. Although he died countless times in his dreams, his consciousness remained strong. But in reality, his body is not as strong as his will. Maybe the 10,000 ways to die tragically in the dream have not been reenacted in reality. But it is still difficult to avoid the torture in the dream reappearing in the real body to some extent. After discovering his real-life situation, Lin Yu thought that it would be better to hide in the house and not let others see him. But considering that there was really no privacy in the house in this mountain village, he still sat cross-legged under the shade of the original big tree, because he likes this tree for no reason, and also likes to sit under the tree and enjoy the shade. In view of the fact that good or bad mood will affect the learning and performance of magic, Lin decided to follow his heart and sit under this big tree that covers the sky and start to practice magic that is different from ordinary people. Lin, who was fighting fiercely in his dream, would have epileptic convulsions in reality. At first, the two apprentices were still worried, and the villagers were also worried about whether their future rewards would be forthcoming. But as time went by and it happened more often, it became commonplace and no longer strange. The battles in the dream were going on slowly and unhurriedly, but every battle was extremely tragic. When the conspiracy doesn't work, every fight is a matter of skill, foundation, and courage. In the fight, taking one more step back or making one more mistake will become a fatal reason. These all force someone to make continuous progress in order to reduce the number of deaths. What is devastating, however, is that progress is also happening simultaneously. In addition, even if the person who dies is not the conscious self, he will still feel the same pain. But Lin still has no idea of letting others control him. And the same goes for the other two. Slowing down the pace of the battle also gave Lin more time to observe this dreamland. As the area of the bricks increases, the connected dream brick walls also reveal magical aura. Chaotic colors, disorderly divergence, and strange substances appear out of thin air from time to time, and then disappear. Such a sight certainly attracted Lin's attention, and he stopped fighting to study the spectacle in front of him. The colorful aura changes, looking strange and magnificent, which is amazing. But as a believer in science rather than an artist, Lin's first thought was whether this scene was accompanied by some degree of energy spillage. Is there any harm? Will it cause unforeseen effects? And most importantly, will this consume the power of these magic bricks created by oneself? If the last worry comes true, then the day when the tower in the dream will be completed will be far away. So the three of them couldn't help but cheer up and face the scene in front of them. According to Lin's original thoughts and real-life experience, if the magic bricks are just stacked, they will not have any effect or reaction, because the brick body is only a medium suitable for carrying magical power. Most of the materials themselves do not have any magical effects. Just like a car on Earth, without gasoline, electricity, and other energy sources, it would be a huge iron block. To build a magic tower in a dream, there is a problem that has not been solved yet. That is, where does the energy come from? This is not like a real tower that can be covered with 1, 2, or 3 energy pools, so that the entire tower maintains an endless source of energy. How can those special materials for building energy pools be brought into dreams? Or how to turn yourself into material that can build an energy pool? Furthermore, the principle of most energy pools is to connect to different planes and use the gap in the dimensions of the plane to absorb the energy of that place for your own use. But it doesn't seem good to do this in your own dream. It's no different from actively opening a back door and letting others come in and out of your consciousness. But from what I can see, these dream magic bricks have their own energy. Come to think of it, these bricks in the dream were originally the body carrying one's own consciousness. The main reason why they can be turned into bricks is not because they contain power and can maintain their own existence in the void space of this dream. Before Lin Wei found a safe energy source and built a magical power channel for the unfinished magic tower in his dream. Someone naively thought that there was no need to consider the magic to be arranged and plan the corresponding magic circle, because what is being built now is just a static building. Unexpectedly, even a small part of the magic bricks created by these powers would show dynamic magic effects. Such changes forced him to plan some things that he would have to do later in advance now. Otherwise, if the situation in front of us, which may be energy spillage, is not stopped, it will not just be a matter of use it or lose it. The fighting has completely stopped. If these problems are not solved, no amount of bricks will help. The three of them split up to investigate the possible causes of the incident. The first thing I noticed was the difference between the bricks. Some bricks can emit more magical aura, and some bricks can easily condense elemental substances with different properties. Some bricks may appear to be no different from other bricks, and may not even produce any strange conditions. But all bricks have nowadays. This ordinary performance is an anomaly in itself. Others make it easy to transfer the condition of some bricks to other bricks, since the last part of the bricks laid was done by oneself, including the use of shaping techniques. So Lin also knew the origin of each brick clearly. Therefore, I would venture to guess whether the bricks formed by different body parts will have different characteristics. The bricks that convey properties were originally parts of hands or feet, because the power contained in the internal organs is also quite rich. If the entire body was turned into bricks, the size of the bricks would be so large that one would not know how to use them. Therefore, most people would take out the internal organs and turn them into bricks individually. This process is quite similar to being a forensic doctor. Most of the bricks that condense trace elements are made from these internal organs, especially the heart part. The brick made of the heart is the part that emits the most magical aura. After the internal organs were hollowed out, the bricks made of the torso were the most bland. Those bricks that did not show any characteristics. The brick formed by the head is the most peculiar. It will show the characteristics of the brick on the contact surface. So on a brick, it will have several different performances. This discovery troubled someone. Different body parts can produce bricks with different properties. That is, every time you die, the same number of bricks with different functions will be produced. And using the same proportion of output to build a magic tower is no more difficult than using a specific set of Lego bricks to build something completely different. And because bricks have their own properties, the rules for building towers in this dream are different from those in reality. The more things you need to consider, the more difficult it becomes. However, there is no need to consider the overall plan at the moment. The first thing to do is to maintain the balance and stop wasting the bricks that he was able to build after dying countless times. While Lin was still thinking, the other two avatars took the first step, taking apart the bricks and placing them scattered. It's just that the magic bricks that have been connected will not interrupt the mutual energy communication just because they are dismantled. On the contrary, because of this energy, the scattered bricks still have a faint tendency to gather together. It seems that simply placing the bricks scattered cannot break the connections that have been established between the bricks. Then the other option left is to artificially create a closed loop to limit the transfer of energy within the loop. And it's not just about creating a closed loop. When Lin thought of one of the characteristics of power, he knew that his understanding of this dream world was too shallow. It was part of reality, but not completely real. It is full of lies. But as long as you believe it from the bottom of your heart, it is so true that it cannot be truer. The characteristics of power that have been ignored by oneself are the perfect proportions of the 8 powers that are balanced in reality. Although he said he was in control of everything in the dream, it was still not as good as when he was in the Tower of the Great Sage, when he had all kinds of detection and observation equipment. Therefore, when inspecting these already made bricks, most of them are judged based on existing experience, rather than using correct data obtained by scientific methods. In this case, it is only reasonable that each brick originates from a different part of the body, and therefore has a different proportion of power. After all, power is stored in the human body, and due to various factors, it will have some corrections in proportion to maintain balance in the face of imbalance. But after turning into objects, it seems that they no longer enjoy such privileges, but return to the original characteristics of various objects. It is necessary to complete the closed loop and find a way to maintain the balance of the 8 powers. Moreover, the data of the 8 powers in each brick has no means of detection in the dream, and can only be judged by experience. Then the last item is bricks with specific characteristics. There is actually a limit on the number, and the number of these bricks will maintain a certain special ratio. Such complicated conditions bring about complexity of calculation. At least, Lin couldn't figure out the answer at a glance. or complete all the planning with a snap of his fingers. Especially the low walls and floors that were randomly built in front of me showed more than just 6 or 7 types of conditions. This means that bricks with different characteristics will produce different effects when matched with each other. Even the different divided parts have slightly different characteristics. Well, Lin kind of misses the old days of playing with Legos. At least on Earth. There are not so many conditions and requirements for combining these building blocks. The 3 cells looked at each other. And the original version of MIDI and the incarnation of Fajai let out a long breath. On the other hand, the eyes of the second incarnation sparkled, looking eager to try. Chapter 126: The Murderous Intention in the Dark Night. Someone is still dreaming, worrying about a brick stacking game that is several times more difficult than playing magic cubes. In reality, the sun is setting in the west, and the starry night is in the sky. Someone who has not woken up from his sleep certainly cannot eat his dinner. And looking at this posture, it won't be a problem to sleep until tomorrow. The 2 apprentices did not go to the accommodation to rest, but stayed beside their teacher. They were used to camping, so they leaned on each other and took a nap early. It was just more than 3 years of living in the magic tower that made them forget the rules of keeping vigil. In the darkness, 3 or 5 assassins avoided the moonlight and lurked under the shadows. They are not killers hired directly by someone, but on the forum. There is a section where the dark world is accustomed to hang out, and there will be some bounties on it. This kind of bounty is different from the bounty offered by various kingdoms and adventurer guilds for criminals. The bounties that will be posted in the Dark World sub-discussion board all have personal grudges, interest disputes, or various reasons that cannot be put on the table. As for this kind of dark bounty, of course, there is no so-called rule that whoever accepts it will not allow others to do it. If you have the ability to complete it and provide proof, the reward will be yours. Even if it is snatching people's heads, it is still a kind of skill. The bounty people don't care about this. They only want their target to die. This is their only purpose. The whereabouts of the former master of the Great Sage's Tower and his party, who returned to Willian City and then left, were originally a mystery. But without deliberately hiding them, they were quickly exposed to the eyes of interested people. A mountain village not far from Willian City is a perfect place to kill people and abandon their bodies. So it attracted a group of killers who were paid to kill, to bully a magician who lost the protection of the magic tower. 2 apprentices is no big deal. The more troublesome thing is the 2 huge dog-shaped monsters. Fortunately, a while ago, at the request of the villagers, the 2 giant demon dogs were moved outside the village for free. In addition to hunting food on their own, they also prevent 2 big dogs from harming the poultry and livestock in the village. This is not to say that Grey Hooves and White Nose will eat these small animals raised by humans. But as the existence of high-level monsters, their mere breath can make those animals raised by humans feel uneasy, compared with those horses or war horses that are often active outside. In order to avoid being frightened to the point of being unable to let go of their hooves when encountering a monster, thereby blocking its main way of fighting or escaping. These horses or camel birds will receive training to adapt to the magical beasts. But poultry and livestock raised just for slaughter have no need for such training. However, the appearance of the devil dog makes these little animals unable to eat and sleep well, and their bodies are losing weight day by day. How can this prevent the villagers from being nervous and worried? So after discussing with the magician, the 2 big dogs lived outside the village. Maybe it's not far, but at least the depressing and uneasy situation of the animals in the village has improved slightly. And such actions also gave those assassins an opportunity to take advantage of them, because someone was sitting under the dense shade of a tree. His figure was blurry in the dark night. The 2 apprentices who were dozing did not light a fire to keep warm at night, or to deter wild animals. It may be that their life in the village did not make them think that they had to guard against wild animals that would not come in. As for the issue of keeping warm, the 2 people leaning against each other wrapped in a large blanket illustrate their solution. The result of this is that it is difficult for people who are sneaking at night to see their targets, but on the contrary, they are also not easy to be discovered. In such an environment, they move forward cautiously, and their skilled stealth skills allowed them to silently surround the target like cats. The next moment they took out the poison-quenching daggers. They heard 5 puff, 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 puff sounds. The high-unit condensed power energy bullet penetrated the forehead from the back of the head at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to see, and only made a slight sound at the moment when the head was broken open. In the deeper darkness, Fern walked seductively, wearing a black gothic Lolita outfit that was different from the Midland style, paired with a black pleated skirt and a white underlay. especially the white knee socks that snugly covered the big pair of shoes. Long legs. If someone is still awake, how can he not be fascinated by the scene? It's just that the large caliber pistol in his right hand, which looks similar to a pink desert eagle, tells the story of a contrast that a native of the lost land would not understand. Maybe most people don't understand. But if Lin saw it, he would know that this big lowly is very violent. The weapon in his hand screamed for the first time, although he didn't have the chance to fire at full power. Overall, Lin was satisfied, even though he only fired a measly 5 shots. It is said that during the production, someone took up a limited space and deliberately designed a magic circle to make a sound when shooting. And there are several kinds of sounds to choose from. If he hadn't been very serious about teaching the original Tower Master how to behave, this epic-making weapon might have lost its quietness. What kind of thinking is this when you want to kill people, but also tell others that I am here? Then curled his lips and stepped forward. The 5 assassins who fell in the dust. It is conceivable that they will only be the beginning, not the end. Then stood under the moonlight, and her graceful figure was matched by a shadow with teeth and claws. Even though she was motionless, the shadow still stretched forward like a monster. Beneath the 5 dead bodies, dark claws stretch out from the shadow, swallowing people who shouldn't be there into the shadow. Then everything goes as usual, like nothing happened. Lin was still struggling in his dream, while the 2 girls fell into a deep sleep. He was not aware of the danger at all. And of course, he was not aware of the actions of a certain former demon king. Then looked at the 3 masters and apprentices who were sleeping soundly in annoyance. I almost lost my life, and I still couldn't wake up from sleep. She walked to Lin, who was sitting cross-legged, and sat down with her knees bent, also leaning against the big tree. Ever since her resurrection, she has been confused. I was originally looking forward to having an intimate and bloody exchange with the demon army from the abyss. But by accident, I followed this man. Where to go next? The question that I had been avoiding and had no answer to when I thought about it once again came to me. In the dream, someone who was unaware of the actual situation was competing with his other 2 selves over how to place the bricks. I originally thought that 3 cobblers were better than 1 zhuge liang. In fact, one is dedicated to causing trouble, and the other is dedicated to going astray. To say that doing twice the result with half the effort is trivial. Lin feels like he is dedicated to cleaning up the mess. The incarnation of Fat House seems to be cynical to the extreme. No matter who does anything, they must first go through his ruthless ridicule, including the things he did. He had to laugh 3 times and then watch things get messed up. The second incarnation has recklessly reached another extreme. There is no plan. Just do it in advance and then think of other solutions after getting frustrated. This performance confused Lin's original belief that the incarnation of the Fat House was actually what Freud called the id, while the incarnation of the middle 2 was actually the superego. Of course, this division is actually just my own subjective determination. In other words, the essence of this dream world is actually self-cognition, leaving aside the exploration of the nature of the world. With the help of 2 unhelpful companions, I gained some insights into the arrangement and combination of the bricks transformed by my own body. Originally, according to Lin's habit, of course, he made a decision before taking action. But the other 2 people were reckless and tried some rather strange combinations. And it seems that they are still enjoying it and continue to mess around, even though they had several accidents and blew up a few bricks during their previous messing around. Fortunately, the damage was limited to a small area and did not expand. But the 2 holdouts didn't get any lessons and continued to mess around in their own way. Finally, before the 3 of them cooperated to kill themselves, Lin also figured out some ways to build towers in dreams. The dismantled magic bricks were sorted into categories and then stacked again in a certain order. When the last brick was stacked at the predetermined position, all the radiating magical light gathered in the next moment and submerged into the brick, and the low wall finally returned to peace. I don't know how long this period of busy work took, of course. Another level of question is there still time in the dream? The 3 of them wiped it on their foreheads at the same time, and then made a gesture to wipe away the sweat. In fact, no matter how hard they work, they will not sweat even a drop of sweat, unless someone painfully imagines himself sweating profusely. After the 3 of them looked at each other, the original version of Mitty said, "These troubles have finally come to an end, and then we have to plan the entire tower. This is not as simple as building a magic tower in reality. You have to think about it. There are many things." Although Lin has never designed and built a magic tower from scratch, but after practicing with the great sage's tower, He had almost renovated it from top to bottom. He already knew how to play the magic tower in reality. In fact, it has nothing to do with design or magic. The main thing is that the materials are extremely expensive. If you want to create a building with any effect, you have to collect specific materials. As for construction and installation, it is a formulaic approach. There is no special secret method at all. Of course, this kind of understanding can only be viewed this way by a time-traveling being from the Earth. Not to mention how important mathematics and physics are to architecture. Just the knowledge left by the ancestor Luban. Even if Lin's family is not a carpenter, the scattered knowledge he learned is enough to understand all the magic in the world of Lost World. The tectonic nature of the tower. But building a tower in a dream can almost be said to be the presentation of another system. Although we have now reached the threshold of entry, it is undoubtedly not enough to build a complete magic tower. At least the experience of the Great Sage's tower cannot be applied here, in all likelihood. That would be no different from quitting training completely. Lin looked at the other two cells, feeling a little powerless about the slim prospects, and said, "Leave first." Then he prepared to leave the dreamland. Suddenly, with a sudden movement, a broad-edged sword appeared in his hand, and he thrust it behind him. There was a clear clanging sound. How could he still not understand what was happening? He rolled forward, looked at the two avatars showing their fangs, and said, "I knew you would take advantage of others' danger. Hey, what should I say? I really know myself," the fat guy said with a smile. Chapter 127. The war is about to begin. The leisurely life and slow pace in the mountain village can easily bring peace to people. The simple emotional expressions of the villagers singing and having fun while working attract people to get involved. But in such a comfortable environment, someone's life is not so easy. The fight in the dream, as well as the new tower building rules and new tower building methods, can be said to be a triple squeeze of brain power, physical strength and force. This kind of life is even more urgent than the period of the Great Sage's tower. As if someone is chasing behind you. The pace of life during the tower of the Great Sage was quiet and leisurely. In addition to stargazing and recording every night, I spent my daytime studying magic, writing dozens of codes for the Midland version, or replanning and renovating the magic tower. Although there is much to do and can do, there is no urgency. But after leaving the magic tower, Lin knew clearly that his world would never be the same. The urgency of life is not so obvious when funds are abundant. It can even be said that the savings of more than 3 years are enough for me to squander for a long time. But the threat posed by those grudges and hatreds, with the loss of the protection of the magic tower, is almost imminent. It's not surprising when a killer appears, or an assassin uses some heretical means, such as poisoning or setting fires. However, someone still doesn't know that there have been several waves of such enemies. Let the lich with itchy hands clean them all up. The fight in the dream is not without any influence on the mind. Lin became more and more taciturn. When something happened, he would not joke or ridicule first, as if he felt uncomfortable all over. However, as a junior high school student, he is reckless when encountering problems and does things without thinking. The reasons are all bizarre and make people laugh bitterly. The three selves are becoming more and more extreme. Such a bad situation also affects Lin in reality. He showed ferocious expressions from time to time, frightening the two girls following him. It's just that this situation didn't last long, and after 2 slaps from the lich, it returned to its original state. Someone really wants to announce to the outside world that his strength has also improved. But before that absolute gap, having a temper has become a loss of temper. I can only hide in the corner and feel sorry for myself like a little daughter-in-law who was bullied by her mother-in-law. In reality, the gulf-like gap between the person next to him and himself did not make the 2 incarnations in the dream show mercy. On the contrary, the complaints became worse. The recklessness became more fierce. And the killings were of course more ruthless. At the same time, at the Tower of the Great Sage, this place looks completely different from the military camp-like appearance half a month ago. Centering on the location where the dimensional rift is expected to be opened, the construction team headed by the magician built an endless fortress group, almost forming an iron cage around the location of the dimensional rift. As the main force resisting the abyss, they are the regional coalition forces of the 4 major divisions of the Magicians Association in the southwest peninsula of the Lost Continent. 4 regiments of 500 men were stationed on all sides, serving as the first line to block the abyss invasion. At the beginning of the second front, there were the armies of the kingdoms, nobles, and even volunteers composed of adventurers and mercenaries, arranged layer by layer in a staggered manner. The only airship in the Southwest Peninsula is anchored next to the Tower of the Great Sage, and will circle around it at a fixed time every day. In addition to routine drills, it also allows everyone gathered here to see the most powerful weapon in the Southwest Peninsula, and to boost the sagging morale. The 4 district branch presidents have already put aside their respective branch affairs, and are here to sit down. Because many of the people who led the troops here were kings of small countries, or big local lords. A person of this status cannot be suppressed by just the president of the Shijia district branch, a disciple of Chung Wei-Eaton, and a mere great magician. Although the Magicians Association is stronger than any small country and holds considerable power, it is not without checks and balances. At least the 4 presidents are on an equal footing. Chung Wei-Eaton can dominate the other 3 with his seniority and age, but it has not reached a level where a decision can be made. When facing a king with secular power, the magician's rule is basically to respect without interfering too much. This is a standard that applies to magicians from top to bottom. After all, the degree of concentration of power in the Magicians Association is far less than the power that the country can control. In essence, the association is just a mutual aid group for magicians. It's not like no one has thought about concentrating power and creating a magic empire. And this dream can be considered half successful. In addition to the 5 major empires that are among the superpowers in the Lost World, there are also 5 small powers, located in the east of the Lost Continent. There is a pure magician country, the Principality of Crow. There are many reasons why this pure magician country cannot become big, so I won't list them for now. All in all, it is very difficult for magicians to gain greater power in the world. This also makes nobles above a certain level view magicians as a group of clowns who can be bought with money. I can't beat you, but I still despise you. This is the attitude of the kings of many countries in the Southwest Peninsula towards the Magician Association. Only the 4 branch presidents have enough weight in front of these kings and gain some respect. Especially this time. The Abyss is about to invade Lost Land. As a resident of Lost Land, no one can guarantee that they will be able to escape the clutches of demons. Since there is no way to escape, fighting is the only option. All countries and major lords sent troops to support this. The difference is that some people only send their cronies, while some people come in person. The same thing is that they are full of complaints. Why do we have to share the responsibility for the building that the magician stabbed down? This is the common thought among most of the nobles who come here. Because of this complaint and the uneasiness waiting for the official invasion of the Abyss, the morale of this ragtag group of people can only be barely maintained. For this war, magicians are absolutely responsible, no matter how hard people try to publicize it. The original tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage should be punished with death for making such mistakes, and even framed him for summoning demons and actively opening the gate to the Abyss. But the masters are not just a group of people who follow others' opinions blindly. Some people may covet the wealth of the original tower owner. But if you want to be labeled as summoning demons and force the original tower owner to confess and be executed, you won't get any benefits in your pocket. In this case, what is the point of helping the conspirators to smear an innocent person? Or even whether he will be dealt with in the same way in the future? Such worries prevent many magicians from doing such scandalous things as adding insult to injury. In the minds of most magicians, the hidden conspirators are the ones who really need to be held accountable. Of course, the resentment towards the original tower owner is not completely gone. It is this resentment, coupled with the anxiety of the kingdom's legion and the noble private army on the outer defense line, that is affecting the morale of the magician coalition. In the agony of waiting, they also wondered, what was the reason why they had to come here? Especially now that the original tower owner has left. A large group of magicians have replaced him to stop the demons who are about to break out of the Abyss. This unfairness is also growing in the hearts of the coalition forces. However, these complaints are about to end, or there will be no time to complain. Before this, the gate of the Abyss was still unstable, and occasionally low-level devils would get through the gap by chance. Those little devils were quickly strangled by the army. Nowadays, the well-established demon squad takes advantage of the darkness to get out of the cracks in the Abyss in order to find a way to break through the defense line. That's right. The lost side can peek into the Abyss through the gap. And of course, the other side can also look over. In the chaotic and unorganized history passed down by demons orally, it is unheard of that the main plane is fully prepared before the gate of the Abyss is fully opened. Every time they invaded the Lost Land smoothly, burning, killing and looting everywhere, before the powerful forces of the Lost Land could react. The greedy demons could collect enough treasures and then leave. A few guys who are so greedy that they cover their eyes will stay and be punished. And then, they will become a heroic epic. But this time, through the gap in the plane that was about to stabilize. The demons could see that a dense defense line had been built in the world of the main plane. There are no devil worshippers chanting their names on the opposite side. There are no greedy and ignorant humans who can be easily coaxed by the devil. Some are just a large army that has been assembled. The demons were not disappointed. The sense of accomplishment gained from lying to others and then succeeding is not necessarily better than killing as much as you want. Especially fragile human beings are torn apart under the claws, accompanied by wailing and begging for mercy. It is simply the most beautiful sound of nature. Now that an army is gathered on the opposite side, the demon lord who was the first to discover and control the gate of the abyss is not so arrogant as to want to complete the invasion of lost land by himself. He summoned the neighboring demon lords, benevolent and hostile alike. In the end, a large army was gathered and stood guard in front of the gate of the abyss, which was about to be fully opened, waiting for the moment when the war began, and then rushed into the mysterious land. Of course, the opponents in this war are not limited to humans, but may also be the forces of other demon lords. Killing enemies as well as comrades is a natural thing for the devil. It is natural for demons to harbor evil intentions. No one trusts others completely. Of course, there are not no such demons who can trust people, but as soon as they are betrayed, they will usually be the first victims, and they will never have the opportunity to grow. The only thing that troubles these demon lords is that the news here has reached the ears of a certain prince, the demon king who is always hungry. Greedy and selfish is the overlord of this abyss world. When the man personally admitted that he was quite interested in the gate of the abyss, a group of warlords took the instructions of the great lord to forcefully control the demons that had gathered, and several waves of smaller spies were sent out, hoping to find out where the weakness was on the other side of the door. For the cannon fodder and soldiers at the bottom, it doesn't matter who takes command, but for the demon lords, whether they have the right to command is quite different. The difference between chess players and chess pieces is not that who can be easily sacrificed and who cannot be sacrificed. Chapter 128 The most powerful support. On the eve of the opening of the abyss, the arrival of a supporting army boosted the morale of the army surrounding the tower of the great sage. The temple warrior chief under the mysterious Lord Klein, a member of the strongest line of Midland warriors, and one of the two known extraordinary beings in the southwest peninsula, the Queen of Frank Kingdom, Julia III, also known as White Fog, led a team of temple warriors including the mysterious church, to the position of the tower of the great sage. The temple warriors belonging to many gods, as the leading high-end combat power in the lost world, took the initiative to join the white mist the moment it appeared. In the coming war, the number of 1 or 2 squads will not play any role at all. Only by integrating forces together can we become the decisive key on the battlefield. But to gather enough people, no church can do it in the southwest peninsula, this corner of the lost continent. Furthermore, if the lions are dispersed among the sheep will not become as brave as the lions. Only when lions gather together can they pose a threat to the enemy. Various reasons make strong alliances a very reasonable choice. For the loyal warriors under the command of various gods, what could be more trustworthy than a temple warrior leader who is famous throughout the continent, even behind everyone's back? The big boss in heaven will consider whether it is better to adhere to the flawless faith and then summon the devout warriors who believe in him to his side, or to let them continue to walk the mainland and spread the gospel. Therefore, unless the gods belong to hostile camps, most of the temple warriors who came here to fight against the abyss invasion took the initiative to gather around the white mist warrior commander. Generally speaking, there is no need to worry about the leader trying to trick the temple warriors under other gods, unless someone foolishly follows the temple warriors under the command of Dolos, the god of deception. Since there is a problem with their IQ, they can't blame others. With the most powerful force in the order camp and her status as queen, Julia III is highly respected no matter where she is. Of course, there are some in the aristocracy who are stunned. There is a nobleman who speaks frivolously and teases the single queen. Then his head was tied to the queen's waist, and the equally prestigious flail Morning Star was harder than ever. Not surprisingly, Morning Star was intact, just with some brains on it. There were also big nobles who cursed the queen in public. But this extraordinary person, who never took his crown seriously, also cursed. Even if you escape to the depths of the abyss, I will definitely catch you out personally. Anyone who stands in my way will definitely be killed. Shattered to pieces. Then the family of this great nobleman tied his hands behind his back and sent him to the queen. There was no way. Any family's castle hall was filled with broken and fresh corpses scattered everywhere. The instigator even held a flail and said viciously that he would dig 3 feet into the ground. Outside the castle, there are thousands of troops loyal to the queen. No one can hold on to this kind of battle without compromising, let alone the nobles whose most important responsibility is the survival of their family. It can be said that the respect that Yulia III receives now was obtained with many bones. Those who hated her gnashed their teeth. But no one felt at ease when the Flail Queen became a comrade. When such people came to the battlefield, even the 4 branch presidents of the Magicians' Association did not dare to neglect them and went out to greet them personally. The shackles of the temple warrior Chang Bai Wu were stained not only with the blood and brains of the warriors, but also with the blood and brains of many magicians. This kind of warrior favored by the gods is definitely the nightmare of all mages. So the Magicians' Association couldn't help but take advantage of the queen. Let the temple warriors who followed him go to the predetermined location to camp. Yulia III took his 2 personal maids and entered the tower of the great sage lightly. This place is no stranger to her. However, due to the invasion of the abyss, the town where he lived has been abandoned. Perhaps the spies who originally lived there have returned to their respective countries or organizations. There really aren't many people who live here with the dream of a second life. The atmosphere inside the tower of the great sage is completely different from the one I experienced in the past. Although he hadn't come in a few times, the original tower owner was lazy and casual. Nowadays, the appearance of the past has been washed away. Rush and tension have replaced the slow pace of the past. At the beginning of preparations for the war, a large group of magicians, who had no money and did not want to sleep outdoors, crowded into the tower. Only a magician with some status and a small amount of assets can live a comfortable life outside. But now that the scale is getting bigger, the inside of the magic tower has long been emptied. Only those directly related to President Chung Guiden, as well as those related to confidential matters, who are responsible for coordinating and preparing for this war, can stay in the magic tower. All other irrelevant people were living in the barracks outside. Of course, Yulia III came here not to ask for a room. It's just a courtesy visit to learn about the next strategic direction. Even when she doesn't have the upper hand, she can work well with others. But this time I came back and looked around, but I didn't see that familiar figure. Julia III couldn't help but ask, "Where is the tower master? Gibrish Tripwood?" Chakti stood up from behind his teacher, bowed respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty, the current tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage is me, the great magician Chaktis. The former tower owner Lord Jibra Ashtripwood has returned to the 5 United Cities. So the rumors are true." Yulia III looked at the man who stood up and dressed up carefully. It was obvious that he was trying to please women. It's a pity that this trick didn't work for her. Instead, she asked in a questioning tone, "Can you fully master this magic tower?" Being questioned in this way, Chaktis was angry and powerless. Of course, he was angry because someone dared to question him. If it had been left in the past, it would not have taught people a profound lesson. Powerless because the person His Majesty questioned had no way to refute. To this day, including the intervention of President Chung Guiden, who has brought more talents from the Shijia district branch, they still cannot understand what the former tower owner left behind. At best, everyone just learned how to operate it based on the instructions left by the previous tower owner. Any modification or change is not impossible. But there is no certainty. Looking at the troubled look on the new young tower master's face, Yulia III already got the answer. No wonder there is an indescribable atmosphere in the magic tower, which is very different from the past. The Tower of the Great Sage in the past was like a terrifying existence, hiding in the darkness, that chose people to eat. No matter how relaxed and lazy the former tower owner acted, he just felt awkward. Today's towers are like a bed of needles. They are dangerous and can hurt people. But I saw clearly that as long as I didn't stupidly bump up, there would be no problem. As for those tense atmospheres, they are mostly caused by people. It does not come from the sense of oppression brought by the tower. She didn't continue to ask questions that she couldn't answer. After a few polite words, she asked about the main purpose of this time, which was to confirm the order of battle. In view of the fact that the area around the Tower of the Great Sage has been surrounded by large and small formations, in addition to fixed garrison locations, there must also be a list of first-place replacement troops when a unit collapses, and when repelling the demon army of the Abyss, pushed back into the plane of the Abyss. This information actually belongs to the arrangements of the battle plan. Under normal circumstances, these combat plans do not need to be informed to the officers and soldiers below. They only need to obey them. But is Yulia III an ordinary officer or soldier? She came to ask. Who dared not to answer? For Yulia 3. Even if the temple warriors she led were placed in the northern land where the war was most intense, the strength of this team was still impressive. She didn't want these people to die easily, and she certainly didn't want them to be placed in a safe place where they couldn't reach the enemy. She just wanted to contribute her best in this upcoming war. After getting the answer she wanted, Yulia 3 was ready to return to her station. But before leaving, she was stopped by Chung Wei-Eden. The old president chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, since you will appear, does it mean that the mysterious Lord Klein has instructions? I wonder if we are honored to listen to the holy metaphor. The door will open." After Yulia 3 left 4 worrying words, she left without looking back. Chung Wei-Eden and his students were more relieved than worried about the explicit meaning behind this sentence. Although an unprecedented army has gathered here, but in the process of waiting, morale and other factors were wearing away in every possible way, coupled with the magic materials and food that are constantly being transported here. These are a terrifying burden. It is a rare and great achievement to be able to support it to this day with the strength of one district chapter. But this does not mean that I can continue to hold on. Maybe in half a month, or more than a month, the Shijia district branch will go bankrupt. The president and his students felt a little relieved to hear the news that the demons were finally going to invade before that unfortunate incident happened. They immediately informed the commanders responsible for the defense of each section. Instructions for various war mobilizations were also issued to every soldier. Yulia 3, who returned to her station, looked at this huge defense system as if it had come alive, and people could be seen everywhere. Some people were preparing weapons, while others were carrying war supplies. Even the airship tied to the tower of the Great Sage, the Ghost Bottom, untied its cables and slowly took off during a time that was not part of her regular patrol. Now even those who had not received the news understood. The war is about to begin. Chapter 129, Gate of the Abyss. What should the Gate of the Abyss look like? A hole was opened out of thin air, and at the other end of the hole is another world. But when you look at it from the other side of the hole, or from the side, you can't see anything strange. A huge portal like a city gate appeared, and the open wooden door connected to another world. Or will a majestic passage appear, covered with red rocks like lava, smelling of sulfur, connecting to the world where demons live? Before today, 100 people would imagine 100 ways of the Gate of the Abyss, because in written records, the image of this gate is vague. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I realize that it's not that no one wants to record it in detail, but that the scene in front of me is too complicated and seemingly irregular, making it difficult to record. First of all, there are no holes, passages, or anything like that. The invasion of the abyss is more like the superposition of 2 worlds, with parts of each overlapping, looking towards that place. Sometimes it looks like a forest scene in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes it turns into a scene in the abyss. More often than not, the 2 places are like a mirage, vaguely existing at the same time. Stay outside the overlapping area and look from different directions, and sometimes what you see is the scene of another world. I won't go into details about the iconic sight of the abyss. The most frightening thing is the army of demons gathered not far away. So the so-called Gate of the Abyss is actually more like a disordered maze created by overlapping planes. Most people have no sense of direction after entering this space where the 2 worlds overlap. In fact, in a place like this, a sense of direction is meaningless. Maybe my next step is to appear from behind me. If you are not so lucky, after taking a step, your lower body will be 1 step away, but your upper body will appear in another place. In fact, this situation will not cause any harm to the person. It is just a spatial confusion. But in terms of physical cognition, he is still a whole. The usual solution is to follow the original path and exit this chaotic space, and then the original state can be restored. But is the spatial confusion fixed? Is it true that everyone can be so calm and able to remain calm and find the best solution when faced with this situation? In fact, the chaotic situation of space is constantly changing before the overlapping part of the 2 planes is stabilized. At the same time, if people trapped in it move around in a panic, they may face more chaotic spaces and let their bodies run to more places. The more complicated the situation, the slimmer the hope for recovery. It's like a person who doesn't know how to play a magic cube. He only knows how to stare at one side and one color to get the same color on one side. But I never thought that when I put together one color on one side, I would also mess up the remaining 5 sides. If you walk out of this chaotic space before you are completely restored to your original state, it means that some part of your body will still remain in this space, which means that the space will be cut off when people hear it. No matter how strong the defense is, it cannot stop the rules of the world from saying, a certain part of this body does not exist. If you want to avoid such a thing from happening, you have to rely on magicians, who are proficient in space knowledge. In addition to marking the boundaries of the chaotic realm, their most important responsibility is to stabilize this disorderly changing situation, and look for the correct path from one world to another in this space maze. After this period of hard work, the magicians on the devil's side not only drew the boundaries of space, but also accelerated the two worlds to devour each other. And as long as the two planes overlap deeply enough, the space will be less cluttered. Just a while ago, lost little devils began to frequently travel to the lost land, and were brutally killed by everyone. It is undoubtedly an important message that the war is about to begin. And just yesterday, the airship was cruising abnormally, coupled with a sudden and strange combat readiness order. It was like calling the world that the high-level officials had learned through some channel or method that the demonic invasion was imminent. All exercises that wasted energy were stopped. Everyone and all troops stick to their posts, looking at another world. There are also demons gathering under that world with no end in sight. Across the plane gap, the creatures in the two worlds are curious about the other world. But they all know that the moment the two sides come into contact, the war begins. It's just that it hasn't unfolded yet. At the joint headquarters of the Great Sage's Tower, a young general proposed a strategy to invade the Abyss first. In addition to controlling the war in the demon's territory, it is also possible to close the gate of the Abyss as early as possible. It seems like a very strong reason, but in fact, no one with decision-making power will agree with this stupid tactic. There are two reasons. 1. Abandon the position built like an iron hoop in front of him, and instead rushed into the army of demons waiting for work. No general with any common sense would make this choice. Furthermore, when crossing different planes, it is inevitable that there will be a short period of discomfort due to the gap between dimensions. Some say this is a curse given by strange worlds when traveling to different worlds. In any case, such disadvantages are borne by those who pass through the plane gap. So should this person be borne by a human or a demon? The answer seems self-evident. Instead, let the demons come over and take advantage of the geographical advantages of positional warfare to kill a few waves of demon vanguards first. Let the enemy be reduced a little when counterattacking the Abyss later. This kind of thinking is the mainstream opinion. In this way, a strange scene formed. The armies of humans and demons faced each other across the plane gap, but neither of them stood still. Not that no one tried to attack, but all methods are blocked by the space maze in the gap between the planes, and they are lost in the endless corridors. Whether it is magic, arrows, or even stones from a trebuchet, if they are thrown out, they will just disappear like a mud cow into the sea, quietly and without knowing where they are. It can be expected that it will be an extremely bloody and tragic war. In the beginning, the two sides stared at each other, competing to see who had more patience. Unfortunately, patience has never been among the devil's good qualities. On the afternoon of the second day of the confrontation, there was obviously quite a commotion on the devil's side, and there is a trend that is getting worse. Finally, an army of demons broke away from the large army and advanced towards the door alone. This demon army is all tall and strong guys. You can imagine the elite level of this group of demons and their confidence in facing all enemies. The steady pace and the rhythm of the drums made this army not seem to be composed of demons, but their dark brown skin color and the pair of horns on their heads all proved their identities. As the demon army advanced step by step, the hearts of the humans also started beating, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. With such elites as opponents in the first round, the magicians don't have much confidence. After all, the individual strength of demons is far higher than that of humans, and when the number is large enough, the quantitative changes caused are also not something that ordinary people can resist. The moment when the goat-horned demons, armed with double-headed swords, wearing no hair, and the only armor on their bodies, the golden wristbands on their left and right hands, stepped into the gap in the plane, everyone's hearts were raised. The figure moves left and right, forward and back, so changeable and difficult to predict. Traveling in the gaps between planes is so unreasonable. At the same time, a discordant voice spread among the human camp. There is no need for us to sacrifice our lives for the disaster caused by the greed and cruelty of the former tower owner. Especially the person responsible for all this is hiding in a safe area, but wants us to stand on the front line against the invasion of demons. This is wrong. There is no justice in this war. Let those who are ignorant and unable to recognize the facts pay the price for the greed and sins of others. I will leave the battlefield to protect the homeland that I should really protect, instead of helping those crooks to guard this broken tower. Directly north of the gap in the plain, the 500-member Magician Coalition of the Cadiz District Branch of the Magician Association on the front line withdrew the line of defense they were supposed to hold on to under everyone's attention. Any friendly forces blocking their retreat route will be pushed back rudely. But if those who are careful observe carefully, they will find that the arrogant and unreasonable people are also the ones leading the group. Most of the people behind were confused and blind followers. Without understanding the situation, they followed the leading officer and left. Because of this, the leader didn't dare to do anything and kill people just to leave, thus losing all his rationality. But this move has caused great commotion and discussion in the human camp. For no reason. Just because the Cadiz District Chapter was the original first-line main force, and its defensive position was quite critical. Withdrawing now would be tantamount to exposing a large area of weakness and hinterland to the demonic army. The withdrawal of the Magician Coalition also affected some unsteady little lords. Their hesitant movements disrupted the order of the northern defense line. Some people want to follow, and some people are eager to step forward to fill the gap. The result is chaos. And how could the devil not know how to take advantage of this change? The demon lord who commanded this army chose to attack with his entire army without hesitation. The rumbling sound was like the roar of the earth, and the inhabitants of the abyss with no end in sight, with high morale, roared forward, and then advanced. At the same time, through the external monitoring equipment of the Tower of the Great Sage, the people who witnessed all this included the presidents of the 4 regional branches of the Magicians Association, the students of Chungwa Eden, and people under the old president's system. Everyone is angry and unable to understand the behavior of the Cadiz District Chapter. They all looked at the confused-looking president of the Cadiz District Chapter, Gerardo. Judging from this person's gaffe, he must also be an uninformed person. But there are many things that people who don't know are not innocent. Now that the defensive front is torn apart, the north of the Abyss Gate is in chaos. It's hard to deal with it, but it's even harder to stop the devil. Encountering a demonic attack in this chaos will inevitably cost you more lives. However, the horned demons are about to step out of the plain gap. Chapter 130, The Final Sound. Human chaos continues to expand. And at the same time, the big ominous eye once again condenses on the top of the magic tower. Due to the inability to fully control the Tower of the Great Sage, a group of people who were stationed in the Tower of the Great Sage to conduct research, led by Chakvis, the new Tower Master, all agreed to close all the arcane eyes when not necessary. Area surveillance, even if it can be turned on around the clock with the support of the Magic Tower energy pool. No one knows how many rules the former tower owner hid that allowed him to control everything even though he no longer lived in the tower. However, these preconditions are only visible when the Magic Tower is visible. That is, when the arcane eyes are staring at this continent. No one knows how far the arcane eyes modified by the former tower owner can see. Chakvis is not opposed to protecting anyone as long as there is no conflict of interest. But the connection between the arcane eye and the former tower master, the feeling that made Chakvis feel uncontrollable, was what he rejected. Now, whether it is the vanguard of the demon army who has set foot on the land of Lost Land, or the rebellion of the Cadiz District Chapter, this ominous object that always brings a lot of killings has finally emerged from its dusty state and been taken over by the current tower master. Release it. The newly launched arcane eye is another area-wide scan, and the real scene within 200 kilometers is reduced and presented in the core room on the 3rd floor using 3-dimensional imaging. The sudden sight from God's perspective caused the 4 presidents in the argument to become silent for an instant. The Magician Coalition of the Cadiz District Chapter unexpectedly retreated, and Guildmaster Galado, who was staying in the Magic Tower, naturally became the target of questioning by the other 3 presidents. Moreover, the 4 grumpy old men all rolled up their sleeves and planned to have an intimate physical conversation. However, another unexpected turn of events shifted their attention from the argument to Chakvis, who was standing in front of the console. As for President Eden's disciple, the screen he was staring at was not the invading demons, but the Cadiz District Coalition forces that were constantly disrupting the defensive front and fighting their way out. Looking at the back, everyone had an unpleasant thought in their hearts. Logically speaking, the 43-year-old person in front of me has long passed the impulsive stage and is more tactful in dealing with things. But people's emotions always have an upper limit, and there is a bottom line for what they can accept. If it breaks through, the line of reason collapses, and no one knows what will happen. So the question is President Chungwa Eden's proud disciple able to withstand stress enough? This question just popped into my mind when I saw Chuck Wesley grabbing and releasing him. The image of the retreating Cadiz District Allied Forces, 500 people, was captured on another screen with a completely black background. Chuck, what did you do? President Chung Woo-Eaton asked his student in confusion. Defection in front of the enemy. No matter what era or where. There is only one result. Chakvis turned around and said in a cold tone. Damn it! What did you do? Griotto asked angrily. The surveillance footage outside the tower that filled the core room revealed an incredible sight. Outside the tower, rather than the big eyeballs condensing and forming on the top of the magic tower, everyone is more concerned about the demons passing through the gaps in the plane. When the first Ramhorn demon came to the Lost Land, he was a superior being in terms of strength and life level, so he didn't care about the initial feeling of weakness. He flicked the double-headed sword in his hand and roared fiercely at the weak humans. The next moment, countless light bullets smeared his face. According to past Crusade records, evil beings of the level of the Ramhorn demon can easily destroy a few small nobles and kill everyone in a city. A single Goathorn demon can do such a thing, let alone hundreds of Goathorn demons, who are coming out of the gate of the abyss one after another. However, the Tower of the Great Sage, which had long put abyssal creatures on its blacklist, launched an attack as soon as it detected suspected abyssal creatures, without asking, and not caring if there was any misjudgment. When the Devil's aura appeared around the Great Sage's tower again, the improved light bomb attack technique automatically launched an attack. One shot with 2 luminous bullets. Will it do any harm to the Horned Devil? In fact, it's no different than scratching an itch. But what about 100 rounds or 200 rounds? Even if 100 or 200 rounds doesn't kill him, what about the next 300 or 400? In particular, the power of light bombs is not static, but will increase in different strengths as the vitality of the target being attacked changes. The conclusion is that the Ramhorn demon that can show off its power elsewhere appears in the area near the Tower of the Great Sage, especially under the gaze of the arcane eye. The almost endless attacks killed even a life form as powerful as the Ramhorn demon on the spot. That strong body became tattered in front of everyone. And this is just the first demon to step out of the gap. Next, some of the demons from the abyss walk. Some fly, and some have special means, such as those who can jump across distances of more than 1 kilometer. They all used their own methods to get out of the gap, came to the lost world, and then lost their lives. Demons kept coming out of the cracks, and they kept losing their lives to light bombs. When those who came after saw the tragedy of those who came before them, they knew to use various magical powers or defensive postures. There are demons who have used the gift of invisibility and tried to set foot on the land of the lost world from different directions. There are also high-level demons who casually grab the weak people around them and use them as shields in front of themselves. Unfortunately, all the efforts were in vain in the face of the continuous light bomb attacks. Moreover, with the arcane eye to control the battlefield, there will be no misses or omissions. Even demons who are invisible or have teleportation talents will be attacked by light bullets again the moment they appear. But it was just an improved version of the Tower of the Great Sage, and the first stage of the light bomb attack array could not cope with the endless army of demons. There are always those who can advance in the barrage of demons that are constantly pouring out. They are getting closer to the human defense line, and the threat is greatly increased. The direction in which these demons are heading is to the north, which is plunged into chaos. Even if the Magician Coalition forces from the other 3 directions were fully prepared, they could only sigh in despair. The attack distance was an obstacle that could not be easily overcome, even if it is within the field of vision. The farther the target is, the more mental energy the magician has to spend to control the direction of the magic. It is precisely this factor that makes the magicians in the Lost World keen on hand-to-hand combat. And give up your own advantages to rescue the chaotic north? That would only expand this bad situation to the point of being out of control, destroying all the defensive advantages on the remaining 3 sides. The second line of troops blocking the corner of the gap in the north, under the command of the leader, set up their shields and raised their spears. In the gaps between the shields, the soldiers watched the alien monsters attack with claws or strange-looking sticks. Even veterans have never seen such a battle. Amidst the nervousness and fear, the demon that rushed towards him was suddenly knocked down by a light bullet right in front of the tip of the spear. The Great Sage's tower, a war fortress, suddenly exerted its power, as if it was on stimulants, with light bullets flying all over the sky. The demon's offensive also stalled, being blocked by more ferocious magic attacks. This is Chakvis changing the attack mode of the Great Sage's tower from the first stage to the third stage. from a single magic circle. The rate of fire is approximately 60 to 80 rounds per minute, increasing to between 300 and 400 rounds in one fell swoop. Moreover, the operation of a single magic circle was changed to 6 magic circles in full operation, with a full 30 times attack efficiency. He easily harvested the evil life that descended on the lost land. But this group of demons was not Chakvi's primary target, but the defecting coalition forces from the Kadi's district chapter. At this stage, the most durable Ramhorn demon requires an average of 20 to 30 luminous bombs, and the attack is directed at the most concentrated point of energy, which is the strongest and weakest point. So how long can a magician, who has equipped himself with a full set of auxiliary and defensive means to cope with the upcoming war last? The answer is 1 shot, or at most 2 shots. Are humans weak when imitating demons? If this question is based on the average level, the answer is very regrettable. It can only be said that humans are really weaker than demons, no matter in terms of physical strength, arm strength, size, or talent. Most demons are better than humans, not to mention the magic resistance that demons are born with. From another perspective, those who are not strong enough are destined to be annihilated among the demons. But the magic used by the masters is what goes against the will of heaven. If the magic resistance is not enough, rely on shields to make up for it. If one is not enough, use 10. Magicians with a full set of auxiliary and defense can only take 2 bullets. It's not that these magicians are more fragile than demons. It's just a matter of different objectives. The mainstream of magician combat in the Lost Continent is still based on melee combat, followed by physical damage caused by elemental types, such as burns from fire, frostbite from ice and snow, and cutting from wind blades. The defensive methods studied by magicians are of course designed to target these mainstream attack methods. However, everything Lin modified for the Great Sage's tower used pure energy as the main attack method, which was different from the mainstream attack methods. Naturally, only a few % of the effectiveness was left in terms of defense. This resulted in the shields of most magicians in the Lost World being easily broken by light bullets of pure energy and laser beams in the tower. The fragile skin of the mages, coupled with the unreasonable attacks from the Tower of the Great Sage, resulted in the Kadi's district chapter's 500-person magician coalition being wiped out in an instant before anyone could react. Everyone who saw this result took a breath. The magician coalition of any district branch is marching sideways in the southwest peninsula. No country can stop them or even cause them the slightest trouble. The only ones who can tell each other off are the coalition forces from other districts. It's just a way of hurting each other in exchange for a costly victory. Once upon a time, I saw masters die as easily and worthlessly as insects. Several noble private armies that planned to leave with the coalition forces in the Kadi's area quietly returned to their original garrison positions. Pretend nothing happened. However, some people can't let go easily, although I didn't witness it with my own eyes. But through the surveillance footage, I saw that the 500 soldiers under my branch died worthless and unjustly. The president of the Kadi's district chapter, Ger Otto, was almost going crazy. Chapter 131: The Conspirators' Exposure. As for President Chumgui Eaton's disciple, Chakvi's wiped out a coalition of magicians from a district guild in one go. Several elders were not surprised. Even the teacher was also stunned. But he didn't show it. In addition to being surprised, the person involved was also furious. Griotto gave himself several auxiliary and defensive magics and fully entered combat mode. Full of hatred, he glared at the young man in front of him and said, "Do you know what stupid thing you did? Kill a defecting army to prevent our army from falling into greater chaos, so as to organize and block the invasion of the abyss. If this is considered stupid, there are not too many smart people in this world," Chakvi said confidently because what he said was too cold-blooded and ruthless, but also too reasonable. Gelato gritted his teeth and said, "Have you ever thought about it? Maybe not everyone thinks like this. It's just a few people. The others just follow the action as a last resort. You don't understand the military regulations of the coalition, and you should know how powerful the leader is. Oh, is it just like how the Kuz family killed an entire team of inspectors? Things have come to a straight line. The original incident happened in the Magic Tower, and we have decided to forget about it. But today, 500 people, the most fighting backbones of the entire district, were massacred outside the tower. It's such a huge crime that you have to wait for the trial afterwards. Now that the demonic invasion is imminent, what is your intention of killing magicians during this kind of abyss invasion? I have reasonable doubts. You are the one who started it all." "Oh, it turns out I was the one who summoned these demons. But it's different from what I saw. At the same time, Jackpies waved his hand and summoned the water mirror screen, which showed a dark night. In the middle of the forest, it was barely possible to see anything with only the faint moonlight. In the dark night, the outline of a person can be vaguely seen, and he is moving. Suddenly, a strange dark green light lit up, passing through the runes and patterns of the magic circle like a stream of light, showing that the magic circle was taking effect. The formation in the picture was also confirmed during the subsequent investigation to be a magic formation that summoned demons and opened the door to the abyss. But at the moment of confirmation, the whole process is irreversible. Only then were we prepared for this war. The person controlling the magic circle was obviously performing some kind of ritual. He used animals as living sacrifices, took out the internal organs one by one and placed them in specific positions. Just look at the dismembered animal. The blood flowing out did not gather into a small pool, but disappeared the moment it touched the ground. Rather than seeping into the soil, it was more like being absorbed by the magic circle. While the scene was going on, Jackpies said, "The Tower of the Great Sage has a way to record the past images. This is not a secret to most magicians in the CGI district. Probably only magicians from other places don't know or don't care. What everyone can see is the ritual process of opening the abyss door. So what? This doesn't mean anything. It can only be said that the opening of the abyss gate this time is not a natural phenomenon. But someone did it deliberately. Of course, President Otto is right. If you are not lucky enough to record this scene, it really doesn't mean anything." After the whole ceremony, the people in the picture quietly packed up everything and prepared to leave. Perhaps it was because the weather was too hot, or for other reasons. He put down the hood he had been wearing, and accidentally passed by the moonlight, and was caught by the arcane eye on that face. The picture was frozen here, allowing everyone present to clearly see the face that was not prominent at all. Jackpies continued. According to the former tower owner, after discovering the fluctuation of abnormal power gathering outside the tower, he tried to use the arcane eye to record the scene where it occurred. But because the time of occurrence was at night, it is not possible to record anything. In addition, the person performing the ceremony carefully wears a hood to hide his appearance. So most of the images obtained are just like the one seen before. The ritual teaching of summoning the gate of the abyss. Only this day, I unexpectedly saw this person's face. Although the picture showed a side face, Jackpies used another water mirror screen to put a frontal picture. It was during the day, in the small town outside the Tower of the Great Sage. An inconspicuous man dressed like a farmer, shyly greeting other townspeople. Put the two screens together and compare them, and it is easy to confirm that the person on the two screens is the same. Jackpies continued. Unfortunately, he didn't know the purpose of the magic circle and ritual at the beginning, so he didn't take any action against this person. By the time he found out, he could no longer find this person. However, only one face was seen, and there was no obvious family crest or other mark. So the former tower owner did not know who this person was, and the investigation was interrupted. At this point, Jackpies looked at it. He glanced at the people present and said, "Don't tell me. You adults don't know anything about the gathering place outside the Tower of the Great Sage. What kind of elements are it? Since everyone's background is not clean, then find out everyone's background. The background is a normal thing for us who are halfland owners. So the fact that the former tower owner was unable to investigate aroused my curiosity. You understand that curiosity is a very dangerous thing." Gelato said threateningly. A magician can still be considered a magician without curiosity. Jackpies countered not to be outdone. Then he said loudly, "Bohemu has no surname, and I don't know if Bohemu is his real name. In some places, he is codenamed Crow. He is a notorious bounty hunter and killer who lives in the dark world. Magic. Some people think that he has the strength of a great magician. The most interesting thing about this person is that he is the illegitimate son of a certain person and specializes in doing some dirty work for his father. Sometimes he takes on some private work. As a person, President Otto, do you think that when your son performs the ritual of summoning demons and opening the gate of the abyss, you will be completely unaware of it?" When these words came out, no one present looked shocked. Maybe they have never seen his appearance. But the name of Crow Bohemu is no stranger to the senior officials of the Magician Association, who can stay in the core room of the Great Sage's Tower, as long as they know the name. Many people may know much more about the story behind the name than Jackpies. Although everyone was not shocked by this, they were somewhat aware of it, because according to rumors, Crow's mother was a member of the Coos family. the hope of this generation as a family. But she died in the tower of the great sage, the family of the inspector magician. Having this level of relationship is equivalent to having financial resources and power at the same time. Then it is not that difficult to collect the rituals and materials to open the door to the abyss. At the same time, at the beginning of the war, the abnormal behavior of the Magician Coalition of the Cadiz District Chapter was well explained. All this is for revenge. The gate of the abyss was discovered early, and such a huge defense system was built. Those who want revenge have to find another way. And the first half of this situation was the answer they thought of. No matter how complete a defense is, it can only be broken from within. For a well-prepared human army, what could be easier to tear apart than creating chaos from within? So someone ordered his subordinates to behave like that. The purpose was to force back the vast majority of noble lords and the coalition forces from the other 3 districts. As long as they don't do something stupid like stand their ground, they have a chance of survival. Because Grat's original intention was to target the Tower of the Great Sage. Although the tower owner is not in the tower now. As long as the tower is destroyed, the magician is not at the mercy of others to score points. It's just that Gelato guessed the beginning, but not the outcome. I originally thought that the law does not punish everyone. As long as the coalition forces in the Cadiz area retreat smoothly, and the troops in other directions suffer heavy losses. For the sake of the complete 500-man Magician Coalition combat strength, no matter what they have done, they have to compromise. Even if it works well, it can take this opportunity to dominate the other 3 districts. But the magician troops he relied on were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. In addition to a few proud disciples, there were also 2 sons who led the team. How could Gelato accept such a loss? In addition, the relationship with Bohema was exposed, and he and Bohema presided over the summoning of demons and opened the door to the abyss. Both of these things will put Griotto in crisis. Of course, for Gelato, there is no solution to such a crisis. The easiest thing is to first solve the source of the rumor, and then slowly clarify or reverse the doubt. So his eyes became extremely sharp, staring directly at the young man who was talking nonsense. He said, "You don't expect to be forgiven for slandering me like this. Even if you are a student of Old Eden, you should know that there are still people in this world who you cannot offend. Otto, what do you want to do?" Chungwa Eden stood between his student and the person whose conspiracy was exposed. To be honest, he is a little mentally complaining now. If his student had had some time to talk beforehand and let himself understand the causes and consequences, he would have had more delicate and reliable means to deal with this matter. Rather than like now, it's like flipping the table, with no room for change. Chapter 132: A corner of the battlefield. For the 3 people who were at war with each other, the magicians from the Sijia district and Cadiz district to which they belonged stood clearly on 2 sides, assisting with magic. Although their usual weapons were not in their hands, they were placed in appropriate positions. As soon as there is movement, it can be easily pulled out. Other forces have retreated to the corners to avoid being affected. But everyone was vaguely far away from the people in the Cadiz area, and they expressed their opinions in a subtle way. After all, it is about the unforgivable sin of summoning demons and opening the door to the abyss. The evidence seen now points to the identity of the conspirator to the president of the Cadiz district chapter. Regardless of whether these accusations are true, no one is willing to support President Gelato unless he can provide other evidence to prove his innocence. However, it seems that this gentleman does not intend to clear up his grievances. As the saying goes, if the problem cannot be solved, solve the person who asked the problem. Griotto made no secret of his intention to attack, and Chungwa Eden also acted like a powerful enemy in order to protect his students. For magicians at their level, the first strike is the most important thing to ignore, and the most difficult to prevent, because it is impossible to know what kind of method the opponent will use, and who will be targeted. Although Gelato is ready to go, Warren Eden is also an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Even if he can succeed with the first blow, he can't say that he has a guaranteed chance of victory in the expected counterattack. So he still said to Chakvis first, "Young man, retract your false accusations. Maybe I can spare your life." However, Chakvis said with disdain, "Do you think?" It was too late to say it. But soon, Griotto's whole body was covered with magic aura, and he was killing at lightning speed. The previous words were actually just a tactic to divert attention. "Where are you staying?" With just a snap of his fingers, Chakvis did not show any panic. Nor did he care about the president who bypassed his teacher and killed him. Just watching with cold eyes. The beam of light shot from the ceiling of the core room of the Tower of the Great Sage made a whirlpool-like trajectory in a clockwise direction, penetrating through the back of a long-famous great magician and dismembering his body. Death was so sudden. It was so fast that even the magicians of the Cadiz district chapter had no time to react. And their teacher and president died right in front of them. And just by taking such a slow step, the result is already determined, which makes everyone afraid to take any action. Only then did they realize the meaning of Chakti's words. They were in someone else's tower, and it was also a notorious magic tower. Not to mention the power of life and death possessed by the tower. The power displayed by the tower of the great sage can be said to be inexplicable. In such a dangerous place, turning against someone is no different than seeking death. This bad mood and sense of crisis also made the magicians in Leon district and Noonan district aware of their situation. What is the position of the president? Perhaps the strongest magician in any branch may not be interested in the position of branch president. But the person who can sit on this chair must be the strongest among the interested people. Now the Cadiz district chapter, the representative of the strongest, the president Galato, has no ability to resist at all. And even a little protective magic has no effect. So he died here. This reality made all the magicians present who were confident in their strength feel a bit sad. If such an attack were directed at me, would the result be any different? No. Oh! Look! Look! The battle situation outside has changed again. It doesn't look good. The person who broke the silence was Juan Javier, the most famous young magician in the Southwest Peninsula, and the disciple of President Jose Carlos of the Leon district chapter. Outside the tower, 10 minutes ago, located at the center of the second line of defense to the east are 646 temple warriors led by Queen Julia III and 1,200 soldiers from the Frank Kingdom, and just based on the gathering of more than 600 temple warriors from various gods' churches, it can be said that this place is the strongest force besides the Magician Alliance of the 4 regional branches. And this reputation as the strongest is also reflected in their discipline. Although it was a temporarily organized team of temple warriors from all over the country, they had long been accustomed to discipline and order. After determining the status of superiors and subordinates, everyone understood that obedience was the only way to protect themselves and win. So long before the war started, they were fully armed, organized, and fully prepared to face the devil. Except for a few officers who were leading the team and riding horses, the others stood as tightly as iron towers, with weapons and shields on the ground, ready to fight on foot at any time. The 1,200 ordinary soldiers at the rear were, after all, the country of Julia III, who came here to support them under her instruction. And these people could also be regarded as direct descendants of the royal family. Therefore, the temple warrior chief, who doubled as the queen, did not leave these soldiers to fend for themselves in the upcoming brutal battle, but take them with you. After the war started, the flanks responsible for guarding the temple warriors could be considered to have exerted their value. When news came from the front that demons began to descend on this land, everyone cheered up and paid attention to the back of the magician coalition in Shijia district not far ahead. Whether it's a battle, or the magicians are defeated and it's their turn, you can get a glimpse of the situation behind the front line. At the same time, the strategic magic of the great sage's tower began to operate. The improved light bomb attack array struck the invading demons at an unhurried speed. Although she had experienced the baptism of strategic magic from the tower of the great sage, Julia III had never seen the attack of the magic tower with her own eyes. So before officially engaging the demon, she, riding on the horse, looked curiously at the top of the tower, where the attack was launched. Although the light bomb attack array in the first stage is also threatening, it has not surpassed the general perception of the lost world. Therefore, Julia III, who was watching, wondered how such an attack could defeat the original Marquis Newman and the nobles he led. Before the queen could find a reasonable answer to this situation, the attack mode at the top of the tower suddenly changed. 6 light bomb attack arrays worked together and increased the rate of fire to the limit. The attack speed of about 2,000 rounds per minute should have stopped the devil's offensive. However, this change, as well as the fact that a small wave of light bombs did not hit the gap in the plane, but flew in a slightly northerly direction. This abnormality made Julia III feel uneasy. She pointed to the direction above her head and then to the northwest, which was the only Frank Kingdom soldier who was following her, all on horseback. Then she pointed to the northwest. The soldiers immediately understood. This group of soldiers will stay with the queen, not for fighting, but to carry out orders and other chores. Like now, they erected a siege ladder and tied 4 ropes to the top. The 4 people below tightened and fixed it, turning it into a simple watchtower. The smallest soldier climbed to the top of the ladder nimbly, and looked in the direction indicated by the queen. Your Majesty! The soldier stood at the top of the ladder and shouted downwards. The magician coalition in the north is missing! It was a strange return. But Yulia III still tried hard to think about various possibilities, which would lead to such a thing as the disappearance of an army. On the contrary, it was the maid who was accompanying her, and one of her team members in the church sequence. Jixiang shouted fiercely. What do you mean by missing? See it clearly. It's really missing. The entire northern defense line is empty. Not a single person. Where are the demons? Are they mainly attacking the north and killing those magicians? Probably not. The demon was still suppressed by the attack magic of the Great Sage's tower, and did not fight any of the defense lines. Moreover, the defense line to the north seems to be intact. But there is no one there. What the HL? What's going on? Jixiang kicked the ground uneasily and cursed. At the same time, several representatives from the leading officers of the temple warriors and the leading nobles of the rear soldiers came and gathered around the queen, instructing everyone not to ask questions yet. Yulia III personally asked the soldiers on the lookout. What is the situation of the second and third lines of defense in the north? Is there any chaos? Your Majesty, it doesn't look like there's much movement. You should stay where you are. The old knight who was loyal to the royal family suggested at this time. Your Majesty, should we move the defense line back a little? Back off? Why? Yulia III asked. The old knight said. That magician coalition is missing. No matter what the reason is. The gap in the defense line will inevitably be broken through by demons, which will cause greater chaos. By then, we may not be able to leave even if we want to. So retreat now. The distance is so long that if you want to leave then, you won't be delayed by the chaotic situation. Your Majesty. Yeah. Rejected. Yulia III readily refused. She looked at the gray-haired old knight and said, If we retreat based on this kind of intelligence without the commander's instructions, then we will become the laughing stock of others. Don't worry. Just do what we can. That's fine. If it's time to retreat, I guarantee that most of you can go back alive. Your Majesty. The old knight seemed to still want to struggle. But Yulia III waved her hand and stopped looking at this subordinate. And the matter was considered decided. Several other leaders of the temple warriors rode horses and came to the side of the temple warrior chief. Your Majesty, should we push the front a little further so that we can support the magician coalition in front in time? First of all, they didn't ask for support, and we stepped forward without permission. The most likely scenario would be to beat us up as well. At least I would do that. Secondly, with the strategic magic of the Tower of the Great Sage, the demons were temporarily suppressed. Is not a problem yet. But this situation will not last long. Apart from the fact that the strength of some special individuals is indeed higher than that of humans. The most frightening thing is their number. It's our turn. I think the chaos in the north is inevitable. But at least we have to hold on. Chapter 133 Frontline. After rejecting the requests of his two subordinates, Yulia III raised his head and looked at the light bullets that hit the cracks in the plain from the top of the Great Sage's tower. Another temple warrior guarding the side, Qingyu, said in the divine language of the mysterious lord. Bai Wu, do we need to send out scouts to investigate the situation in the north? No need yet. There will be signs of the spread of chaos. If the devil wants to get behind us and launch a flanking attack, it is not something that can be done easily. If we move casually, it will destroy the defensive advantage that has been established and disrupt the defensive arrangement on the east. Knowing the situation in the north and responding to it is what the group of people sitting in the magic tower should do. We just need to guard one place. When you are a soldier, don't worry about the general. Yes. Once the tone is set, the two closest subordinates usually have no objections. Of course, every time they asked a question, Yulia III would explain her thoughts as much as possible. This was done with the idea of cultivating them. But this time, there was a thought that she didn't say out loud, and that was that she was looking forward to the performance of the magic tower. From the beginning of the war, the demons' offensive has been suppressed by the strategic magic of the Great Sage's tower. Although they are only the forwards, and the main demon wave has not yet officially appeared, the performance of the magic tower is already amazing enough. So the question now is, where are its limits? The ones with the biggest mood swings and vague expectations are the magicians standing on the front line. According to historical records, every time there is an abyss invasion, the death rate of the first wave of troops to stop the demons is more than 90%. Of course, this is not an army where 90% of them will die in one fight. But even if he survived the first battle, He could not retreat from the battlefield. In the subsequent battles, new recruits were constantly added, and people continued to die. When a huge price is paid in the end, and the gate of the abyss is closed again, only one person out of 10 can survive from the first battle to the last. Even though the start of this time is different from all the recorded abyss invasions, the human side is fully prepared. And the magicians standing on the front line still have unconcealable worries in their hearts. From the moment the first ramhorn demon came to the land with its earth-shattering roar, it shocked everyone's minds. As a legendary creature, the devil is not an opponent that any adventurer has the chance to encounter. Now we have to face an unknown army of demons, and no one can face it calmly. But when the Tower of the Great Sage began to function, killing the demons that stepped out of the gaps in the plain one by one, everyone regained their unknown confidence. There is a magic tower that can identify ourselves and the enemy and cover the entire field with strategic magic. It is a war fortress that has never been seen in history. However, after the demons descended from sparsely to appearing in groups, the attack intensity of the magic tower seemed unable to keep up with the speed at which the demons appeared. From time to time, there are high-level demons with high magic resistance and strength. They keep on attacking with light bullets and keep moving forward, shortening the distance between them and the human defense line. When the coalition forces in the Cadiz area to the north issued an inexplicable declaration and retreated from the defense line, most magicians collapsed psychologically. Morale is such a delicate thing and can easily be affected by external factors. If the military law had not been very strict and there had been no movement on our own front, which also meant that there was no chance of escape, the magician coalition guarding the front line would have collapsed in a matter of seconds. Upon discovering something strange on the human side, the demons rushed towards the north without hesitation, facing the light bullets. In their minds, maybe as long as they start a close battle, the strategic strikes from the magic tower will stop and turn to other targets. Furthermore, it was a natural tactical choice to attack from the gap, and then flank and attack from the side and front to defeat the defense lines in other directions and expand the results. So all the demons executed it without hesitation. On the second line of defense, the timidity shown on the faces of those weak humans was also seen in the eyes of the demons. However, the attack speed of the light bullets suddenly changed, and they became as dense as rain, suppressing the demons' offensive once again. At the same time, they also wiped out a full 500 people magician coalition that was retreating, and no one was spared. Everyone realized that the military law from the commanders of the Great Sage's tower was ruthless. He had no choice but to cheer himself up and continue to stand on the defensive line. That is Master D. Not an animal that only eats grain to gain weight. Just kill them all. Worse than livestock. For a time, the Abyss invasion offensive was suppressed by the greatly enhanced strategic magic of the Great Sage's tower. The demons that could still advance fell one after another on their way to the human defense line. In fact, the offensive was not only stopped, but also slowly pushed back. And all this, without anyone's contribution. Just the tower. As if knowing that nothing could be done, the pace of the demon army's attack gradually slowed down. But this is not a move that reassures humans, because they only stay in the gaps between the plains and do not directly come to the lost continent. If it does not arrive, it will not be detected and captured by the arcane eye, and will be hit by intensive light bullets. In other words, the demons are holding back their ultimate move. The premise of all this is that the gap in that plane becomes more and more stable, and the two worlds overlap more and more closely. That's why it can accommodate so many living beings, located in the intertwined realm of those two worlds. The masters who usually appear so noble in front of others are now like candles in the wind, because there are various signs that the devil's next offensive will be unprecedented, both in terms of scale and ferocity. On the plane of the plain gap are countless demons, large and small, and in this dark brown-red tide, there are still sparsely interspersed huge figures, with bat-like wings, orangutan-like giant arms, and all kinds of weird and exaggerated horns. Their conspicuous body shape and appearance make it difficult to ignore them. The Great Demon. Regardless of some special individuals, the Great Demon is the highest life form in the Abyss. If the demon army was just like ants, covering the ground in the cracks of the plane, it wouldn't be too worrying. But the overlap between the two worlds is not just on the surface, but also in midair. Flying demons fill the air in the gaps between the planes in even more astonishing numbers. From a distance, it looks like a huge red pillar of flesh, looking down at the tower of the Great Sage. However, a fixed position in the air is no better than on the ground. From time to time, demons are squeezed out of the gaps in the plane, As soon as they enter the range of the Lost Land, they will be captured by the Tower of the Great Sage and beaten with strategic magic until they lose their lives. Seeing the red flesh column getting higher and higher, until it reaches a critical point. From time to time, demons were squeezed out of the saturated plane gaps and died under light bombs. Looking up at the pillars of flesh stacked up by countless demons, the sight was extremely shocking and the threat was real. Staying at this line of defense, which had been carefully constructed for more than a month, no one felt any protection. Even with the Tower of the Great Sage at his back, he didn't have enough confidence to resist the sight in front of him. Only endless fear. Suddenly there was a heartbreaking roar, and most of the humans present not only suffered from bleeding from their eardrums, but also from the terror that penetrated deep into their souls, forcing their spirits to surrender. And this roar not only dispelled most people's fighting spirit, but also seemed like an order, ordering all the demons to attack. All the demons gathered in the gaps in the plain swarmed out. The sky was overwhelming. Clouds blocked out the sun, and the evil dark red color dominated everything. The ground was like lava bursting out of a bank, spreading in all directions. Unstoppable. Unbeatable. People who looked at the devil's attack had only one thought in their hearts. They didn't even have the desire to resist. Like Puritans, they put down their weapons and shields and reluctantly accepted this tragic fate. Demons that can fly. Whether they fly smoothly or with flying speed, everything they do is to threaten ground troops more effectively. Based on past experience, fly as high as possible first, and then dive to attack. At this time, even if it is a bamboo spear, it still has irresistible lethality. The same goes for the demons running wild on the ground. They waved huge weapons, opened their bloody mouths, and roared in sounds that ordinary people could not understand. Some of the larger ones will howl while running. Just listen to the voices rising and falling, like they are having a conversation, but also like they are cursing and arguing with each other. The deepest darkness is actually a precursor to the coming light. As if to prove this proverb in the lost world, the current tower owner Chakvis directly pushed the light bomb attack array to the theoretical 5th stage of the Tower of the Great Sage. 6 6-pointed star magic arrays stood out of thin air. But the arcane eye did not move its sight this time, locking on individuals one by one. Anyway, everywhere you look, there are enemies. The 6-pointed star magic circle began to rotate, and every time the sharp point reached the top, a light bomb would fly out. To put it bluntly, it sounds extremely slow. However, the clockwise rotation of the 6-pointed star magic array was so fast that it was difficult to catch it with the naked eye. And the accompanying light bullet attack array started shooting. Strings of light bullets kept opening gaps between the sky and the ground, just like 6 knives cutting open meat at the same time. And every cut that was made represented the death of countless demons. Although the power is greatly improved compared to before, it is far inferior to the number of demons. The driven demons are still killing humans with an unstoppable advantage. Since the beginning of the war, the residents of the Abyss have been losing their lives. This is not at all like a drama about the opening of the Gate of the Abyss. Now the demons are finally going to launch a counterattack. They are excited, and they seem to feel the human heart beating when they hold it in their hands. The last scene in the eyes of this demon is that the Tower of the Great Sage is like a bright fairy wand, with countless rays and beams of light shooting in all directions following various zigzag trajectories, as if to contend with the dark red, sunless sky. Chapter 134 Demon King. When the blue sky was obscured by the overwhelming demons, no trace of sunlight could shine through, and the whole world was dyed in a dark red tone, with the smell of sulfur. Everyone who witnessed it was enveloped in despair. Escape? Where can you escape? When the Tower of the Great Sage emitted thousands of rays of light against the darkness of the abyss, everyone's mood was mixed. Expecting to survive? Just saved by a magic tower? Want to deal a vicious and fatal blow to the demons? Or are you worried that this is just the beginning of another despair? When the light bombs are so dense, each one has to attack in a different trajectory so as not to interfere with each other. Countless zigzag trajectories that defy common sense in physics, leaving an afterimage in the sky. Countless afterimages are superimposed together, making the Tower of the Great Sage seem to be wearing a crown of thorns made of light. With the posture of a king on the ground, it looks down at the evil guests of the abyss in the sky and underground. How much time has passed? One breath, or for a lifetime. When the Tower of the Great Sage stopped all attacks, the battlefield became silent. The roar of the charging demons could no longer be heard. Only the thumping of the heartbeats seemed to fill the space between heaven and earth. The Tower of the Great Sage was over-attacked, so it was broken, And then it stopped firing light bullets? Or are all the demons dead? Is this the end of the war? Without any engagement or casualties. However, it is not correct to say that there is no injury. Some unlucky ghosts were injured and crushed to death by corpses dropped from the sky by demons. When such a big thing falls, it doesn't even know how to hide. The casualties caused by the human side are quite self-inflicted. As for saying that all the demons are dead, how is that possible? There are also a lot of demons standing in the gaps between the planes, hesitating. Although they are evil, they are not without fear. And even they who grew up in the abyss cannot get used to this kind of massacre that makes people desperate and unable to resist. So when both high-level demons and low-level demons all showed fearful expressions, some magicians who were accustomed to fighting knew that the war should be over if there were no accidents. However, this kind of understanding only applies to wars between ordinary humans. Almost no one present has ever experienced a war between planes. Just like in a normal war, there will be no such existence involved. The same heartrending roar. This is the sound I heard when the war started. Moreover, he could hurt everyone just by roaring. No one had thought about what level of existence he would be. Now they had to think. Because this time the roar not only hurt the eardrums again, but also went straight into the soul. Even though it was a language he had never heard before, it was impossible to tell whether the hysterical screams had any meaning. But everyone knows the various curses, anger, and repeated, "I will kill you with my own hands," contained in this voice. Wait for the words. There is only one possibility for this phenomenon. That is, the speaker is too powerful, and there are certain rules implicit in his movements. Moreover, there is considerable magical power contained in the words, so that everyone who listens can understand the meaning of the words from a higher level. And this phenomenon goes one step further, and is the so-called great prophecy. For this kind of existence, the prophecy can only be regarded as instinct. However, even if you don't understand this, there is still one fact that everyone knows, and that is that one is about to break out. As one of the few temple warrior chiefs who has experienced plain wars, fought divine wars, and crossed the abyss, Yulia III knew the meaning of this roar. That is the king of the abyss, the ultimate evil, the synonym for death and despair, and an existence of the same level as the big boss in the sky, the demon king of the abyss. If I were experiencing this moment in the abyss, I would definitely be scared to death when I hear this roar, and I would run as far as I can. But being in a lost place, Yulia was a little at a loss. Should I be worried or relieved? The barriers between planes impose more restrictions on the more powerful beings. When you reach their level, you can't come and leave whenever you want. Otherwise, the big boss and the gods behind his family would stay in their own kingdom of God no matter what, wandering around and developing followers. Isn't it because I can't do it, so I can only stay in my own little world? Plane barriers are like trying to open the door from one cabin to another in a half-sunken ship. The difference in water pressure on both sides is the biggest reason that prevents the door from opening. If it is small, you can get through it by just opening a small gap. The bigger the block, the wider the door must open to get through. And when it's so big that it has to dismantle doors and walls to pass, such a big guy can't easily get between two cabins. However, traveling between two planes is only difficult for those beings. Not impossible. As long as you pay enough price, you can turn the impossible into possible. Isn't that what makes the magical world of Midi so charming? So Yulia was not completely relieved. If the demon king transformed into a human form and walked around, he would be able to come to the lost world. But in that case, with the magic tower behind his back and the flail at his waist, he couldn't accomplish the great feat of slaying demons. If he wanted to descend in his original form, he would have to face the repulsion of the lost world and the suction of the abyss at the same time. Yulia has no experience and naturally doesn't know what will happen at that time. The roar came from far to near, and then from near to far, as if it was everywhere. The demons, big and small, who were still staying in the gaps between the planes, were all crawling on the ground. Not only was he in awe of the one who was about to appear, but more importantly, he wanted to seek forgiveness from that person. But this thought was not taken to heart at all. The tall and strange body walked with furious steps, and with every step, demon flesh and blood was scattered everywhere. It has a triangular head, 4 arms, and 6 legs. It looks like a mantis, but has even weirder limbs. The surface of the body is like dry hard soil, and from time to time some huge maggots burrow out of the hard skin, and then disappear from the surface after being probed for a while. The arms are not like the blades of a mantis, but are similar to human arms. but with 3 joints. Djanjik, the sworn enemy of the mysterious lord, is also one of the most notorious demon lords. Of course Yulia knew such a person, but half of the heart that was originally put down was picked up again. In a word, Djanjik's character is reckless. However, Reckless is still alive today. In addition to being strong enough, he is also lucky enough. But as his enemy, this troublesome trait is not so appreciated. Because I don't know how exaggerated and incomprehensible things Dianyuk would do in order to kill the enemy. And he would not care about his own losses at all. Dianyukfu appeared like this. And before he even had time to look familiar, he stepped into the gap in the plane. And then hit the plane barrier that the Demon King could not easily pass. The result is that half of the body is exposed. And the other half is in the abyss. And Djanjik waved his arms angrily, trying to pick up any human and throw it into his mouth. Only this time he didn't notice. In other words, he realized it, but had no time to react. The Great Sage's tower, where the aura of the abyss was detected, was redetected. On the top of the tower were 6 improved light bomb magic arrays built out of thin air using magic words. The 6-pointed star began to rotate, from slow to fast. That unreasonable attack method was once again unfolded in front of the world. However, such an attack seems to only have the effect of irritating the Demon Lord, without causing actual harm. Dianyuk, on the other hand, dug up the sand on the ground and threw it with all his strength, intending to hurt people. But what he actually put a lot of effort into was the body on the other side of the gap. Use the knowledge and experience he can think of to try to stabilize this overlapping world space, with the purpose of making it easier for him to pass through the dimensional barriers here. But what is the attack mode started by the current tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage? Chakvis? That was the 5th stage of the light bomb attack array. In addition to attack speed, the core value of the 5th stage attack mode is self-growth. To put it bluntly, it is actually just machine learning and automatic parameter adjustment. 2 functions. But there is no upper limit. From the beginning, each luminous bomb disappeared before it hit Dianyuk's dry earth skin. It was like hitting a wall, and had no effect at all. Later, the light bomb did hit, and each time it raised a puff of smoke and dust from Djanjik. But that was all. Instead, attack the situation of one party. Because there is only one target. The dense light bullets are directed towards one direction and one target. Let Dianyuk's half-body be bathed in light, which inexplicably adds a sense of sanctity. The poor performance of strategic magic in the Great Sage's tower finally gave the Demon King something to laugh about. And in the laughter that echoed throughout the world, he completely failed to notice that the power of the light bomb was also increasing again and again. The maggots on the body dared to show up at first, allowing the light bullets to attack the body, treating it as a massage. But now I don't dare. When did you start feeling the pain? Due to his recklessness and straight-tempered nature, Dianyuk's ability to resist blows is much better than that of other demon kings. When he discovered that the last layer of protection on his body, that is, the layers of dry and hard mud, were weakened by light bombs, they continued to become thinner, and finally exposed his baby-like skin with a little rosiness. He also felt that something was wrong. And on the 3rd floor of the Tower of the Great Sage, in the core room, most of the water mirror screens have been turned off, and many unnecessary functions have been suspended, just because the magic tower is now facing a huge amount of mana and power output. The mercury mirror energy pool in the core room that had remained calm and waveless for thousands of years was now like a pond on a rainy day, beating and rippling constantly. The magic tower outputs mana power so violently that it is almost crazy. All the magicians in the core room, who considered themselves well-informed, were surprised by this scene. Not only have they seen this situation, they have never even heard of it. Countless light bomb attacks converged into 6 extremely thick beams, which shone on Dianyuk. Even if he becomes a demon king, he still has to howl when he should. Unable to advance or retreat, the demon stuck in the gap between the planes has become a living target. In the end, the 6 beams of light disappeared without a trace. But Dianyuk still had half a breath. At their level of life, as long as they don't die, they can recover quickly. But the Tower of the Great Sage condensed a black beam of light, and with just one flash, the area above the Demon Lord's chest was completely evaporated. This black beam also traveled through the plane and shot deeper into the abyss. Chapter 135. The winner doesn't feel like winning. The body as huge as a hill collapsed. This dull loud noise resounded heavily in the hearts of humans, and it also shocked the demons on the other side. Most importantly, this also marked the end of this war. At least, There are no living demons visible in the gaps between the planes. And the huge fallen body, starting from the part facing the abyss, turned into ashes and floated back to the deeper parts of the world. The demon lord is not so easy to kill. Just like if you want to kill a god, you must break into the god's kingdom and completely destroy the other party's foundation before you can usher in true death. Although the demon kings do not have a kingdom of gods, each king has his own unique method for facing real death, which is unknown to outsiders. But when the real body came in person, the most important parts of the head and heart were blown away. Even if he didn't die, he would still be half alive. Maybe he would want to take revenge after being fully resurrected. But the recovery process will take at least 100 years. And it is impossible for people of this generation to see Djanjik's ravaging style again. Is the war really over? No one cheered loudly. And no one shed tears. Because from beginning to end, they were complete spectators. And the existence of a demon king who can destroy a small country with just a few moves is gone. Putting the flail, Morning Star, back on her waist. Queen Julia III actually she preferred the name of the temple warrior Chong Baiwu smiled to herself and whispered in a divine language. It's so big! We spent so much effort, so much preparation, and so much money. But in the end, we just watched a magic tower set off fireworks. Maybe they weren't on the front line. But the demon king was so tall that it was hard to ignore him. Whether he stepped out of the plane gap in half a step or endured the saturation blow from the tower of the great sage, everyone saw it. Of course, it also includes the last black beam, and the scene of losing half of its body and falling into dust. Standing on both sides of Yulia III's war horse, the temple warriors Zhexiang and Qingyi witnessed this scene with stunned expressions on their faces. They said with disbelief in their eyes and tone, "Bai Wu, is this the end of the Abyss invasion?" Of course. Only if you really want to have countless exciting battles with the demons and experience the life and death confrontation will you feel that this is a war. This is of course a plain war of abyssal invasion. But it ends in a way that no one could have imagined. Look! Zhexiang pointed at the gap in the plane known as the Gate of the Abyss and said, "Is that range shrinking?" The approximate scope of the overlapping parts of the two worlds can actually be determined from the constantly twisting and changing scenery. To be called the Gate of the Abyss, the area is already quite vast, large enough to allow an army of demons to enter and exit, including some huge evil things in the abyss. Nowadays, this range is shrinking, and those who think about the meaning of this phenomenon are equally complicated. Yulia III laughed and said, "Have you ever heard that the closing of the Gate of the Abyss was initiated by the demon side?" This can definitely be included in the history books and become an indelible record in history. It is so powerful and so funny. She rode her horse and looked back at the magic tower that was destined to return to history after 1,000 years. In the core room on the 3rd floor of the Tower of the Great Sage, there was only one maniacal laughing voice, which was so weird compared to the silence of the others. The person who laughed was not any magician from the Shijia district branch. The person who laughed from the bottom of his heart was Juan Javier, one of the most famous magicians in Leon district. He didn't say why he was laughing, whether it was because he was happy, whether it was because of ridicule, or whether it was just to cover up his embarrassment. Just laughing in the dead silence. When the demons who invaded the abyss gathered their strength and charged into the lost lands at once, everyone in the core room was panicked. Only the leading few pretended to be as stable as a mountain. When the demon lord appeared and half-body broke into the maze, everyone in the core room collapsed. It was the same leaders, pretending that everything was fine. Now that the door of the abyss is closing, the demons have the intention to close it on their own initiative. Everyone in the core room is so surprised that they can't speak. The leading ones were already paralyzed. How long has it been since the Devil's Vanguard army set foot on the lost land? The sun had only moved a certain distance in the sky, and what was thought to be a long and time-consuming battle was over. The only one who was laughing wildly at the scene was Juan Javier, who was different from everyone else. He went to the forum and entered the discussion section created by the members of the Gaussian airship, leaving a discussion thread with only a title and no content. Great magicians. Attack the tower? Yes. The members who claim to be the most powerful combatants in the southwest peninsula of the Lost World still have the confidence to attack the tower? Dianuk is definitely not a weakling among many demon kings. Some gods with weak divine power will take a detour when they see this person. Although he lost his geographical advantage and was stuck in a gap in the plane, unable to move forward or retreat, he became a target and was beaten in vain. Coupled with the fact that he is half-length, he will definitely not be able to adapt to the lost land, and his strength is somewhat lacking. But not everyone can break through the defense and hurt this big boss. not to mention blowing his head off. And being able to defeat a demon king even if it is only incomplete is nothing compared to smashing an airship. It's a pity that the tower owner was forced to leave the magic tower. Fortunately, the tower owner left the magic tower. Leaving the tower means that he cannot continue to improve his research on the magic tower. But I can safely make friends with this strange man. After all, it would be very stressful to be a guest in a place like this. Except for Juan Javier, who was performing a one-man show. The officers and soldiers on the battlefield, or the magicians directing the military strategy in the Tower of the Great Sage. All had complicated emotions, and did not know what to say. The first person to break the silence was Queen Yulia III. She sent a messenger back to the Tower of the Great Sage to ask for the next instructions. Because the authority to declare the end of the war and disband the troops lies with the commander. For this war, it is the group of people sitting in the Tower of the Great Sage. But in the end, the big devil was beaten, and even the minions were killed. The big men in the magic tower did not give any instructions, as if they were asleep. When she got impatient, Yulia took matters into her own hands. It seemed that this reminder finally reminded those in the magic tower that even if the enemy is gone, the war is not completely over, and it is equally important to clean up the aftermath. Although the gate of the abyss has not been completely closed, everyone believes in their hearts that there is really no need to leave too many people here. Even though the gate of the abyss is closing now, it is actually a plan of the demons to divert the human army guarding here. But so what? The Tower of the Great Sage is blocked in this position, and no demon can take a step beyond it. It is planned to stay and supervise the complete closing of the gate of the abyss, and even perform the same closing ceremony on this side of the lost land. There is only one detachment, 100 magicians. As for the others, they will all return or be disbanded on the spot. It was originally thought that the volunteer army, composed of adventurers and mercenaries from all over the world, would be the first to be disbanded. In fact, those who moved faster than these volunteers were the noble lords from various places and the army of the kingdom. In fact, before the war started, the nobles who came to the Tower of the Great Sage to support them had a generally agreed idea. That is, after the war was over, they would blackmail the tower owner severely. I just didn't expect that the former tower owner ran away, and the magic tower was returned to the direct descendant of the president of the Shijia district chapter. Still, everyone wanted to be paid after the war. Now that the War of the Abyss invasion is over, no noble wants to stay here. Almost as soon as he got permission, he pulled his team and left in a hurry. No amount of remuneration or compensation is as important as life. And that magic tower is undoubtedly a life-threatening existence. Most of the volunteers, as well as the remaining 3 district magician coalition forces, stayed to clean up the battlefield. Don't think this is a chore. Leaving aside the unfortunate humans who were crushed to death by demon corpses falling from the sky. The ones who died here were all kinds of weird demons. Demons can be classified as mortal enemies to all creatures in Lost Land. When we meet, we start fighting. And 9 times out of 10, we are right. But the dead demon is a very useful magic material for master. Blood, flesh, bones, soul. There is almost nothing that cannot be used. It's just that some have more uses and some have less. And there are no less than tens of thousands of demons dying here in the mountains and valleys. If left alone, sooner or later this place will be contaminated by the blood of demons. If it doesn't turn into a miasma, it will cause the abyss plane to come into contact and merge with the mysterious land again. Those left to deal with the aftermath were the Frankish kingdom's troops, led by Queen Julia III. The temple warrior column was disbanded on the spot as soon as it received permission. As mentioned before, the duty of the temple warriors is to protect the church and believers with force everywhere. They do not belong to someone's private force, nor will they act irrationally without the permission of the gods. And based on this quantity, it can be seen that in the next period of time, the devil's magic props and products will be flooded in the underground market of the Southwest Peninsula. However, there is one disposal that is no less important than cleaning the battlefield and collecting materials. That is the follow-up arrangement for the Cadiz district chapter, because of the incident of defecting from the enemy front, as well as sins such as summoning demons and opening the door to the abyss. It is impossible to let go of all this lightly. But when it comes to other punishments, if those 500 magicians hadn't been killed before, maybe others would have been more confident to talk to the people in Cadiz. Now that this issue is on the table, the remaining 3 presidents looked at each other and sighed. Chapter 136: The Aftermath. The relatives of the original President Galato and the Kuz family must die. This is the tone recognized by everyone. Personal hatred caused by greed eventually evolved into the threat of abyssal invasion. If the former tower owner hadn't notified the association in advance, so many reinforcements would have come. Alright. Even if the former tower owner didn't say anything, it seems that the result would not change if this magic tower alone was used to resist the demon army. In any case, the former president of the Cadiz district chapter and the Kuz family behaved so badly that there is no reason for forgiveness. It is also a common practice in this world to have their related people completely disappear from the world of Lost World. Don't talk about a long-standing family. There will be considerable connections to help before summoning demons and opening the gate to the abyss, which is such a bad act against humanity. All connections are a joke unless they are accomplices. No one will stand up for them, because everyone is afraid that one day it will be their turn to be blocked by the devil. There is only one tower of the great sage, instead of being everywhere. Of course, what would make everyone agree with such a treatment is not entirely because the crime of summoning demons is unbearable. Everyone in the Griotto family and the Kuz family was dead, and what was left had to be disposed of or taken over by someone. This is the tacit purpose of most people. Besides, even if the Magicians Association doesn't deal with it, someone will still do it. And that is the church, the spokesperson of various gods in the world. These people have zero tolerance for demons, and killing them on sight is a trivial matter. Just hearing about it may make you travel thousands of miles just to exorcise or eliminate demons. If a person related to a magician commits such a crime, the church will not react in any way. But they will wait until the Magician Association has its own resolution before they take further actions. But this wait is not indefinite. If the association moves too slowly, don't blame the church for moving too quickly. At that time, the things left by those sinners and their families will naturally belong to the church. Don't expect that what you swallow will be presented to the noble master with respectful hands by those in the church. However, Griot's relatives and the Kuz family are considered trivial matters. The troublesome thing is how to deal with it by the Cadiz district branch. As the president of the branch, Gelato must have a considerable number of branch executives related to him. What to do with these people is one question. How they will react is another. If there is no pressure and these people are allowed to accept Gelato's legacy, then I will be doing my best without losing any benefit. Apart from other things, not only was he worried about being blocked by the demon, but he also spent countless money and food to recruit people and prepare for a battle with the demon. If these mental losses are not compensated, it is almost like a double injury. But what really makes these cunning old men consider is another thing, which is the possibility of annexing the Cadiz district branch. There is no doubt that there will be a power vacuum in the Cadiz division. Because of the death of a president and the first round of coalition forces, 500 people summoned. A considerable number of leading officers at all levels must be composed of branch cadres. After losing most of the managers, no matter who the successor is, it will not be possible in a short time. At this time, it gives others an opportunity to take advantage of. Although there is no competitive relationship between associations, no one will dislike that their territory is too large and their power is too high. Besides, the reason why the various districts of the association were divided in this way in the past was to consider the efficiency of information circulation and the deployment efficiency of supporters and supervisors. The territory is too big, and if news and reinforcements arrive too slowly, the original intention of magicians to help each other through the association will be lost. But today, the existence of forums reduces the time factor in the cost of information exchange. Although there is still a shortcoming that support may not be available in time, there is room for maneuver. The three presidents discussed that it was impossible to completely carve up the Cadiz district, because there is no precedent. It is unclear what kind of resistance it will cause. It would be a pity if a good game of chess was ruined because the appearance was too ugly. The most likely way is to cultivate a spokesperson, and then take advantage of the current gap to deploy some people to remotely control the Cadiz district branch. And all information transmission, of course, relies on the convenience of the forum. Maybe we can't have 100% control over what the people being supported will do after being separated from each other. But at least they won't know anything about it. If we prepare some backups, we can't hold the Cadiz district branch firmly in our hands, but we can at least control it by 70% to 80%. However, when there are two other distinctions in this matter, it is difficult to monopolize, and there is no need to monopolize. Only with the combined efforts of the three branches can we be more likely to suppress the noise from the Cadiz branch. If Shijia district wants to monopolize it, the other two branches will be holding back, and everything that can be done will become impossible. Therefore, Chung Wei-Eaton would rather rope in 2 younger brothers to share some of the benefits. A consensus on the general direction was reached, and the remaining details were not discussed by the 3 presidents. Naturally, there will be some shrewd subordinates who will discuss various methods of attack, the manpower to be deployed, and even some disputes and compromises among themselves. After roughly handling the internal affairs of the Magicians' Association, of course we have to solve the problems from the outside. When the major kingdoms and nobles led their armies and fled here as if fleeing, the kingdom of Frank chose to stay. This is not because the queen has lived here for a period of time, so she has feelings, etc. It is purely because of the geographical location of the Tower of the Great Sage. Let's not talk about the 10 kilometers inherent territory legally owned by the Magic Tower. The location of the Tower of the Great Sage is located in the territory of the Kingdom of Frank. Although it can only be regarded as a remote area and border area, the prosperity of the neighboring Viscounty Lorenz today is absolutely inseparable from the Tower of the Great Sage. But similarly, when the disadvantages outweigh the benefits, no matter how good the neighbor is, people will think twice. Today's Tower of the Great Sage is facing this problem. The power is there. The attack distance is too outstanding, and the performance is too dazzling. As a neighbor of this tower, I have to worry about the mood of the tower owner at all times. Whether he will be unhappy and use a photo bomb to clean the ground, directly washing a kingdom into white ground without the sequelae of radiation pollution. How many people can tolerate such neighbors? So Queen Yulia III came, and while the president of the Shijia district chapter was still there, she personally entered the Magic Tower to discuss related matters. Because if only the tower owner is left, this person who will live here forever will be as tough as he wants to be. Whether there is room for negotiation depends entirely on the person's mood. But while several presidents are still there, let's not forget that the new tower master is a student of Chung Wei-Eaton. The 3 presidents will eventually return to their own territory, which means they will inevitably leave the protection of this tower. If you fall out today, and at that time, the queen holding a flail visits you during the journey, how much will it cost to have a chance to talk? As for getting rid of the queen here, the idea is beautiful, but not practical. From all aspects, it can be known that this queen has not lost the favor of the god behind her, being protected by an elder of that level and insisting on accepting the queen's words. He could only hide in the Tower of the Great Sage and never take a step out. The warriors favored by the gods are always the most troublesome, especially for the gods of the Lost Land. In order to compete for faith, protecting their shortcomings is almost a must-have skill for every god. As long as the church members do not betray or violate the core teachings, it is not unheard of for a saint to come to earth and help the church members take revenge. However, the magicians were still embarrassed by the queen's request. How can we make our neighbors feel at ease? Generally speaking, magic towers will face this kind of problem, most of which are built in the city. As the protector of a country or a noble, the magic tower also serves as a part of the city's defense system. Each tower owner needs to be recognized by the Magician Association, as well as the city lord of the city, either a noble or the king. Only with your consent can you enter the magic tower in this special location. After all, if a magician with a grudge against the city lord came and stationed himself in the tower, he could turn the city into a dead city in minutes. Therefore, if you want to become the tower owner of a tower in the city, you must have a certain relationship with the city owner. Otherwise you will not be accepted. Therefore, sometimes the city lord or lord will have the right to make suggestions to this kind of tower owner. In the current situation, the Tower of the Great Sage is not built in a certain city, so it is difficult to apply the existing principles. Secondly, given the current status and power of the Great Sage's tower, it is absolutely impossible for Chung Wei-Eaton to hand this magic tower into the hands of others, and can only be firmly controlled by his own cronies. Under such circumstances, it is almost impossible to find a candidate that both parties are satisfied with. Just before the conversation was about to collapse, Queen Yulia III gave in. It is unrealistic to expect that the Tower of the Great Sage will abolish its many powerful functions. Not to mention that the current tower owner and his friends have no ability to modify the various settings of this tower. Bring back the former tower owner? Yulia agreed to such a plan. After all, she was very familiar with the personality of Gablesh Tripwood. But President Chung Wei-Eaton refused. Not to mention the selfishness of wanting to control the tower. For the Magicians Association, changing orders every day would undermine its authority. In the end, the Queen obtained the condition that the Tower of the Great Sage would not open the arcane eye except when necessary, because some beyond visual range attacks start from the big eyeball that appears on the top of the tower. Of course, when it is considered necessary, and when it is not necessary. It depends on the explanation of the tower owner. In this negotiation, Magic Tower has almost all the control. No matter what others say. It sounds like begging. However, for Chakvi's, Yulia 3's request also vaguely matched his own needs. Because there are too many uncontrollable factors in this Magic Tower. Before you have a thorough grasp of it, if you let this Magic Tower operate on its own, maybe one day, it will come back to bite the tower owner. He even had the urge to put the elimination magic stone that the previous tower owner had given him before he left, and put it on the console in the core room, and finish it off. But he finally gave up. Maybe studying this tower in his lifetime would be an interesting goal. Chapter 137, The Man of Gambling. Not long ago, in a mountain village outside Willian City, the processing of coffee beans was coming to an end. All the fruits of the nearby wild coffee trees have been picked. If you want to get more, you have to go deeper into the mountains and forests, or into some steep slopes. However, considering that the number of coffee fruits picked was already considerable, Lin did not ask the villagers to continue collecting coffee fruits. The post-production process also went smoothly. Although the villagers, who are accustomed to farm work, have never handled coffee berries, the process taught by Lin does not have too difficult techniques and theories, so they can quickly understand it, and do better than Lin imagined. He still underestimated the enthusiasm mobilized by gold coins. In addition to their daily practice of magic and meditation, the two girls were running wildly in the mountains with the two dogs. When I lived in the Tower of the Great Sage before, the surrounding terrain was flat forest. Galloping on the flat ground is a completely different feeling than jumping between mountain streams, running on the mountain line, and overlooking the distance after climbing to the top. Especially after reaching the top, there is an unobstructed view of the beautiful scenery on one side, and a higher mountain on the other side. The sense of accomplishment and the desire for challenge are filled in the chest at the same time. The feeling is indescribable. Unlike the two wild girls, then stayed in the village quietly, working hard with the portable computer all day long. In addition to typing program code, the young men and children in the village were very active in showing their hospitality. She doesn't reject people coldly either. For her, it doesn't take too many ways to get people to retreat. Just one or two moves are enough. It was as if he was using the body constructed from mana power to have a drinking contest with a group of stupid young men. All the men in the village fell down, and Finn still acted like nothing happened. As for the little gangsters in the village, they could be stunned with just a few tricks, and they were not considered opponents at all. On the contrary, the man who hid in the mountains, after a lot of trouble outside the mountains, was still fighting with him in his dream. Like an endless reincarnation of Shura Dao, he uses all kinds of cruel methods and insidious tricks on himself without hesitation. If it weren't for the former Demon King's protection, I might have gone crazy. As for the method, it is not enough for outsiders. In a nutshell, there must be a way to vent accumulated pressure. And there are only a few ways that women can help men vent. However, the bloody battle in sleep can only be calmed down by hugging the person in his arms when he is awake. The more times it happens, the more someone feels that both sides are working hard, and they are of different natures, as if they are about to suffer from schizophrenia. In any case, under the relaxed control of a certain former Demon King, Lin finally managed to survive the difficulties one after another and persevered. But this endless fighting seems to have come to an end today. The first one to die was the second incarnation of himself. The second version was resurrected with full health on the spot. It was supposed to be the next battle, but this time all three of them stopped and looked at the person who had just fallen, turned into corpses piled up with gray embers. This is a state that does not contain any power and cannot be turned into a brick for use. Generally speaking, you usually have to fight until all three of you feel bored, or you are so mentally weak that you can no longer support yourself. And this is the case. But how many of you have fallen today? The second? And the third one? That is to say, the avatar of Fat Man rubbed his stubbled chin and said in an old-fashioned way, "This is tapping out our own potential. If we want to continue to make bricks in the future, the original version must work harder in reality, or we can live until death." That's all. What a scumbag. The original version. The second incarnation came over from a distance, pushing up his glasses and said, "We died so many times, but we can't even build a one-story tower. It hasn't even been topped out yet. Not far from the battlefield is a magic tower with only one floor. It looks like the Tower of the Great Sage, but there is only a big hole at the door, and most of the floor partitions have not yet been laid. If it were to be inhabited, even a thief wouldn't be able to prevent it. It's raining heavily outside, and it's raining lightly inside. Ignoring the teasing and ridicule of the two avatars, Lin seriously thought about the situation in front of him. First of all, the completed building actually has no function. At best, it is to preserve the power contained in it and complete a closed loop. Furthermore, because it was built intermittently, although there is an overall plan, it has not been integrated yet. Originally, when I wanted to complete a floor, I would then consider the issue of integration. That is, what kind of magic circle to arrange. Acting completely according to the Tower of the Great Sage is an option, but it is not the best option, because the renovation of that tower was intermittent. I just did whatever I thought of at the time, without a reasonable and overall plan. Now there is a chance to build a tower again, albeit in my own dream. If you don't sort out what you have learned over the past few years and display it on this new magic tower, it will simply be a waste of so many years of experiments with a real magic tower. It can be said that at this time, apart from conducting actual combat training with myself in dreams and changing my mood on Than's belly after waking up, the rest of the time besides eating and drinking, I was just thinking about this kind of thing. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Lin Xian also understood that it was impossible to turn himself into bricks forever and build a world. It was not Minecraft, and he could farm a city by relying on time. But what I didn't expect was that it couldn't even build a single floor and couldn't form a complete closed circuit. There would be some shortcomings in the layout of the magic circle. In reality, the Tower of the Great Sage is incomplete. So many circuits must be deterred, even overlapped, or precious space must be used to depict some transformation formations, just to maintain the integrity of the magic tower circuit. It's not that I don't want to restore the tower to its original state, but when it comes to materials that can't be bought even if I have money, I can only look back and sigh. Given this opportunity, instead of building a complete tower and succumbing to incompleteness, I am afraid that even I would be mentally retarded to have such an idea. So the best option at hand is to use existing materials to complete at least the first floor of the complete tower. After having a closed loop that can circulate, the next magic formation can be performed. After making up his mind, Lin quickly dismantled the building with less than one floor in front of him into pieces of original bricks and labeled them by category. Because it was out of equilibrium, brick could no longer retain his scattered power. All kinds of strange and brilliant auras are layered upon layers. It's beautiful all of a sudden. It's a pity that someone who is racing against time does not have this leisure and time. Once again, lay out the plans you had imagined under the sun, in line with the characteristics of this world and the interface that regards the entire world as a design tool. Lin quickly made a new design and drew the outline in his dream. Fill-in-the-blank questions are undoubtedly quite simple, at least compared to those questions that were not answered correctly. Lin had messed up his life once, and Lin didn't want to make the same mistake again. One thing to note is that since you still can't figure out how to smuggle in the materials for making the energy pool, use what you already have. The stone bricks made from the heart are the only items in this world that can generate their own power and energy. They will become the core of all magic array arrangements. The bricks made from other body parts also have their own effects and are used in this newly built magic tower. In the dream, I don't know the year, the three of them miraculously completed the new magic tower while complaining and complaining. It has a completely closed first floor and some low walls on the second floor. Choosing the magic circle carved on it. After careful consideration, Lin chose a magic that was neither offensive nor defensive, nor life-saving. That's the bright light technique. However, due to the scale, he could not reproduce the laser beam channel inside the Tower of the Great Sage, which was a very high-level application. What he completed was the bright light technique used to lay out the star map. If it were just a star map, then perhaps a whole floor of magic tower would not be needed. You can also complete such a project. But what Lin did was include the trajectory, spectrum of celestial bodies, and most importantly, fixing the distance between the light points of each representative star. Only by being able to fix this distance can the star map be scaled proportionally. This is of great importance for observing from different angles, or doing calculations that change the coordinate origin. In addition, a large number of calculation functions are put in. That's right. Then started from machine language, and then moved on to assembly language and function libraries. It can be said that Lin has changed the first floor of the magic tower in the dream into a huge calculator program to complete a three-dimensional star map that can simulate the movement of real celestial bodies, just as the last outline of the magic circle was completed. The starry sky that had been observed and recorded immediately popped out of the magic tower with a whooshing sound. All over this dreamland. For a moment, Lin thought he was standing on the lost land, looking up at the moonless night in the darkness. But now when I lower my head, I can still see the stars moving under my feet. This kind of direct observation of stars all over the sky is someone's first experience. Still immersed in the feeling of self-satisfaction, Lin didn't know that at the moment when his dream starry sky was completed, all the gods' kingdoms in the lost world were lightly shaken. Ordinary believers will not feel it. But as long as they receive gifts, blessings, etc. from the gods they believe in, they will feel it more deeply, because they have a closer connection with the gods and the kingdom of God. Among those who feel this way, the temple warrior Chang Baiwu, the queen of Frank Kingdom, Yulia III, must be one of them. Just after a battle without a battle ended, Yulia III was riding her horse on her way home in all sorts of boredom. The kingdom of the mysterious Lord Klein shook inexplicably a few times. Yulia III could not help but pray nervously to her big boss and said, "He who explores the truth, the watcher in the night, my majesty, your kingdom of God just shook a few times. Does it mean any sign?" "Don't worry, Baiwu. This just means that someone took advantage of our attention to focus on the group of demons and sneaked into the card table." Chapter 138 Portable Star Map. The situation in the outside world, as well as the situation in all the realms of gods, is definitely unknown to people in dreams. Lin Zhang was satisfied with the one-story tower he had built and the starry sky created with data and programs. A sense of self-confidence is arising spontaneously. But what kind of people are around me? How can I make myself feel better? The incarnation of Fat Mansion spoke first. "Yes, the original version. I originally thought you would build a Tower of Babel. Or a Tower of Babel. I really didn't expect that in the end. What you built was just a tower of spiritual bones." "What is a spiritual bone tower?" "The grease on your belly will make your eyes wet. It's so unaesthetic. A tower without a door is not meant to house the dead. How are you going to house the living?" After being complained by Fat Man's incarnation, Lin walked around the newly built magic tower. What a surprise! "Oh my god! There really is no way! Who did it?" "It's a pity that in this dreamland, the only living people are myself, and myself. No matter how much you try to shirk responsibility, it still falls on yourself in the end." So Lin had to bathe in the disdainful eyes of the other two selves looking at trash. He said helplessly in a low tone, "If you noticed it, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I told you. But you were so happy that you didn't care what we said." His eyes drifted from side to side. And Lin said feebly, "We don't live here anyway. We have access or no access. So it should be fine. Then why don't you just set up a totem pole?" "Like a magic tower?" Lin's eyes drifted between the two incarnations. Rubbing the back of his left hand with his right hand, he said flatteringly, "How about we dig a hole and open a door? The project shouldn't be difficult." "Yes, the project is not difficult. But the magic circle and runes on it will probably have to be completely torn down and rebuilt. I still can't figure out which one is more difficult. Engineering or magic? Then what do you want? This won't work. And that won't work either. Just look at the joke and won't give any constructive suggestions. Don't be angry at yourself. It's so meaningless. Besides, what's wrong with this method? Who among the people on Ghost Island doesn't do this? Here, how about you say some opinions that I can refute? Every sentence is so right. I don't know how to reply." Hee. You are praising yourself. Your butt is almost sticking up. Lin couldn't really get angry with anything he said or did to the incarnation of Fat House. He looked at his other self, who had remained silent, and said, "Hey, middle schooler, can you tolerate this fat guy talking nonsense?" "Who is talking nonsense?" "Hack me. I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to wake up." Lin waved his hand, and the figures of the two avatars gradually faded until they disappeared without a trace. At the same time, what was missing also included himself, because it was the same situation when he woke up from the dream and returned to reality. In this dreamland, the only thing left was the one-story magic tower and a few stars. Lin returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw three big heads in front of him. Fun. Halloumi and Kaya. Lin was a little scared at being so close. If you want to retreat, there is that big tree behind the problem. And there is no way to retreat. So with one move of his right hand, he pushed away the three faces in front of him at the same time and said, "If you scare people, they will scare them to death." Halloumi, who is straight-tempered and impatient, said, "Teacher, your whole body was glowing and making a rumbling sound just now. Do you know what happened? Did I really just now?" He shifted his gaze to the former demon king standing in the farthest place. Fan nodded, indicating that she agreed with Halloumi's words. After thinking for a while, Lin said, "It was in my dream that I officially completed the one-story magic tower and completed the magic runes at the same time. Is it because of this?" Regarding what Lin said, the two girls had too little knowledge to comment. But the one who is quite interested in the path someone chooses is Fan, a former demon king who has experienced the baptism of magic knowledge in the old era and has half a foot in that field. She couldn't wait to ask, "Oh, you completed the magic for the magic tower. What kind of magic did you choose as the basis of your dream? Giant strength and jumping for offense? Stone skin and earth wall for defense? Or is there any difference in using the magic tower in the dream world through transparency and floating? Is it faster or slower? Is it more convenient or more powerful? I can only choose the bright light technique." His expression changed from a cheerful expression to a face of embarrassment in an instant. Fan simply didn't know how to comment on such a choice. The man who noticed the change in the expression of a certain lich asked nervously, "Is there something wrong with this choice? Is it bad? Is it too late to change it now?" I don't know. Generally speaking, if you have such an opportunity, you will be very cautious in choosing magic, because the effect of this kind of magic is a little different from the feeling of ordinary spell casting for future development prospects. The magic you choose and engrave somewhere in your body or soul will be stronger than ordinary magic. In other words, there is some concept of natal magic. When Lin had this thought, he also heard Fan continue to say, "Even if you don't use the light bomb attack array of the Great Sage's tower, you can at least get some attack and defense magic, and hone it to the point where you can use it in an instant. This will be useful for life-saving or life-and-death confrontations. It's very important. But you chose a bright light spell, so you have to be afraid of the dark." Although there were no insulting words, the words were full of accusations, and Lin was a little helpless. "Because no one has told me these things. Since you don't know, of course you can't make the best targeted choice." Faced with many desperations, Lin tried to reproduce the scene in his dream in reality. That tower is impossible because it has a dream entity. But the starry sky deployed by the program is not limited to where it can appear. So whatever ideas you want to make, you can only start with this piece of sky. In the Tower of the Great Sage, the presentation of three-dimensional star maps mostly relies on three-dimensional imaging, a magic that most people don't understand. The running coordinates and trajectories of all points rely on the magic tower, the programmed energy pool, and the computerized calculator. But when he lost the magic tower, without the support of the tower, Lin couldn't carry out these research and sorting out at all. So I can only find some unorthodox methods to recreate the scene at that time. After racking his brains, he came to the conclusion that he could use the bright light technique, combined with the light bullet magic array, to condense mana and power into ultra-small light bullets, thus simulating a single star. Up to this part, it's actually very simple. The real difficulty is the programming behind it. In order for all points on the star chart to follow their own trajectories, they must also maintain the same distance. This ensures that when you zoom in and out of the star map, the change in scale will not destroy the accuracy of the entire star cluster. And these are impossible to achieve without relying on the magic tower. So Lin squeezed the calculation logic, all possible mathematical formulas, and the program for maintaining the star map on the wall of the smaller magic tower in the dream. Of course, saying it's impossible is a bit arbitrary. After all, Fan was able to write the screen for the water mirror technique and post it on the forum without relying on the browser magic stone. Genius is a creature that is always unreasonable. While trying to copy the star map in reality, Lin unexpectedly discovered that he did not have to write it all out in reality. Unless the writing is completely different, it needs to be restructured. It seems that this is the convenience brought by the natal magic engraved on the magic tower in the dream. With just a snap of a finger, the star map appeared and instantly enveloped everyone in it. Although this scene is something that the two children, one girl, and three girls are used to seeing, because at the Tower of the Great Sage, Lin would turn on this star map when he was stargazing. Observe, compare and correct while doing so. It was just the same picture that they saw for the first time outside the tower. Knowing the difficulty of it, they were all dumbfounded. Lin also talked about the reasons for his choice. He said, "When I completed the first floor of the magic tower, I thought about this question. Should I choose to increase my life-saving means or choose a more deadly killing method? But in the end, I decided to choose to kill me. For me, the most important magic is not so much choosing the light spell, but choosing this star map. In other words, I still want to go back to your hometown. That's right, Lin replied decisively. I have thought about using magic stones to store them, and then use them to perform functions. But in that case, you have to consider backups, and when there are too many backups, you have to consider the version number. In that way, you have to consider the smallest details. It consumes too much energy. Since this thing is so important to me, why can't I carry it with me? When the idea became more and more intense, the final result was that I did this. The magic is engraved on the first floor of the magic tower. Looking at this artificial starry sky, Fenru realized something. She held Lin's cheek and took a closer look. Sure enough, from the pupil of her left eye, she saw a vague figure of a one-story round tower. She let go of the blushing man, looked at him with a playful expression, and said, "Well, your choice is far beyond my imagination. So just listen to what I said before. Don't take it to heart, but I'd like to give you a little suggestion. It would be better if you hide what's in that eye. Want to cover it up?" Lin was naturally confused by such a request. However, Fen had no intention of further explanation. He shook his hand and returned to the place where he and the coffin were fighting. Just when I had some ideas about a certain function, I was dragged over by two girls. The result is still the same as before. Worrying about that man will always be in vain. Chapter 139 Dream Visitor. In the empty solidified dream, a one-story circular building floats alone in the void. It is precisely because of the existence of buildings that this void is divided into upper and lower parts, as well as the plane where the Earth's surface should exist. In addition, there are dots of light scattered up, down, left, and right, making the place feel like being under the starry sky. A monster that looks like a horse. Its body seems to be flowing with lava, with red and brown colors interlaced. It stepped on the flames and broke into this dream. On his back, there was a charming woman sitting sideways, with not much fabric on her body to cover her plump and beautiful figure. There are a pair of bat-like wings on its back and a pair of horns on its head. These are nightmare beasts and dream demons, demonic creatures that can transcend the boundaries of the abyss and the lost land and walk in one dream after another. Now they accidentally broke into this place. They have little feeling for dream scenes. What really surprised them was that everything here was full of power. Or in other words, it was basically built with power. To them, this is a delicious meal. But they are in no hurry to enjoy it all. There is no one here. That is, there is no dream owner. Naturally, it is not like ordinary dreams where weird stories are played out. And those who can produce solidified dreams, except by chance or talent, are those magicians who have mastered the mysterious power. The scene in front of me does not have the kind of background object that only contains a little bit of power and can be permanently preserved in the dream. Apart from the starry sky-like background, all he could see was the one-story, circular building built with pure and refined power. And it was built to the specifications of a magic tower. In the real eyes of the two dream demons, the circular building was covered with dense lines and runes. Mana and power flowed from it, exuding mysterious power that they could not identify. The dreams created by the magicians in the Lost Land are not non-existent, but they are very rare. And every encounter is both an opportunity and a crisis. Purified power is undoubtedly the greatest reward. But the question is, how many traps are hidden here? What kind of abilities do you have? A person who only knows how to construct a dream, but does not know how to protect himself, is a rare thing in 100 years. If you really encounter one, you can use some tricks to turn this ultimate magician into a cow, providing an endless supply of nutritious milk. If there are some very difficult traps, it is not unacceptable to seize the power of this place at once. But the premise of all this is to first observe this dream, and see what is fishy in it. The nightmare beast carried the dream demon, and walked around the only building. What they saw made the two demons marvel. Densely covered on the bricks of the building, every texture and every rune seems to be part of the whole, even though it is independent. Although it implies some incomprehensible rules, it does not prevent them from feeling the beauty in it. But after walking around, I didn't see any doors or windows on this building, which meant that there was something more worthy of protection inside. Although the layout here is special, it does not transcend ordinary human thinking. In fact, it is precisely for this reason that most human beings cannot win against this group of demons that feed on dreams and walk in dreams. How threatening can those incomprehensible magic lines outside the building be? This seems to be the only place in this dream that worries the nightmare beasts and dream demons. The dream demon riding on its back caressed the neck of the nightmare beast and said softly, "Want to try to attack and see the defense lay out here? Or find other nightmares to come and destroy the magic arranged here? It's clear. Can we attack it again?" After snoring, the nightmare beast turned around, looked at the dream demon on its back and said, "Let's take a look first and explore the bottom. Wouldn't it be a pity to call other people to share a piece of the pie right away? So, where to start? They all look the same. Just pick any place you want. Then let's go 5 steps ahead. There is a place where the magic patterns are relatively sparse, which may be a weakness." When the nightmare beast heard this, he took a few steps forward, facing the weak spot that the nightmare beast mentioned. It struck a few times with its front hooves, neighed, and then blew out colorful breath from its mouth. It looks like a dreamlike beauty, but it contains power that others cannot imagine. The moment the colorful breath touched the wall, a light cyan aura of power emerged from the wall along the carved passages and magic circles, competing against the nightmare breath that had incomparable power in the dream. The brick wall that should have melted in response was now only weakly resisting the barely maintained form, even though there was a thin layer of spiritual light that blocked out the colorful breath. Look shaky. It's no surprise when it completely disappears. The dream demon excitedly hugged the horse's neck, and the nightmare beast sprayed harder. But where the monsters hadn't noticed, the scattered light spots disguised as stars were flickering on and off, flashing with a special frequency. Moreover, the aura that should have only appeared in the area that was resisting the spray of breath has now spread to the entire building. The first breath was interrupted, and the nightmare beast was still admiring the building's tenacity. Under the instigation of the dream demon, it took a deep breath, gathered the energy in its belly, and prepared for the second blow. But the moment before spitting out, the starry sky suddenly flashed, and countless white beams of light penetrated towards the demonic beast, and then disappeared, as if nothing had happened. As for the magic depicted on the first floor, Lin once said that there is only the bright light spell. This is both true and false, because the first floor has been completely closed, leaving no stairway or any doors or windows. There is no way to know the condition inside. In fact, during the original operation, there was still a magic circle inside, which was the beam channel trap set on the first floor of the Tower of the Great Sage in reality. However, the magic circle depicted at that time was not complete. Only the walls and floors. The ceiling was sealed, so we didn't have time to work on it. Furthermore, this magic circle must have an emitting point and a receiving point in order to complete a laser beam that can be used for cutting. In addition, it is set up in a closed floor, so Lin took it for granted that it was an invalid setting, but it is not the truth. Combined with the star map deployed by the bright light technique, the magic circle carved inside the floor still produced a different effect. It's just that this effect doesn't have a program triggering mechanism. The deaths of nightmare beasts and dream demons were rather the self-protection mechanism of this dream world, prompting this half-finished magic tower to launch a counterattack. Looking at the two demons lying on the ground with holes all over their bodies, strangely colored and smelly liquid was constantly flowing out. This should be the blood of the demons, but it was not red. From the void, a fat man and a short figure walked out, until they came to 2 corpses. "What are you thinking about?" the fat one asked. "How is the horse's dick inserted?" The short man answered seriously. He also looked carefully at the broken body that should have been delicate and tender, and the horse-like appearance of the nightmare beast. The fat one thought for a while. Then he choked out a sentence and said, "Was I so dirty when I was in junior high school? Do you really think that you, who was born in junior high school, are some kind of good bird? What I said is absolutely right. I can't refute it at all." The fat one looked helpless. After sighing, he added, "Then how are we going to clean up the aftermath, considering the current situation?" Without saying anything, the short man dismembered the 2 dead demons in front of him according to his habit during the previous war, and then used the shaping technique to turn them into bricks one by one. The short one started to move, and the fat one did not miss, and moved his hands equally neatly. Although the number of bricks formed by the last monster was much greater than the number they had formed after their previous deaths, it was not at all like the bricks formed by a complete soul after being killed in the dream world. The amount that should be left. What is this for? The fat one started thinking about possible answers. The short one said directly, "If it's not that the blood after death is lost with power, that is. They did not usher in real death, but were resurrected with full blood in a certain place like we did before. Well, indeed, Although the fat one expressed his agreement, there were two possibilities, and no one settled on either one, so that paragraph was nonsense. However, he did not continue to dwell on this, but said, "Then we have turned them into bricks. What should we do next? How about continuing to build it according to the original version and the original idea?" The fat one seemed to be trying to seduce people and said, "Have you considered helping the original version and changing the design on the second floor?" Change? How to change it? The original version still regards the two of us as his own imagination. I have no interest in working in vain and wasting energy. Well, that's very well said. The fat one said more seductively. You haven't considered replacing it with the original one? You can do whatever you want to do then. Humph. I'm not interested in taking over someone else's messed up life. Oh, what a mess. I have a big-breasted friend and two little Lolita girls. You are a little virgin. Wouldn't you be envious after seeing her? Don't keep talking about me. Don't you have such thoughts? The short man pushed up his glasses and looked at the fat man in front of him. But no matter how sharp his eyes were, meeting that playful and smiling face, it was all in vain. As soon as his thoughts changed, the short man figured out the key, snorted, and said with a sneer, "That's right. Even if you tell a fat man how beautiful the outside world is, and how bright the sun is, it's no different than playing the piano to a cow. No, no, no. Please don't think so. Second grader. I'm not afraid of the outside world. I'm just too lazy to go out. No matter how beautiful the world is. It has nothing to do with me, no matter how bright the sun is. It's dazzling. I would rather spend my limited life, put it on the things I cherish, instead of wasting it on false communication between people. Excuses. Everything is an excuse. It makes me sick to think that when I grow up, I will be like you." After laughing a few times, the fat one said, "When you learn, the world will continue to go on without you or me, instead of when the world revolves around me. I really want to see that expression. What is it? What does it look like?" Chapter 140 Tower of Pupils. No one knows anything about what happened in the dream, mainly because the time between the two sides was inconsistent, from the invasion of the nightmare beast and the dream demon to his death. Lin didn't feel it at all, but he just felt a pinch in his heart, and because it didn't cause any harm, he didn't feel any strange changes. The processing of green coffee beans has also come to an end. Most of the villagers are doing carpentry work, making wooden barrels and putting green beans into the barrels. However, the villagers' method of weighing is so crude that it is almost equivalent to nothing. Everyone has their own way. Watching them get to the end, they didn't want to weigh the beans at all, and just kept stuffing the green beans into the barrel. Some people will stuff it more firmly, and even fill it until the lid is just right to seal the bucket. Some people will stuff it casually, or even only fill it 7 to 8% full before sealing the bucket. Although Lin didn't want to take care of this group of people, allowing them to mess around like this for the first time would be detrimental to future cooperation, unless I have to endure their random behavior every time after that. So after communicating with the elder in charge, we chose a method that was acceptable to everyone and was more convenient. I just made a big wooden basin and placed it in the pool dug for washing coffee beans. Since the previous processes have been completed, the pool has no other use at this time. After putting it into the big wooden basin, I found a stone that roughly met the previously agreed weight, 30 kilograms, and a relatively standard wooden barrel made by the villagers, and put them into the big wooden basin together. According to the degree of sinking of the wooden basin, a mark was made outside the basin. It was also agreed that all the coffee beans that would be sealed in the barrel would be put into a wooden basin and weighed. If it's too light, of course they have to add some more beans. If it's too heavy, they're allowed to take out the excess beans. In short, try to make the weight of each bucket consistent. In Lin's eyes, although this method of weighing is equally rough, the error is definitely not small, but it is already much more advanced than what the villagers used to do. After letting everyone try it a few times, and using their own methods, everyone agreed to this approach and standard. The subsequent barreling operation was much more pleasing to Lin's eyes. Apart from the work of loading barrels, Lin no longer has to fight in his dreams. If your potential at this stage has been exhausted, then there is no point in entering the dream. It is better to think about how to continue to improve your strength in reality. According to Fen, the Lich, what he did in the dream was actually just a process of sorting out his abilities and transforming his body. When you can turn every part of your body into bricks with the same proportion of power in a dream, maybe then you can say that you have successfully trained your body, and you can move towards the next level. However, these are just the Lich's experience talks. And there are many uncertain tones such as maybe and should in their words. So you can know that these experiences talks may not apply to you. In addition, it is equivalent to being stuck at this stage. So there is no need to think too much. Lin was also waiting for the time for the villagers to load the barrels, thinking about a solution based on another suggestion made by the lich. Hide the shadow in the eye is such a puzzling question. Of course, you need to ask more about the situation before you can find a solution. But before looking for the lich, the first thing to do is to ask the two little girls what they can see in their eyes. There's eye mucus. This was Halumi's answer. There's a hair. What a subtle observation. Kaya. No wonder my eyes feel a little uncomfortable. So I can only find a certain lich. Can't you see something in your own eyes? This is too profound. How can you see your own eyes when the water mirror technique cannot reveal the reason? Lin thought about this problem seriously. It was a pity that someone was not smart enough. So a certain lich stopped trying to be submissive and said directly, the tower you built in the dream was projected in your left eye for some reason. There was something very bad on it. So in the end it's better not to be seen by others. So I told you to hide it. What do you mean by something very bad? Lin felt anxious after being told by the lich. And Lin couldn't help asking worriedly. Power. Is there anything worse? It's funny. Is there any Dharma master who doesn't use power? Why am I worse? I don't know what kind of power other masters play. But as far as I know, and comparing your previous situation, I guess there won't be many people competing with the gods to seize the real power. Then just follow the dog. It's no different than grabbing food from a bowl. Guess how the gods of your time would react to this. In my time, this was even more serious than robbing families and genocide. Your mother. Is it so exciting? My mother has been dead for a long time. And those damn Mao gods killed them. So most of them died under my hands. Those who were not killed by me were also killed by the rulers I put in. So this is not just exciting. It's still alive. Do you think it's interesting or not? With his hands on his hips, a certain lich was displeased with someone's excessive reaction and words, pretending to be angry. What can I say? Of course, I should first comfort the person in front of me. Those gods and gentlemen are still too far away. However, you still need to understand the differences between the two first before you can take corresponding protection. So while Lin was signing various unequal treaties, he kept asking about things that Fin didn't want to talk about before. But now he had to get to the bottom of it. Remember what I said before about the nature of power? Impressed? From the technological world of Earth to the magical world of Midi, Lin's 3 views have been refreshed. After resurrecting the lich, I learned the truth about power from her mouth. It can be said that the experience and knowledge accumulated in the mysterious land for more than 10 years have been refreshed again. But that conversation at that time was brought up today. And it meant, I have the kind of power you said? How did I do it? I'd rather ask you this question. In other words, because I had that kind of power, it caused the mutation in my left eye? It's very possible. Those who have truly mastered power will inevitably have part of their body transformed into a container. Some people's are easy to see, while others are not. Like your bones. Yeah, like my bones. But I asked those 2 girls, and they said they didn't see anything. Lin said doubtfully. Of course. Most people can't see your current level. But if someone who can see sees it, the matter will be serious. So be good, be obedient, and cover what needs to be covered. Fin was like coaxing a child, rubbing Lin's head randomly. Someone who is unable to resist. That regret is beyond words. Lin didn't care whether his hair was messy or not. But the head was being rubbed so much that it was shaking, which was very disturbing. Lin muttered and complained. Really? If you want to change something weird in your eyes, why don't you turn into a golden hourglass like Raceland from Dragonlance? That would be more handsome. A broken tower with 1 floor. That's nothing. Raceland of Dragonlance? Who is that? A magician who kills gods with a mortal body. Oh, I'm very interested in someone who can do the same thing as me. Tell me about this Raceland. Anyway, he comes from the earth. He has told many fictional stories to the former Demon King. And this one is no exception. So Lin became a storyteller again. To tell a story, you still have to think about things that need to be thought about. How to hide the vision in his left eye. Lin's first thought was to wear glasses. Of course, it would be more suitable to wear contact lenses. But those things are not made with Midi's craftsmanship. I'm not familiar with it. So I naturally don't want to use native methods to complete it. As for ordinary glasses, I had to help them prepare props to match the costumes. So I made several pairs. I have enough experience in this area. So there is no big problem in making a pair of frames that suits me. The difficult part is the lenses. Because the purpose is to hide the information inside the eyeballs that may be exposed. Therefore, it should be unlikely that it would be like the pairs of glasses made for fun, which only have frames and no lenses. How complicated is it to grind a lens? How difficult is it? If it were very simple, Zeiss would not be able to become a world-class company, and the optical system would not become an independent commercial project. Let's just talk about the astronomical telescope that Lin built for himself. I won't count how many lenses were ruined. It took 7 years of work intermittently. He started working on it when he was a magic apprentice, and finally made a decent lens. But today, I am not like before I traveled through time. It doesn't matter that I am fat, but my short-sightedness is still severe. When I came to the Lost Land, my physical condition in all aspects was better than when I was on Earth, and I no longer had myopia. In this case, if you want to wear glasses, you can only wear plain glasses, so as not to hinder or even deteriorate your vision. Finally, Lin remembered a very strange magic material, Snell crystal. This kind of crystal is mostly used by magicians in Lost Land to build magic prisons to imprison magicians who have achieved considerable achievements in magic, or other kinds of creatures. The purpose is to use it as a small window for surveillance. Although the situation in the cell can be seen through the small window of the Snell crystal, the crystal hinders the transmission of power. This prevents the magician from casting spells through the small window, whether it is to kill the jailer outside the small window or to destroy the prison. If the left eye indeed emits power, can the Snell crystal be used to block the attention of others? In fact, in addition to its magical uses, Lin is more concerned about the scientific characteristics of crystals. Snell crystal seems to have no refraction phenomenon. Therefore, how the light comes in, it will go out straightly. I know this material because when I was trying to make telescope lenses, I told the Chamber of Commerce manager I contacted, give me the best magic material that is most suitable for grinding into lenses. Then the other party very cutely took out a completely unusable material. Fortunately, in the end, the lens for the telescope was ground out, and it was not made of Snell crystal. Lin, on the other hand, wore an eye patch over his left eye. Snell crystal may be suitable, but if you don't have the materials on hand, you won't be able to make it right away. Temporarily replaced by an eye patch like a one-eyed pirate captain. Chapter 141 Post-War Influence. 74.5 barrels of green coffee beans were eventually filled. Nearly twice as much as the 25 barrels that the advance payment, 5 gold, should have received. The quantity of half a barrel was directly counted as a whole barrel by Lin. On the one hand, the amount is easier to calculate, and on the other hand, there is one last task that needs to be entrusted to the villagers here, and that is the problem of transportation. Although magicians have magic such as giant strength and light object magic, what is the concept of a barrel of 30 kilograms? A total of 75 barrels? That's enough to fill a small warehouse. It's not an amount that 2 magicians, 2 apprentices, and 2 monsters can carry away. Not because it's too heavy, but because it's too much. Therefore, the village elders organized all the trailers and camel beasts in the village, and reluctantly loaded all the 75 barrels of green coffee beans into the trucks, preparing to follow Lin to transport them to Wulian City. Of course, the transportation costs are calculated separately, and this group of people will not return empty-handed. Lin had already contacted the elders in the village with the stewards of the Chamber of Commerce and prepared a batch of grain, just waiting for them to go to Wulian City for trading. When the time came, the time and space vehicle could carry this batch of grain for the winter back. What surprised Lin was that the price of the grain he bought was much cheaper than usual. And if you move it yourself, there are additional discounts. Lin would certainly be confused by this eager selling attitude. In the world of Lost World, the behavior of speculating on food and annexing land is not as rampant as that of the Xia Kingdom in ancient times on Earth. But no matter where food is, it is considered a strategic level material. Even the Magician Association does not dare to allow its Chamber of Commerce to mess around with food. If you are dealing with ordinary people, you will die if you don't have food to eat. Therefore, no matter how expensive the food is, one can only shed blood and tears, smile shyly, and exchange the few copper corners he has for food. But who is the Magician Association facing? For magicians, the prerequisite for so-called civilization and so-called reason is to meet the most basic requirements for survival. They are almost starving to death. The masters can't buy food, so why can't they still grab it? As for satisfying the magicians and then exploiting the common people? The prerequisite for doing this is to be able to withstand good people, who may appear from nowhere, and kill profiteers in order to uphold justice. Rob the rich and give to the poor. On Earth, good people don't live long. In Lost Land, some good people are scarier than the bad people. Let's talk about the abnormal situation of food prices in front of us. Lin carefully asked the steward he had made friends with. And then he realized that this matter was actually related to him, as the most basic strategic material. In the face of what is expected to be a protracted and time-consuming war against the abyss, a leader with a little bit of brains will not fail to stockpile food. Of course, some speculative businessmen hoard more. And of course some people with small influence or wealth also hoard. With a nationwide movement to stock up on grains, grain prices have naturally increased steadily. However, this abyss invasion war that had no idea when it would end ended suddenly. The demons refused to invade and took the initiative to close the door of the abyss. This unprecedented situation should have been a good thing for everyone to celebrate. But those who were hoarding all kinds of supplies were crying. Among them, the one who shed the most tears was none other than the Shijia district branch. In line with the mentality of fighting a big war, and it is very likely to end in a bad war. The Shijia district branch is hoarding all kinds of strategic materials. Also because of the expectation that the front line might fall. The supplies delivered to the Tower of the Great Sage were only a drop in the bucket. The real bulk supplies are concentrated in Willian City. Then the war ended, and a bunch of stuff went nowhere. So, that's the main reason why you're jumping off the building to sell. Sail off the building? Ah. Yes. That's really good. It feels right. Sail off the building. Back in Willian City, where I had lived for only a few days, the familiar steward of the Chamber of Commerce came over, mainly to deliver food to the villagers in the small village. But after seeing Lin, he decided to stay and visit. As for the delivery of grain, he left it to his assistant to lead the group of villagers to the granary. He sounded more or less complaining, especially when he looked at the innocent-looking man in front of him. But there was no way to get angry at this big boss. Maybe many people outside hated this guy to the point of itching their teeth. But he was not someone who could be bullied by the Chamber of Commerce manager, who was a small magic apprentice. In desperation, he could only continue to complain. Sir, you know, the supplies currently stocked by the Chamber of Commerce are enough to be sold for 100 years at the normal sales rate. Not to mention that there are a lot of them, which cannot be stored for this period of time. So, the higher-ups ordered you to deal with it as soon as possible? It's not stated explicitly, but that's pretty much what it means. Because if you explain something like this clearly, it's a bit like forcing someone to die. It's hard for you. Sir, I need your help. I noticed that your left eye is injured. How about a special healing potion? Now on sale. 12 bottles for only 5 gold. A real jumping sale. It has to be said that this price has fallen below the cost price. However, potions have a shelf life, so the Chamber of Commerce has to find a way to clear them out. But when it comes to his left eye, it's actually not injured. It's just to cover things that shouldn't be seen. Now that the steward of the Chamber of Commerce was nearby, Lin happened to ask about the key material scheduled to be used to make glasses Snell Crystal. Snell Crystal is actually a rare material with a wide range of uses. Some people set up pseudo-forbidden magic areas and need materials based on Snell Crystal. Because of this, crystals have also become one of the targets for the Chamber of Commerce to hoard. There is no war now, and Lin asks about the Snell Crystal. After a brief explanation, the steward of the Chamber of Commerce asked domineeringly, "How many 1,000 kilograms do you want? How much material do you need to prepare to grind flat glasses lenses? No matter how useless your craftsmanship is, it would be an exaggeration to prepare a few tons." Knowing that he would not be able to do any big business, the manager was not discouraged, and he was right to build a good relationship with the big customers in front of him. But business aside, he had some questions and wanted to ask the former tower owner privately. "Sir, do you plan to return to the Tower of the Great Sage? Someone must dare to let me go back. After what happened, I feel that my hope of settling in a magic tower has become even slimmer." Then, as a facilitator, what about other magicians' towers? Has anyone asked you to be a lobbyist? Hee. The Chamber of Commerce steward laughed a few times without admitting or denying. The facilitator feels a bit like the deputy tower master. But in the world of Lost World, there is no such thing as a deputy tower master. And although the magic tower can also be controlled, if the tower master kills people, the assistant who is actually the deputy tower master is also unable to resist. Generally speaking, The facilitators are husband and wife, and a few are masters and apprentices. But it is very rare to invite an unrelated person to serve as a facilitator. Some older magicians will give them such opportunities in order to train their younger generations. But Lin felt more like someone was planning to call him to take advantage of him, and finally use the power of life and death in the tower to get rid of him. Killing two birds with one stone. It's not that he tries to judge a gentleman's heart with the heart of a villain. In fact, Lin himself is not used to relying on others. Sir, do you know? Many people have contacted the president, hoping to get the complete layout of the Tower of the Great Sage. However, it also makes many people feel distressed. No one can understand it yet. You are in the Great Sage, the layout on the Tower of the Sage. So the method that everyone is thinking of is to copy it one stroke at a time. But then the problem arises. What should I do if the Tower of the Great Sage is not complete? Everyone has opinions, but no one dares to say that their method will definitely work. Oh, well, why do you look a little uninterested? No matter how good you behave, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Can you not let your interest fade? Seeing someone's world-weary expression, the Chamber of Commerce steward couldn't hold back his accumulated curiosity and asked, "Well, sir, why did you leave the Tower of the Great Sage in the first place?" "Because he was forced to leave by the president," Lin asked himself. The president's opinion certainly played a role, but it was not the real reason why he wanted to leave. He said, "No one can accept a demon blocking their door. So when there are a large group of demons blocking their door, who will insist on staying? But the devil can't resist the power of the Tower of the Great Sage at all. Especially at the end. It killed a devil king. This kind of achievement is definitely unprecedented. Whether there are pursuers behind, it depends on the follow-up magicians. Don't worry. In addition, the rating of the Great Sage's tower within the association has been upgraded to the highest level of purple. It is said that there are still many people who are very interested in granting the highest level of purple to the Great Sage's tower." What a criticism. But it's still up? Yes, that's right. The president's opinion is that the evaluation of magicians and magic towers is based on actual performance. If there is no tangible performance, they will be tested one by one according to the prescribed standards. Today's Great Sage the Tower defeated a Devil King, which is an achievement that many 5-story Saint Towers have never achieved. It's really surprising that you would abandon such a tower. Alas. After a long sigh, Lin Kai said, "Who would have thought that even the Demon Lord can defeat a dozen of them in any tower? If I had known about it at the beginning, I would not have run away. But now I can't go back." Although he said this, Lin knew that if he returned to the situation at that time, he would make the same choice again. He would not want to gamble with his life on whether the magic tower could withstand the invasion of demons and fight against the existence of the highest level of life in the lost world. At this time, Halloumi brought in a magician. The shawl and golden tassels are arranged meticulously, and there is a certain heroic spirit between the brows. Lin has seen this one before. Looking at the steward of the Chamber of Commerce next to him, he stood up first and greeted respectfully, "Sir Shurian." Shurian, a student of President Chung Wei-Eaton, was also the main administrator assigned to manage the Charlie Richard Fund established by Lin. After he entered the door, he greeted Lin Yiping, who stood up and said, "Sir Tripwood, the teacher has just returned to Willian City and asked me to invite you and another, Lich, fanatical, to go to the middle school tower, discuss the matter of granting the status of a magician." Chapter 142, The Resurrected Lich. "Oh, you finally remembered me?" Finn walked down from the second floor, wearing a bright red evening dress. The appropriate tailoring perfectly brought out her exquisite figure. She was so hot that it stimulated the desire of men and certainly attracted the attention of the men present. Although I heard that there was a rare beauty following the magician guy Brash Tripwood. But seeing her with one's own eyes, her dazzling appearance will only make people feel that the rumors cannot describe her beauty. As a man who grew up in a noble family and was praised as a young and promising man, Shurian naturally cared more about the behavior of some nobles. After bowing with great effort, he said with coloratura, "Beautiful lady, it's an honor to meet you. I am Sir Cillian of St. Vita City. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to get you." Finn looked at Lin with a victor's gaze. Showing off. Someone curled his lips in response and cast his eyes to the side. Finn, who was in a good mood, didn't care about the big white of his eyes at all, and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Shurian. I am Finn. Fanatical. The lich in your mouth." I was originally expecting the other party to stretch out that delicate hand so that I could take the opportunity to kiss her hand. But as soon as he heard the answer, Shurian's heart froze, and he showed an expression of collapse, looking at the slumped face in front of him. Then didn't feel offended, but felt a sense of pleasure that his trick had succeeded. Said, "Young man, you look good, but don't keep your teacher waiting too long. So let's set off. Please lead the way." Perhaps realizing that his expression was too rude, Shurian forced himself to calm down, regained his noble composure, and said, "Yes, you too. Please come with me," instructing his two apprentices, Gu Jia, to help him put on a near robe. Lin was held by Fin's arm and went out under the mixed looks of admiration and fear from others, since it was quite a distance from his residence to the central tower. Shurian came by carriage. The carriage used was not an ordinary carriage, but the highest grade carriage used for welcoming guests in Wulian City. In addition to all kinds of dazzling carvings and decorations, there are also pink velvet chair cushions and 4 horses of the same height and coat color. Such a high-level reception was not only to welcome a noble magician who might be a lich, but also to express importance to Lin, the former tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage. They couldn't help but ignore it. The tower that many magicians once disliked and even refused to move in was too scary. If Tripwood still stayed in the tower, it would only make people deeply fearful. But now that he has left the magic tower, there will still be fears. But what everyone wants to know more is the knowledge in his head. Expressing attention, bribery, and asking him to hand it over voluntarily is one method. Intimidation and coercion are another method. And it depends on which method the original tower owner adopts. Now President Chungwa Eaton uses a soft knife to deal with Lin. It's a pity to welcome guests with this kind of high-end carriage in the eyes of the natives of Midi. But it means nothing to Lin. The so-called car, as long as it does not have shock absorbers, is rubbish. In the carriage, Fin stayed quietly, looking out the window. When she didn't speak and kept quiet, she was no different from those ladies from noble families. Shurian sometimes forgets the identity of the lich and wants to talk to her. But when she looked directly into those charming eyes that seemed to be able to discharge, she couldn't say anything. Lin, on the other hand, sat restlessly, adjusting the gauze mask on his left eye from time to time. I really don't know how those one-eyed dragons got used to this kind of thing. All kinds of stuffiness and discomfort. Just as the two men were restless, they arrived at the middle tower, the tallest landmark building in Wulian City. Since most of the association's functions are divided among the other 4 towers, the middle tower is relatively quiet, except for the guard standing quietly at the door. Lin could not see the young magicians outside holding a large number of documents and walking quickly with their heads lowered. Going directly to the small conference room on the 2nd floor, President Chungwa Eaton was chatting with the owner of the North Tower. As soon as they saw someone coming in, they immediately stood up to greet him. Although their status and qualifications in the association belong to the highest ranking group, being able to become liches qualifies them to receive their attention and courtesy. At least the ritual of immortality has been handed down, and only fragments are preserved in the association. Those who can successfully transform themselves with the help of this data are all talents. If the information does not come from the association, it means there is another inheritance, which deserves more attention. Let me reiterate. The magicians of this era have no racial concepts of order and evil, and only judge the good and evil camp to which a person belongs based on his actions. Therefore, in their eyes, liches are not objects that must be eliminated or exiled. However, Fin's appearance still surprised them a little, considering the 3 people who came in. One was his student, so there was no mistaking him. One was the former tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage. He had dealt with him several times, and he had a certain understanding of his identity and origin. The remaining one was you must be the lich who was invited. No magician would insist on bringing a female companion to a place like this, and no woman with nothing but beauty would be able to withstand the aura of 2 great magicians. This is not to say that magicians can exert any overwhelming momentum. It's just that Chungwa Eaton and other 2 old guys have simply stayed in high positions for a long time. So they naturally have an intimidating aura that makes ordinary people feel unapproachable. Facing the piercing eyes of the 2 old men, Fin still behaved gracefully and showed no timidity at all. It's just that the host didn't invite her, so she couldn't sit down without permission. This didn't mean that the former demon king would care about the feelings of others, or care about his own image. It's just that there are too many seats in this small conference room, and I simply don't know where to sit. Seeing 2 old men staring at a beautiful woman, as if they were trying to eat her alive, Lin coughed a few times and said, "Mr. President, how about we sit down first and then talk about it? Of course. Please." As the two parties sat down, a waiter naturally served tea. The information placed in front of the president and the North Tower master was the application data that been filled out when he came to Williams City. Generally speaking, this kind of review is just a process to confirm the applicant's rank, whether he is an apprentice or an ordinary magician, and whether he has any record of committing major crimes. Of course, the so-called criminal records are limited to the local area due to the inconvenient information circulation in the lost world. A magician from out of town kills people and sets fire, and then runs to a place where no one knows and starts a new life. This is an easy thing to do in a lost land. For some kingdoms or noble territories, household registration was granted with considerable caution. But the Magicians Association is not so particular. As long as they are not major criminals wanted across the continent, there is almost no association that refuses any magician to join. When the applicant's qualifications are greater than that of a great magician, they will be personally recognized by the North Tower master. Some people with relatively good reputations, who are proven to be powerful after a simple test, will obtain the qualification of a great magician in a new branch, after accumulating enough branches to recognize his qualifications as a great magician. He is called a Dharma saint. If you have never heard of it, you will pass a simple test, but there is usually a higher chance of not getting the title of Grand Magician. The emphasis in the lost world is on actual achievements, which are spread through rumors. If you have never heard of them, of course you will not know what amazing things someone has done. There are so many tests just to prevent some weak people from pretending to be fake. But what if the person applying is a lich? To be honest, none of the two old men present, or the senior officials of the Shijia district branch, had ever seen a lich, even looking at the entire lost world. There were not many liches in the open, let alone tell people to see it. Under such circumstances, how to determine the identity of a lich? Two experienced magicians really couldn't think of a way. Well, let's start with the name first. Chungwa Eaton is indeed the president, and knows how to take it step by step. He picked up the written application data, and started reading from the beginning. Fanny Tikal. Well, Tikal. A very rare surname. But I vaguely heard it somewhere. Is it the surname of a noble in Midland? None of them, Finn said directly without being pretentious. It's the demon King Tikal, who was terminated by the brave in your history 1,000 years ago. Generally speaking, when talking about ancestors, it is polite to speak in a positive light. If we greet each other as soon as we meet. Isn't your dad that idiot who did a lot of bad things? That's the same as trying to cause trouble. So although the two old men thought of the Demon King surname from 1,000 years ago, they tacitly avoided talking about it. However, a certain beauty completely ignored the goodwill shown by the two old men and opened the scars on her own. The two senior and powerful old men could only laugh a few times and said, Yes, what a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. That's me. The two old men looked confused and turned to look at Lin, who was silent next to them. The eyes seemed to be saying whether the woman you brought has a weird brain, and whether you should take it back to fix it. Considering that I had discussed it with Finn before, I had no intention of hiding her origins. So Lin saw the president's eyes, and said directly, Mr. President, do you still remember that strange object? The golden skeleton? Without waiting for an answer, Lin continued, I found the skull part that had never been found in the secret compartment of the Tower of the Great Sage. On a whim, I collected the rest of the golden skull, putting them together. She resurrected. He said it lightly, and Ethan just nodded in time. But to the ears of two old magicians, it was like thunder. They spent a long time, but they couldn't say a complete sentence. He just widened his eyes, and looked at the man who didn't feel at all that he had made a huge mistake. At first, the Kuz family accused the person in front of them of summoning demons and opening the door to the abyss, but later confirmed that these were just frame-ups. But could this man have done anything less than summoning a demon? Chapter 143 Disclosure of Identity. Seeing the two old men's faces starting to turn red, Lin knew what he had to say. Otherwise, if they die directly because of high blood pressure, cerebral hemorrhage, etc., then they will be guilty. Master President, Master Beta, please listen to my explanation first. After that, you two will make comments. First of all, Ms. Tikal has not hurt anyone since she was resurrected. Master Beta is a relatively affectionate honorific given to the Master of Beta by the Magicians of Shijia District Branch. Just like some nobles trace their origins, most of their surnames are derived from the names of the original fiefdoms. Using a place name as an honorific also means that I recognize you as the owner of this land. As for not killing anyone since his resurrection, that's purely Lin's wishful thinking. When he ran to the mountain village and entrusted the villagers to deal with the coffee beans, while he was fighting with himself in his dream, all the incoming killers and assassins were secretly eliminated by this lich. They never mentioned it, and Lin naturally didn't know either. And that's how it was said. If cheating in an exam is not discovered, it is not called cheating. In the same way, as long as the murder is not discovered, it is not a murder. In this regard, Lin did it very neatly. Coupled with her unique method of destroying corpses and eradicating traces, people related to the deceased will only think that the person is missing and will not think about death at all. Lin continued. Furthermore, Ms. Tikal has experienced a 1,000-year punishment, not to mention being dismembered. Her head was also hidden. She should have been in darkness and never returned to the world. Maybe the gods also. I feel that 1,000 years of imprisonment has been enough for her to have a chance to escape through my hands. My dears, what sins can it take 1,000 years to make up for? Although I used the same reason to convince Kaya and Halumi. But when Lin thought about it carefully afterwards, he realized that this reason for being imprisoned for 1,000 years was actually somewhat untenable. The meaning of the existence of prisons, viewed from a positive perspective, is to give prisoners the opportunity to repent and reform, and the prison authorities are responsible for education. View it from a more negative angle. That is, everyone must be responsible for what they do, even if the cost is their lives. And prison is a place where these people can waste their lives, rot in an idle environment, and be forgotten by the world. If you look at the situation from this perspective, Lin once asked if she had any consciousness after she was dismembered. The answer is no. In other words, to outsiders, 1,000-year imprisonment seems to me like waking up after a long nap. If this is the case, there is no point in being locked up for 10,000 years, let alone 1,000 years. But don't mention these words to avoid unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, Ms. Tikal's actions in the past were actually for revenge. The targets of revenge were none other than the superior old gods of the past. However, 1,000 years have passed. Except for what we have heard about her actions 1,000 years ago. Are there people whose blood relatives have been killed, who have the right to hold high the flag of revenge and speak out? But are there still former members of the party waiting for the opportunity to rise up and attack the world again? The answer to this question is the same? No. It can be said that Ms. Tikal is lonely in this era. And what kind of harm can she do to the world if she is alone? Has no helpers. And no enemies? The Demon King is undoubtedly an iconic figure. But is it the Demon King that causes greater harm to the world? Or the Demon King's army that causes more harm to the world? If the former does not exist, the latter certainly cannot exist. But if the former exists, the latter does not necessarily exist. An extraordinary person with no power is just a little troublesome to the people who are lost in the land. But it is not an unsolvable existence. Just like the temple warrior chief of the mysterious Lord Shiryu, also known as Queen Yulia III. No matter how powerful she is, to some people at the core of power, she is just a powerful thug. What really makes people feel troublesome is actually the power of the mysterious Lord Church. I believe that the resurrected Ms. Tikal intends to live peacefully in this era. All she needs is for us to use a rational attitude to treat her who does not intend to hurt others. But if we have to take her as an enemy, can we expect that as a lich? She will only be beaten, not fight back, and be captured obediently? Of course, I can understand that the two adults, and even others who learn about it later, are worried about whether she will have that identity again, carrying on the old business. The whole world will be plunged into war again. So today, there are 4 possibilities in front of us. One is that Ms. Tikal still has the ambition to rule the world. And if we mistrust her, then the world is bound to be doomed. We'll fall into the flames of war. One is that she is ambitious, but we are also prepared. And the result is of course a war. The other is that Ms. Tikal really wants a peaceful life, but we think she is ambitious and takes action. And the result is she has to start a war with us. The last one is that she wants peace, and we give her peace, so that both parties can coexist peacefully. President, look, only one of the 4 paths leads to peace. It can be seen that there is peace. How difficult it is to obtain. Ms. Tikal is not a demon, although she once burned the fire of revenge to the entire world. Today she only wants a peaceful life. Whether you can obtain this tranquility is yours to choose. On hand. After a long while, President Chung Woo-Eaton took a long breath and said, "You are so eloquent that I am almost convinced by you. Then do you dare to vouch for Ms. Tikal?" Ha ha. This is such an honor. If, President, you think I am qualified to be this guarantee, yes, I am willing to guarantee Miss Tikal. I just want to say that if we are all deceived, even if I am broken into pieces, it won't help. Even if she keeps me as a hostage, if she is really ambitious, I don't think my importance will make her worry. That's true. Jung Woo-eun smiled helplessly. Moreover, Lin's long speech also gave him time to calm down and think about other things. One of the unavoidable questions is, if a fight begins, what are the chances of winning? The previous Dark Age ruled by the devil lasted for 200 to 300 years. Even if it ends this time, I don't know how many families will be broken and how long it will be delayed. Moreover, Lin Jia increased his volume to draw the audience's attention. After looking at everyone's eyes on him, he continued, there are benefits to choosing peaceful coexistence. Please allow me to operate the browser. Lin showed the red Brilliance class car with some carvings on his hand. Magic stone. After getting the president's approval, Lin started operating the interface, while saying, I sent a letter to your mailbox. Mr. President, please open it and take a look. Mr. Beta, I'm sorry, I don't have your mailbox address, so if you want to read it, you can only ask we'll forward it to you later. Hearing this, Jung Woo-eun started operating the email system on the spot. When he saw the content of the letter, the old man's eyes lit up, and he read the text intently. This kind of performance made the North Tower master, who was sitting next to him and had always been calm and silent, unable to sit still. He pretended to cough several times in a row and coughed louder and louder, finally attracting the president's attention. Sorry, I forwarded it to you. Take a look. The content is quite interesting. Interesting? The Tower Master of the North Tower commented on the president. Of course, he was even more curious. When he opened the text and took a look, his eyes were shining with interest. After the two elders looked at each other several times and finally looked away, Lin finally said, the most precious thing about Miss Tikal is not the beauty that can be seen in front of her, but the thousands of years in her mind. Previous magic knowledge. The inheritance of magic has not been smooth during these thousands of years. There are many possibilities that will cause the inheritance to be interrupted in order to become a lich. I think erudition should be the most basic conditions. If you want to know the magic knowledge of 1,000 years ago, who is more familiar with it than a lich from 1,000 years ago? Once again attracting the attention of the two elders, Lin also noticed that the way they looked at the people around them was completely different. Knowing that the fish was hooked, Lin continued, of course, I am not blindly admiring the magic of thousands of years ago. It must be stronger than the magic of this era. In fact, from the data I gave, magic with the same effect, both to compare, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. But in my opinion, the valuable thing is not which one is better, but the difference between the two. Behind this idea is the development. It broadens our thinking and broadens our horizons. This is the greatest treasure that this lich that has been sealed for thousands of years can bring us. After changing his originally troubled face, President Jung Woo-eun returned to his usual kind smile and said, Sir Tripwood, I never thought you were such an eloquent person. I can ask you to give convinced, but I'm curious about why Miss Tikal didn't think of hiding her identity after 1,000 years. Isn't this a good opportunity to change her identity and start over? The so-called secret is the day it will be revealed. Before that, I believe her beauty will bring some unnecessary trouble, and after the secret is revealed, it will also cause other troubles. It is better to let it go from the beginning. Everyone knows that some people who are not strong enough will bury their desire for her beauty. At the same time, they will not be coerced and used by those who have the secret. Of course, if it is not accepted by others at the beginning, the only option is to run away and find another place that is willing to accept you. The world is so big. There are always mountains and forests where you can hide. And I believe that your past status should not be the reason for how you are treated today, but your actions today. Chapter 144 Qualification Grant. This is really thoughtful. President Jung Woo-eun considered his words and said, basically, I agree with Mr. Tikal to become a member of the association. As for the issue of identity, I will follow your wishes and leave it alone. Conceal it, but we won't deliberately publicize it. As for the rest, Mr. Beta, do you have any other opinions? Since the old man as the president had already made up his mind, the North Tower Master looked at the man who was about to burst into laughter with somewhat sad eyes. Jung Woo-eun has changed his name to Your Excellency. Can he give a contrary opinion? Does he dare to express contrary opinions? However, There was one question that he really wanted to know, but had never been confirmed. So he took this opportunity to speak out. Sir, I apologize for any offense, but I still want to know how you can prove that you are that person. Or are you a lich? Only then did the president realize that he had been struggling with the name issue for so long that he had forgotten to confirm the most basic thing, whether the person in front of him was the person being discussed. So he looked at Fanatical with the same expectancy, waiting for a response. During Lin's long speech, the beauty who didn't say a word stood up. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the two gray-haired magicians with an indescribable expression. In the well-soundproofed and quiet small conference room, the only sound heard was the tapping of high heels. Slowly, one step after another. Every step sounds like the sound of a drum, hitting my heart. By the end, my heartbeat seemed to follow that pace. Every time Fan took a step, there was a rumble like thunder in his chest. But compared to the sound echoing in my ears, what I saw with my eyes was more shocking. She was originally a beautiful and elegant noble woman. But step by step, her skin color changed from fair to transparent. The plump figure holding up the evening gown eventually turned into a skeleton frame on which the clothes were hung. Fanatical used the long-lost golden skeleton form to come to the tower owner of the North Tower of William City. The bone palm slid across the wrinkled old face, and the hard fingertip bones gave people a cold touch. The skull shining with dazzling golden light is close to the tower owner of the North Tower. There was no tongue, no brain, and even the two eye holes in the skull. Just like the body, without any internal organs. Just a pure skeleton. In the past, in this form, if Fan wanted to talk to people, he could only connect the consciousness of two people and communicate at the soul level. The advantage is that communication is fast, and a consensus can be reached quickly due to the rapid exchange of ideas. However, the shortcoming is also obvious. That is, it cannot hide secrets. How to hide things that you don't want others to know when you have exposed your soul. However, after her resurrection, the new knowledge she learned from Lin gave her a different way of playing. When Fan knew that sound originated from the vibration of the air, it was transmitted to people's eardrums, and finally formed into the form recognized in the mind. She began to try to vibrate the air and simulate the sound of speaking. Such research progressed quickly, but has mastered the frequencies of several sounds and can easily imitate men, women, children, and the elderly. But what she likes most is a low, magnetic and neutral voice. It is also what she is using now, with a skeleton posture and a low magnetic voice. Fan said gently and word by word. How about this? Young man, do you believe it? I let you see everything under my clothes. Still, you think this is just a clever illusion, and you want to see other proofs? But it will be at the cost of your life. Under the gaze of those empty eyes, the master of the North Tower trembled and said, Your Excellency, please forgive me for my recklessness. Fan didn't say much. Just followed the original path and retreated step by step. As the lich retreated, the uncomfortable feeling tangled in his heart slowly eased until it completely disappeared. Sitting on the seat, my palms and back were covered with cold sweat. As two experienced magicians who had faced the lich directly, they were completely suppressed by that momentum. It wasn't until Fan returned to her seat and returned to her charming appearance that the shackles that seemed to be imprisoned on her head seemed to disappear and were no longer felt. But my heart is still heavy. The two great magicians looked at each other and could no longer raise any doubts. Because I had only felt the same level of oppression a while ago. That was the fear and despair that the Demon Lord brought to people when half of his body emerged from the gate of the abyss. Even though Chungwa Eaton was in the magic tower with an extra layer of protection and could only see the huge alien figure on the surveillance screen outside the tower, the feeling of despair was the same as that of the magicians on the front line. Now the same level of threat is felt again. The trembling feeling rising from the depths of their souls made them unable to resist. And they finally began to face the gap between them. They have always thought that as a magician, they should have reached the end of their current status and strength. Even when facing the mysterious Lord Changbaiwu, the temple warrior, the extraordinary strength only makes them feel troublesome, but not desperate, as long as you prepare properly and make a complete plan. Killing the gods is not impossible. It turns out that such an idea is just arrogance in a small world. When facing those real superior beings, I suddenly realize that I am just a scumbag, not to mention unable to resist. I will be so overwhelmed by despair that I am willing to kill them at the neck. It seems that it is better not to choose to start the war easily. Think about it. I still don't have any sense of security in the magic tower I control. Perhaps from the beginning, Exposing yourself to the lich so easily was a failure. As if he wanted to quickly send away the guest who made him uncomfortable. The owner of the North Tower neatly placed in front of him a huge book with a cowhide trimmed with gold cover and a list of great magicians. It was probably the most correct way to use it in his life. Beautiful fonts, and quickly transcribing Phonetical's information into blank pages. At the same time, the Aisha papyrus is made by the elves, which is durable and is more suitable for making magic scrolls than ordinary monster skins. It is used to record Phonetical's personal information. This is the most important identity document to survive in the Lost World. What Lin got originally was made from leather scrolls made from the skins of ordinary monsters. That kind of identification document is very difficult to preserve, and it is very afraid of being eaten by insects and mold. If it is damaged, applying for a replacement will of course cost a lot of money. In short, the difference in strength allowed Finn to gain a respect that Lin never had. The two old men were finally able to get rid of their gorgeous appearance and understand the essence of the person in front of them. That was a lich that once ruled an era, lived for hundreds of years, and could be resurrected after 1,000 years of death. Despite his age and strength, he could only be called young man in front of her. Staged? Do you know how to write the word die? Recognizing the status of both parties clearly, as extremely realist magicians, they lowered their arrogant heads. The owner of the North Tower respectfully presented the lich's identification document. And of course, a standardized explanation was also required. For example, if there are any rights and obligations, just refer to them when encountering any special circumstances. How to cooperate with the association's regulations. But just listen, or if there are any mutual aid conventions between magicians. Just take a look. When the strength reaches a certain height, the so-called restraint is just a joke. He was quickly sent out of the middle tower. And even the president and the owner of the North Tower personally sent him to the door. Although the attitude was quite respectful, Mr. Lin felt that it was more like sending off the plague god. After politely declining the carriage that took them back, Lin Xifen took her to take a look around Willian City at her request. And the two of them walked side by side on the bustling road. Although a war that could be recorded in the history books had just ended. Except for the mental torture in the early stage, and the economic losses suffered by some high-level families and associations. The people at the bottom were living their lives as if nothing had happened. For Finn, this should be the first time, since she was resurrected, that she took a serious look at the mysterious land belonging to this era. She cast curious eyes on everything. However, she did not ignore the man next to her and asked, "Are you sincere in what you just said? I was so moved when I heard that I almost shed tears." Just looking at the meaning of the word, you might think it is a compliment. But in fact, Fun, who has been constantly absorbing knowledge about the Earth from Lin, has long learned the Earth-style teasing. So he has to listen to the opposite. Being accustomed to bickering with this lich, who has lived for hundreds of years, Lin said without thinking, "If you are really moved, just shed a few tears and see. Don't just talk with your mouth. I'm a lich. The tears must be fake. Do you really want to see them? Forget it. But I still have to say that what I just said is sincere. Because I don't want to be your enemy. Oh dot." Although his eyes were not on anyone, Finn still made an ambiguous sound. "Don't get me wrong. It's just because I can't beat you. Just think of it as such." Finn showed a victor's expression and smiled proudly. This man can speak out all kinds of weird arguments or words that offend people without hesitation. But when it comes to expressing emotions, he is like a child, with all kinds of twists and turns. This contrast amused Finn. But today, she didn't want to take advantage of the victory. Instead, he took the initiative to talk about the evaluations of another group of people. "Actually, your president and his friends are quite easy to get along with. It's not as difficult as you said." This point was not mentioned, and Lin didn't want to say it yet. Now that it was brought up, he couldn't help but complain a little. "Two people who are over 150 years old together are almost scared to death by you. How can you not be kind? At that time, I was really afraid that the president would fall out directly. Turn on the magic tower's full defense measures. Maybe you can escape. But I'm stuck." Although revealing Finn's identity was something the two of them had discussed and agreed to. However, the first time it was made public, the target was his own powerful magician, the strongest person in the Shijia district branch. Lin was very worried about this, worrying about whether it would be halfway through. "I would have to think about how to escape." Fortunately, it didn't end badly in the end. Chapter 145 Trouble. A tall and beautiful woman wearing noble and elegant clothes will certainly attract many people's attention when she walks on the road. especially since she doesn't have any marks belonging to a magician. Such a woman may come from some nobles, who have never seen the world, or the children of wealthy businessmen. No matter what your status is, you will not suffer any loss if you sleep with him. As for the black dwarf bumpkin next to him, who was blind in one eye, he was naturally ignored. Generally speaking, Lin would not refuse Finn's request. But that also depends on the situation. Originally, he declined the carriage and wanted to take a walk. But Lin didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But walking on the road, even though I covered one eye, I could still see the naked desire and jealousy in the eyes of the people around me. Some people can enjoy such attention to highlight their superiority. But Lin is not such a person. Especially when some people are already ready to take action. He can only think of ways to prevent what is about to happen. It's not that he's worried that Finn will be insulted or bullied, but that he's afraid that the former demon king won't be able to bear it anymore and kill someone. And the best way to solve the current dilemma is to wrap Finn in a peasant woman's outfit and then smear a few handfuls of mud on her face. If he really did this, the former demon king would probably kill himself first. The kind without hesitation, considering that he was walking in the most prosperous core area of Wulian City. Lin immediately looked around and quickly found his target location. He grabbed Finn's hand, and the woman who was wandering aimlessly felt angry. It wasn't that she didn't notice the sights around her, but she didn't expect that this man was so bold and regarded herself as his property. Just when I was about to get angry, I heard someone say, "Let's take you to buy clothes. Buy whatever you want." All the dissatisfaction was instantly thrown out of the sky, and he didn't care about trivial things like grabbing hands. Although she had seen many weird and bizarre clothing designs from Lin's hometown, Finn had not yet taken a serious look at the clothing of this era. Although beauty is somewhat subjective, appreciating more different things does not hinder your persistence in beauty. So Finn followed a certain ostentatious man and walked into a clothing store that looked quite noble. The receptionist came forward with a smile on his face. Maybe the man who walked in together looked a little shabby, but the beauty and temperament of the lady were not ordinary. According to experience, there are many wealthy men around such women, not to mention the person next to her. Just the few people who came after her were all famous high rollers in Wulian City. And the expressions on their faces. For the waiter who has seen many things, how could he not understand what they were thinking? Fincy went to admire several sets of dresses on display, while Lin went directly to the store clerk and said, "We want to buy a magician's shawl. My female companion wants to wear it. So please take out all the high-end products in the store." Bar. The waiter didn't feel surprised when he heard this. In fact, the magician's shawl is a short shawl, which is a type of clothing. Not only the master can wear it, but others will be hunted to the ends of the earth if they wear it. Some children of nobles and merchants also wear short shawls as daily attire in order to pursue a status close to that of a magician. And the reason their store exists is to serve these people. After all, the materials used here are all of the best quality, not something that ordinary walking magicians can easily buy. The same price is enough to buy an enchanted short shawl. Of course, there will also be some wealthy magicians who are not doing their job properly to take care of the business here. Therefore, they will also customize the shape according to the customer's requirements. According to the standard form of a magician's shawl, there is the decoration of the force on the back. Generally speaking, the division to which it belongs will add the magic tower, certain legion organizations, or the apprentice's apprenticeship. If there are none, you can also put the division to which you belong separately. Coat of arms. The shoulder is a personal decoration and is optional. There is an unwritten rule that an apprentice has an eye on his shoulder pads, which represents the chief apprentice of his master. None of the above formats are mandatory. Just following the instructions can help others understand someone's origin more quickly. It has the same purpose as the coat of arms of a noble. But what does not allow for confusion is the lanyard of the short shawl. One silver spike line represents an apprentice who has passed the first ring assessment, and two silver spike lines represents an apprentice who has passed the second ring. If you pass the 3-ring assessment, you can switch to the golden thread, because you have become an official magician. The 2 golden threads can only be used by great magicians. Exceeding the limit, although there is no explicit regulation, will be regarded as a major provocation by those who are truly qualified to stay at that level. If someone is killed because of this, the association will not come forward to investigate, which can be regarded as acquiescence to such behavior. In other words, the beauty in front of her is most likely a rich woman who admires the magician. So as long as you are a magician, you should have a chance. Then among the men who chased him into the store, who would think that he was inferior to that blind bumpkin? As long as he stands up and makes a comparison, he will definitely make the woman's heart move to him. Just when some of the more courageous people took the first step, Lynn said again, "Oh, by the way, 2 golden tassels are needed on the short shawl. Please prepare them together." The sudden word stopped everyone who wanted to take action. Even the waiter who was instructing others to prepare clothes froze, put on a rather forced smile on his face, and said with twitching corners of his mouth, "My lord, not everyone can wear gold tassels." "Yes. Shouldn't it be replaced with other accessories? We have good ribbons here. Or gold leather buckles made of high-grade Warcraft skin." Lynn was not angry at the waiter's polite refusal, nor did he shout loudly. Instead, he turned around and said, "Fine. It seems that some people don't believe you are a great magician. The document signed by the president and Lord Beta just now. Take it out and let him see it." While comparing the colors of 2 pieces of fabric, Lynn was a little impatient with the mess behind her. He threw the small leather bag he carried with him to someone and said, "The things are in there. Get them yourself. Don't bother me." Feeling helpless, Lynn took off the small leather bag that was hit on his face. "By the way, I made this thing myself to match the simple and elegant dress. It's just that I never thought that I would be hit in the face." Take out the folded Aisha papyrus from the leather bag. Its unique toughness and fiber properties make it flat and the creases disappear, as if it has never been folded in half and then folded again. It contains the name of the document holder and a brief description of his experience. The latter part is that under the witness of a certain person, he was recognized as having the strength of a great magician. So he was granted the qualification of a great magician. The last ones are the signatories: President Chung Woo-eaton and North Tower Master Kyle Winkler. The paper used for recording was high-quality Edsa papyrus. And the last signature on the document was the president and the lord of the North Tower. All of this made the waiter not even have the courage to question it. He didn't even dare to take the document and check the contents. He bowed directly to Flynn and said, "It's an honor to serve His Excellency the Archmage. I will prepare everything you need for you right away." After that, he hurriedly leave. Some of the men behind him quietly backed down and left the store, while the remaining few were hesitant. To be fair, they doubted the correctness of the document. Or the document might be correct, but it might not belong to this woman. Although there were many doubts in their hearts, no one stepped forward to ask such doubts. It's important to expose liars. If you don't have good eyesight and offend a real magician, you will suffer. Does Master have a good temper? Yes, and there are many. Has Master ever been questioned rudely and still managed to explain it with a smile? Nice thought. It is standard operating procedure to beat him down first and then explain him properly. Anyway, based on the other party's appearance, it should be easy to find out the details. Then it is safer to make plans after finding out. Lawmen are not like nobles. Some dudes who don't care about worldly affairs can easily get into trouble and commit stupid things. Magicians would not be able to reach their current status without some social experience. Therefore, before a crisis occurred, it was eliminated by Lynn's inadvertent display of muscles. Some people with bad intentions retreated. Of course, they didn't give up just yet. The temporary retreat was just for a more confident next step. "Huh? Great magician. It's just your taste." The sudden provocation and sudden enemy couldn't help but make all the men present look askance. The person who spoke was a group of orthodox noble ladies gathered together on the other side of the store. The luxurious dress in line with this era, whether it is pink as the base, white lace as the embellishment, and combined with a layered heavy skirt, or green as the main color, with patterns woven in various greens, the whole look will look great. A Western-style dress that looks simple, but is actually complicated and restrained. All kinds of attires prove that they are the most powerful beings among the women in the lost world. Being provoked like this, then certainly couldn't put on a good face and looked at the group of people talking coldly. In fact, there were only 1 or 2 among them, raising their heads like proud peacocks. Others wanted to persuade him to make peace, but maybe because of their insufficient status or their own weakness in personality, they could only sit on the sidelines and worry. "Oh, what does this expression mean? Are you dissatisfied?" The two sides were at war with each other. As the group of women looking for trouble moved forward, the distance between them quickly shortened. Of course, the person who took the lead was pretty to a certain extent, but his words were sarcastic and his expression was not very temperamental. She was like this and continued, "As a woman, modesty is the most basic requirement. Instead of wearing clothes that are no different from nothing, tempting men, just like a prostitute." Linka broke into a cold sweat when he saw blue veins on a certain woman's head. If the enemy is a male, he can come up with several ways to deal with it. And there will always be one that will succeed. But when the enemy is a woman, someone can only wilt. It was a world he couldn't understand. A struggle he couldn't understand. In the past, when I was bullied because of my body shape, there was never a time when I didn't hide and secretly wipe my tears. The beautiful name is that he doesn't hit women. So he doesn't care about women. In fact, he really can't understand why women, such creatures, are so vicious when they become vicious. This time, I can only ask the Lich to seek blessings. Chapter 146 Misfortunes never come singly. Hey, if they dislike your costume design, why don't you come forward and say something? Although he wanted to protect himself wisely, Lin was still dragged down by Finn's questions. He made a sad face and said, "What kind of clothes you like is originally a personal subjective idea. How to influence it? Besides, I have said it a long time ago. I don't know what kind of clothes are popular in the land now. That's for sure, yes. It has absolutely nothing to do with my design. So don't worry about it. Just wear it if you like it, no matter what others think." Yes, Lin is telling the truth. In my original scribbling book, there were hamster-shaped capes and cute one-piece pajamas of raccoons and brown bears. There are a few women who work hard at making clothes, but they faithfully present the designs. Forget about Halloumi running around in a hamster cape and Kaya dressing up in a raccoon costume at night. A certain woman was wearing a cute brown bear one-piece pajamas, and she was jumping around in the tower of the great sage. This can make the man who witnessed it suddenly feel that the personality of a certain former demon king has collapsed, and his whole person is not good. At that time, he had a feeling that Finn's taste was different from ordinary people. Therefore, even if you follow the style of MIDI, if you meet these women who are at the forefront of MIDI fashion today, you will still be disliked and question your life. However, when we met today, Finn also asked if he pretended to be dead and didn't answer. The consequences might be serious. So Lin gave that extremely weak explanation. Unfortunately, this show of weakness was seen as a small victory in the eyes of the other party. The leading woman became more and more arrogant, came to Finn, looked her up and down, and said, "Is this designed by that man? It only caters to the preferences of some idiots. And it's not really a good taste. But seeing how happy you are in wearing it, I really doubt whether you can be saved." With his chest held out and his hands on his hips, Finn took a few steps forward, so that the two of them were almost touching. If you have beautiful things, you should show them in the most skillful way and get some jealous looks. I'm not like you. I obviously have no capital, but I still have to wear low-cut clothes to squeeze out a gap. It's hard to wear a corset, right? I have to pay several times more pain than others, just to get false envy. I wonder if any man will not be disappointed when he sees the real side of you. So scary. So scary. Lin even took 3 or 5 steps back. This feeling of tit-for-tat only made him feel that something was wrong. I don't know where the woman opposite is from, but is it really okay to offend a former demon king like this? Is it really good? All the men present should have the same idea. Faced with this situation, everyone took a few steps back, but they did not dare to be too conspicuous. They just wanted to reduce their sense of existence. The two women looked like they were about to grit their teeth, staring at each other fiercely. "Countess Jaeger, the appointed time is almost here. We must leave." The noble ladies alleviated this imminent crisis with a well-timed divine rescue. Putting away her disdainful expression, the Countess remained arrogant, turned around and walked towards her companion. When passing by Lin, she took out a small card from somewhere, put it on the small table next to Lin elegantly, and said, "As far as your level of making clothes is concerned, to be honest, you still need to improve. If you have nothing to do tonight, come to this banquet. You can bring a female companion, so that you can see the true style of the upper class." After saying that, he left without looking back. As for the small card on the table, Lin only thought it would be scalding and did not dare to accept it. But Finn, who walked up to him, grabbed it. His face was frighteningly cold, and his eyes seemed to be able to pierce holes in a person's body. Lin said worriedly, "Miss, please don't let your mind wander and then take action. It's not good to make things bigger for such a trivial matter. I won't kill her. If I do that, wouldn't it mean that I admit defeat?" He pinched someone's cheek and lifted it up. "Let's go back. I have to make some preparations." "Let go. Let go. Half of my face was almost torn off by you." To be honest, what Lin wants to say to Finn right now is that you can just get rid of those women. Maybe this way it will be less troublesome. To use an earthly description, a war without gunpowder begins. It was hard to persuade Finn to run back immediately. But the biggest reason why this arrogant former Demon King accepted it was that she was dressed in a way that was not conducive to movement. I can still remember the way a certain girl stumbled when she first wore high heels. But now Finn wears high heels, and can run over the 2 dogs at home without any problem. So when the furious Lich said he wanted to run back, Lin believed that a certain woman would mean what she said. The shoes aren't a problem. But what about the jumpsuit? In movies, some martial arts female characters wear their skirts as soon as they are ripped off. To be honest, when Finn went out today, she didn't choose what she wore casually. Earth's 21st century style. The level of Hollywood actresses walking on the red carpet. The tailoring is very simple, and the whole one-piece dress is completely supported by the figure. The fabric is silk, a high-quality material that the 3 women in the family were reluctant to use. Wearing clothes like this, Finn was forced to tear open his thighs just to run back faster? Believe it or not, she would kill anyone who suggested this. But when I went out wearing this outfit, I didn't consider the requirement to act quickly. If she wanted to fight, Finn was 100% confident. Even if she stood still, she would be sure that she would not get hurt at all, wipe out all the incoming enemies, and even massacre the city once. But she really hadn't thought about running away. Instruct the store to summon a carriage for carrying passengers. While waiting, pick up a few magician shawls. This is an indispensable accessory for a magician who wants to move around in a 5-link city. Although it is not compulsory, in places where magicians are everywhere, there is naturally a hidden class distinction. If you don't want to be inferior to others, you still have to show your identity. In addition, Finn sure didn't like any of the clothing styles in the store. There were quite a few pieces of fabric, which made her a little hesitant as to which pieces of fabric she should buy. However, after being disturbed, he was no longer in the mood to choose. Finn simply waved his hand and accepted it all. Anyway, the victim would pay for it. What can Lin say? Just pay. A certain Lich is in the spotlight. If you don't have the foresight to refute her, you will be laughed at when you die. Fortunately, it was not too late to hail the carriage. After paying the bill, Finn began to tiptoe impatiently. After only 2 or 3 clicks, the carriage arrived. Except for the magician's shawl that he wore. The rest of the items were delivered by the store later. So Finn quickly jumped on the carriage without waiting, and Lin followed closely. The 2 of them were speechless on the carriage ride back. Finn had his own plans in mind, but Lin simply didn't want to get into trouble. The carriage walked for a while, and entered a quieter neighborhood, different from the blocks lined with shops. This is a simple residential area, and it is also a quite high-end area. If you are not a master of some status, you are not qualified to live here. Lin was able to buy a house here because the steward of the Chamber of Commerce belonged to the president's faction. And of course, he had enough money. However, due to the rise of the forum and mall system, Willian City is now more prosperous than it was in the same year. The bidding price for this house has already gone up several times. Despite this, Lin never thought about selling. Firstly, I am not short of money for the time being. And luckily I didn't sell it. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where I would end up today. But it was supposed to be a quiet neighborhood. But as we moved forward, there was a faint noise. After a while, the carriage stopped. The problem is that we haven't arrived yet? Or is there a traffic light in Lost Land? Lin Kai wanted to poke his head to check the situation. And the coachman first said, 2 distinguished guests. There is a long row of carriages parked where you are going, and it is really difficult to pass. Do you think we should get off here? What's going on? Is there a neighbor closing the street to hold a wedding reception? Lin looked over and saw something was wrong. This row of carriages all got into my own house. If I am not mistaken, because he hadn't exchanged any change yet. Lin took 1 gold and gave it to the coachman, in addition to using it as fare. He also asked the coachman to wait temporarily. Fun, on the other hand, had no intention of moving his butt and tilted his head to look at the sky in another place. Lin Zhe walked into the place that should have been his home, but was now very busy to see what was going on. It's a pity that I couldn't even get through the door. So I was blocked at the door. What kind of battle is this? What does it feel like to have a home, but not be able to return home? Lin ignored the 2 iron tower-like soldiers blocking the door. Although their expressions were ferocious, they were not pushing and shoving a magician in the magician's territory. They were just blocking him. This did not prevent Lin from looking at the situation in the yard. As far as the eye could see, it was a mess. The two girls reluctantly raised earth walls one after another to resist the elemental attacks of the other two official magicians. The two dogs were being chased by a much larger white ape, making them look miserable. The white ape is also a type of warcraft. As for the species, it doesn't matter at all. For most of the creatures in the Lost World, there is no habit of classifying them into categories. Basically, they are different types of creatures, and they can be distinguished by the color of their body hair. Unless someone achieves a king-level monster, someone will give him a unique name based on his appearance to avoid confusion among others. The white ape has nimble hands and feet and is powerful. Although he couldn't catch the two big dogs running around, he was very good at pulling up the trees in the courtyard and smashing them. But this originally well-kept courtyard was ruined. Can't Grey Hoof and White Nose defeat a big monkey? Of course not. After receiving special training from Lin, the two dogs, not to mention slaying dragons, would not be able to resist many monsters under a combined attack. And the white ape would definitely not be one of them. The main reason why it looked so embarrassed was that no one gave the order to attack. Chapter 147 The War Dog shows off its power. The two girls, Halumi and Kaya, are now suppressed and beaten. When they return to Willian City and encounter such a person who comes to provoke trouble, they don't know how to deal with it. This is not like being in the Magic Tower, where you have the power of life and death, and you can kill them all, and no one will shed a tear. But back to Willian City. Everything is different. At least as apprentices. They didn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary against the magician who came to cause trouble. So even though the leader of those who came to cause trouble was not a magician, he had quite a few official magicians under him. In terms of strength and status, they were not something that these two girls could handle. Without instructions to attack, the two dogs could only jump up and down. And with the giant ape using his hands and feet flexibly, he was still able to get a few attacks and attack the two dogs solidly. Standing outside the door, Lin, who couldn't bear to see what was going on in the courtyard, pursed his lips and let out a long roar. The two dogs had actually discovered someone's return a long time ago. Now that they heard the whistle, their ears pricked up and they understood that it was an attack signal. Changing from his original attitude of not fighting back, Grey Hooves turned to the left, White Nose turned to the right, and the two dogs faced in opposite directions, distracting the giant ape's attention. The brains of apes should be smarter than dogs, but they have not been systematically trained and still maintain their usual wild nature. At this time, without thinking, it chased the big dog closest to itself, clenched his fists together, swung them up and smashed them down hard. Grey Hooves stayed in front of the giant ape. Not too far but not too close. Just enough to lure the ape into pursuit. Bybee spread his legs and ran farther. When the giant ape launched its attack, Bybee turned back, jumped 3 or 2, rushed behind the giant ape, and bit down on the right calf. The giant ape paused in pain. The clenched fists were thrown out of position, and Grey Hooves seized the opportunity and bit down on his left forearm. The two dogs just turned left and right, spinning in different directions, and directly twisted off one arm and 1 foot of the giant ape. From the roar to the attack that disabled the giant ape, it only took a few breaths. The magnitude of the change surprised everyone present. However, the attack was not over yet. The two dogs took advantage of the victory and pursued it, biting the giant ape's remaining arms and legs, rolling them, and wringing them off. Falling in a pool of blood, the giant ape was unable to resist and roared in pain. However, the two dogs with mouths full of blood did not have any kind intentions. They were not allowed to give orders before, and did not dare to attack. Instead, they allowed the giant ape to show off its power. Now this big monkey's arms and legs are broken, but it is still roaring unwillingly. How could the two dogs show mercy? Grey Hooves stepped on the giant ape's back. He turned his head and looked at the white ape behind him. But now, he showed a look of fear and panic. And the last sight he saw in his life was a bloody mouth biting him. Grey Hoof bit down on most of the white ape's head, while White Nose bit tightly on the severed foot and kept pulling in the opposite direction. In the stunned look of everyone watching the battle, the head of the giant ape was forcibly pulled out, separated from the body, and died until it could no longer die. The battle between the three monsters went from a long pursuit at the beginning to a comeback that only took a few seconds. The changes were so fast that people were caught off guard. But the leader didn't care about losing a monster. Instead, he clapped his hands excitedly and shouted, "Okay! Okay! I'm very satisfied with these two dogs. Hurry up and catch them! I'm going to the fighting arena to challenge those dogs." Damn the devil wolf. It's a pity that the 2 dogs that were ordered to attack are now in a state of keeping away from strangers. They don't bar their teeth or crack their mouths. Nor do they bend down and hum in their mouths. Just standing with 4 legs spread out. The dog's head is lowered as much as possible. One to the left and one to the right. The 2 dogs expand their field of vision into a fan shape, alerting others. Maybe the leader was just a young man who was used to hiding in the house. But the others were not newcomers, who had never experienced life and death situations. The 2 dogs gave a completely different sense of threat than their original state. A feeling that if they were not careful, they could be fatal at any time. In this situation, who dares to act rashly? Not to mention the howling sound that caused the 2 dogs to attack. Where did that come from? Lin's presence was quickly noticed by everyone. The offensive that originally suppressed the 2 apprentices also stopped. Lin walked past the 2 strong men who were guarding the door, but did not dare to stop him anymore, and walked into his courtyard. He directly skipped the step of self-introduction and said directly, "I want these 2 dogs. Although they are not raised by me personally, but by my 2 apprentices. At least I also have the right to make the decision. Just say it directly. If you want, just catch me. Don't you think too little of me? Oh, you are the owner of these 2 dogs. Then make a price. I want them." It seems that he is another guy who cannot understand human speech. Just now that I said he was not raised by me, I became the owner again, Lin said angrily. Okay, everything has its value. And as long as you can afford it, there is nothing that cannot be sold. Since you want these 2 dogs, 60,000 gold, and the 2 dogs make up a round number. Do the math, just give me 100,000 gold, and take the dog away when you get it. When they heard their teacher said that they wanted to sell Gray Hoof and White Nose, the 2 girls were filled with dissatisfaction. But as soon as he heard the price, he knew that a certain wretched man was also causing trouble. Likewise, the person who took the lead was originally very proud when he heard that the visitor readily agreed to sell. But after hearing this, no matter how stupid he was, he knew something was wrong. He roared angrily, "Are you kidding me? My family's territory does not generate that much tax revenue in a year. Did you make a mistake in using that money to buy these 2 beasts? It turns out you are poor and can't afford it. Go. Go. Don't come if you don't have money. Go back to your home to find mother to drink milk. As for you breaking into my place and making this mess, I will forgive you generously and compassionately." You? The leader had never heard such insulting remarks from a little-known person. He said viciously, "You are just a magician. Have you forgotten that there are more people on my side than you? This is Wulian City. If you die, you will die. If you want to kill someone, you have to consider whether you can escape the accountability of the inspector. On the other hand, this is my place. He came in uninvited and threatened. So why are by Rao the ones who died? Then, do the magicians still want to take action?" A rhetorical question made several magicians on the other side hesitate. Indeed, maybe it's not like in the magic tower where you have the power of life and death. However, the concept of territoriality in the lost world is very strong, and others are not allowed to do whatever they want in a private residence. House owners do have the right to do this kind of door-to-door provocation. But the premise is that the owner of the house can win the battle. This is not a magic tower that can lay traps one after another. No matter how you arrange it, it has its limits. In addition, without the support of an energy pool, its power is limited. In the private house battle, the battle is all about the magician's own strength. Maybe the leader didn't know who the place they broke into belonged to. But how could the magicians make the mistake of coming to provoke them without any preparation? They also knew the results of the battle a while ago, which was the achievement of using the head of a demon king to decorate the tower of the great sage. However, this is not a magic tower. There are 3 official magicians, and more than 10 brave warriors on our side. But there is only one person on the other side. At best, there are 2 apprentices and 2 powerful monsters. After thinking about this, several magicians gained confidence, held their heads high, and took a few steps forward, seeing the opponent coming forward with obvious intention to attack. Lin also felt a little pressure. He is clearly aware of his own strength, regardless of his opponent's combat experience. He will be in doubt when he fights against 3. The 2 apprentices were hopeless, and a magician was guarding them. The 2 dogs are still capable of fighting, but if they strike first, conflict will be inevitable. He wanted to wait for the other party to make the first move, but he didn't have the strength to counterattack. Realizing that he was at a passive disadvantage, Lin inevitably broke into a cold sweat. What's going on? Why is the courtyard so messed up? Then walked into the house, as if no one else was around, and talked to Lin alone. But the two iron tower-like warriors, who were supposed to be guarding the door, stood firm, and did not stop him, leaving only their backs to the people in the courtyard. No one noticed anything unusual. They only marveled at the graceful and beautiful gait of the beauty, who entered the door. And the dress that tightly covers the graceful body is equally stunning. The one who took the lead even whistled frivolously, not hiding his desire. However, the three magicians were livid, because they only saw the two golden tassels. It was so dazzling that it was hard to ignore. Is the great magician in front of me a parallel import? Is it fake? It is possible in other places. But if you do this in Willian City, no matter how beautiful a woman is, her death will not be described as tragic. So where did this great magician come from? In the original intelligence, there was no such person. The lustful employer actually wanted to get close to the woman with two golden tassels, and one of the magicians quickly grabbed the young master. This naturally made the bewildered man feel dissatisfied and said angrily, "What are you doing? Am I qualified for you to touch me? Do you think I didn't see those two golden lines? I just want to ask this: where did this great magician make this outfit? I want to get one for my lover to wear." The young master, who thought he was still rational, turned his head and looked at Finn. Without changing his coveted expression, he said, "Of course, if you want to be my lover, I welcome you." At this time, a disturbing voice came and said, "Oh, if the young master is asking me about this outfit, the mage robe was bought at Taliana Magic Robe Shop. It is known that it has three magics: the knot of wind, whirl, cat's agility, and eagle's sharp eyes. However, if you want to buy this one from Taliana, the great magician, she won't care if you don't have some strength. As for the yellow shawl, it only has a toughness spell attached. The magic is not of much use, just to tell others that I have permission to kill." Chapter 148 Profitable. The second great magician who walked in was also alone. But compared to the two golden tassels, his yellow shawl was more eye-catching. That color is universal throughout the world, and ordinary people are not allowed to wear it casually. If they wear it randomly, they will really be hunted to the ends of the earth. They are better at killing people than investigating the truth. In addition to magicians, their power has actually been extended to matters related to magicians, and their targets are no longer limited to magicians. From Lin's point of view, they are a group of organizations with unlimited power, including police, prosecutors, judges and executioners, and a group of real killers. Perhaps the first great magician who appeared was so beautiful that people ignored the heights her strength could reach. But the second person who appears has unquestionable authority. One of the most famous great magicians in the Shijia district chapter, Greenwind the Nameless One. Not having a surname usually means only one thing in the lost world: that the person is an orphan whose father is unknown. Generally speaking, after reaching the status of Greenwind's great magician, you can choose a surname and become a pioneer. But he used the word no names, which to some extent illustrates his character traits. Such a person not only obtained the position of inspector and achieved the qualification of a great magician, he was also able to sit in the Council of 14 and became a pivotal figure. No one could easily ignore such a person, not even a noble. So when the great magician Greenwind appeared, this group of uninvited guests wanted to leave no matter what the reason for coming. Even the dude, who seemed to have never seen the world, restrained his arrogance and ignorance at this time, and rolled his eyes, thinking about a way to escape. Ordinary magicians may be held accountable for killing people, and they may even pay the price with their lives for killing innocent people indiscriminately. If the censor kills someone, then the deceased must have deserved the crime. And even if he wants to defend himself, he will not be spared his life. Even if the person who died was a noble. Which family in the Southwest Peninsula would dare to ask the Magician Association to hand over the murderer's inspector? The entire family is eradicated by the association together, which is the final outcome of this group of short-sighted people. Perhaps because he knew something inside, the great magician Greenwind didn't want to be too decisive. So he shouted loudly, "The master here didn't invite you to stay for a meal. Do you want to be buried here if you don't leave?" What a domineering roar. Merciless, and leaving no room for mercy. On the contrary, a group of people on the opposite side seemed to have been released and fled one after another. The two soldiers guarding the door still stood unmoved, watching the group of people leaving. He pulled his companions a few times but couldn't, and then ran away without looking back. Greenwing gave a helpless smile and said, "Your Excellency Tikal, could you please let them go?" Fun, who seemed to be watching the show as if it had nothing to do with her, did not refuse such a respectful request. Just as she walked back, she said, "Don't call me Lord Tikal. I hate that surname. Just call me by my name. Fine. Or Fanny." As she approached the door, she snapped her fingers, and two black snake-like shadows sprang out from the standing warriors and returned to her shadow. The two people who were liberated hurriedly rolled and crawled away. However, regarding that weird request, Greenwood looked at Lynn suspiciously, and someone responded with a free and easy smile and said, "Then doesn't like the surname that comes from her father. So we just call her name. Don't worry about her being offended or anything. But I still have to thank you for coming in time. Otherwise, I don't know what trouble I would have caused." Looking at the messy courtyard and the two slightly embarrassed girls walking beside him, Lynn rubbed their little heads lovingly. However, the person being rubbed didn't seem to feel the pity. On the contrary, he was even more dissatisfied because of the hair problem. Lynn smiled and said, "Okay, don't be angry. Go in and tidy yourself up. And then prepare refreshments to entertain the great magician Greenwood. Thanks to his appearance this time, I have to thank him properly." "No, please don't say that. Even if I don't show up, you won't be hurt in any way." As he said that, he looked pointedly at the Lich, who walked past them and walked into the house. Of course, Lynn understood what Greenwood meant, but he also said with a wry smile, "It would be more troublesome if there was no damage." After saying that, he invited people into the house. Halloumi had already entered the house to prepare, but Kaya still stayed outside, looking at the messy courtyard. Speechless for a while, Lynn guessed what the girl was thinking and said, "There's no need to clean it up. I don't know what kind of nasty guests will come next. No matter how beautiful it is, it probably won't last long. But what about that one?" Kaya pointed to the giant ape that was torn apart by two dogs. The group of people who fled did not have time to clean up the mess and were just running away. Now, small mountains of stumps are scattered throughout the courtyard, not to mention the blood, which was all left in small puddles. Thinking of the dark elves, werewolves, and grey dwarves whose corpses were exposed on the top of the great sage's tower. There was no time to deal with them at the time, and the tragic situation happened after a few days. That's something I don't want to encounter again. But Lynn didn't even think about what to do with it now. So he just said, "Feed it to the dogs." The two dogs, which had finished fighting and were wandering in the courtyard, straightened their ears and turned to look in Lynn's direction when they heard the keyword. When they heard clearly that the giant ape on the ground was going to be fed to them. The two dogs even stood up with their tails raised. Feeding on monsters is the most direct way for them to increase their strength. So there is no reason why they would be unhappy. The two dissatisfied dogs still came close and barked a few times. When Lynn heard this, veins appeared on his forehead and the corners of his mouth twitched. He grabbed Greyhoof's cheeks and said viciously, "I'm taking advantage of you. And you still want to eat barbecue. Do you know that I want to eat dog meat pot? And I've wanted to eat it for a long time. You'd better eat well and get fatter in the future. It's also more oily and watery. How about this?" Bye-Bye ran away first without any sense of loyalty. After Greyhoof broke free from Lynn's clutches, he whimpered a few times and ran away with his tail between his legs. After rubbing Kaya's head for a while, he told her to simply deal with the tragic situation in the courtyard, and then invited the great magician Greenwood to enter the house together. After preparing simple refreshments, Halloumi went back to work. In fact, just after returning today, Lynn and the Lich were summoned by the president, and at the same time, someone came to make trouble. According to the two little girls, they had just moved the coffee beans into the storage room when the group of people came to the door. Then came the appearance of the great magician Greenwood, and this series of events concentrated on this day. Lynn was even worried that today was not over yet, and he didn't know what programs would be performed next. Greenwood, who sat down and took a breath, was not as aggressive as he was outside, but was talking to Lynn about normal things. "Of course, I have not forgotten the purpose of coming here, which is to give this person some reminders on behalf of the president," Lin Wenyan said with a sigh. "I thought that when I returned to Wulian City, there would be a lot of trouble, but I never thought that on the first day, there would be blood. Although it is not human blood." Greenwood told the truth. "The performance of the great sage's tower you rebuilt is really amazing. You can't help but others not paying attention to you. However, this appreciation also comes at a price. If you don't want to be used by yourself, you shouldn't be used by others." "Right. You understand very well. It's just that the security of this community is very good. No one dares to come here to act wild. Why did this rumor get broken on the first day I came back?" Greenwood sighed and said, Just like the group of people who come to make trouble. They come because they have benefits to fight for. And the people living nearby are unwilling to help you because there is no profit. This world. But there is no love without reason. And hatred without reason. Then Lord Greenwood is willing to help me like this. Should I be flattered? Or should I be worried? Ha ha. Don't be too wary. When I was young, I had no one to rely on, and I made it through on my own. Seeing you now, I kind of feel like I was looking at myself in the past. So I'll help if I can. Like this reason, I won't scare you. After a few chuckles, Greenwood looked behind Lynn dumbfounded and said, But when I was young, I didn't have such a close friend? What's going on? Lynn followed Greenwood's gaze and saw that it was Finn who was wearing hot pants and slippers. Revealing her long legs, she paired it with a long red coat and a cute bear-shaped hood. Finn not only put on his hood, but also pulled the brim down, as if to hide his expression. Seeing this, Lynn couldn't help but ask, Miss, you are going to attend a banquet later. Are you going to wear this? He sat down next to Lynn and raised his two unimaginably long legs on the table. Finn said, It's a bit stupid no matter how you think about fighting on the battlefield preset by others. So I don't want to go. Besides, who are they? If you want me to go, I will go. Even if you are a lich, you still have to do this. Without style, I simply won't live anymore. The reasons are so strong that they are unconvincing. Judging from the results, it was fortunate that the matter didn't get into trouble. Greenwood, who was on the side, finally had time to take a good look at the Demon King. Although I learned about the news and power of the Lich from the President and Master Beta. But for a person who has no concept at all, Lich is just a synonym for evil that is often mentioned by bards. He simply couldn't imagine how this strength could convince those two people. The first time I realized that the Lich's abilities might be much higher than mine was when I passed by the two warriors guarding the gate. Seeing the two people with dull eyes and stiff bodies, Greenwood habitually identified the magic. Even if you don't remove it to avoid offending the caster, you still have to look at the origin of the spell that was cast. The Cursed Snake, an ancient magic that is only passed down by word of mouth. The author is unknown. When used on humans, it can produce a variety of effects. One of the most basic effects is to block the transmission of power. Not to mention that Greenwood has dispelled such magic. He has never seen the details of the spelling, the spell model, etc., and can only judge it from the rumored casting characteristics. It was unclear whether this judgment was correct, so he had no choice but to give in. Chapter 149 Home in William City. Greenwood chatted for a while, and then left. In fact, when he learned from the President that someone was planning to target the magician, who was forced to leave the Tower of the Great Sage, he put aside his own affairs and rushed over immediately. What I saw was the scene before. To be fair, he admired this junior very much, and even felt faintly afraid. Every time I go back to the Tower of the Great Sage, that feeling of powerlessness always lingers in my heart. However, I am quite easy to get along with, although it is not a refreshing feeling. At least I am not annoying. This is why he came to help. Furthermore, regarding the current undercurrent under William City, it is enough to give the necessary hints. Given his status, it is not convenient for him to say many things directly. In particular, the two parties only have friendship, but they have not yet become familiar with each other to the extent of trusting each other in life and death. After sending away the guests who had helped a lot, and the Lich who has entered a state of home, as long as no more guests come to visit today, there should be no more trouble. Lynn felt a little powerless when he thought that he had just returned to William City today, and before his boat was even warmed up. All kinds of troubles were happening, including summons from the President and unwanted guests. When I think about the messy courtyard, I feel even more powerless. He patted his face and cheered up. The last time I arrived at William City, I barely stopped and ran out again. I have no other plans to travel this time, and I have to stay for a long time. The house is in pretty good condition under the care of the wife, who is the steward of the Chamber of Commerce. But to get it to the point where you want it, you still have to put a lot of effort into sorting it out. The Lich, who had evolved into a disabled state, occupied the largest bedroom in the house. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the bedroom began to move in a strange direction. It's not the weird kind with flickering candles and skulls everywhere. Just imagine. A Western witch's residence that can only be seen in comics is a scene similar to the one mentioned above, coupled with the slovenly and lazy character of Mikamono. There is also a long row of neatly hung clothes on one side of the room, including fancy clothes for cosplay, dresses for formal occasions, and more of a bunch of unknown, loose sportswear. All are carefully hung together. For Lin to comment, the character design is confusing. An incomprehensible character is destined to be thrown into the trash can. It's a pity. If you dare to throw that person into the trash can, I'm afraid that person will stuff it into the grave. The two girls are happy to have their own rooms. But the study and research room are still shared. Then the personal collection used to decorate the room was much more than when he settled in the Tower of the Great Sage. Thinking about it, there were quite a few dark tribes who died in the Tower of the Great Sage during this period. Many of their personal belongings became Kaya's collection, especially the bone specimens. In the past, I used the money I had saved for a long time to buy a skull that was suspected to be used in evil rituals. Now, a whole set of skeletons are hanging in the room. And there are more than one. There are grey dwarves, dark elves, half-transformed werewolves, and even human skeletons have one. If Lin hadn't seen Kaya ask for advice on magic in this area several times after his resurrection, Lin would have thought that this girl was planning to develop into a necromancer. In addition to a few strange flowers and plants, Halumi's room now also has many other varieties of piranha and man-eating vines. Of course, it may be an exaggeration to say that they can eat people. The size of those plants is amazing if they can digest small mice. But if you raise him later, that may not be possible. The weirdest thing is that there are actually snapdragons in the Lost Land. Halumi also raised more than a dozen plants. As long as there is wind, one plant will sway, and the other plants will sway with the same frequency and amplitude. It makes strange noises from time to time, and will scream loudly if given physical stimulation. Kaya was woken up by screaming snapdragons several times in the middle of the night. So she kept begging her teacher, saying that she wanted to sleep in a separate room with her little friend. And that request has not been realized until today. Halumi didn't take it seriously. Or rather, she got more serious and went to buy a few more snapdragons, which almost filled up half of her room. Should this be said that a girl raised by a homeboy can easily be raised crooked? As for Lin's own room, it was in the attic. That's where the foster kids, the servants, the maids would go to live in that tragic story. Of course, living in the attic is not a choice that Lin has started to take the path of a tragic protagonist. It is purely a choice made for the convenience of stargazing. The night in the Lost World can be said to be an excellent environment without light pollution. In the past, in the Tower of the Great Sage, as long as the lighting on the third floor was turned off, there would be no other light source in the world except the moonlight. Now in Willian City, this quiet community is not like those bustling commercial communities, which are brightly lit even at night. The nearby house is also dark at night, except for the lighting when there are people moving around. Such an environment is of course very conducive to observing the activities of stars. Lin Yi really arranged his work environment well. However, for the time being, only the window in the attic has been renovated so that the astronomical telescope can have a wider viewing angle. Perhaps it is not impossible to remove a piece of the roof if necessary in the future. But Lin just doesn't want to do that kind of big project for the time being. There is not much furniture to add to this new home. The existing items are all very useful. Lin and a few others are not so obsessed with mysophobia that they have to use new ones for everything. However, Lin still took the time to go to the blacksmith shop, visit the alchemy tool shop, and order some things, in addition to replenishing some props that were damaged during the journey. They mainly include a roaster for processing green coffee beans and a siphon pot for making coffee. The craftsmanship of these things is not difficult, and the technology of MIDI is more than enough. And it does not have to be fully automatic control like the one on Earth in the 21st century. But there are still many difficulties waiting to be overcome. How to rotate the roasting barrel so that the coffee is heated evenly during the roasting process is a difficult problem. Lin didn't want to use a crank and manpower to complete this drudgery. Fortunately, although this world has no electricity or motors, it does have even more unreasonable magic. Moreover, the blacksmiths who can stay in Willian City are not just fools who only know how to blacksmith. They don't have a few special skills, so they can't even hope to survive in this fiercely competitive environment. But when I started discussing it with people and making it, I realized that things were not as simple as I thought. In addition to the motor of the baking machine, Linka used a drawing form that was unprecedented in the world of Lost World and drew detailed design drawings. But the technology of assembling each component, that is, screwing or welding, is also not available in the Lost World. This made a proud man holding a blueprint dumbfounded. Having a bunch of parts, but not being able to assemble them is no different than nothing. Invented screws or welding technology. To be honest, he a top student in astronomy and physics, has already gone astray in the lost world. And Lin doesn't want to go any further. So he decided to find a solution to the problem from a magical perspective. Also discussing with the cooperating blacksmith. The two of them also came up with several plans to solve the problem of combining parts. Since a roaster is not like a blade of armor, the mobility of the body must be taken into consideration. Except for a few parts of the machine. Most parts are fixed. At most, there are only holes for maintenance, so that your hands can work. Therefore, there are several alchemical systems of magic that can be used to fix parts. In the end, Lin chose a method that consumes more materials, but is more flexible in execution and easier to maintain in the future. There is no way for Lin now. Money is a problem. Besides, his original character is that he is willing to spend more money to use a more reliable item. Instead of being greedy for cheap, you have to compromise during the use process. As for the production of siphon pot, it is even simpler, because it is essentially just a glass pot and a cork. And the alchemy stuff in Midland is much more advanced. It's just that the appearance is different from the existing glass pot shape. So the people at the alchemy prop shop started making it after repeated confirmations. During this period, all kinds of troubles that Lin had expected to come to his door actually stopped. Perhaps because of the identity of the Lich. The name of the former demon King Tikal is brewing, causing some guys with evil intentions to temporarily stop their activities, and wait, and see which direction the wind will take. On the other hand, the appearance of the great magician Greenwind on the first day also shocked a group of young people who planned to take advantage of the situation. That's why Lin was allowed to live a peaceful life for a few days and take care of his small house more perfectly. The more troublesome thing is probably the right to use the first coffin. A certain dry matter Lich wanted to continue to occupy it. But whether it was the storage of star maps or various astronomical calculations, Lin had to rely on the coffin, which had some capabilities of a computerized magic tower. Considering that someone has not yet taken the half-finished product in the dream seriously, and only regards the star map as a decoration, he refuses to give in on the right to use the first coffin, considering that Lin still had value, and that he hadn't cleaned up the things in his mind. Then graciously gave in, instead of chopping off a stubborn head and putting it in the coffin. This prop lives up to its name. However, they are not just two people using each other dryly. Lin proposed the concept of online and terminal. In fact, this concept had been perfected long before the Great Sage's Tower. And even many magic towers use similar concepts. That is, no matter where you are in the tower, you can access the terminal interface of the forum. But it relies on the magic tower's ubiquitous mana power channel and an energy pool that provides semi-infinite energy. The purple transformation level magic stone that is the foundation of the first coffin is not like the energy pool of the magic tower, which can be squandered without limit. If the power consumed is higher than the amount of natural recovery, the magic stone will be exhausted in the long run. Therefore, both Lin and Fit are cautious when using it. Chapter 150 New Home 2. What should I do if I want to connect the same host to different places in an ordinary big house, and the host does not have a wireless network? Pull the string, classmate. If there is no wireless network, can't we run a physical cable? If there is no Wi-Fi, I don't know how to access the internet. But this is something that is taken for granted on Earth. If you fall into a trap, you have to think carefully about how to achieve it. Can Warcraft Tendon replace the network cable and achieve the desired effect? I really want to say yes. But based on Lin's accumulated experience in transforming the Tower of the Great Sage, this kind of linear material can only be used as a good conductor. But it cannot be a carrier. Simply put, it cannot be used alone. According to the past construction methods of building magic towers, from top to bottom, there is no material that is not enough to carry the power of magic. For a man from Earth, this is a questionable matter. Such a perception actually comes from 4 words cutting corners. I still remember when I was a kid. Hearing these 4 words made me feel extremely sinful. But after studying physics, especially mechanics, I realized that in engineering, many materials are really unnecessary, have no effect but increase costs. However, there is sometimes a fine line between omitting unnecessary materials and truly cutting corners. With the same idea, to build a magic tower, does the entire tower really need to use those expensive materials? Such doubts have existed in Lin's mind for a long time. The purpose of these materials is actually just to carve out the channels for the circulation of mana and power, as well as the magic arrays with various functions. But these things are only arranged on the surface of the material. What about the interior? Is there any use? Of course, It is undeniable that the materials of these magic materials themselves are stronger than ordinary materials. It is used to build towers, just like building city walls. It can have better protection against external attacks. But apart from the parts that require strong anti-strike protection capabilities, are there any other methods that can replace the original construction methods and still maintain the same effect? In fact, Lin thought of two methods, and they were still the worst methods used on Earth. One is called wallpaper, and the other is called tiles. Using these two methods to cover magic materials on ordinary materials, can we get the same effect as the magic tower? Lin is actually very confident about this answer, because if the magic circle cannot work on thin materials, then all magic scrolls will be useless. But this is not the case. Even piecing together multiple magic scrolls to form a large magic circle was once a technique that some magicians were proud of. In this case, why has no one thought of doing this in the thousands of years of magic development? Or maybe someone actually thought about it and did it, but gave up for other reasons. These have never been mentioned in books related to building magic towers. So Lin also wanted to take this opportunity to verify his idea. As for whether the suitable tiles are too thin, MIDI's production technology is not that good and cannot be made. This statement is even more ridiculous. The master's first level apprentice level spell, shape technique, specializes in treating various irregular materials, even if it is necessary to make a stone tablet as thin as a cicada's wings. Although it is not easy to achieve, it is not as difficult as climbing to the sky. However, with such a thin stone tablet, its protective capabilities are also limited. As soon as these ideas were mentioned to Fun, even her interest was aroused, and she began to think about them together. And if this method is feasible, although there is no way to change the entire building to look like a magic tower, it is logical to place some traps in key parts as a means of saving lives. But before that, Show Coffin's host-based project must first be successfully tested. In order to maximize the effect of such an experimental opportunity, both of them agreed to use the same room for related arrangements. Anyway, this house has enough rooms, and the large area allows for more room to play. The most ideal situation is to expand the functions that the first coffin can do, with a clear goal. Of course, it is necessary to prepare the required magic materials. When Ling contacted an acquaintance from the Chamber of Commerce, he was asked if he planned to make a stone golem. If so, they actually have ready-made ones for sale. Of course, if you make a joke like this, just laugh. As for another project related to house renovation, the three first women in the family have pushed the schedule forward, and they are constantly moving forward. That is the bathroom system. Willian City has actually implemented a running water system. Leaving aside the external design, the tap water system is spread throughout the streets and alleys, and in residential areas everywhere. The place where Lennon lives is a relatively high-end area in Willian City, and the tap water system is even involved in every home and household. On the side of the house, and next to the side door of the kitchen, is a water faucet, with a basin underneath to contain the clean water flowing out. Underneath is the drainage system. Clean water flows out from faucets all year round. After unused water overflows from the basin, it flows into the drainage system and enters the sewer system. Such a convenient design has made Willian City one of the few advanced cities in the southwest peninsula of Midland that is proud of itself. But after using the toilet and the faucet that can be turned on and off, to the three women, the tap water system that Willian City is proud of is scum and not worth mentioning. So now that the arrangement of moving items has come to an end, the construction of bathroom equipment has been brought up, and it is still highly demanding, with the feeling of if you don't do it, everyone will fall out. Fortunately, the place where they are located is the Magician Association, which is also the headquarters of the Shijia District Branch and the location of the affiliated Chamber of Commerce. Most of the various materials requested by Ling can be delivered within one day. At most, the order was given too late and was delayed until the next day. Such convenience makes someone's hard work life possible. In particular, the bathroom is not just about installing a faucet and toilet, but also the entire pipeline layout, drainage channels, and most importantly, waterproofing measures. If the design is poor, it will not rain outside, but it will rain lightly inside. A guy who was far behind in his professional subjects started designing civil engineering again. In addition, since it is an unprecedented house design concept, no one can ask for help. This is not like the Magic Tower, where there is a large amount of energy supply, and a channel can be established to connect to other planes anytime and anywhere. Whether it's sewage discharge or water connection, it just comes out of thin air, no matter what the pipeline is. However, An ordinary house does not have the same resources as a magic tower. How to realize this bathroom under limited conditions can make someone think hard. So much so that during this period of time when I was at home during the day, I would almost open my eyes and think about what I would like to improve today. And then I would be hammering everywhere. At night, there is stargazing, especially when the observation location is changed. A series of corrections must be made to ensure that all calculations can avoid errors caused by the observation location. Chapter 151 Baking. Amidst all this busy work, the machine for roasting green coffee beans was finally completed. The most advanced crystallization of magic and craftsmanship. The blacksmith who built the roaster said so proudly. As a replacement for the motor, an ultra-small cyclone technique drives the rotating blades to generate power. At the same time, through the connection of the chain, the rotating power is brought to the roasting barrel, so that the green coffee beans can be continuously stirred during the roasting process. For the fire source used for baking, Lynn did not choose something too magical, but chose charcoal, which is also available everywhere on the earth. The quality of roasting accounts for half of the importance of whether the coffee tastes good or not. Rather than using something like magic flame, Lynn would rather choose a source that has been used and trustworthy. After the machine was completed, during the first trial of baking, the blacksmith, Halumi, Kaya, and Fan all stayed nearby and watched Lynn's work. Heat the machine, adjust the damper, load the beans, and start roasting. Use the sampling rod to take out the coffee beans in the roasting barrel, and watch the color gradually darken, releasing charming smells such as cinnamon and citrus. The world of Lost World welcomed its first coffee roasting. However, in the eyes of others, the hazy state of fragrance is full of smoke to Lynn. Damn it! It seems that we need to find a way to make ventilation equipment and smoke exhaust pipes. Just opening the windows seems not enough. The baking process is very fast, and is over in about 10 minutes. When Lynn smelled the aroma in his memory, he opened the bean door, and the brown gems fell down into the cooling plate. The cooling in Midland is not like that on Earth, which is basically air-cooled. But each baker has his own unique method. It seems to be sprinkled with limited water, placed under the air conditioning vent, and blown wildly by an industrial fan. Meaty's cooling method is more violent, directly using the magic of depriving heat of heat. A linear cold technique. It will not bring moisture, but will only take away the heat of the object. The person who created this magic probably has no concept of hypothermia. Maybe he doesn't even know what temperature is. The person who has been cast this spell will feel colder and colder. It was this narrative that aroused Lynn's interest in learning this magic that was not favored by the public, because this magic does not count as elemental damage. At most it is a type that adds negative attributes. However, the subject's vigorous activity and self-generated heat will more or less offset the effect of this magic. Therefore, in the eyes of most magicians, this magic is so-called useless. But in the eyes of Lynn, a believer in Scientology, it was completely different. In the field of machinery, overheating is always the most important and difficult issue. The Alinea cold spell can be applied not only on living bodies, but also on objects. The value of this magic in Lynn's mind jumped from useless to magical in an instant. Of course, in addition to scientific applications, this magic is also the best method for cooling coffee beans. And in today's actual measurement, the cooling speed is faster than expected. Soon, the finished product was in front of you. Lynn looked at his results with satisfaction, but the others had question marks on their faces. Fan was quick and grabbed a few roasted beans and stuffed them into his mouth. With a few clicks, he crushed the beans and swallowed them. And of course he frowned. You said this is delicious? Is there something wrong with my sense of taste? Or is there something wrong with your sense of taste? You kid, you put everything in your mouth when you see it. What will you do if you eat it up? Watching a certain lich eat coffee beans, Lynn wanted to hit the wall. He quickly swatted away the hand stretched out by the two girls, who were equally curious and imitated a certain girl's behavior. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt helpless. As a lich, Fan's eating behavior is purely for the pursuit of comfort. She does not replenish the energy and nutrients her body needs from food at all. In other words, what supports that false body is not food made from other lives. So whether it's poison or strong alcohol, she will get drunk if she wants to be drunk. And she will be poisoned if she wants to be poisoned. But she will never die, because those symptoms are just simulated. And wanting to return to the original state is just a matter of thought. So Lynn could only say helplessly, "Forget it. I won't kill you." Whatever. Generally speaking, after the blacksmith completes his work and hands it over to other people. It basically doesn't matter. But what I made this time was an item I had never seen before. As a maker, how could I not be curious? Of course. For Lin, there is no need to keep it secret. If there is any need for modification in the future, you may have to rely on Master Smith, the blacksmith and magician's predecessor. Yes, the best blacksmith in the Lost World must be a magician, because there are too many magics related to casting. For magicians, the threshold for blacksmith work is very low. Lin himself is not new to the work of blacksmithing. He made many weapons by himself when he was at the Tower of the Great Sage. But when I came to Wulian City, I delegated things I could do to others. This was not because someone was being lazy or showing off. Blacksmithing may not be difficult for Master Fa. But iron-making furnaces and drills are not available everywhere. Especially since the house I live in now has a mixed structure of brick and wood. It is no problem to make a small mess and repair some kitchen knives and scissors. But if you want to build a special foundry, you have to consider all aspects of it. Building a machine is beyond your capabilities. In addition, he had just moved recently and was busy with everything. Lin was unwilling to wait until he was free to slowly build a machine, using hand nets or hand-cranked equipment. Simpler baking methods are not impossible. But if you can make it comfortable, why do you want to torture yourself? What can be solved quickly by taking out blueprints and gold coins? But do you have to delay it until you lose your patience? And the results did not disappoint Lin. Just from the expected looks from the audience and the distrustful look from the quick-handed Lich, Lin knew that today's matter was not over yet. He took out a siphon pot, an alcohol lamp for refining medicine, and what can be said to be the most difficult item to make for drinking coffee, a grinder. It has nothing to do with the structure or motor. The difficulty lies in the two cutter heads. The types of cutter heads on Earth are roughly divided into three categories: flat knives, tapered knives, and ghost teeth. No matter which one, the purpose is to grind evenly and reduce the production of fine powder. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. But those are all based on the casting process of the Earth. So many details need to be considered. Where's the lost land? Just making two cutter heads that can be combined is very difficult. There is no chance to think about whether it is better to have ghost teeth or a flat knife. Such a luxurious question. In the end, he used the elves' skills in making exquisitely carved armor to create a set of knife heads that Lin was quite satisfied with. This is Master Smith's unique skill, which is to make two cutter heads. This blacksmith, who had a few gray hairs in his late prime, almost couldn't help himself and strangled someone to death on the spot after knowing the purpose of the knife blade. Chapter 152. Long live coffee. Put a few beans in at a time and test whether the distance between the cutter heads is appropriate. When everything was ready, someone moved his fingers and said, "Actually, it has just been baked and the flavor has not developed yet. It will taste better if it is kept for a few days. But just think of it as a test. I haven't had it for a long time. Drink it. It would be torture for me to endure it for 2 more days. So come and try what the first cup of coffee in the Lost World tastes like." Coyote brought a pot of freshly boiled hot water, and Lin followed the steps in memory and boiled the black spring of life again after 15 or nearly 16 years. The overflowing aroma is different from that produced during the baking process. Master Smith and Finn both felt their noses twitching as they tried their best to smell this unique smell. It's just that this black liquid, whether it is the two girls or the official magician and the Lich, is a little hesitant to move forward. Lin, of course, regardless of what others thought, poured the brewed coffee into 5 cups on average. I took my own portion, found a comfortable place to sit down, and smelled the long-lost smell first. Berry aroma and light floral aroma are the characteristics of this batch of beans. It's not actually noticeable during the baking process, but after cooking, the aroma, which isn't originally strong, is amplified. Take a sip and feel the hot black liquid in your mouth. Ah, cool. It was as if his mind was clear. Lin's hazy eyes and expression of comfort made him feel slightly surprised by the other 4 people. Is this black thing really so delicious? Although the aroma is quite fragrant, it still takes some courage to drink it. After all, it is something I have never seen before. The 2 girls moved in unison, closing their eyes, raising their glasses, and taking a sip. Then, I got burned. I couldn't taste anything, and now my whole mouth was stinging. The 2 girls were talking a little loudly and confusedly. The content is to keep repeating that the coffee is very hot. Drink it carefully. Then pinched the handle of the small teacup that was temporarily used to hold coffee with her thumb and brought it to the tip of her nose. If you look carefully, You will find that in addition to the aroma of berries and flowers, there are also many delicate flavors. They are relatively weak, but they still stimulate people's sense of smell. Following Lin's actions, he took a small sip. When the coffee liquid spreads into the entire mouth in the form of mist, it is a series of complex flavors that combine vertically and horizontally in the mouth, showing thousands of appearances. Lin herself probably didn't understand how delicately her body, which was built with power, would be reflected in her facial features. Her senses of vision, hearing, smell, touch, etc. have long been trained to the smallest detail, and she can control them freely. Only the sense of taste cannot activate those taste buds without sufficient stimulation. Well, let's not talk too much about what she ate during her past Demon King days. In a word, he has a very devilish style. It could also be that the cook she caught at that time only knew how to cook some strange dishes, so she could only eat those strange things. It's a taste that's far from delicious, although the cooks don't dare to add special ingredients, such as saliva, boogers, etc. Don't put too much hope in the food cooked out of fear, especially those who are in charge of the kitchen. From time to time, they regard the cooks as extras. As for her resurrection, she still didn't eat food most of the time. After all, it is not necessary to maintain the body. Coupled with the craftsmanship of the two girls, it is delicious, but not amazing. Many dinners are just a few bites for fun. Now, with just this sip of coffee, various flavors are captured in the mouth, and countless delicate beauties seem to explode in Thun's mouth, shocking the soul. As mentioned before, Thun's body is invulnerable to all poisons. But this statement is not accurate, because Midi has a poison type that targets the soul. The protection of the soul is more troublesome than imagined. What Thun is not afraid of is limited to poisons targeting the body, but her resistance to spiritual and even soul-related poisons is not as strong as she imagined. In particular, coffee is not poison. It is the most flavorful edible plant on earth, although this includes all varieties of coffee. And roasting will also eliminate some flavors, so you will not taste the more than 700 flavors in one sip of coffee. Lin chose to roast for a short period of time after the popping. He believes that this is the safest way to bake for the first time, and it can also retain more flavor. Of course, he himself is satisfied. Anyone who has banned coffee for more than 10 years will feel satisfied when he tastes it again. But whether others can accept it, he only has time to look at other people's attitudes now. The two girls were fanning their mouths, talking loudly, and complaining vaguely. Master Smith hasn't moved yet because he, like Lin, was frightened by Finn's performance. It's not that a certain lich showed any kind of admiration, but that she had a solemn expression when she closed her eyes. Her short black hair moved without any wind, and there was a light blue flame around her body, creating a sense of oppression. Is this a way of cultivating immortals to eat ginseng fruit and increase their power by 600 years in one breath? He knew that caffeine was very powerful, but when it was so strong in Midi, Lin was also shocked, as if he noticed something strange about himself. Then opened his eyes and returned to his normal demeanor. The flames on his body were also suppressed, but a trace still showed through occasionally. She rarely said seriously to the two girls, who looked distrustful, "In the future, before meditating, drink a cup of coffee. It will be good for you." Upon seeing this, Master Smith quickly picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip. Perhaps he was too impatient, so the master was slightly burned. But after all, he is a professional blacksmith and has a high tolerance for fire and ironing. He can still calm down and taste the taste of coffee. The same taste feeds supplements into a shock to the soul. This taste that has never been tasted is brewing not only in the mouth, but also in the soul, and even extends to every part of the body. The magic circle tattooed on the hands, the silver stone alchemy surgery, actually exerts its effect without actively exerting it. The skin felt like lava, the firelight flowed, and the high heat not only left a scorched mark on the table, but even the handle of the cup melted. If it hadn't saved the cup of coffee with his quick hands, the first cup of coffee spilled on the ground in the lost world would have been born. Silverstone alchemical surgery is a magic created by a dwarf magician who is a master blacksmith. It was originally intended to assist in casting, and improving the heat resistance of the user's hands was ancillary. But in fact its lethality was also astonishing. Some magicians who specialize in smelting will also tattoo the magic circle directly on their hands, just like Master Smith. In addition to being used for fighting, it can also be very convenient at work. This uncontrolled, sudden activation of magic frightened Lin and Master Smith himself. The latter quickly cast a spell to stop the magic. Chapter 153 about cooking. When Lin thought about this surprise, he was no longer surprised. Because coffee contains the largest amount of caffeine. It is a type of stimulant, and naturally has stimulating and refreshing effects. Rank second. The natural plant with a large amount of caffeine is tea. For the residents of Midland, who have no resistance to caffeine, it is a natural thing to lose their temper when they taste black coffee for the first time. Lin didn't laugh at them. Instead, seeing those 4 shining eyes staring at the freshly roasted coffee beans, Lin felt endless worries about the future. My little friend. Here we go again. When some elderly people ask for help from others, they always put on such an air, trying to be close to friendship. You also look like you are honored that I think highly of you. Lin didn't wait for anyone to finish what he said. He stopped talking and said, Master, I have paid all the cost of the machine. That's right. But didn't we have a happy cooperation before? There can always be a second deal. Who wanted to strangle me before? Lin wanted to ask this question. Forget it. It's the worst thing to argue with someone with half-gray hair. Seeing someone pretending to pick up the cup with a melted handle, and taking a sip with enjoyment before turning his attention back to himself. Lin heard Master Smith say, This is an unprecedented magic potion. My friend, are you interested in selling? No. It's just for home use. And don't think that the effect is very good. In fact, the more times you drink it, the effect will decrease sharply. So just treat it as a normal drink and don't take it too seriously. After hitting a soft nail, Master Smith didn't take it seriously. On the contrary, he was very interested in lobbying the young man in front of him. Xiao Gai, I know your 4 magic stone is very popular. But people must have dreams and not be satisfied with current achievements. Only in this way can we create peaks again and again. And there is a lot of money, and it won't be hot. If you don't earn more while you can, it will be too late when you need it urgently. Xiao Gai was called out, and Lin didn't know where to start. Besides, someone's current situation is not caused by having too much money. It is hard to imagine that on Earth. We have never heard of people running away because they owed money. How could we ever hear of people running away after making money? But unfortunately, that's where someone is. However, the master who talked about business seemed to be very enthusiastic and talked about all the secrets of dealing with others. Lin had the feeling of entering a direct selling base camp and being brainwashed by a group of advanced people. Perhaps in the eyes of the master, Lin is a young man who is easy to fool. Although he has a reputation for being evil, how can he not be evil? The tower of the great sage even exploded a demon king. Although I didn't do it myself. But as long as such a major event is slightly related, it can be talked about for a lifetime. But during this time together, the other party didn't have that annoying arrogant temper. That's why Smith is thinking of other plans. Unfortunately, he still miscalculated, although he was easy to get along with. Lin also seemed aloof and refused to let go at all, which was very helpless. Before leaving, he still remembered Yin Yin's instructions. If you have any plans, you must consider him first, and the cooperation conditions must be satisfactory. After finally sending Master Smith away, then showed that ambiguous expression. Said, I have never tasted this kind of taste. I only drink 1 cup, and I can't make any sense. So how about another cup? I won't do it. The reason is the same. It's just that you haven't drunk it before. So you will be surprised the first time. In fact, if you drink too much, that's all. Then you teach me how to cook it. And I'll do it myself. Oh, this is okay. Conclusion. You are just lazy. Making coffee is quite troublesome. If anyone is willing to learn, of course I will teach you. There is nothing to hide. After saying that, Lin put away the utensils on the table. After washing, get ready to do it all over again. But this time he didn't intend to take action, indicating that Finn, who wanted to learn, would do it himself. In fact, the process is not complicated. Boil the water and pour it into the pot. Put the pot on and continue cooking. Wait until the water starts to rise before adding the coffee grounds. After boiling to a certain level, remove the fire source and wait for the coffee liquid to fall back into the lower pot. And the work is completed. But if you follow the method that sounds so simple, the final product will definitely make a certain lich want to kill someone. So it definitely won't work without explaining the details. But to be honest, Lin only knows how to drink and is pretty good at cooking. But asking him to teach others is really a bit of a stretch. I can only say as much as I can. When making coffee, some people only count time. But that is only suitable for making a certain type of coffee. If you change the coffee frequently, then this method can only be said to be a safe method, not the best method. The method Lin learned has only one key point, and that is smell. However, this method makes it difficult to impart experience. At most, the most important thing is to pay attention to the time and frequency of taste changes, and use this as the basis for coffee changes. As for the firepower, because it uses an alcohol lamp, it is a fixed type, so the firepower cannot be adjusted. Another thing related to coffee is the number of times, strength and method of stirring. This point is also variable, but at least it has some fixed basis than the smell trick. To put it simply, stir it a few more times if it feels too light. In other cases, except for stirring up the coffee powder for the first time so that it can be completely immersed in the water, try not to move it or even shake it until the coffee liquid is released. Then studied very seriously, and his movements were meticulous, as if he was performing magic. When all the processes were completed and her first cup of coffee was brewed, she happily took the first sip. Then the first cup of coffee to be sprayed out in the history of Midland was achieved. The former Demon King wiped his mouth, looked at the black liquid in front of him with a fearful expression, and then looked at someone in panic. How could Lin not be curious about such a performance? Just pick up Fin's cup and take a small sip. He frowned and said, "You've just learned how to cook. It's normal to overcook. Maybe when you start learning, you should pay attention to the time and don't exceed it too much. This way at least you won't make a big mistake. You should talk about this kind of thing first." Fin complained dissatisfiedly, looking at the failed coffee with a troubled face. Of course Lin knew what this woman was worried about, and said, "Generally speaking, it seems wasteful not to drink something after it has been cooked. But the master who taught me about coffee said that if it is not worth drinking, it should be poured out. Don't feel sorry for it. Taking this failure as a motivation for progress is much more important than not wasting it. If you always think that this cup is poorly cooked, you can still drink it. Then maybe it will always be at this level. This is really a pity." Then looked at someone with hopeful eyes. Lin could understand the meaning of that look, but he said mercilessly, "Don't expect me to drink. If you just want to be obedient and have others clean up the mess, you will never make progress." How inconsiderate. Lin said without any hesitation, "My girlfriend cooked a pot of lish food. But in order to coax the girl, she had to bite the bullet and finish the food. I didn't know how many more stomach pills I had to swallow afterwards. This kind of thing is really call it weird. Why are there such idiots? Oh, this is not popular in Midland. It seems that men in this world are smarter. This is really gratifying. That is to say, your Earth regards creating waste as a considerate thing." What a sharp statement. Due to identity issues, I can't comment. But I really want to see if the people who advocate this kind of behavior can maintain such thoughtfulness in reality, even after getting married. They can continue to eat, or I have to put my hope in the conscious progress of others. At least there are no such idiots in my circle of friends. You just have no friends. Oh my. That's such a to-the-point comment. I have to say, it's indeed very true. After a few embarrassing self-deprecating remarks, Ling cleverly changed the subject and said, "And let me tell you, you really don't have to worry too much about waste." Pointing out the window, "There is a warehouse filled with more than 70 barrels of coffee. You can calculate how much you can cook at one time. The beans there are enough to last you a long time." Thinking about it, it was transported one car at a time, carrying several large trucks. But now that I have been worrying about such a small problem for a long time, then only thinks that she is funny. With a flip of his hand, he poured the failed work into the wastewater bucket. After tidying up, she was about to cook for the second time, when she noticed that two girls were hanging by the table, looking at her. "Well, do you want to try it too?" "I want it. I want it. I come first. I come first." Halloumi shouted while jumping. Although Kaya next to her didn't expect her companion to be as fierce, she still showed enthusiasm, and her bright eyes revealed her ambition. Although they were burned at the first bite and were not very used to the strange smell, other people's behavior also made the girls realize that this is a rare and good thing, so they naturally fell in love with it. Originally, they were worried that their teachers would be as secretive as programming languages. Regarding procedures, the only person Lin has taught seriously so far is Fin. The idea for the two girls is that they should complete their magic studies first, and at least become official magicians before considering anything else. However, this intention seemed not to be accepted by others, and instead, they were taken out and recited from time to time. In this regard, Fin also maintained the same attitude, but she pretended to be on the same side as the girls when it came to the problem. although she also doesn't teach. Once the girls complain, they always blame some evil force for not allowing it. So she is also helpless. Mom, who is more helpless? In short, there are people who want to imitate Lynn's attitude towards coffee. Of course, the girls will not let go of the opportunity. After all, their backgrounds were not good, and their experience of becoming magic apprentices was full of twists and turns. If it weren't for Lynn's shelter, they don't know what they would be like now. Even now that I am in the hands of someone, my life is quite comfortable, and I seem to have no worries about food and clothing. But how long it can last? They don't know. They don't know whether there will come a day when they are no longer valuable and will be kicked away. So we can only enrich our skills as much as possible before that happens. This is a common understanding shared by the two girls. Chapter 154. Calm fades away. The first one to try was the halloumi, which almost jumped on the table. They were still blinded when Lynn performed and didn't realize that he was trying to steal his teacher. But when he came to the church and explained it the second time, Lynn didn't avoid anyone. Of course, the two girls tried their best to memorize it. Although Lynn did not avoid anyone when teaching programming language. At least they could understand how to make a drink. But how to write a program was like listening to a book from heaven. And they were not allowed to ask questions. Soon, Halloumi finished her first cup of coffee and poured a cup for everyone without thinking of herself. As a close friend of similar age and sharing life and death, Kaya cheered and took the lead in raising her glass. Of course, this time I remembered to cool it down a bit before entering my mouth. But I still kept my eyes closed and looked like I was looking forward to death. And everyone looked at the brown-skinned and black-haired girl seriously, trying to get some clues. Just as weird. There was no special expression. Kaya expressed her feelings in a calm tone. Lynn Huffin then tasted the coffee in front of her with full of doubts. After a few mouthfuls, the taste became lighter. It seems that he has learned Finn's lesson and doesn't want to overcook it, but undercook it. But strictly speaking, if you haven't cooked the kind of liquid used for gastrointestinal washing, it's considered qualified. Lynn commented on the taste and cooking technique. Overall, there is more encouragement than criticism. He dreams of having someone to take care of him. So of course, it won't dampen the girl's enthusiasm too much. On the one hand, it is also through comments to prevent Kaya from making the same mistake next time. This is not to favor one against another, but because he is not suitable to be a teacher. He always has to solve problems when he encounters them. But he is not good at explaining the correct steps in detail before a problem occurs. Finally, it was the second girl's turn. In fact, Kaya was also the one who took on more of the kitchen duties, so everyone was looking forward to it. The brewing process seems to be formal and impressive. The aroma is also cooked out, but I don't know how it tastes when drunk. A glass was also placed in front of everyone, with her friend still taking the lead. Halloumi drank it in one gulp. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "It tastes good! Even better than what the teacher cooked." Such a high evaluation certainly aroused the curiosity of the other two people. Lynn took a sip, and the light and sweet taste in his mouth was indeed different from his own finished product. However, someone was not too surprised. Instead, he was interested and appreciated that Kaya chose this time to show the taste of the previous period. I've only watched it a few times and had a few drinks, but I already have my own thoughts. It's really not easy. However, while highlighting the sweetness, it is equivalent to giving up the final finish of this coffee. Fun, who was not satisfied with this, frowned, but didn't know what the difference was. All she knew was that the effects of this cup of coffee were not as good as those brewed by Lynn. Is this diminishing effectiveness? How could it appear so quickly? She didn't express Finn's doubts, so Lynn naturally had no way of knowing. Lynn could only make some comments about Kaya's coffee, explaining that Halloumi's praise was actually just a girl's taste preference. There are many different flavors of coffee, and Kaya just gave one of the answers. There is still room for improvement. After watching all three people demonstrate one round, Lynn left, allowing them free space to practice. If you always stare to the side and follow each command and action, you will not make any progress or self-thinking. As for this batch of coffee, it was spoiled like this, and someone didn't think it mattered. As mentioned before, there are still a lot of things, so it is nothing to use for practice. So Lynn considered the possibility of directly baking the second pot. In addition, the previous pot was actually just a work of my own practice. On the one hand, it was also to familiarize myself with the characteristics of this batch of green beans. Then comes the real baking, in addition to coffee roasting. Another important thing related to me is the planar glasses made with Snell crystal to hide the image of the magic tower in the dream in his left eye. There are several difficulties in this work. First of all, how to grind the flat lenses. Don't fail to protect your eyes. And uneven mirrors may become a vision killer. If it were really that easy to get a pair of glasses, then the entry barrier for optical systems companies like Zeiss would be too low. The second item is considered someone's own fault. Since you want to buy a pair of glasses, you will naturally want to add some functions. Is it like the combat power detector in Dragon Ball? Or Iron Man's artificial intelligence glasses? Or designing some weird functions by yourself, such as see-through, and so on. This is definitely not for any ulterior purpose. It's just that since I have to do it, let's just do it. However, these functions cannot be done just as you want. There must be technology to support these capabilities. On Earth it's science. In Lost Land it's magic. Taking into account the technology he now possesses, there is no need to start a new research project. Lin simply chose to combine the use of a browser and replace the screen that originally required hydroscope support with a lens. And you can freely choose to cover both eyes. Only the left eye or the right eye. Then I reluctantly gave up my original ideas, such as perspective. The realization of browser function glasses is far simpler than imagined. At least on the frame. Part of the magic stone material is used, which solves the most troublesome part. There is no need to carve a magic circle on the frame or lens. Just use the program stored inside the magic stone, and then import the image output to the lens. Originally, water mirror technology was used as a standard feature of the screen. But this was because most people would not carry mirrors or anything that could reflect images with them when going out. Or things that can reflect images and are not suitable for use as a screen, such as knives, swords, armor, and shields. The inventor of the small water mirror technique was a female senior magician. The original purpose was of course to organize her appearance and posture. It doesn't cost much. It's just appropriate to use it as the browser's output interface. Coupled with the inherent characteristics of Snell crystal, it will prevent the manifestation of power. In other words, when Lin is using glasses to surf the internet, others cannot tell the difference from the outside. But this only solves the problem of screen output, and the input method is still the same. Moreover, when most of the line of sight is covered by the screen, it is very inconvenient to control the keyboard and cursor at the same time. So Lin worked hard and combined the technology of three-dimensional stereoscopic imaging to create the effect of VR glasses. He also made thin rings for 10 fingers. With the use of the ring, you can move all windows projected in a vision, zoom in and out, rotate pages, enter text by handwriting or keyboard style, and even simulate the use of a mouse or trackball. It can be said that Lin has made the set of things more science fiction than science fiction movies. After he had his head down and finished the thing in one fell swoop, he had time to re-examine it and realized this somewhat amusing conclusion. I smiled to myself. Sometimes, I really don't know what kind of painting style I should think of when I travel to a lost land. I originally hoped that days like this would continue forever, doing random things during the day and watching the stars at night. It's a pity that heaven does not follow people's wishes, and the peaceful days will eventually end. In the past, when dealing with visitors, Lin always used the excuse that he was still cleaning up his new residence, which actually made many people stay away for a while. But I guess the biggest reason is that the Demon King Tikal popped up out of nowhere, leaving people with ulterior motives to take a wait-and-see attitude. Now that the renovation of the house has been completed, only the small adjustments in life are left, which means that the reason for tidying up the new house no longer makes sense. In addition, during this period of time, Lin and the others were living in seclusion, and Fun was staying at home, just like a little daughter-in-law, which made some people's minds become more active. If they knew that Fun was putting up wallpaper and tiles, trying to turn this ordinary house into a fortification, those who didn't have good intentions would regret giving this time. Lin had no involvement in this project. It was entirely Fun's idea and execution. But in someone's eyes, it is only 1/10 of the original Tower of Sage. Many of them are limited by the substandard building materials used as the basis, which is considered a crime other than war. However, Fun's trap idea still gave Lin a lot of inspiration, compared with those people with bad intentions. Those who are more difficult to deal with are the President Chungwa Eaton, the Great Magician Green One, the Chamber of Commerce Steward Naji and his family, and the blacksmith Master Smith whom he only met recently. As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. These people came to visit with good intentions and to connect with each other. Lin couldn't turn his face away and chase them away. Apart from wine and water, the only thing that can be used to entertain guests is coffee. Kaya's brewing skills are the most improved among the three women. So when Lin exchanged useless social rhetoric with his guests, Kaya usually stayed aside to make coffee and wait on them. As expected, caffeine is powerful. It not only captured the heart of the former Demon King, but also several great magicians. While they were full of praise, they came to someone's house more frequently. It's not that they don't want to pack a few kilograms or even several barrels of coffee back. It's this new product. Except for the apprentices around Tripwood's magician. No one can cook it, let alone use the novel equipment siphon pot. So I can only take the trouble to bother you. Of course, goodwill does not only come from acquaintances. In addition to the magicians gathered together in the headquarters of a branch like William City, there are also a large number of noble lords living here. And the style of aristocrats is not just banquets. Banquets. And more banquets. These people also sent Lin an invitation letter to the banquet, with a special note in it. Please bring your female companion to attend. Well, it's hard to tell whether these people have hidden agendas, or if they are just being honest. In short, Lin tried his best to find reasons to refuse these meetings, large and small. Chapter 155: The Battle Between Monsters. But temptations in life don't just come from well-intentioned actions. The actions of those malicious people also made Lin feel dumbfounded. But this time it wasn't like a few stupid young men or ruffians came directly to the door to cause trouble. But every 3 or 5 days, there will always be monsters that inadvertently break into Lin's private residence. This isn't some deep mountain forest. There are so many monsters wandering around in the base camp where magicians gather. I asked the management magician responsible for the security of William City several times. But of course, I got only some official-style prevarication. And judging from his attitude, he still looked very impatient. When asked about the visiting president and the great magician Green One, although their attitude was better, they still did not explain clearly. They just vaguely mentioned that there were certain forces' intentions to target him. But they promised not to endanger their lives. He also repeatedly emphasized that when people stay in William City, their lives are protected, and no one can take it away at will. In fact, when these two people said this, they didn't feel like they were talking about Lin Xiaoming's problem. It's more like warning Fin not to take things too far. This also made Lin understand one thing. The goodwill from the president's faction has limits. It's normal when you think about it, because Lin is not surrendering without reservation now. But he has a better relationship than others. And some of the benefits that they control are not completely handed over, but only part of them are profited. In short, whenever a monster accidentally wanders into your home, Grey Hooves and White Nose can add food. So far, the two big dogs have not met their opponents among the monsters that are allowed to appear in William City. Even if there are injuries, they are just small things that can be healed by licking with saliva. There have never been major injuries that hurt muscles and bones. In this case, I heard that the focus of the betting has shifted from the Colosseum to this courtyard. When Ling got such news from Kaya, he wondered if he could find a way to charge some fees. However, considering that no one dared to collect the corpses of the monsters that died in the battle, it saved the feed expenses of the two big dogs. So Lin didn't know whether to continue to let it go or find a way to stop it. It is said that some thoughtful people frantically proposed the idea of introducing king-level monsters into the city, and received a lot of support. But this exaggerated situation did not come true after all. Let's not talk about the wisdom of the king. But he is smart enough not to be fooled by humans, in this case. It is estimated that the king will be bombarded by the 5 magic towers before entering the 5-link city. If you insist on not running. For the people in charge of William City, the benefits that a king-level monster can bring are greater than killing 2 dogs raised by a certain magician. Furthermore, you have to be very stupid to let a threatening king-level monster enter a densely populated area, and it is within the attack range of the magic tower. But it does nothing. Lin was paying attention to every battle between Grey Hoof and White Nose, in addition to discussing tactics with the 2 big dogs afterwards. While the girls listened, Fin occasionally joined in. This discussion made the 2-headed dogs' fighting skills more and more sharp. Of course, the tactics that are too detailed and imaginative, but have no practical possibility, should be incomprehensible to the minds of 2 dogs. Therefore, Lin could use simple terms as much as possible to enrich their attack modes. Once learned, the 2 big dogs can be used flexibly in battle. The main reason for being so concerned is that the battle between Warcraft will expand and affect buildings. The building with a mixed structure of brick and wood can be described as fragile compared to the magic tower, but it cannot withstand the smashing of walls and collisions between monsters. The reason why Lin let these battles go is because the main building has not been damaged so far, except that the courtyard has been messed up. The most thrilling battle involved a passing giant thunder eagle. As soon as they met, they shocked the two big dogs, who were sleeping with their bellies turned on their sides. They were very energetic, and the hair all over their bodies stood on end. The thunder eagle attacked the two big dogs that were helpless on the surface, giving full play to the flying monster's talents. Gray Hoof and White Nose were amazing. They used alley-oop kicking skills to send White Nose higher into the air, but the dog's paws still couldn't reach the big bird flying in the air. Finally, the two dogs, whose fur was blackened here and there and covered in wounds, hid under the shade of a big tree. This tree is the oldest and strongest tree in the courtyard, and it has not been damaged by the aftermath of the battle. The two dogs were hiding in the depths, whimpering and moaning. The dog's shadow could not be seen from high in the sky, so there was no attack. Thunder Eagle's offensive was temporarily frustrated. At this time, there was a howling sound in the distance, which immediately caused the Thunder Eagle's action pattern to change. After circling for a while, the eagle chirped and lowered its height, intending to find the two dogs and deliver a fatal blow. When it dropped below the height of the tree canopy and gained a certain angle to see the injured monster hiding under the tree, all it saw was a black dog sitting upright, licking its front feet and making a pretending whimpering sound. Thunder Eagle's mind couldn't turn around for a while, and he didn't realize what was going on. He sprang out from the tree crown, and the greyhound swooped down, in front of the people in the dark, Lin and others. He neatly knocked down the big bird on the ground. The biggest advantage of the flying monster is its maneuverability in space. If it is a battle between similar classes and does not have the strength to crush the flying monsters on the ground, then the chance of winning the flying monsters will be very slim. Not to mention the situation of being suppressed on the ground. It is simply taking what you want. Bybie quickly came to his partner's side. The two dogs didn't mess around, biting the head and tail of the Thunder Eagle that was preparing to unleash an electric shock. They rolled and spun around in different directions, and broke the bird's neck in one breath. The lightning that was originally summoned dissipated in an instant. The battle ended a few days after the passing Thunder Eagle was slaughtered. A big shot appeared at the door of the house. This time, I didn't just pass by, but came to visit dressed as a private server. The great magician Greenwin and his noble wife came to visit together. A self-taught magician, as an orphan, seems to be unpopular with women in the magic circle. But in the eyes of the aristocratic circle, he is popular. On the one hand, they despise them, but on the other hand, they want to get close to them or gain supernatural powers. This is what the nobles think. However, no matter what interests or reasons brought Green and his wife together in the first place, now the two of them are really in love. And the sparkle is so dazzling that Lin's FFF soul wakes up. As a noble lady, time still leaves its mark on her body. But that unique temperament is the only person Lin has seen so far who can compete with Lin's aura. It's not that it can compare with the Demon King's pressure, but under that kind smile, Lin's own aura collapsed. Although he wouldn't let a certain lich turn into a little girl to act coquettishly, Lin really couldn't bring up the idea of confrontation. After Mr. and Mrs. Nagi, who were stewards of the Chamber of Commerce, they were the second couple to visit Lin, and they visited many times. The two apprentices have long been subdued, and Finn has also put aside the dignity of the lich. He no longer even hides in the room to type on the keyboard, but brings the two little girls with him to talk to the noble lady. But at this time, Kaya made coffee in the living room and entertained the guests and the owner. The process of making coffee is inherently a bit of a performance, and Lin is not afraid of others stealing his lessons, so he lets the girl perform in front of the guests. Of course, the aroma produced during the process is also the focus of attraction. The women stayed in another living room. This is not sexist or anything. It is simply because the topics that men and women can talk about are very different. In order to prevent the companions from getting bored and to be able to talk about topics of interest to their heart's content, the men and women were simply separated. While enjoying Kaya's performance, Grand Magician Greenwin chatted with Lin about the recent events in the 5 United Cities. The most popular one is, "So, Mr. Greenwin, your visit is actually because someone told the association that the two dogs I raise are too dangerous and need to be dealt with. So what does the association plan to do?" "Mr. Tripwood, there is no need to get angry. The association asked me to come here, and it was just a routine inquiry. To be honest, there are a few magicians who don't keep familiars, and I have seen strange summons. I'm just here to confirm that you have a way to control the behavior of those two monsters so that they won't accidentally hurt the civilians living in Williams City." "Ha ha. Accidental damage. Then who should be blamed for those monsters that come from nowhere and keep passing by my house? Does the association have a clue now? Ha ha. Your Excellency, please don't embarrass me. Although those people can't be offended, it's very troublesome to fight against them. They are as difficult to deal with as maggots attached to the bones. If you don't kill them in one go, they will continue to attack you one after another. It's a small move, but it's far more powerful than the Ku's family. Lin felt a little helpless about the Tai Chi push of the great magician Green Wind. Although knowing the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes would not change anything. At least, he was not covered with a bag, pressed to the ground and beaten wildly, without knowing who was beating him. As for emphasizing that he will not retaliate, no matter how loud these words are, not many people are willing to believe them. This is a kind of sadness for Lin. But having no way of knowing who is behind it doesn't mean Lin doesn't want to know other things. He asked, Your Excellency Greenwind, you don't want to tell me who they are? Then tell me their purpose. That's okay. Are they after money or something else? I have to know before I can talk about the next action and what direction to take. Their goal is not money, but the things here. Great Magician Greenwind pointed to his temple and said, Everyone is interested in everything about the Tower of the Great Sage, but no one can repeat it. Now! So you can only ask the original author. But they are afraid that someone will not cooperate. So they have to suppress your arrogance first. This is the reason for your trouble during this time. Chapter 156 Knowledge is Power. Knowledge is power. This sentence can be said to be a wise saying in the circle of magicians. Don't look at it. The Magician Association seems to care very much about the inheritance of magic and the circulation of knowledge. Therefore, it is stipulated that every magician must submit a new magic to the association in every 3-year cycle. And then the association will disseminate this magic knowledge for a fee. In fact, not many magicians would give up their unique skills. Of course, sometimes there are shady magical researches that cannot be made public to the world. Just like those magicians who developed powerful attack magic in history. This spell was eventually classified as a forbidden spell. Before they reveal their unique skills, they will always be spied on from all sides. Spell models, spells, tips, attack range, distance, etc. There is nothing that others don't want to know. Some people want to master this powerful magic, while others hope to find ways to crack it or find weaknesses, or even attack weaknesses or countermeasures. For all purposes, the same thing is that you have to pry open the inventor's mouth to know the secret. However, most magicians will reveal the secrets of their magic due to various oversights or reasons. Only a few people can keep it a secret until the moment of their death. Perhaps it is lost, or perhaps future generations can recreate this unheard magic from the relics. The outstanding achievements of the Great Sage's Tower are, in the eyes of magicians, especially the tower owners, a more attractive treasure than gold coins. Therefore, those superficial thoughts of those who had any intention of Lin's net worth were all dismissed by another group. The knowledge of transforming the Great Sage's Tower is Lin's most valuable goal now. Of course, for most people who have intentions, the best situation is that they are in control, and others don't know. This requires someone's cooperation. That's why the recent series of troubles have occurred. Lin thought to himself. The reason why no one aims to get rid of him is probably because he has escaped the protection of the magic tower, and is just a lamb to be slaughtered in their eyes. That's why the first priority is to seize knowledge, instead of killing yourself to prevent knowledge from falling into the hands of others, thereby posing a threat to those people themselves. After thinking clearly about what the great magician Greenwind meant, Lin sighed softly, his expression full of helplessness. How could the person sitting across from him not know Lin's change in mood? This is how I came to be. The difference is that I took refuge early in Chung Wei-Eden, who was not the president at the time. It was also because of his ability to fight with that ruthless energy that he came to prominence. The reason why I came to contact this magician now is simply to take advantage of the pressure from others, and take the opportunity to show goodwill to recruit more talents for my faction. This can be regarded as taking advantage of others. And it is also one of the reasons for the delay in revealing the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, so as to prevent the magician from surrendering prematurely and directly joining that party. From what he observed, Lin was not the kind of person with a very strong willpower. However, there is one biggest variable in all these intentions, which is the existence of the Lich. Regarding the resurrected original demon King Fanatical, Greenwind and Chung Wei-Eden have truly witnessed each other's unfathomability, which is the main reason why they did not choose to use strong methods. As for the relationship between the two people living together, Greenwind would not dare to take any action until he understood this. Even if the top leaders of the branch issued a death order, at least it is necessary to understand whether the two are simply a combination of interests, or whether the original Demon King will come forward for someone's wishes or harm. But you still have to say what you need to say, and you won't offend anyone by asking anyway. Sir, Mr. Tripwood, don't you want to hand over that knowledge? I have such a plan, Lynn said cheerfully. Greenwind was startled when he heard this. Do you think this is how things are done? But Greenwind's heart dropped again. It was normal to have a proviso, and it was abnormal to have no proviso. There are some questions I want to ask first. Well, please tell me. Greenwind took a sip of coffee to cheer up a little and listened carefully to Lynn's next question. Although the association also sells knowledge books such as Magic for Beginners and Apprentice Assessment Guide, there seems to be no method for magicians to submit such knowledge. As far as I know, the relevant regulations are all about how to hand over magic. There is a set of standards for the pricing and evaluation of magic, but none of them is about a set of knowledge. Turn in a set of knowledge? Greenwind asked puzzledly. That's right. You see, whether if one wants to provide a comparison of ancient and modern magic, or I want to provide knowledge about magic tower programming, these are not instructions for a single magic. And although the association is providing knowledge books, but the number is very rare, compared with the huge number of various magics. The knowledge books are only a few introductory books. In addition, the contents of the knowledge books are not directly usable magic. Regarding this, the association will how to position it. Should it be counted in the amount paid every 3 years? Or should it not be recognized as magic at all, and such payment will not be accepted? Well, these are indeed questions. I can help you ask the president for his opinion. But Mr. Tripwood, you mentioned that the magic tower programming belongs to a set of knowledge. What does this part refer to? To use a relatively simple way to describe it, we lay out a magic circle. We need a circle here and a triangle there. We need to fill in such runes here and use some kind of mark there. Maybe we follow the existing, you can probably get the same effect by following the same pattern. But what if something goes wrong? What if we want to extend it and create a magic circle with other effects? Knowledge to support. In other words, the programming of the magic tower is different from the existing system of magic and magic circles. For others who want to learn, basic knowledge is still not enough. Of course, if you look at it, I have been publishing several sets of browser-related magic for several years. The most basic source code in it has not been encrypted in any way. It is completely exposed in the sun for everyone to watch. But some people use those, whether it's creating your own forum, email, or even a server? No. Even making some personalized settings according to the settings I provided is quite difficult, let alone some more. So I think some basic knowledge is necessary. After pondering for a long time, Greenwind thought carefully about Lynn's words. To be honest, in today's booming forum, he has also studied the underlying program code. Even if I don't fully understand what those heavenly words are doing, I still hope to get some inspiration from them. But no matter how many times he studied it, the result never changed, and he couldn't understand a word. Regarding this point, in the small circle of discussion forum program code, it is unanimously believed that this is the magic written by the magician Gablesh Tripwood using some special secret script. It could be a forgotten god, a lost language, or it could be a sweet poison given by some evil being from the abyss of chaos. However, after listening to my explanation today, I can more or less understand the confusion I had before. But for a new magician, and for great magicians like Greenwind, Lynn's qualifications are still considered a rookie. Is it possible to create a completely new system of magic? Forget it. Let's not question it for now, Greenwind said sternly. As for your opinions, I will truthfully convey them to the president and other decision makers. Please wait for the good news. Is there anything else you want to convey? I have nothing else to convey to the president and the others. I just wonder if Mr. Greenwind knows where I can borrow a large conference venue. You want to borrow the parliament? Someone looked at the questioner with a strange expression. Lynn quickly explained, No. I don't want to borrow the parliament. I want to ask if there is a similar place where one person can make a speech and have a lot of listeners. And it has to be indoors, not an open-air square. What Lynn was thinking about was that compared to Earth, there were two things missing in the lost world, a stage and a school. Although there are also performances in Mitty's entertainment projects, there is no fixed stage. Most of the performances performed for the nobles went directly to the nobles' castles or houses, and they started performing in a small corner of a relatively large room. Of course, in this format, there won't be any environmental arrangements, and the focus will be on the actors. If it is a performance for civilians, it can be performed anywhere on the roadside or in a square, and there is no so-called stage. And the same goes for schools. In the education of MIDI, if you are a noble, you can directly hire a private tutor for one-on-one teaching. If you are a small noble who cannot afford a private teacher, your parents may teach you in person, or a more knowledgeable vassal may impart knowledge. Ordinary people also have the opportunity to study, which is to send them to monasteries. The missionaries who worship the gods will not be stingy in teaching knowledge in order to better spread the teachings, and increase the number of people who are willing to travel around to spread the teachings for the sake of the gods. After all, it is self-evident which person will be more convincing, a knowledgeable missionary or a missionary who knows nothing. As for the price, most of them spend half a day working for the monastery, and the other half a day listening to the priest's lectures. Of course, there will be a lot of private goods in this knowledge. To use a more earthly modern term, it is placement marketing. As soon as you talk about it, just praise it, how great the true God is, and so on. When you are successful in learning, or you think you have achieved enough, you can leave the monastery freely, and no one will stop you. And most people who leave, even if they don't believe in that God, will remember the favor they received. This is also the reason why the church is closer to secular society than magicians, and is warned by the nobles. Lin Hui thought of these two facilities. The most important thing was that he hoped to have a place where large-scale lectures could be given. This was something MIDI had never done before. The most important thing is that during the time when the forum first started to spread, almost every magician I met would ask the same question. Forget it once or twice. But when the number of times increases, and the same questions and answers are repeated over and over again, someone will go crazy no matter how good-tempered they are. Chapter 157 College Planning. This time, knowledge related to programming languages was released, and Lin himself stayed in Willian City. He hoped that through large-scale lectures, he would be less likely to be asked repeated questions. And there is an invisible benefit to having more people. The person asking the question is less likely to pursue questions in a persistent manner, because he has to face the risk of being beaten down by other dissatisfied people. If it is a one-on-one question and answer, let alone the question of whether the fight can be won or not. For a seeker of knowledge, it is a heinous act for the lecturer to fail to do his best to answer the questions. Especially when Lin plans to give lectures for a fee. He is even less likely to speak ill of or ignore those who pay. But if the questioner is not smart enough, asks too idiotic questions, causes dissatisfaction among others, and is scolded and lectured by others, then this is not Lin's problem. So considering all aspects, large-scale lectures can be said to be the easiest idea. Especially when there are people who covet the knowledge in their own minds, instead of keeping it to themselves or providing it to a few people to control. It is better to spread it all over the world. If you have the guts, kill all the people who know it. Speaking of which, in the history of MIDI, there has never been an incident such as the Qin dynasty's burning of books and the entrapment of Confucian scholars, or the large-scale ban on books by the church in the Middle Ages in Europe. Of course, there is still a massive loss of knowledge, but that is considered a sequelae of the war. The Dark Ages of Lost Land was one of those periods, and the person responsible for it was chatting with people next door. After explaining his thoughts, Lin looked at the stunned expression of the great magician Greenwin in front of him. This was an expression that the always serious inspector had never shown. Although someone's idea is not shocking to MIDI, it is also unprecedented. Do you have any overall thoughts? What I just said should only be a small part. Should I say admiration? What a keen insight. Lin looked at the experienced magician in front of him, sorted out his words, and then said, I have roughly thought about it, and the idea is correct. But it is still a prototype and not complete. But since your excellency asked well, please help me check it out. After pouring a glass of wine for himself and his guests, Lin left the bottle on the table and began to say, if the lecture model can be successful, I hope that it can be combined with the operation of the Charlie Richard Foundation to allow those who are brought to the 5 city the children have a place where they can gather and receive education. This idea comes from Lin tracking the use of the Charlie Richard Fund. Basically, we are recruiting talented people, and the results are quite remarkable. At least the number of people who come to Willian City to become magic apprentices every month is much higher than before. But in subsequent cultivation, it would be a mess. First of all, as a master of noble origin, Shurian naturally looked down on those apprentices who were born in mud. After most of the people gathered in Willian City, they allowed other official magicians to select those they liked. After being accepted as private apprentices, The remaining people were almost left to fend for themselves. Regular lectures are not planned and properly arranged. One of the most fatal mistakes was not centralizing accommodation management for this group of people. Before giving lectures, we must first search the city for these apprentices who have not become apprentices and bring them to the lecture venue. This is still a prosperous forum. Some people will take the initiative to report after seeing the online notification, while the rest will take the initiative to find it. As for such a time-consuming matter, I heard that it was done a few times in the early stages, and then nothing happened. And those apprentices who were not selected by the official magicians were living in various places in William City. Those with better luck will find a job that barely makes a living, otherwise they will work hard to earn enough travel expenses to return to their hometown. Some are unlucky and live on the streets, and some turn to stealing and robbing. He just committed crimes in William City and was quickly punished. He couldn't even return to his hometown. Not many magicians sympathize with this situation, because most of these people have low talent, just crossing the line between normal people and magicians. Halloumi, Kaya, and even Len himself belong to the same category as these people. The difference is that the former has very bad luck and has not met a noble person. And when they come to William City, they more or less have a magical dream. And of course, it is difficult to give up easily. Such thoughts also plunge them deeper into trouble. In the end, it will be difficult to escape. Not to mention that most of these people are just children. They have no idea which one to choose when it comes to their future. Most of the experiences of these people were revealed on forums. Some are self-reported, and some are reported by others, especially those who came to William City together and were lucky enough to be chosen as apprentices by the magician. Of course, they would care about their companions and learn about these things. The fate of many people is unbearable. The tragic experience of these people can be said to be one of the murderers. If it weren't for the operation of the Charlie Richard Fund, these people would still be safely staying in their hometowns today. They may not be living a good life, but it would be better than the days they were given up in William City. The situation of these people, compared with his own luck, gave Lin the idea of running a school. In the past, there were no conditions. Later, I had the financial resources, but I was in the tower of the great sage, so I could only entrust others. Now that he is staying in William City, there is no reason not to shoulder such a responsibility. If you want to do this, there is one person who cannot be bypassed. That is Shurian, who was recommended by President Chungwa Eaton to manage the fund and was also one of his students. Of course, Lin doesn't think that the current chaos is due to this person's poor ability. Judging from the way they handle it, I feel that they are also exploring the best way. After all, it is something that no one has done before. Just at this stage of trying things out, someone will inevitably be sacrificed. If Lin makes a request, fund management, that is, the use of money, will also be left in the hands of the president and his family. As an employee, I am responsible for managing the chores of these apprentices, so I shouldn't face much resistance. After clarifying the reason, Lin began to talk about his plan. The first thing to do is to find a place. It can be a vacant lot and build the house by yourself. It can also be a big house that no one lives in. The main thing is to gather everything together. The magic apprentices who come to William City have a place to live, rest, and receive education. As if to talk about his ambitions, Lin said loudly. After establishing a stronghold, you can hire some ordinary people to take care of and manage the lives of the apprentices. Then hire fixed magicians to give classes at a fixed time every day, which can be scheduled in the morning time or afternoon. The course only takes half a day, and the remaining time can be used to practice magic, meditate, and of course, you can also take on some jobs that apprentices can do to earn some extra money for themselves. Of course, this is not a place like this. They are given free food and free accommodation. They need to be tested every once in a while. If they fail, they can only be sent home or leave until they become official magicians, or they take the initiative. If you want to leave, even if you get a teacher who is willing to guide you carefully, leaving is of course left to your own will. For this unprecedented plan, even though Greenwind's life experience is far beyond the average person, it is difficult to easily comment. He thought about it for a long time, but he could only say one sentence. It would be very expensive to do it this way. You are right. The cost will definitely be staggering, but at least it can educate them to the maximum extent. And with such a venue, I can also give regular lectures and charge a certain fee. The content is of course those who are interested can choose whether to listen to the program-related knowledge in exchange for borrowing the venue. I will pay a rental fee, which can be regarded as an increase in the income source of the Charlie Richard Foundation. This business model can also be provided to, used by other interested magicians. Behind these seemingly selfless contributions of great love, there is actually Lin's small calculation. Since all the income in the Shijia district, Lin agreed to fold it into the Charlie Richard Fund without leaving any money for himself. The remaining source of income is the share of browser sales from the other 3 regional chapters. But in fact, the other 3 branches all use long distances, inconvenient transportation and other reasons to default on their debts if they could, especially after hearing about the establishment of the Charlie Richard Fund in Shijia district. They all wanted to follow suit, but Lin did not agree, and the relationship between them became worse. It was precisely when his income was completely stagnant, and there was another former demon king who had no idea about money, but spent money without mercy, that Lin came up with the idea of creating income. One is the fees for giving lectures, and the other is to help myself get a decent job in the Charlie Richard Foundation. Although what Lin described was something that had never been heard of in the lost world. But with Greenwood's experience, he didn't understand that this matter had great potential. Asked carefully for details, Lin was able to answer the questions one by one. Of course, some have been thought about, and some have not been thought of. But with Lin's life and knowledge on Earth, he was able to quickly find references and solutions. In this question and answer, the 2 people made the overall plan more and more perfect. In Greenwood's eyes, the feasibility is getting higher and higher. Although for the president's faction, they failed to get the greatest benefit, which was to take Guy Black's Tripwood under their command and become a member of the faction. Not only has the technology of the magic tower been obtained, but the technology can also be retained and cannot be obtained by outsiders. But considering the height of President Chung Woo-Eaton, it is still beneficial for such knowledge to be spread widely. At least this proves the fact that under his leadership, the Xijia district chapter has become more prosperous. Besides, if such an epoch-making college organization can be established, how could the president be unwilling to participate? At his age, he can't take away the benefits, only his reputation after death. Chapter 158: A New Beginning. The people under the president also understand this. So as long as it does not harm their own interests, most people will follow the old man's wishes. As for the Tripwood magician, it's not that it harms the interests. It's just that it's not maximized. But if what Lin described can be established, there is still some space for the operation of interests that can be allocated. Taking a deep breath, I felt that I had overfulfilled my task. Greenwood clinked glasses with Lin with satisfaction and drank a few more sips of wine. Generally speaking, in order to maintain his sanity, he rarely comes into contact with these alcoholic drinks. After all, the environment in which he grew up is not relaxing at all. It's just that there is a lot of potential for this matter today, and he is willing to facilitate it, because as an inspector who joined the profession very early, he had seen too many young apprentices who had learned a little bit about magic, but because they had no chance of making any progress, they were either wiped out or went astray. He would be happy to have such a channel to train and manage these people. Just like what Charlie Richard did. He admired it. Time passed very quickly, and the women's chat next door finally came to an end, and the 2 men were finally free from the chore of finding topics. Greenwood's wife still had that smile that made people look at her like spring breeze. One of the servants behind her was holding a small wooden box, and the other was holding a glass jar wrapped in a silk scarf. It was a set of siphon pots, and about 200 grams of coffee beans. This noble lady, who rarely appeared in public, would visit several times in a row. And of course, it was something in the hands of her servant, as early as the first meeting, then promised to give the other party a set of siphon pots and some coffee beans. It's just that the pots had to be specially ordered, and I didn't get a new set of pots until yesterday. And the coffee was used as a favor by these nuns, because he had received many favors from Greenwood. Lin had no objections. His wife visited several times to learn the brewing method from Kaya. This time the guests and hosts can enjoy themselves, which can be said to be the best result. After sending away the guests, Lin called the 2 girls to sort out the things he had mentioned with the great magician Greenwood. Lin's comparison of ancient and modern magic is actually just a few thin pieces of paper, and does not contain much content. This is not to say that Lin only has this little experience, but that he can only remember so much for the time being, and not all of it can be remembered. On this point, Lin agrees. Just like squeezing toothpaste, you should only give a little bit of information at a time, and you should not write out everything you think. The most important thing is that the nature of the knowledge that the 2 people want to provide is different. Regarding Lin's situation, In order to prevent students from asking too many questions and pestering someone for answers, Lin would rather give it all at once, saving a lot of trouble. However, the situation and the knowledge content of comparing ancient and modern magic were agreed upon at the beginning as one of the conditions for saving his life. Isn't it boring to release everything at once? Although Lin didn't think that if Fin handed over everything, the group of people would kill the donkey. It was not a question of whether they dared or not, but a question of whether they could. But why give others an excuse to take action? Lin compiled some introductory books based on the knowledge he planned to teach, mainly including introductions to mathematics and programming languages. The former only has two categories: simple for arithmetic operations and algebra, because you need to write program flow control. If you don't even know the most basic for arithmetic operations, you will be blind. The first step in programming language is, of course, the classic hello_world. Then, there are the most basic variables, types, operators, flow control, and then arrays, strings, IO and exception handling. The MIDI version of the programming language jointly developed by Lin and Fin can probably master only these things. Finally, let's briefly explain the relationship between magic and the MIDI version of the programming language. And the basics of programming will be taught. As for whether others can understand it, whether they can participate in the development of large-scale projects, and whether they can create several server programs such as those that have been announced, these are not among Lin's considerations. He believed that the wisdom of the natives of MIDI was definitely not inferior to that of the people from the Earth. The only difference between them was their knowledge. As long as you provide them with steps, someone will definitely be able to go to heaven. It's like a certain lich who is happily typing on the keyboard in the dining room. Now that she was typing out some of the program code, Lin would still be confused for a while if she didn't bother to read it carefully. To be honest, in terms of programming language, a certain lich has never seen simple and excellent operating systems such as Windows series, Android, iOS, etc. But she is already far better than a certain time traveler who became a monk halfway. As for the detailed conversion process between magic and programming language, it involves machine language and assembly language, which Lin is not going to talk about, because this part is very abstract and unintuitive. It is difficult to explain to a group of people without basic knowledge. So it is better to learn from the programming language developers on Earth and treat these low-level things as a commodity. And people who want to use it can just pay for it. As for the subsequent patching of vulnerabilities and revisions, considering that there is no hacker profession in this world, plus those low-level things, more than half of them have been completed by Fin. Lin just laid down the foundation before a certain lich was resurrected. The foundation of foundations. So how to use these development languages must respect Fin's ideas. After the discussion, the two quickly reached a consensus. After handing over the first version of the development language, there is a tendency not to continue to publish subsequent modifications. On the one hand, there are no hackers. So even if there are loopholes, no one will use it maliciously. Except for the two people under discussion. On the other hand, they are not even familiar with those basic things. So giving them better ones is not a waste of time. Even the development language version planned to be handed over is not Fin's current finished product. Instead, they went through several previous versions and revised them. Both people agreed that the revised version had complete basic functions, and therefore prepared to submit this version. As for subsequent revisions, many of them are preparations for the development of graphical interfaces based on Lin's ideas. By the way, the VR glasses Lin is currently using are built using Fin's latest underlying language. This is why each window paging can appear in the field of view at different positions. Just a few days later, the great magician Greenwind sent a servant to convey the knowledge content that the president wanted to hand over to the association, which is the South Tower that specializes in managing magic knowledge. They also explained that they tend to compare this knowledge with magic, but the detailed evaluation can only be determined after reading the content. Fortunately, the relevant preparations had been started a few days ago, so Lin personally took Halloumi to the South Tower. Willian City is not too cold in winter. It's also because according to Lin's calculations, the local area is approximately in the subtropical region of MIDI's northern hemisphere. The generally recognized Southwest Peninsula should actually be in the southwest-west direction. The real southern continent extends for a long distance, crossing the equator and entering the southern hemisphere, although the detailed longitude and latitude have not been measured. According to some travel records, it is different from most of the lost continent. After crossing the zone of eternal summer, the southern continent is a place where summer and winter are reversed. This is very clear proof The person in charge of the reception seemed to have been informed of the relevant matters. So after Lin showed his identity, he was invited into the reception room. Generally speaking, the reception room is only used when the visitor is a great magician or above. But some prominent people came in person, and it was common practice to open the reception room to welcome them. Or someone like Lin, although his status is not noble enough. But the matters he handles are more sensitive. He will still do it in the reception room. Halumi untied the bundle hidden under the small shawl and carried it on her back. Inside is the sealed wooden box specially used to store confidential information. However, since he was transporting it himself, Lin didn't think it was really secret, so he didn't seal it with magic. There are several booklets tied up in categories with ribbons, as well as corresponding red-level magic stones. The magic stones store the digital information contained in several booklets. The comparison of ancient and modern magic provided by Fin is actually the one that President Chung Eaton and Master Beta have seen. At first, handing it over could only be regarded as a private act, so the President and Mr. Beta consciously did not spread it in large numbers. Now I just used it to give Fin the top number. The mathematics book is very thin because there is not much content. Only for arithmetic operations and algebra. Lin doesn't want to teach anything too advanced. And probably no one is interested, because most people's goal is actually programming languages. The reason why mathematics has to be taught is because it is used in programs, and it is necessary to use it, without process control and various loops. It is really better to use the original way of casting magic without the need to program magic. As for the small booklets that explain the procedures, they are the kind that can cause concussion if you hit someone with the corner of the book. That's right. No matter how much content is omitted, in order to explain clearly to people without any basic knowledge, the amount of text is still a bit scary. Think about the computer reference books on Earth. Which one is thin? That's a level of thickness that I wish I could write into an encyclopedia. Fortunately, the handover document for the Tower of the Great Sage has been written, and some of the materials in it can be used directly. Earlier, some preparations were made to write it to 2 girls as teaching materials for learning. This allowed Lin to save some effort. Otherwise, we would have to compile a new book, which would not take more than a year and a half to complete. The clerk in charge of the reception carefully recorded the content and directory submitted by Lin. Of course, he inevitably asked, "Sir Tripwood, at what price do you want to exchange this knowledge for other magicians?" In order to show the nobility of knowledge. Most people do not speak so directly about the sales and sales of magic knowledge, but choose some more euphemistic terms. Avoid giving people the impression of being too Philistine or belittling magical knowledge. As for the clerk's problem, Lin of course also discussed with Fin, mainly related to the ancient magic provided by Fin. He said, "A comparison of ancient and modern magic written by the great magician Fanny. 100 gold. And my mathematics. 1 gold. P language. 1 gold." Chapter 159 Preparation for Lectures. P language is named according to the habits of the Earth. As for the P, it is just the P of program. It has no other meaning, and it can also be distinguished from the famous programming languages on Earth. Lin didn't want to name something that would cause him to misunderstand or miss him. As for the evil IQ pricing, Lin could watch helplessly as the clerk who came to receive him turned from red to pale. And he was still pale. He quickly explained, "This pricing is just the price of a digital document using a forum or email. If someone wants to get a paper document, of course, the cost of materials and copying must be added. This part of the pricing is entrusted to the association to decide." After hearing the explanation, the receptionist breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of the prosperity of forums, the work of copywriters has been reduced a lot. Although it is not completely reduced to nothing. Each copied book has more requirements, such as the paper quality, materials, binding methods and techniques, the clarity and beauty of the text, and even the number of typos in it. Almost every book is treated as a work of art. For those who are truly capable and can put in the hard work, the remuneration will of course increase a lot. But for those who are just trying to copy out words that are barely legible, they have to find another way out. Those who can stay and serve in the South Tower belong to the former. But if the knowledge text provided by Lin is copied with high standards, the P language only sells for 1 kilo, which is probably only enough to pay for the preface. And all the rest will be wasted work. Fortunately, that terrible situation would not happen. And he also wanted to send this plague-like magician away as soon as possible. They have a love-hate relationship with the forum's inventor. What I love is that there is such a convenient invention that was born in my own era, What I hate is that the work that I rely on to make a living has become much more difficult. After completing the formalities, Lin took Alumi back home. Because according to the great magician Greenwind, the president and other high-level officials were very busy during this period. Because the Cadi's district chapter, which is trapped in a power vacuum, is like a big cake, and the other 3 district chapters in the Southwest Peninsula want to get a piece of it. The consensus reached by the 3 presidents is only not to attack each other. Whoever grabs more or less depends on his own ability. Probably the only ones who suffered losses were the Kuz family, which took the lead in summoning demons, and people related to the former president Gelato. The world of Lost World has little sympathy for traitors against humanity, believers of demons, and those who open the abyss. The only way is to eradicate them. Probably everyone was afraid that anyone left behind might have a secret method to summon the devil again. Before the Academy's plan was launched, good news came from the great magician Greenwind. Those pieces of knowledge have been processed according to magic and are officially on the shelves in Shijia district. Then they negotiated to borrow a tavern for the venue where Lin gave his first lecture. Because similar events have never been held, no one can predict the scale of the participants. Lin didn't dare to belittle himself too much. And in the end, he recreated the unprecedented grand occasion of BJ's Bird's Nest concert with only 8 people on Earth. There was no venue with similar functions in Chimidi. So in the end, we booked a venue for a whole night at a tavern in an alley. If there is really no one, the boss promises to drink until he vomits. Although the tavern is small in scale, and the business is not very good, it is located in an alley in the core area of Wulian City. The homebrewed wine and food are quite delicious, and it is a place that only local gourmets know about. The owner of the shop is an old magician Lois, who is an old acquaintance of the great magician Greenwind. When they were young, the two traveled and had adventures together, and they were considered half of Greenwind's guides. It was also because of this relationship that we were able to borrow the venue for another night. Lin met with the old magician, paid for the rental of the venue and the drinks, and roughly talked about what he was going to do and what he was going to talk about. Of course, I also gave him a book of mathematics as a meeting gift. However, the old magician Lois could only put the gold coins in his arms, and the book that Kaya carefully copied was placed aside. Lin didn't take it seriously either. Once a gift is given, it's up to the other party how to use it. They will just feel a secret admiration for this book. You will also feel rude and apologetic for giving inappropriate gifts without a good idea. In short, everything is settled. Lin also began to prepare for his first lecture. Speaking of which, when I was on Earth, reporting to the division commander was a very common thing. But after coming to the Lost Land, there is no such opportunity. Of course, this world does not welcome such behavior, which is one of the reasons. In order not to make the book too bloated, I only kept theoretical and calculation examples in my mathematics book. But it is not enough for teaching. At least simple for arithmetic operations and algebra. How can you pass 2 hours? I really treat everyone as kindergarten children, coaxing and explaining at the same time. And I am still afraid that some will cry or make a fuss. So Lin thought of some application examples, which can then be explained in a way that is closer to life. In terms of mathematics, Lin has actually thought about whether, in order to cooperate with the octet program based on the 8 powers of MIDI, it would be better to directly teach the octal mathematical method. But in the end, I gave up this idea and used the traditional decimal system as the basis of mathematics. There is no way. Who knows that the decimal system has natural advantages? All the Homo sapiens species in the Lost World, whether they are humans, elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs, etc., have one thing in common: they all have 2 hands, each with 5 fingers. Whoever learns mathematics does not start by counting on their fingers. This natural advantage cannot be ignored. Numeral symbols also eliminated the original form of MIDI, and introduced Arabic numerals that are easy to write and distinguish. And the most important, 0. In the original number symbols of MIDI, there is number 0. Not even the concept of 0. Just like what Finn said when he first encountered mathematics. Nothing means nothing. What is 0? But after using 0 and the matching decimal system, the Lich no longer made remarks like no means no. And 0 is also a very important concept in programming. At least the underlying programming language designed by Lin does not have Boolean values. That is, true and false. Instead, learn the C language to use the concepts of 0 and non-zero. There are good and bad ways to do this. In the language revised by Finn, the design of Boolean values was introduced. But the version that will be released in the future will continue to use the original zero and non-zero method. These important concepts must be clearly conveyed to everyone listening during the 2-hour lecture. Or maybe there won't be anyone at all. However, you still need to be fully prepared. Lin is not a talent who is good at improvising on the spot. If you want to avoid making a fool of yourself, you have to think about all aspects first. In addition, although I have had experience, it was more than 10 years ago. Moreover, if you speak too poorly on Earth, you will at most be given a soda drink. In the Lost Land, Lin really couldn't guarantee whether he would be killed directly. Everything that needs to be done has been done, and relevant knowledge books have begun to be provided by the association. In addition to announcing on the forum that he was going to give lectures, and giving the time, location, and outline of the course content that he would teach at the same time every week, Lin also made a special trip to the North Tower. The North Tower handles magician affairs. He is also responsible for mediating the work of magicians, similar to a manpower dispatch counter. And these tasks are not limited to magicians. Some things are also suitable for apprentices to handle. But if you fail at the job you take, you will be left with a bad record. If there are too many such records, the association will no longer agree to assign work to people who are overestimated and have no self-awareness. However, Lin came here today not to find a suitable job for himself, but to borrow the bulletin board at the entrance of the North Tower. Just like in some cities or small towns, when the Lord wants to collect taxes, there are always some high-sounding words that have to be said first. This is usually made into a notice, and a bulletin board is set up in a conspicuous place, specifically for announcement. The most common ones are some reward notices. As long as people are alive, it is very common for bounty notices to turn yellow and become damaged. Willian City also has such an official bulletin board, right at the entrance of the North Tower. It's not all official information. For some jobs that are in urgent need of manpower, employers will pay a little more and post their employment requirements in a conspicuous place on the bulletin board, hoping to speed up the search for manpower. It's just that there is an extra notice on the bulletin board today, but the content is not about work related to making money. On the contrary, it is a place where people have to pay to participate. What the H.L. lecture? This is the reaction of most magicians and apprentices when they first see it. However, when they read the content carefully, their minds were ready to move. A series of mysteries about the power of the Tower of the Great Sage, and the most basic knowledge will be revealed one by one in the following public lectures. The admission fee, 1 gold, is payable on site, regardless of the identity of the visitor. And this IQL is only the fee for this first class. If you want to participate in the future, there will be an additional fee. Everyone is still a little puzzled by this behavior of charging lectures. After all, the normal way to study in the lost world is to find a fixed teacher and take every detail from enlightenment to maturity, unless the teacher fails on the way or has to leave for other reasons. Most students will not join others. After becoming a magician breaks away from his status as an apprentice and becomes a formal magician. Usually, there is no longer the act of apprenticeship at this time, but it is called communication. Of course, there won't be anything to listen to, and it feels like it's too cheap. But what that's about to say, I heard that the association has made relevant knowledge public, and most people want to buy it first and educate themselves, rather than becoming an official magician. You have to listen to others' teachings like an apprentice. Chapter 160 lecture begins. Related debates unfolded silently on the forum. Some people think that Gadbrash Tripwood is so arrogant that he actually tries to teach everyone. But more people are discussing related content, whether it is mathematics or P language programs. These knowledge that does not directly involve any magic are just like the calm before the storm, brewing that amazing power, waiting for the moment to explode. When the lecture day was approaching, Lin reported to the old magician Loa's tavern for several nights in a row, thinking about how to arrange and plan the venue, and how to give a lecture on such a stage. Of course, it is more to familiarize myself with the environment and avoid stage fright. But these days, the tavern is deserted as usual. Fortunately, someone has excellent psychological construction in this area. There are only a few people, so just do your best. Finally, the day for the lecture arrived, and it was scheduled for evening. Unlike the situation on Earth, taverns on Earth usually have good business at night and poor business during the day, because most people have to go to work during the day and will not come to the pub only during the break after get off work, in order to have a drink and communicate with others. Would I report to the pub? But the situation in Lost Land is reversed. Since the tavern is responsible for dining, information exchange, etc. And the work of MIDI is not limited to 8 to 5. The degree of freedom is very high, and many people in need will go to the pub during the day. In the evening, it is time to rest, unless the tavern has the function of accommodation. Generally speaking, there will be no people in the tavern after dinner. This was also the reason why Lin chose to give his lecture in the tavern after dinner. Today, he had dinner early. 1 roast chicken for 4 people. However, among the 4 people, there are 2 girls who may have stopped growing and don't eat much, and a lich who doesn't eat much. So most of the chicken still entered Lin's belly. If you really can't eat anymore, you just put it into the dog bowl of gray hoof and white nose. A family of 4 people all set out for the tavern where the talk was held. The reason why everyone is pulled up is simply to fill the stage. Avoid being too popular and making the scene ugly. But the closer I got, the less right it felt. Normally there aren't that many people on this road. By the time he got close to the tavern, Lin was already frightened. The whole street was clogged with people. The place was bustling with people. As noisy as an early morning market. There was no other way. Lin, who was not tall in the world of Lost World, had to raise his hands and squeeze forward while shouting, "Give me! I'm sorry! I have to give way in front." The other hand wanted to hold on behind him. A shorter girl. But after a while, he was squeezed away by the crowd, and his empty hands couldn't grab anything. Lin just wanted to look back for someone. And a text window popped up in his glasses. That was the email message from Kaya. "Teacher. Because there were too many people, we couldn't squeeze in. Later, Harumi and I will follow my sister home. So please do your best. Student Kaya." Okay. It seems that they are no longer needed to fill the scene. I had no choice but to keep pushing forward. "Give me! I'm sorry! You have to give in!" The act of pushing forward seemed to offend some people. The fat man closest to Lin, wearing a magic robe and looking like a wrestler, yelled dissatisfied, "You bastard! Why are you squeezing? Don't you see that there is no road ahead? Master Tripwood will be there later. Come to give a lecture. Don't think about pushing to the front to get a good seat. Everyone comes early. Be careful of other people with a more grumpy temper than me, who will beat you half to death." "But if I don't go in, no one will give the lecture," Lin said helplessly. "What?" The fat man looked closer at Lin's face and said in surprise, "Could you be Master Tripwood? I don't dare to be a master. I'm just a rookie magician." Without saying a word, the fat man turned around and drove forward with a more powerful push. Bien said, "I give way to the front. Master Tripwood is here. Give way to the front." With a humanoid bulldozer helping to clear the way, Lin could finally relax a little. People who were originally dissatisfied with being pushed had no choice but to make way. If the protagonist is not allowed in, no one will be able to play. After going through all kinds of hardships, I finally squeezed into the tavern. Also full of heads. There is almost no room to stay. No one can sit still. Everyone is standing. Rubbing shoulders is not just an adjective here. It is a fact that is happening. Some magicians couldn't bear the crowds, so they simply used the levitation technique to float in the air. Some people used the magic of walking on flat ground on themselves. Some stood on the wall, and some stood upside down on the ceiling. It feels like watching a bat hanging upside down. Lin originally expected there to be only 2 or 3 kittens. Just like when I published my thesis in college. The people sitting in the audience are actually other people who are also waiting to publish their papers. Or people who have finished their reports. Although it is open to audit. Who has the patience to listen to the third-rate papers published in an era when there were as many college students as dogs? But now the crowd was beyond his imagination. And Lin couldn't help but worry. If this group of people were dissatisfied and rioted, it would be a simple matter to tear themselves alive. We really shouldn't have sent that lich back. At least she was there to calm the situation. Taking a deep breath, Lin looked around. I originally thought that I would be able to sit at the bar and deal with the audience at the tables below. It's okay now. There's not even a place to stand. What should I say? In the end, it was Lois, the old magician, who came up with the idea. He patted the bar table and motioned for someone to stand up, which solved Lin's troubles. When Lenny stood on the bar, all conversation stopped, and everyone turned to look at the man standing tallest. Originally, all the attention would shock people like Zhu Lin, who had never seen a big scene. But the scene in front of me was really funny. Some people were standing on the wall, and some were standing on the ceiling, and then looked at someone who was about to speak in a very uncomfortable posture. After clearing his throat, Lin began to say, "Good night, gentlemen. In my hometown, there is a so-called principle of the most successful come first. This sentence means that no matter what the qualifications or age of the person, it does not matter is his other knowledge at a loss. As long as he is better than me in a certain knowledge, then I will use the etiquette of treating a teacher and ask this person for advice on this knowledge. But this is not a real apprenticeship. I know that many people have doubts about this during this time. I want to make it clear to you that you don't need to call me a teacher, and you don't need to be treated specially. In fact, I may even lose to you in terms of my magical attainments. I don't have any qualifications to be respected. I just want to understand a few subjects, and I don't have any special knowledge. With this as the opening remarks, Lin officially entered today's theme. He said, "What is the use of learning mathematics? How is it different from our original way of counting? I have noticed that many people who came to listen to the lecture today do not look like magicians." Lin's words made the people below there was a commotion. "Don't worry. I don't mean to drive you away. I can probably guess your identity and your thoughts on coming here." The original commotion stopped, and instead there were a bunch of you guess. "Or only a ghost will believe you looks." Lin laughed and said, "You are the stewards of the Chamber of Commerce, or the clerks of some stores. Hey, don't deny it in a hurry. I guess this because the steward Najib, who is very familiar with me, stands with you." Najib, who was identified, smiled helplessly at his companion. The people around him couldn't help but smile when they saw the funny expression. It was like this, and the atmosphere at the scene relaxed a little. Then, Lin used his own whiteboard writing skills to write numbers from 0 to 9 in the air. Let's start with decimal numbers and the 4 most basic arithmetic operations. I understand that most of the people present were the stewards of the Chamber of Commerce, as well as some clerks from the merchants. So when giving examples, I always use the purchase and sale of goods, accounting and other activities as examples. Among them, the advent of the 9-9 multiplication method is even more amazing to those who have been dealing with numbers all their lives. Maybe I have read the relevant content in the knowledge book on mathematics, but I saw that someone could use it so skillfully and use it in various situations, such as calculating the most basic consumption of a caravan trip, how much one person consumes, and what is the consumption of several people, or what is the price of a single item, and what is the price of buying several items. All of these are amazing. As for the multiplication of 99 by 99, because it involves too many mathematical techniques, compared to the multiplication of 99, which is purely memorized, Lin feels that it is better not to raise the difficulty too high in one go. Of course, in the process of teaching, it is inevitable that there will be discordant questioning voices. After all, it is an activity that has never happened in the Lost Land, so it is naturally not like the so-called listening etiquette that can be developed on Earth. Perhaps the stewards and ordinary people with lower status did not dare to offend the official magician who was speaking. But other magicians were not so polite and raised various questions from time to time. But no matter how these people asked them, they were all elementary school student-level questions, which could not trouble the person standing at the bar, while answering questions such as chicken and rabbit in the same cage and ordering troops. He explained the convenience of combining numbers with 4 arithmetic operations. In fact, the criticism that there is no mathematics is not entirely correct. There is a lot of work involving quantity and calculation issues, but the solutions in this area are regarded as unique skills and are kept secret. And judging from the content that has been circulated, it doesn't matter if the method is complicated, and it relies more on intuitive judgment. It's like buying something with the steward of a chamber of commerce. The unit price of each item is clear, but as long as the quantity is large and the variety is large, the steward usually ends up with a fixed price. So if you buy the same thing from different people, the price difference will usually be huge. Some stewards are very shady, and some stewards are losing money. There are also some magicians who are keen on comparing prices and like to find many people to evaluate and buy at the lowest price. Regarding this situation, the managers of the Chamber of Commerce were also helpless. Fortunately, there are not many magicians of this type. Most magicians would rather find a long-term, stable trading partner than have to reestablish a trust relationship with every transaction.